after being rejected by the person I'd had a crush on for 3 years. My parents suddenly announced I had a childhood arranged marriage. And then, while I was still in a daze, I went and registered the marriage. Only to find out that the girl I was engaged to was the cold, upperclassman Shin Mingxi, the most famous girl in school. And now she's my wife. This kid, hurry up and get up. What time did you play until last night? I rubbed my eyes and pushed the blanket away. Dad, Mom, what are you two doing? It's a perfectly good vacation, why won't you let me sleep? Are you really that dumb, or are you just pretending? Today's the day you're going to register your marriage, Yunhui said, displeased. I was instantly wide awake and jumped straight out of bed. Why didn't you say so sooner? I'm going to wash my face right now. Before I even had time to put on my pants, I ran out of the room. The moment I stepped out of my room, my expression froze. I caught a glimpse of a girl in the living room. The girl in the living room was also looking at me. Her face was slightly flushed. No, I'm sorry. I didn't know there was someone in the living room. After saying that, I darted into the bathroom. I was completely stunned. I even wanted to just bang my head and die. My 8-pack abs, in their undeveloped form, were seen just like that. At this moment, the person sitting in the living room, Shin Mingxi's face was slightly red. His body isn't bad. The corner of her mouth involuntarily turned up. Very quickly, I finished getting ready, changed my clothes, and stepped out. I went to the living room, and we just looked at each other without saying a word. After a while, I was the one to break the awkward silence first. Hello? My name is Mu Xie, looking at the fairy-like girl in front of me. My heart wouldn't stop pounding. She's definitely much prettier than in the photos. Shin Mingxi nodded politely, then said calmly, let's go. I asked doubtfully, go where? Shin Mingxi raised her beautiful eyebrows. To register our marriage. Her tone was incredibly calm, as if registering a marriage was a very trivial matter. My expression turned a little strange. No way. Are we really doing this? Do we need to bring anything? I was a little flustered. Shin Mingxi said calmly. Just bring yourself, and also your ID card and household registration book. They'll wait for you downstairs. Don't make me wait too long. It's best if you change the clothes you're wearing to white ones. After speaking, she stood up and left first, leaving me standing there dumbfounded. As soon as Shin Mingxi left, Yunhui and Mu Fanglen immediately came out of the bedroom. Before I could even react, the two of them shoved my ID card, household registration book, and a white shirt into my hands. Shin Mingxi saw me come downstairs. A hint of a smile appeared on her face. She was a bit stunned when she saw my appearance. I didn't expect him to grow up to be so handsome. I hope you didn't have to wait long. I've been waiting for quite a while. I just wanted to be polite. I didn't expect that she really felt she'd waited a long time. How are we getting there? Taking a taxi? I changed the subject. I have a car. Let's drive. After that, Shin Mingxi led me to a white Mercedes. Are you being forced to do this? I couldn't help but ask. I've already thought it through, if you're being forced. We can pretend to register our marriage first. After all, it's just an excuse to trick our parents. Later on, we can just find a reason to say we're not compatible. Shin Mingxi was a bit taken aback. Obviously, she didn't expect me to ask such a question. Seeing her silence, I assumed I had guessed correctly. You too, right? We're registering our marriage before we've even graduated. I don't know what our parents are thinking. How about we figure something out? Let's pretend to get married, what do you think? The corner of Shin Mingxi's mouth revealed a faint smile. Pretend to get married? What do you mean? I explained, if I don't register the marriage, my parents will cut my living expenses. I don't want to live like a savage in college. Shin Mingxi blinked her beautiful eyes. Her gaze carried a hint of teasing. They'll listen to you? Then let's just register. I breathed a sigh of relief. Let's go then. There was no expression on Shin Mingxi's face. I don't have a driver's license. I looked skeptical. Then may I ask how this car got here? I called a hired driver earlier. Then call one again. I'm out of money. I looked incredulous. You drive this car? And you say you're out of money? Shin Mingxi seemed to know what I was thinking. She explained with a calm expression, it's my dad's car. I always had a feeling that she was doing it on purpose. So what do we do now? I don't have a license either. I've only passed the written test. Shinmingshi smiled calmly, revealing an expression that said I was prepared for this. It's okay. I also prepared a small electric scooter. The two of them got out of the car. Shinmingshi led me to a pink electric scooter. This is the one. You drive. I hesitated for a moment. A small pink electric scooter. Such a manly color, pink. If it's manly pink, then so be it. I'm wearing a helmet anyway. After seeing the color of the helmet, I frowned. Why is this helmet pink too? Shinmingshi shot me a look. I'm a girl, isn't it normal for me to buy pink things? Do you have a problem with it? I quickly waved my hands. No. How would I dare? I love pink. Get on. I put on the helmet. Oh, right. It seems like you don't have a helmet. Who says I don't? From under the scooter's seat, Shinmingshi took out another pink helmet. Help me put it on. I don't know how. If you don't know how to put on a helmet, why are you riding a scooter? Fine then. It'll just help her a little. I lowered my head to help her put on the helmet. Our eyes met. I looked at her beautiful face. My cheeks couldn't help but heat up, looking at the beauty before me. A flicker of emotion stirred in my heart. I shook my head, forcing myself not to overthink. Done. It's on. Just like that, one scooter, two people, two pink helmets, we set off. I didn't dare to drive too fast, afraid I'd go the wrong way if I sped up. The small scooter wasn't as fast as a car, but it had one advantage. It was more intimate than sitting in a car. At some point, Shinming's hands had consciously wrapped around my waist. I could even feel the softness pressing against my back, accompanied by Shinming's faint, pleasant scent. I couldn't help but glance down. My eyebrows furrowed slightly. 2 hours later, in front of the Civil Affairs Bureau. A man and a woman, each holding their own marriage certificate. I looked at the marriage certificate in my hand, still feeling like I was in a dream. I can't believe I got married like this. Even though we said it was a fake registration. This is still my first time. I glanced at Shinmingshi. She wasn't looking at the marriage certificate, but put it away in her bag. She didn't seem to think the marriage certificate was very important. I reminded her, keep it safe, you'll need it if we get a divorce. Shinmingshi didn't answer, just said calmly, let's go back. When we got back to my front door, I said goodbye and left. Shinmingshi watched my retreating back. The corners of her mouth couldn't help but curve up. Idiot. Right after that, she returned to the Mercedes. Then she took out the marriage certificate, looking at the photo on it. Her eyes couldn't leave it. A fake registration? The seal isn't fake. A beautiful smile appeared on her cold face. After that, she carefully put the marriage certificate in her bag and drove the Mercedes away from there. I didn't tell anyone about my marriage registration. I really didn't dare to say it. Even if I did, who would believe me? Most importantly, I considered it a fake registration. If other people found out about it, it might hinder me from finding a girlfriend. More importantly, it would hinder my wife from finding a boyfriend. Why does this sentence feel so awkward? Hindering my own wife from finding a boyfriend. She's just a fake wife. If only it were real. My mind kept replaying the intimate moments between us today. So beautiful, with such a great body. And she's also quite cold towards me. She definitely isn't interested in someone like me. In the end, I still chose to study at Jian University. As for my major, I chose the computer science department. To say that I chose it, it's more accurate to say my dad chose it for me. School starts in 2 days, and I'm a bit anxious. New environment, new people. I don't know if I'll be able to adapt. It wasn't until 2 days before school started that I found out there was a group chat for new students. But after I joined the group, I became completely silent. I thought there would be many normal people in the group. I didn't expect to be speechless the moment I joined. Excuse me, does the school have a parking lot? When the time comes, my Porsche. Excuse me, does the school have a Starbucks? I have to drink a cup every morning, otherwise I can't function. I just got back from overseas. Is 100,000 yuan a month enough for living expenses? I'm a little afraid it's not enough. My face was full of question marks. Is the new student group really this ridiculous? I originally intended to speak up in the group, to ask about the school situation, but I hesitated a bit. Should I ask in the group? Just as I was hesitating, an account with the ID Hai Ji Ba suddenly spoke up in the group. New students who want to know about the school can message me privately. My eyes lit up. Finally, a normal person. I quickly sent a friend request. Not long after, Hai Ji Ba accepted my friend request. Hello, senior. Can I ask you a few questions? What's your name? I read the message and was stunned. Do I have to tell the senior my name just to ask for information? My name is Mu Xie. I'm a new student in the computer science department. On the other side, Shinmingshi in her dorm blinked her beautiful eyes. The corner of her mouth couldn't help but curve up. I've finally been waiting for you. She had been waiting in the new student group for a long time. This was also why she asked for my name first. Computer science? Same department as me. What a pity. What's a pity? Right now, the computer science major doesn't have very good job prospects. Graduation means unemployment. This field isn't short of people right now. The competitive pressure is also huge. It's comparable to the civil engineering industry. I suddenly thought, if the job prospects aren't good, then why did the senior choose it? Shinmingshi was silent for a moment. Then she replied, a certain uncle advised me to study it. So I also advised his son to study it. Well done. The suffering I've been through. I must make sure his son gets a taste of it too. Otherwise, how could I be worthy of you? The two of them talked for a long time. This gave me a very good impression of him. I originally thought that since Senior Hai Ji Ba was so talkative, he would advertise student SIM cards later. But he didn't at all. Thank you, Senior. There aren't many purely good people like you left. Shinmingshi stared at the screen, speechless. Isn't that right? We don't know each other. Yet you patiently answered my questions, and you didn't even advertise any SIM cards. Oh right, Junior, do you want to learn about the student SIM card? Then I'll take one. I felt a bit embarrassed. After all, he answered so many of my questions. And I happened to need a SIM card. Pfft. Shinmingshi saw the message I sent. She couldn't help but laugh out loud. He's so adorable. Didn't he realize I was joking? I was just kidding. Senior, do you play games? What games? I play everything. PC games or mobile games, I play them all. But my favorite is still CF. I'm a 10-year veteran. CF? I know how to play that too. Let's play. What surprised me was that Hai Ji Ba's skill in CF was even better than mine, a 10-year veteran, by a little. We played all afternoon. We barely lost a single match the entire afternoon. If it weren't for getting reported too many times and being sent to the penalty room, I would have never let him go. Senior, you're not using hacks, are you? If you're a noob, just practice more. Why aren't you using your mic to give callouts? My mic is broken. Alright then. Once we're at school, I'll treat you to a meal at the cafeteria if I get the chance. I'll be waiting for you. In the dorm room, a girl with a high ponytail, with a pleasant appearance, just returned to the dorm and saw Shinmingshi looking at her phone, a slight smile on her lips. Yan Shui narrowed her eyes slightly, looking at Shinmingshi with suspicion. What are you smiling about? Yan Shui felt something was off. Shinmingshi couldn't be in love, could she? No way. Doesn't Cece not touch men? Otherwise, why is it that in the 3 years since she came to school, so many guys have pursued her, and she's rejected them all mercilessly? She's known as the #1 ice queen of Jiang University. Not a single man has caught her eye. Even the universally acknowledged school heartthrob can't talk to her for more than 3 sentences. Could it be she's thirsty for a man now? How could that be? Cece, don't tell me you have someone you like now? Yang Shui wanted to cry but had no tears. Shinmingshi retracted her smile. She glanced at her calmly. Dating? Do you think that's possible? Yang Shui breathed a sigh of relief. That's good then. I told you, the belle of Jiang University. How could she suddenly start dating? She sat down on the chair. Just as she took a sip of water, actually, I'm already married. Pfft. Cece. What kind of joke is that? Yang Shui looked at the water stain on her pants and was a little speechless. Believe it or not. Shinmingshi shot her a look. Yang Shui smiled appeasingly. I believe you, I believe you, I believe you. Our Jian University belle is married. Remember to invite me to the wedding feast. She said that, but of course she couldn't believe it. The #1 belle of Jian University. The cold goddess, who stays away from men. These words and the word marriage are completely unrelated, okay? Who would believe that? Only a fool would believe it. Shen Mingxi glanced at Yang Shui with pity. She let out a soft sigh. Sorry, I've taken the first step. My dear best friend, although I said I wouldn't date, I never said I wouldn't get married. Yang Shui was stunned. What's with that face? You're acting as if it's real. Shen Mingxi didn't explain either. She just smiled calmly. Why are you always playing this game? It feels like only boys play this kind of game. Yang Shui pointed at her laptop screen and asked, confused. Of course, it's to play with my husband. Yang Shui rolled her eyes. If you have a husband, then I already have a child. The first day of school. As soon as I entered the school gate, I saw a long row of large green umbrellas. Beneath them sat the receptionists from various departments. I pulled my suitcase over. Just after I finished registering my information. Just as I was about to find a senior to guide me, I suddenly heard the people around me start to buzz. Isn't that the Jiang University bell? Why is she at the new student reception area too? Behind the new student reception area stood a girl with skin as white as snow, exuding a pure and cold beauty. An absolute beauty with beautiful eyes that carried a hint of coldness. Her eyes scanned the area, as if searching for someone. What's wrong with the Jiang University belle? Is she looking for someone? Her boyfriend? No way. The Jiang University belle once said she doesn't date. Even if she were dating, the school heartthrob would definitely have the best chance. That's right. She's probably just here to welcome new students. I wonder which new student is so lucky to be personally welcomed by the Jiang University belle. Almost all eyes were focused on Shen Mingxi, including the newly arrived students. The moment I saw Shen Mingxi, the memory of the whirlwind marriage a month ago flashed in my mind. My heart also unconsciously beat faster. After a while, Shen Mingxi finally saw the person she wanted to see. Her furrowed brows immediately relaxed. Her originally cold gaze also softened. A slight smile appeared on her face, and then she immediately walked towards me. I was stunned. I had only planned to stay and watch the show. Why do I have a feeling she's walking towards me? Just as I was zoning out, Shen Mingxi walked up to me. Underclassman, can't find your dorm? Let me take you there. Shen Mingxi smiled sweetly. This smile made my heart skip a beat. Didn't we say we were just pretending to register our marriage? I whispered. Shen Mingxi's lips curved into a slight smile. That's right. I'm using my identity as a senior to take you to the dorm. Why aren't you calling me senior? So disrespectful? Her stare made me a bit embarrassed. Thank you, senior. Can you take me to the dorm now? Shen Mingxi raised an eyebrow. You should say, sorry to bother you, senior. I just wanted to leave quickly. I'm still not used to being stared at by so many people. I feel like they're talking about me. So I had to reluctantly compromise. Sorry to bother you, senior. Shen Mingxi smiled mischievously. In that case, you'll reluctantly take my junior brother to the dorm. Then she pulled me away from there. Arriving in front of the dormitory building, Shen Mingxi spoke up. You're in building 3. I gave a soft I live right next to you. I'm in building 4. I didn't ask. I kindly took you here. What's with your attitude? Shen Mingxi said, feigning anger. I didn't dare to look at her. Mainly because every time I looked at her, my heart would beat very fast. I'm sorry about that. Shen Mingxi finally smiled. That's more like it. Now that we're both studying at the same school, we should help each other out. My dad told me to help you more. Otherwise, I wouldn't have come. I suddenly realized. No wonder. Otherwise, I would have thought Senior Shen liked me. I don't know why. A flicker of disappointment passed through my heart. Shen Ming's beautiful face turned slightly pink. Humph, you're so narcissistic. Oh right, let's add each other on WeChat. We didn't add each other last time. I slapped my forehead. Right, look at this brain of mine. Last time, after registering their marriage, the two of them didn't even add each other's contact information. Two people are married but don't have each other's contact info. Even novels wouldn't dare to write it like that. Alright. Junior brother, if there's anything you don't understand at school in the future, just come and ask me. Got it? Oh right, Senior Shin, what's your major? Computer science. Same major as you. I was a bit surprised. So if there's anything you don't understand, just come and ask me. I will explain it to you in detail, Shen Mingxi said proudly. This cute moment made me dazed again. Who would have thought the cold senior from the reception area, from just now, would have such an adorable side in front of me? Shinmingshi smiled smugly. What's wrong? Fallen in love with me? I came to my senses and explained with a red face, how could that be? No way. Absolutely impossible. Shinming's voice held a hint of disdain. So weak, no energy. Alright, building 3 is inside. I'm leaving. After speaking, she walked into the dormitory building. Arriving at the dorm, I quickly blended in with my roommates. We happily chatted and laughed all afternoon. The next day, I woke up early. After getting ready, I went out to buy breakfast. As soon as I left the dorm, I messaged Senior Hai Jiba. Senior, Cafeteria D has a few more pretty girls in the morning. You have to have at least one romance in college. Thinking about romance. A figure unconsciously appeared in my mind, Shinmingshi. I quickly shook my head. What am I thinking? She's the belle of Jiang University. How could she possibly notice me? On the other side, in the girls' dorm, Shinmingshi was currently grinding her teeth, clenching her jaw as she stared at her phone screen. Girl watching. Isn't looking at me enough? Go to Cafeteria 3. There'll be a surprise. After receiving the message, I immediately changed direction. I originally planned to go to Cafeteria 1. If the senior said Cafeteria 3 has a surprise, then I definitely have to go. Shinmeng's gaze was cold. I'm going to buy breakfast. What do you want to eat? I'll buy it for you. Buy it for me? Why do you suddenly want to buy me breakfast? What's going on? Yang Shui was momentarily confused. This was the first time she couldn't understand this best friend of hers. Shinmeng's expression didn't change at all. If you want something, send me a WeChat message. I'm heading out. Leaving Yang Shui standing there dazed. As soon as I entered Cafeteria 3, I saw quite a few girls. As expected of my senior, his eye is really sharp. Senior, this surprise is not bad at all. There really are a lot of pretty girls in Cafeteria 3. After I bought breakfast, I found a spot intending to eat while watching. Suddenly, a woman walked in through the door. Her long hair cascaded down her back like a waterfall, gently blowing in the wind. Her stunningly beautiful face immediately caught my attention. Of course, it wasn't just me. The gazes of the other people in the cafeteria were also drawn to her. Why is she here? I was a bit surprised. No, wait. Isn't it normal for her to come here? The senior did say Cafeteria 3 has many beautiful people. So the school belle also comes to Cafeteria 3. Shinmingshi saw me sitting in the corner with one glance. Found you. Under everyone's gaze, Shinmingshi walked straight to my table and sat down. Here to watch pretty girls? Shinmingshi said coldly. Ahem, ahem. What? I couldn't help but choke on the soy milk in my mouth. Senior, how did you know? Shinming's beautiful face flushed slightly. You were staring the moment I came in. I could tell your bad intentions at a glance. I was dazed. What's wrong with you? Are you in a bad mood? Shinmingshi shot me a look. I'm so angry. Someone is about to have an affair. How can I be in a good mood? An affair? Who? How outrageous. Shinmingshi gave me a reproachful look. Are you really this dumb or just pretending? Huh. I was stunned. Shinmingshi said, displeased. We've already registered our marriage. You came to Cafeteria 3 to look at pretty girls. Isn't that an intention to cheat? I was a little stunned. What are you joking about? Didn't we just pretend to get married? Shinmingshi started to play dumb. Pretend to get married? When did I say that? We already discussed it back then. Shinmingshi raised her beautiful eyebrows and said teasingly. So, did we register with a fake certificate then? This is legally binding, you know. It was then that I realized I had been led by the nose. So what do you mean? I won't tease you anymore. You said we were pretending to be married. So of course I won't control you. I asked tentatively, for real? If we now have a certificate, a nominal marriage registration, then before we divorce, you're not allowed to find a girlfriend. Finding a girlfriend during marriage is cheating. It's immoral. And just doing this for your own good. My mind couldn't quite keep up. Is that so? I feel like I'm being gaslighted. So there's no other way? College isn't complete without a romance. Shinming's lips curved slightly. There is one other way. She beckoned with her hand, come here. I leaned my ear closer. Shinmingshi gently brought her lips close to my ear. I could even smell the scent. Faintly on Shinmingshi. Shinming's voice became gentle. You could date me. My ears instantly turned bright red. Senior, are you serious? My heart wouldn't stop pounding. Shinmingshi smiled mischievously. Just kidding. Looking at Shinming's radiant smile in front of me, I almost couldn't hold my glass of soy milk steady. I've been completely owned. Did you buy this breakfast for me? Shinmingshi asked casually. I was just about to shake my head, but ended up nodding subconsciously. Thank you, junior brother, for buying me breakfast. Then Shinmingshi directly took the breakfast and left. I touched the spot over my heart, thinking about how Shinmingshi leaned in close and spoke into my ear. My heart started pounding again. I closed my eyes. My mind was filled with the image from just now. What's wrong with me? I think I'm starting to have feelings. I returned to the dorm. As soon as I entered, my phone notification chimed. How was it? Were the pretty girls in Cafeteria 3 good looking? I didn't get to see much. I was only looking at the Jiang University belle. What do you think of her? I thought for a moment. I think she's very pretty. The #1 belle of Jiang University. Truly lives up to her reputation. So do you like her? I thought the senior wasn't a stranger and treated me very well. Telling him my thoughts would be fine. Senior, to be honest with you, I actually like her a little. Every time I see her, I feel my heart beat faster. But she's the belle of Jiang University. The chance of her noticing me isn't high. Shinming's lips curved into a slight smile. He likes me but doesn't dare to say it directly? For some reason. Her heart felt sweet. Since Shinmingshi came to Jiang University, countless people have confessed to her. She didn't feel a thing. But my words made her blush slightly. Shinmingshi knew I had feelings for her. She couldn't help but mutter to herself, TSK, Shinmingshi. When did you become so wicked? Wanting to tease the junior brother again. No, wait. I was always this wicked. The next day, during military training, it was finally break time. The instructor asked everyone to perform something to liven up the atmosphere. Next, it was my turn to perform. I decided to sing. This was one of the few talents I had. As the instrumental music slowly began, everyone fell silent. My voice was deep and emotional, conveying an indescribable sadness. It was the feeling of a broken heart. Not far away. Cece, this boy sings so well. It's not even 12 o'clock. And I can't help but feel emo already. Although Yang Shui had never been in love, listening to this song, she felt as if she had been heartbroken. Shinmingshi saw Yang Shui still immersed in the music, and she secretly wiped away a tear from the corner of her eye. The next day, quite a few videos of me singing appeared on the confession wall. Oh wall, help me find this guy. Immediately. This guy sings so well. Does anyone know him? Can I have his contact information? But right now, I was about to be baked into charcoal by the sun. He hated that his leg didn't get automatically injured before the military training. Just as everyone was standing at attention under the scorching sun, a girl holding an umbrella appeared on the training ground. She wore a pure white long dress, like a fairy descended to the mortal world. She quietly walked to the first row of the stands and sat down. Isn't that Shinmingshi? The #1 belle of Jiang University. She came to watch the military training again. These junior brothers are so lucky. The people around were buzzing with discussion. The break time had arrived. Actually, I had already felt Shinming's gaze. I had a feeling Shinmingshi came here to see me. But I couldn't conveniently show anything. What if I was just being narcissistic? Gui Boda leaned closer, revealing a look of admiration. Damn. The Jiang University belle is really beautiful. Whoever gets to be her boyfriend must have accumulated good karma for 8 lifetimes. I shot him a look. Can't you be a bit more discreet like me? Why do I feel like her gaze is always looking in this direction? She's not looking at me, is she? Gui Boda narcissistically touched his face. Just then, a girl with a ponytail, wearing a JK uniform and holding an umbrella, came to Company 7. Her eyes locked onto me sitting in the back. She walked straight towards me. Hey, Junior. Can I have your contact information? I pointed at myself and asked doubtfully, me? The people around started cheering, and Gui Boda chimed in to help. She came all the way here in the sun to ask for your WeChat. Are you not going to give it to her? I suddenly felt a chill run down my spine. My gaze immediately shifted to the senior who was sitting in the front row of the stands. The corner of her mouth held a faint smile. No, it was a cold smile. I remembered what she had told me. This is marital infidelity. I'm sorry, I'm already married. The girl was stunned on the spot. Married? Fan Hao quickly tried to smooth things over. No. Actually, there's something a little wrong with his head. Don't mind him. How about you ask for my WeChat instead? I'm a pretty good singer too. The girl shook her head. I don't like guys who are too skinny. After saying that, she left. Gui Boda couldn't help but gloat over his misfortune. Damn sugarcane, who would want your childish figure? Serves you right, ha ha ha. I peeked over. I saw that Shin Minx's face had returned to its previous cold expression. What's going on? I was a little confused. She's quite cold in public. But when she's with me, she talks quite a lot. Actually, I wasn't planning on giving that girl my contact information because subconsciously, Shin Mingxi had already entered my heart. I always felt that Shin Mingxi had feelings for me too. I was just afraid that after I took that step, the outcome would be the same as last time. Just as my mind was wandering, Shin Mingxi stood up from the stands, a bottle of water in her hand. She walked over to Company 7 and handed the water to me. How did you know I didn't bring water? Shin Mingxi said casually. For you. I took the water bottle mechanically. My mind was a little blank. Although we had registered our marriage, I knew very well that we weren't really together yet. Besides, at Jiangde, Shin Mingxi was the ice goddess. The cold goddess. The scene of her giving me water in front of so many people was something I truly never dared to imagine. Shin Mingxi's expression didn't change, but I could see a slight blush on her cheeks. This was the first time she had given water to a boy. And in front of so many people too. Thank you, senior. My heart was pounding non-stop. After giving me the water, Shin Mingxi left directly. I looked at the water bottle in my hand. My quiet heart began to stir a little. The freshmen who saw this scene were all stunned. What's the relationship between those two? How could he get the campus belle to give him water? That's the #1 campus belle of Jiangde. In an instant, countless envious, admiring, and hateful eyes were staring at me. Fan Hao looked at me suspiciously. What's going on? Are you off the market? And with a campus belle, no less. No wonder you didn't give that girl your WeChat, I said, annoyed. How could Shin Mingxi possibly be interested in me? I don't even know her. Of course, how could I not know Shin Mingxi? We've already registered the papers. I just didn't want them to misunderstand. We weren't really in love yet. Plus, I wasn't sure right now if Shin Mingxi really had those kinds of thoughts. The military training period quickly ended. The Mid-Autumn Festival holiday that I was most looking forward to had arrived. Just as I was considering whether to go home, Shin Mingxi sent me a location. My dad told me to come live here. What's going on? I was a bit confused. I looked at the location. It was a residential complex very close to Jiangde University. Could it be that my dad bought a house for me? I quickly dismissed that thought. He probably rented it. I arrived at the apartment building's hallway. As soon as I got to the door, before I could even knock, it opened. The moment the door opened, a stunningly beautiful girl came into view. Shin Mingxi was wearing a thin pajama set with shorts, revealing her graceful figure, which made my eyes widen. Fair shoulders, lovely legs, dainty feet. I shook my head. I cast aside my impure thoughts. You're here too, senior? Come in. The slippers are in the shoe cabinet. Shin Mingxi's expression was calm. She didn't answer my question right away. I hurried inside to change my slippers. Pink. How cheesy. I looked at the pink slippers on my feet. They even had a rabbit design on them. I glanced at Shin Mingxi's fair feet. No, I mean, at her slippers. I realized they were the same style, but hers were light blue. And the design was a gray wolf. Could they be a matching pair? My cheeks flushed slightly. Senior, you still haven't answered me. Why are you here? Shin Mingxi shrugged. I've been living here for a long time. I've been here for a year. Wait, she's been here for a year? Didn't Dad rent this for me? He bought it for you. Bought it for me? Since when has my dad been so good to me? He even said he'd cut my living expenses in half if I didn't register the marriage. My face was full of surprise and joy. I owned a house before even graduating. Wait a minute. If my dad bought this house for me, why are you here? Shinmix's lips curled into a slight smile. Because this is the wedding house my dad bought for us. Wedding house? Shinmingshi smiled slyly. We've already registered our marriage. Isn't your father also my father now? We're one family, we don't act like strangers. It was only then that I understood. This was the wedding house that Uncle Shin had bought for us. Seeing Shinmix's smug smile, I swallowed hard. Why did I have a feeling I had just walked into a wolf's den? And a beautiful she-wolf at that. From now on, you have to stay here on weekends. Of course, weekdays are fine too. I was a little doubtful. But in my heart, I completely agreed. Why? Shinmingshi said, feigning a pitiful look. Would you have the heart to leave your wife all alone? After saying that, she blinked her big, sparkling eyes. Wasn't this supposed to be a fake marriage registration? Why were things developing in such a strange direction? All right. I nodded, looking at Shinming's big, pitiful eyes. I really couldn't bring myself to refuse. Besides, I really did have feelings for Shinmingshi. Shinmingshi raised an eyebrow. Let me show you around our wedding house. So this is a wedding house. I feel like I'm really married. But I guess it is real. After all, the papers are real. I was quickly amazed by this wedding house. There was even a room specifically designed as a gaming room. 2 computers. I specially prepared this for you. Like it? The graphics card is a 4090. As for the specs, don't you worry. A 4090. I couldn't hold back anymore. I ran straight to it, gently caressing the computer's hardware. At school, I only used a gaming laptop. It was considered a laptop beast. I never expected to have a whole gaming room here, with such high-end equipment. No way. Who would stay in the dorm on weekends anymore? I'd rather die here, I said excitedly. From now on, I can play on both machines. Shinmingshi shot me a glare. The other one is mine. What are you thinking? She really wanted to kick this straight-laced guy to death. Wasn't it obvious with 2 computers set up? Pighead idiot, you idiot. You know how to play games, senior? Seeing my doubtful gaze, Shinmingshi pouted. I could totally crush you. I scoffed. Senior, I'm really not bragging. If you can beat me in my favorite game, in this house, they'll listen to you. They'll do whatever you tell me to do. Shinming's lips curled slightly. You said it? Then she held out her pinky finger to make a promise. I laughed and said, You're still doing pinky promises like a kid, senior? I said that, but my hand still reached out unconsciously. So soft. Is this my senior's delicate hand? My face flushed slightly without me realizing. Wait, why does this scene feel a little familiar? I furrowed my brows. I feel like I've really seen this scene somewhere before. But I really can't remember. Unconsciously, my hand and Shinming's small hand intertwined. Shinming's pretty face flushed slightly. Her soft voice rang out, What's wrong? Do you like my hand that much? I snapped back to reality and quickly let go. No, sorry, senior. I didn't mean to. Shinmingshi touched my face. Just calling me senior is fine. You don't need to add Shin. What's wrong with your face? It's so hot. No, it's nothing. It's probably just a bit warm. I was like a startled little rabbit. I rushed into the bathroom to wash my face. I splashed water on my face. I took a deep breath. It was just holding hands with my senior. But my face couldn't help but burn up. This is the first time I've been so intimate with a girl. It's also the first time I've held a girl's hand. Shinmingshi smiled slyly. So you're still an innocent pure boy, huh? I blushed and explained, What are you talking about? It's just a little hot in here. Keep making excuses? You really like touching my hand, don't you? Shinmingshi raised an eyebrow. She looked at me teasingly. I blushed and turned my head away. No. Shinmingshi slowly approached me and lifted my chin with her finger. Silly junior. You don't even know how to lie. If you like holding your senior's hand, just say so. We're already registered as married, after all. By now, my face was red all the way to my ears. I didn't dare to look her straight in the eye at all. My heart was pounding even harder. Shinming's lips curled slightly. She felt like she was teasing a virtuous young man. Little White Rabbit Jr. hee. Big Gray Wolf Sr. is here. Just as I closed my eyes, ready to let her tease me, I realized Shinmingshi was holding her phone, taking a picture of me. She couldn't help but laugh. Sorry. Your expression is just too funny. Just now, my expression was. Like I was at someone's mercy. After taking the picture, she even waved it in front of me. I saw myself in the photo with an expression of resignation, but with a hint of enjoyment. This photo makes me look so perverted, I pleaded with a pout. Senior, I'm begging you, please delete it. Shinmingshi gave a sly smile. Little White Rabbit Jr. This will depend on your performance. Help me. Who on earth said Shinmingshi was a cold goddess? I didn't know whether to laugh or cry. She's clearly a female rogue. No, that's not right. She's an extremely beautiful female rogue. If I stay here, would my senior peek at me while I'm showering? What am I thinking? Judging by your expression, you seem to be enjoying it a lot. Oh, right. Where's my bedroom? I quickly changed the subject. Didn't I just show you? I frowned. Wait. But after you finish the tour, there's only one master bedroom left. Do you mean for me to sleep in the gaming room? I immediately got a little excited. Sleeping in the gaming room would be worth it. The smirk on Shinming's face froze. She really wanted to spit a mouthful of salt soda water to kill him. She'd already said so much. How could he still not understand? Shinmingshi snorted coldly. There's no bed in the gaming room. Where would you sleep? The floor? So where do I sleep? You can't make me sleep on the living room sofa, can you? Shinmingshi pretended to be in a difficult situation. So what should we do? In that case, I guess you can only share a room with me. As soon as I heard that, I quickly waved my hands. No, that's not necessary. You really don't need to trouble yourself like that. Sleeping with my senior. Just thinking about it was exciting. But I'm a gentleman. How could I take advantage of her? Shinmingshi said, annoyed. If I tell you to sleep, then just sleep. She had already given him this much of an opening. How could this idiot not understand what she meant? I didn't expect her to get angry, so I had to say he'll stay. Shinmingshi glared at me. Is staying with me so humiliating for you? What's with that expression? You spoiled brat. Of course she felt humiliated. I'm the #1 campus belle of Jiangdi University. And I'm being disliked by this punk. Actually, it's not that I disliked it. It's just that in my eyes, Shinmingshi is pure and sacred. I didn't dare to defile her. I didn't know whether to laugh or cry. I'll listen to whatever you say. Come here. Shinmingshi signaled with her eyes. I obediently walked over. She gently stood on her tiptoes. She gently patted my head with her hand and said in a sweet voice, Don't feel wronged anymore, okay? Can you just be a good boy and listen to me? I almost couldn't stop myself from pulling her into a hug. My senior is so adorable like this. I'm not wronged, Shinmingshi patiently explained. I didn't decorate this house, my dad did. Everything here is arranged for a married couple. Like the slippers, for example. That's why there's only one bedroom. Isn't that normal? Besides, I'm still a pure girl. And I haven't said anything. What are you afraid of? Could it be that you have bad intentions toward me? We can just lie in bed and not do anything. As long as we're innocent and have a clear conscience, it's fine. I seem to be convinced. That's right. Even though we're sleeping in the same room, we're innocent. Our consciences are clear. I was like a little white rabbit, being tricked by the big gray wolf, Shinmingshi, into a daze. In my heart, I definitely wanted to sleep with my senior. After all, she's so beautiful. And so soft. But I didn't have a suitable reason. And Shinmingshi found a reason for me. Did your dad really decorate this place? I asked, a bit skeptical. The older generation usually wouldn't do things like setting up a gaming room, right? Shinmingshi said decisively. Don't worry, have I ever lied to you? She blinked at me with her big, sincere eyes. But in her heart, I am lying to you. I did it on purpose. I decorated all of this. I was still about to be suspicious. Last time, she said it was a fake marriage registration. And I was tricked by her once already. Who knows if she's tricking me again this time? But when I saw my senior's sincere gaze, I couldn't help but believe her. There's still plenty of time. Let's play a few rounds. We had just made a bet. If I lose, then it'll be at my senior's command. It's time to show my skills as an FPS genius. We played a few rounds. I looked incredulous. No way. Senior, are you hacking? My best game. And I was getting destroyed by a girl. I said stubbornly. My hands must be off today. That's the only reason you won. Shinmingshi made a very cute, mischievous face at me. If you're a noob, just practice more. A bet's a bet you lost. From now on, in this house, you have to listen to me. I pouted. Fine, I admit defeat. Shinmingshi put her hands on her hips. From now on, you have to report to me when you go out. There's only one key to the house. I'll keep it. You're not allowed to bring other people here. If you want to come over, you have to tell me. Got it? I gave a military-style salute. Yes, senior. Pfft. Shinmingshi looked at my comical appearance and couldn't help but burst out laughing. This little white rabbit junior is so cute, hee hee. I want to eat him up. Senior, what about dinner? Are we ordering takeout? It was then I remembered a problem. What about cooking? I only know how to make fried eggs and fried rice. And I can make over a dozen flavors of instant noodles. Shinmingshi gave a faint smile. I'll cook. I was a little surprised. Senior, you know how to cook too? It's okay. Edible. I only know a little. She had always liked to cook. She often researched quite a few recipes online. It could be considered one of her hobbies. But she always cooked for herself. She had never cooked for someone else. This was the first time she'd cooked for someone else. My first time is being wasted on this dumb junior. Shinmingshi glanced at the clock. It's about time. Wait a bit, I'll go cook. Do you need my help? Will you be too busy on your own, senior? Shinmingshi shook her head. No need. You've never done it before. You'll just be a hindrance if you come in, I said, feeling wronged. Okay then. Good luck, senior. I'll go peel some fruit for you. Shinmingshi chuckled softly and mumbled. How did he get cuter as he got older? I really want to pat his head. Her consciousness was a bit hazy. For a moment, she felt like they were really a newlywed couple. Time to eat, Shinmingshi reminded me. I looked at the dishes on the table. My mouth was about to water. They were all my favorite dishes. How did you know I like these dishes? I was a little surprised. Shinmingshi said proudly, Don't be narcissistic, I didn't know. I just happened to want to make them. Looking at her arrogant expression, I couldn't help but laugh. I was certain now. My senior probably really does have feelings for me. Though I don't know why that is. But I really like her too. Senior, let me get you some rice. I hurried to help her scoop the rice. Shinmingshi revealed a satisfied smile. He's quite considerate. My hard work wasn't in vain. Soon, 2 bowls of rice were scooped. Hee hee. The first bite is for you, senior. I put a piece of pork rib into Shinmingshi's bowl. Shinmingshi was slightly stunned, her cheeks flushing a little. After watching my senior finish eating, I also started to eat. No exaggeration, this is the best sweet and sour pork rib I've ever eaten. It's even better than what some hotel chefs make. I spoke from the bottom of my heart. Shinmingshi was secretly delighted. But she controlled her expression very well. Do you like it that much? I love it. Then I'll cook for you every day from now on. Shinmingshi smiled shyly. My gaze was a little dazed. My senior is so incredibly cute when she's shy. A moment later, Shinmingshi suddenly spoke up and asked, Can you still eat more? I quickly swallowed the rice in my mouth. I still can. Why? Shinmingshi handed me her half-eaten bowl of rice. Finish this for me. I can't finish it, and I don't want to waste it. I had scooped a bowl of rice for her earlier. Although it wasn't very full, she still couldn't eat much. Her appetite isn't very big. Let me finish it for you. My face grew a little hot. It's because I scooped too much. It's definitely my fault. It can't possibly be my senior's fault. So, I should solve my own problem myself. But as soon as I thought about how this was the rice my senior had eaten from, I couldn't help but blush again. Does this count as an indirect kiss? I took my senior's bowl. I started eating in small bites. I don't know why. But I felt like this bowl of rice from my senior was tastier than my own. Sweeter than my own. I quickly controlled my expression. I was afraid my senior would think I was a pervert. After dinner, and after I proactively washed the dishes, I was originally planning to go play some games, but Shinmingshi called me back. Watch a movie with me. I didn't hesitate. I unconsciously started to obey her for some reason. The sofa was very big. I didn't sit right next to my senior. Shinmingshi frowned slightly. Come here. I quickly scooted over. The two of us sat in the middle of the sofa. Although we were sitting very close, we weren't leaning against each other. So fragrant. Does my senior's body naturally emit perfume? After getting closer to her, I could smell the scent faintly wafting from her. The scent was very pleasant. It felt very addictive. If I could, I really wanted to pull my senior into my arms and take a deep breath to satisfy my nose's craving a little. Senior, what movie are we watching? Seeing this, Shunmingshi smiled slightly. A Korean drama. A Korean drama. I've never watched this kind of show before. I've only scrolled past summaries online before. Sob sob. Why didn't they end up together? This is so heartbreaking to watch. I unconsciously leaned on my senior's shoulder. Shunmingshi glanced at me. I'm sorry. I came to my senses and was about to apologize. Shunming's lips curled up again. Her tone was a little teasing. It's okay. If you're tired, you can lie on my lap. I saw her long and fair legs. Swoosh. My whole face turned bright red. I didn't dare to imagine how comfortable it would be to lie on those legs. But I still held back. Shunmingshi smiled at me. The feeling of teasing this little white rabbit was truly a bit addictive. I immediately sat up straight, not daring to make any sudden moves. Shunmingshi raised an eyebrow. You want move? Then I'll move. The next second, I felt a silky soft sensation on my shoulder. Moreover, along with that sensation came a faint fragrance. As senior, what are you doing? I was suddenly flustered. My heart was beating like crazy. Don't say anything. Let me lean on you for a bit. Her voice trembled slightly. It was a low, warm, and gentle voice. At this moment, a blush appeared on her face. This was the first time she had leaned on a man's shoulder. Her first time was given to this dumb junior. I didn't dare to move around either. Put your arm on my shoulder. Shunming's voice was very gentle. So I placed my hand on her shoulder. The two of us were like a couple in love. The girl snuggled against the boy's shoulder to watch the movie. Time passed very quickly. Shunmingshi looked at the clock and said casually, It's time to shower and go to bed. You go first. The pajamas are in the room. I nodded. I showered very quickly. A guy's showering speed is a given. Senior, I'm done showering. That fast? Shunmingshi asked doubtfully. It's your turn. Go play on the computer for a bit. A long while later, Shunmingshi came out of the bathroom. Her hair was still soaking wet. She exuded a fresh fragrance. The light pink pajamas gently hugged her body. It accentuated her slender figure. I was a bit stunned. Not just because my senior exuded an indescribable beauty after her shower, but also because the pajamas I was wearing were also pink. Matching pajamas? No, that's not right. They must be a couple set. Senior, this. I looked at my pajamas. Shunmingshi raised an eyebrow. What's wrong? Do you feel wronged wearing the same thing as me? Are you complaining about me? I quickly explained. I didn't mean that. Being able to wear the same clothes as you is a great honor, I must say. Shunmingshi let out a soft chuckle. She mumbled idiot. Then she retracted her smile. Her expression became cold again. Come here and dry my hair. But I don't know how to dry a girl's hair. Then learn. This is an order from the Queen. Yes, Your Majesty the Queen. Then I took the hair dryer and while drying her hair I said, Senior. This is the first time I've ever dried a girl's hair. Shunmingshi smiled casually. It's also the first time I've had a boy dry my hair for me. Senior, your hair smells so good. Let me sniff it a little. Huh! Don't misunderstand, I don't have that kind of fetish. I really don't. I felt a bit wronged. Her expression clearly showed she didn't believe me. All right. It's dry. I looked at her with an expectant expression. My face was screaming praise me, just like a child. Shunmingshi couldn't help but laugh inwardly. Then she pretended to be extremely surprised. Ah, Junior, you're so good at this. Really good. Hearing such praise, the corners of my mouth were about to curve up to the sky. Of course. Then, Junior, can you help dry my hair every day from now on? If you can dry my hair every day, my hair will definitely be very beautiful. At this point, my smile was wider than an AK-47. No problem. From now on, leave your hair's protection to this junior. Shunmingshi tried to hold back her laughter. This junior is so fun. A junior this cute, if I punched him, he'd probably cry for a long time. We arrived at the master bedroom. Looking at the large pink bed in the room, I said a bit awkwardly. Senior, so where do I sleep? On the bed, of course. Do you want to sleep on the floor? One half for each of us. No crossing over. Whoever crosses is a puppy, Shinmingshi said casually. Okay. But there's only one blanket. Or maybe you'll go buy one tomorrow. No need. The blanket is big, Shinmingshi said unhappily. I've gone to such great lengths to set this up, and his dumb junior is still dawdling. It's as if sleeping with me is such a great injustice to him. The more she thought, the angrier she got. Stop talking and sleep. Shinmingshi pouted. Come here. She patted the spot next to her, her tone urging. I didn't dare to delay. Oh, I'm coming. You're not allowed to make any moves tonight. Shinmingshi reminded me. Don't worry. There's nothing wrong with my character. On the contrary, it's you. Shinmingshi shot me a glare, her eyes carrying a hint of warning. What about me? And nothing. Let's turn off the lights. Half an hour passed. Senior, are you asleep yet? I couldn't really sleep. I don't know if it was because of nervousness or something else. Maybe I was too excited. Being able to share a bed with her was something countless people dreamed of. Shinmingshi replied in a low voice, not yet. I'm having a little trouble sleeping. Can't sleep? I asked curiously. Why? I'm used to listening to music to fall asleep by myself. Shinmingshi said casually. How about I go sleep outside? Sing for me. I saw you sing on the confession wall. Singing is okay too. Okay. I'm warning you. My a cappella might not be that great. As the last line ended, the song was finished. Senior, are you asleep? I asked very quietly. But I didn't get a response. It seems she's asleep. Then I should sleep too. I yawned and pulled the blanket over a bit so she wouldn't get cold. 2 hours passed. I felt something tightening around my neck. It was a little hard to breathe. I was woken up by the tightness. I removed what was gripping my neck. What is this? I rubbed my eyes, my face still sleepy. I reflexively turned my head. The moment I turned, I couldn't help but widen my eyes. The distance between Shinmeng's face and mine was less than 10 centimeters. I swallowed. At this moment, I could even feel her breath. This made me afraid to move. My heart pounded faster and faster, and my face turned red. But it really smells so good, I whispered to myself. Senior. This isn't my fault, okay? You're the one who crossed the line last night. I'm not the puppy. Then I couldn't help but let out a silly laugh. Hee hee, I'm not the puppy. You're the puppy. And a beautiful puppy at that. Senior, you're really beautiful. It would be great if you were really my girlfriend. I waited a little longer. Certain that she wouldn't wake up right away, I stealthily got out of bed. Then I covered her with the blanket again and tiptoed away. I was even carrying a pair of pink slippers, afraid of waking her. Senior. I'm going to buy breakfast for you. After I left. Shinmingshi still had her eyes closed, but the corners of her lips curled up slightly. Who wants to be your girlfriend? You're the puppy. What does she like to eat? I was wandering the streets looking for food. Suddenly, my phone buzzed with a notification. Who is it? I glanced at it curiously. It was a message from the guys in the dorm group chat. That's right, Musier, aren't you a local? Since it's the holiday. You want to go out for a meal tonight? I just realized. We've been at school for almost a month. But we still haven't had a meal together. How could that be? It's a good opportunity to get together during this 3-day break. No problem. Let's go out for drinks tonight. Drinking is my specialty. I can take all of you on. It's settled then. Musier, you're the local. You find a place for us then. No problem. After setting a time with them, I continued my search for food. I stood downstairs holding the breakfast. Oh no. I forgot I don't have a key. I wanted her to see the breakfast right when she woke up. That way, her impression of me would definitely be very good. But it seems I miscalculated. I should probably just message her. Just then, the door suddenly opened. Shinmingshi raised an eyebrow. Silly Junior, did you not bring a key? Senior. Weren't you still sleeping? I was a little surprised. She seemed to be sleeping so soundly. I didn't expect her to wake up in half an hour. Shinming's pretty face flushed slightly. I can't sleep without my body pillow. I scratched my head. What body pillow? Shinmingshi smiled playfully. My puppy body pillow. It was only then that I understood. The body pillow she was talking about might be me. But I wasn't the one who crossed the line. Senior, wasn't it? I was just about to explain when Shinmingshi shot me a glare. Who's the puppy? I stammered him the puppy. Only then did Shinmingshi smile again. Good boy. Let's go. Let's take my puppy Junior home. I sighed. All right. A puppy's a puppy. At least I get to be held by her while sleeping. In that case, being a puppy isn't so bad. The two of us went to the living room. Senior, I especially bought you soup dumplings. These are the best soup dumplings around here. I often ordered from this place during the holidays, I giggled. That looked begging for praise again. Such a good little brother. How did you know I wanted to eat soup dumplings this morning? Shinmingshi looked surprised. Of course, the corners of my mouth were about to split open from grinning. Shinmingshi saw how naive this dumb junior was and couldn't help but laugh. You silly boy. If it's not good, I won't cook for you tonight. I suddenly remembered I hadn't told her. Senior. I'm planning to have dinner with my roommates tonight. Shinmeng's big, sparkling eyes blinked. Her small hand waved. All right, we permit it. I quickly said. Thank you, Your Majesty. Shinmingshi said with satisfaction. Beloved consort, you may rise. I was a bit stunned. Beloved consort? When did I become a beloved consort? Shinmingshi raised an eyebrow. Is being a beloved consort not good? Or would you rather be a eunuch? Want to be little Muzi? No, I still want to be a consort, I giggled. I don't want to be a eunuch. Besides, being called beloved consort is quite nice. Beloved consort, come feed us. Shinmingshi raised an eyebrow, revealing a wicked smile. I immediately blushed. Your Majesty, this servant cannot do it. Shinmeng's voice sounded a little displeased. If you cannot do it, then we shall have to let Consort Shi attend to our meal. I was dumbfounded. This senior is such a good actress. Where did this Consort Shi come from? So childish. I'm not playing with you. Shinmingshi sighed. Consort Mu, don't make things difficult for us. You wouldn't want us to find another man, would you? I frowned. Are you threatening me? Am I the type to be easily threatened? Let me tell you, I am exactly that type. Senior, it's a bit hot. Let me blow on it for you. Is it good? I looked at her with an expectant face. Shinmingshi slowly chewed, having to admit. The soup dumplings from this place were indeed very delicious. Plus, they were bought by her little puppy Junior, making them even tastier. Very delicious. As delicious as you? Shinmingshi looked at me, her eyes filled with amusement. Am very delicious? You're not a man-eating monster, are you? I pretended to be scared. Shinmingshi chuckled lightly. No. I'm the big gray wolf. I only like to eat little white rabbits like you. That's not right. It should be a little pink rabbit. Such a cute rabbit. How could you eat rabbit meat? I like braised dishes. Senior. So, do you think I'm spicy enough? I asked tentatively. Shinmingshi rested her chin on her hand, carefully sizing me up. Quite spicy. I'll eat you tonight. I was embarrassed, my face couldn't help but heat up. I reflexively touched my face. Oh no. Don't tell me I actually have a fever. Pfft. Shinmingshi looked at his foolish appearance. She couldn't help but burst out laughing. You silly boy. Senior, want to play a game together? After breakfast, Shinmingshi originally planned to go to class. But I pulled her into playing a game. She's usually a very disciplined person. So she would definitely. Let's go. Shinmingshi put her book down and walked straight into the gaming room with me. This time, the two of them didn't play a competitive game. Instead, they played Minecraft. In the evening, I chose a barbecue place quite close to the university. I sent a location pin in the group chat. Half an hour later, everyone had arrived. As soon as Gui Boda sat down, his nose couldn't help but twitch. Monsieur. What's that smell on you? He originally wanted to smell the barbecue, but unexpectedly caught a whiff of a light, fresh scent. And it was coming from me. Van Hao leaned in for a sniff. A woman! This is the scent of a woman. I'm very sensitive to the scent of women. The scent on you is very familiar. I feel like I've smelled it somewhere before. I shot him a glare. Damn sugarcane, have you ever even been on a date? And you claim to be familiar with it, Gui Boda teased. No wonder your nose is so sharp. Turns out it's a dog's nose. Get lost, you damn otaku. Su Jingran chuckled. These two have been like this in the dorm for the past few days. Arguing every day. He chuckled. It shows they have a good relationship. Who knows, they might end up as a couple. Get lost! Gui Boda and Fan Hao shouted in unison. After the drinks and food were served, they started playing dice. 2 hours later, they had all had quite a bit to drink. Maybe we should stop here. Great minds think alike. They all tacitly agreed to stop. My stomach was extremely full. I couldn't drink another drop. Then they hailed a taxi, helping each other as they left. After I paid, just as I was about to leave, a familiar voice suddenly called from behind me, Mu Xie. I froze for a moment, then turned to look towards the source of the voice. A girl in a floral dress, with her hair in a high ponytail. She was looking at me with a shocked expression. It really is you. I narrowed my eyes slightly, trying to see who she was. Lu Ruyan. By now, the alcohol had kicked in. I could only see the person in front of me as a blurry image. So the person on the confession wall was really you. Lu Ruyan walked over. Her expression was extremely complicated. I shook my head, saying nothing. Lu Ruyan continued. I know how you feel, but I don't think we're a good match. You didn't have to come to Jian University for me. With your grades, you could have actually gotten into a better school. I had long since gotten over Lu Ruyan. Right now, my head was spinning. I just wanted to leave quickly. I didn't. Don't be so conceited. I prepared to leave. But Lu Ruyan held me back. Actually, you don't have to pretend. If you really like me, I can give you a chance to pursue me. I frowned, about to push her hand away. Suddenly, a clear voice rang out. Let him go. Shinmingshi suddenly appeared, pulling me to her side. Don't you know that randomly grabbing someone on the street is very rude? Shinmingshi said coldly. Her cold aura reappeared. Senior Shin. Lu Ruyan clearly couldn't believe it. The famously cold campus belle of Jian University could actually appear here. And what's more, to help a man out of a bind. What was their relationship? Lu Ruyan's gaze became somewhat complicated. No, I'm sorry. Lu Ruyan quickly apologized. It was indeed her fault. I had wanted to leave just now, but she pulled me back. Shinmeng's expression was calm. You can go now. Lu Ruyan wanted to leave, but she couldn't suppress her curiosity. Do you know him? The effects of the alcohol started to kick in. By now I was dizzy. Senior, you're here to pick me up. Can we go home? Lu Ruyan was stunned. You're his girlfriend? How is that possible? How could the ice goddess be his girlfriend? Shinmingshi didn't answer her. She took my hand. Let's go, dumb puppy junior. After the two left, Lu Ruyan remained frozen on the spot. She couldn't calm down for a long time. Was she dreaming? Why did she have the feeling that something of hers had been stolen? On the way back to the apartment complex, Shinmingshi shot me a glance. Was that your ex-girlfriend? I was giggling foolishly at this point. What ex-girlfriend? I've never even been in a relationship. When Shinmingshi heard this, her mood lightened considerably. What was that situation just now? Hee, what situation? I only remember someone proposing just now. Shinmeng's eyes widened. It wasn't you proposing, was it? How could that be? I would only propose to you. Shinmingshi froze on the spot. What did you say? Hee, I forgot. I remember now, I'll take you home. The corner of Shinmeng's mouth lifted slightly. No. I want to go back to our wedding house, I said, aggrieved. Shinmingshi couldn't help but laugh. I really don't know what to do with you. When are you planning to propose to me? When you really like me. Shinmeng's eyes were full of love as she murmured, silly boy. There's a possibility that I've liked you for a long time. Alright, we're home. Shinmingshi caressed my face. I still had a goofy smile on my face. Hee, is this our house? You dumb junior. You just had to drink that much. Shinmingshi looked at me dotingly. As soon as I got home, I collapsed onto the living room sofa. A drunk junior is really a fool. But also quite cute. Maybe I should take a picture. Shinmingshi took out her phone. She squatted down and leaned her head next to mine. Click. Shinmingshi looked at the photo on her phone, very satisfied. In the photo, I was lying on the sofa with my eyes closed and a silly smile on my face. Next to me, Shinmingshi was making a funny face. This picture wouldn't be bad as a wallpaper. Shinmingshi caressed my face and said discontentedly, this drunk. If it weren't me, you would have been defiled by another woman. On a night like this, boys need to know how to protect themselves when they go out. What if someone picks you up and takes you away? Got it? You dumb junior. In your lifesaver. You have to thank me when you wake up tomorrow. I had already fallen fast asleep. The me right now had sunk into a dream, leaving her to mutter to herself. Looks like a shower is out of the question. So you can only sleep on the sofa tonight. Then she took out a blanket and covered me with it. Of course, she also got one for herself. There were 2 sofas in the living room, just enough for one each. Don't you think I can't sleep alone? I'm just afraid you won't be able to sleep without me. Shinming, she said arrogantly. Good night, dumb junior. The next day, I woke up on the sofa with a slight headache. My eyes could barely open. I tried to remember last night. What on earth happened? I only remember after I paid. The effects of the alcohol started to kick in. Then I heard a familiar voice. Who was it? I racked my brain but couldn't remember. At this moment I looked around at the familiar surroundings. How did I get back here? I was extremely puzzled. Suddenly, I lifted the blanket covering me. I checked my clothes to see if last night I had been taken advantage of by another woman. Thankfully, my clothes were still intact. What a relief. You're awake? Shinming, she came out of the kitchen. I made porridge for you. Go freshen up and eat it while it's hot. I nodded. I reeked of alcohol. If I didn't wash up, I'd be too embarrassed to get close to her. A while later, I finished showering. When I got to the dining table, she had already ladled a bowl of porridge for me. Shinming, she also got a small bowl for herself, eating gracefully in small bites. I felt the atmosphere was a bit awkward. Senior. How did I get back here last night? Shinming, she said casually. I brought you back. I asked tentatively, so did you see? Before I could finish, Shinming's expression was incredibly calm. I saw your ex-girlfriend. I hurriedly explained, Senior, she's not my ex-girlfriend. I have no relationship with her anymore. She already rejected me. Don't misunderstand. A triumphant smile appeared at the corner of Shinming's mouth. Why are you explaining to me? Is it that important? Looking at this junior's foolish appearance, Shinming, she found it very amusing. She could easily get a rise out of this junior every time. It was so fun. What if such a pure junior gets deceived? Maybe I should be the one to deceive him. I was silent for a moment. Then I still said honestly, very important. What? Shinming, she was taken aback. I'm saying it's very important that you know this. I didn't care anymore. Sincerity is the ultimate move. Shinming, she chuckled softly, her tone gentle. You really are honest. I suddenly said, Senior. Actually, I don't think you're cold at all. Shinming, she showed interest, raising an eyebrow to ask why. I don't know. At least when I'm with you, I don't feel your coldness. I think you're quite lively sometimes. Shinming, she couldn't help but laugh inwardly. You dumb junior. There's a possibility that I'm only like this with you. Can you tell me about that girl? Your story with her? Shinming, she asked. I didn't hide anything. I met her in 10th grade. She was the prettiest girl in our class. We were desk mates back then. She often asked me for help. After that, I started to like her a little. I paused for a moment, then slowly continued. Later, she rejected me. She told me that if I just got into the same university as her, she would be with me. I successfully got into Jian University. But she didn't choose to be with me. But that's okay. I've let it go. It was just an empty promise. If there's anyone to blame, it's me for believing it was real. Shinming, she looked at me with heartache. A person who can't even keep a promise. How could she be worthy of you? I chuckled. Senior, do you have any promises that you made a long time ago? Shinming, she said casually, I do. She rested her cheek on her hand, looking at me with a meaningful gaze. You could say it's been fulfilled. At least, legally speaking, it has been fulfilled. I was a bit confused. What does a promise have to do with the law? I smiled foolishly. Although I can't guess. But I know you're someone who keeps her promises. That's enough. Shinming, she smiled calmly. Actually, you're also someone who keeps promises. I scratched my head, a bit embarrassed. That's true. After all, I did get into Jian University as promised. It's just that she didn't fulfill her part. Shinming's gaze became profound. Actually, we fulfilled the same promise. Perhaps my conscience was nagging me. I finally started typing. I hadn't typed for the past 2 days. If I don't update soon, my fans are going to send me razor blades. I racked my brain just to write 4,000 words. But lately, I really haven't had any inspiration. It took me about 2.5 hours to reluctantly finish 2 chapters. I mumbled to myself. I feel like I need to go out for a walk to find some inspiration. But going for a walk alone doesn't seem very interesting. Maybe I should ask Senior if she wants to go. How can I just stay home during the holiday? Right after that, I went out to the living room, saw her studying, and scratched my head. A bit shyly, I started, Senior, are you free tonight? Shimingshi stopped her pen, a bit surprised. What's up? She gave me an inquisitive look. I was thinking of going to the park for a bit tonight to find some inspiration. Do you want to go for a walk with me? Shimingshi tilted her head and looked at me. Are you asking me out? Want to go on a date with me? A date? A date with you? I couldn't help but blush. No, that's not it. You silly boy. Shimingshi scoffed. I awkwardly scratched my head. Senior, if you don't have time then. Shimingshi rested her chin on her hands and smiled lightly. Who said I don't have time? I'm free. I hadn't even reacted yet. Didn't you hear me? I said I'm free. Thank you, Senior. I blushed and ran back to the gaming room to continue typing. Does this dumb junior not know the meaning behind my words? I called him dumb, and it turns out he really is dumb. Maybe I should call him Smart Junior from now on. Maybe he'll actually become a little smarter. Our future children won't be as dumb as him, right? The two of them strolled in the park. Senior. Why didn't you go home for the Mid-Autumn Festival? I asked curiously. I didn't go home because my dad wouldn't let me. So why didn't you go back? Shinmingshi said casually, I'd just be alone if I went back. My dad is usually quite busy and rarely comes home. My mom passed away from an illness when I was very young. Senior, I'm sorry. I shouldn't have. I realized I had said the wrong thing. Shinmingshi shook her head. It's okay. Actually, I'm quite envious of you. Your mom texts me often. I can feel that she treats me like her own daughter. I had no idea my mom was privately texting with Shinmingshi. My dad is a very good person, too. Good person? I even doubt if I'm his biological son. Who doesn't let their son come home for the holidays? Shinmingshi forced a smile. The only family I have left now is my dad. So he treats me very well. He gives me almost anything I want. I don't know why, but I felt a pang of heartache. Senior. Actually, I can be your family too. I blurted it out reflexively. Shinmingshi was slightly stunned. Her cheeks turned slightly pink. What do you mean by that? I blushed and explained. Haven't we already registered our marriage? At least legally right now. I can be considered your family. Shinmingshi burst out laughing. You silly boy. Senior, look over there. Someone is singing. At this time, next to the park square. A long-haired man was singing. Let's go watch, too. I led Shinmingshi to the steps to sit down. We quietly listened to the guy's song. After about 10 minutes, he smiled and asked, Does anyone want to come up and sing a song? Singing for the one you like is a very happy thing to do. Quite a few couples in the audience were tempted. But they were afraid they weren't good singers, so they hesitated. I glanced at her, thinking about every little moment during my time with her, and a song suddenly came to mind. I really wanted to sing it. Does this friend want to come up? I can see you really want to sing for your girlfriend. Perhaps my expression was too obvious, the street singer caught on to my thoughts immediately. Shinmingshi smiled calmly. I want to hear you sing too. Since she had said so, I didn't hesitate anymore. I immediately stood up. I walked over to the street singer and took the microphone. I whispered to the street singer, telling him the song I wanted to sing. The name of this song is Can You Hear Me? I want to sing it for my senior. I looked at her with a profound gaze. Senior Shimingshi was a bit stunned, murmuring, This song again? My gentle voice was full of emotion. It almost spread to all the couples present. Some couples sang along, while others' lips couldn't help but start sticking together. The song ended. The street singer next to me was also amazed. This friend is a really good singer. Thank you. I gave the mic back to the street singer and hurried to find her. Senior, how was it? Did you hear me? I asked softly. I heard you. The two smiled at each other in perfect sync. Let's go, Senior. I held out my hand. Shinmingshi tilted her head and smiled. Do you want to hold my hand? My face heated up a little. I explained, I'm afraid you'll fall. Shinmingshi pursed her lips and smiled. She didn't expose me. Alright then. If it's the junior looking out for me, then I have no other choice. She generously took my hand. Let's go. After Shinmingshi stood up, she didn't let go of my hand. The two of them tacitly did not let go. At this moment, I was holding her small hand. So soft, so smooth. Is this her hand? Hee, this feels great. I don't want to let go. My heart was pounding like a lost fawn. But I still tried to act calm. She hasn't said anything yet. What am I so nervous about? We're already married. Holding hands for a bit isn't too much, right? I peeked at her. I could see on her face that her expression hadn't changed much. Why isn't there any reaction? Could it be that she only sees me as a younger brother? A flicker of disappointment passed through my heart. But I didn't know that. On the outside, Shinmingshi was calm, but inside her heart had already exploded. Ah! He's holding my hand. His hand is so big, it feels so safe. Shinmingshi tried to control her expression. But her palm couldn't help but get tense and sweaty. Junior, is my hand soft? Ah. No, I'm sorry, Senior. I thought you were telling me to let go. I hurriedly tried to let go of her hand. Just as I was about to let go, her small hand gripped mine tightly. Shinmingshi frowned slightly. You don't like my hand? I quickly shook my head. I really like you. Like what? I like your hand. Pervert. Shinmingshi chuckled. You silly boy. My face twisted, completely helpless. I've discovered that she seems to really enjoy teasing me. But I don't dislike it at all. In fact, I kind of enjoy it. Could it be that M&M? Luckily, Shinmingshi can't read minds. If she knew what I was thinking, she would definitely burst out laughing. The two walked to the middle of the park square. They watched the children playing around. Suddenly, a childish voice rang out. Why do you two keep looking at us? The two of them looked in the direction of the sound. A little boy was pulling a little girl, his face full of curiosity. I smiled calmly. Because seeing you all is like seeing my past self. Shinmingshi asked curiously. Do you still remember things from your childhood? I pondered for a moment. I really don't have many memories from my childhood. I've forgotten everything from when I was very young. But I still remember things from when I was around 10. Big brother, is this your girlfriend? She's so pretty. The little boy praised her from the bottom of his heart. We were both stunned. I was just about to explain. Shinmingshi smiled. Not quite. We're not lovers. We're husband and wife. We've already registered our marriage. My previously disappointed mood suddenly turned into secret joy. I glanced at Senior Shinmingshi. She had a faint smile on her face. The little boy was very surprised. The fairy sister is married? Aren't you too? University students? Shinmingshi said gently. Because we've reached the legal age for marriage, so we can get married. My gaze was a little dazed. At this moment, Shinmingshi was like a fairy. Just like the little boy said. Fairy sister. Senior is so gentle. I said casually. Senior, that little boy is really cute. He's a lot like you when you were little. Like me when I was little? Have you seen my childhood photos? How is that possible? I was already dashingly handsome as a child. Shameless. Shinmingshi pouted and said with a smile. Not long after, I saw a drink stall. Senior, wait here. They'll go buy you a refreshing drink. Boss. 2 servings of grass jelly, please. I said with a smile. Okay, 1 moment. A moment later, the 2 servings of grass jelly were packed. Boss, how much is 1 serving of grass jelly? Can I buy 1 for 3 yuan? A childish voice rang out. I can't do that. 1 serving is 5 yuan. The boss said awkwardly. I noticed, isn't this the little boy that Senior just said looked like me? Little brother, here you go. I generously gave 1 of the grass jellies in my hand to the little boy. The little boy was a bit stunned. He hesitated slightly. That's not right. Big brother paid for this. I smiled. It's okay. Take it. Shinmingshi watched the scene from not far away. I didn't expect the dumb junior to be so kind. The corners of her mouth curled up involuntarily. I didn't expect you to be this kind of junior. I like you even more now. Senior, I'm back. I happily ran back, still holding 1 serving of the grass jelly I just bought. Shinmingshi raised an eyebrow. Why did you only buy 1? Aren't you having any? I giggled. I already had some. But I bought it for my childhood self. Besides, I'm not thirsty. You silly boy. Shinmingshi smiled dotingly. The two found a place to sit. Give it a try. Based on my experience, this grass jelly must be delicious. If it's not good, you can hit me. I won't hit you. Shinmingshi pouted. Why? I asked curiously. Shinmingshi revealed a wise look. Because if I hit you, you could sue me for domestic violence. I didn't expect Senior to think on this level. Senior. Do you have a persecution complex? Get lost. You're the one with a persecution complex. I was just kidding. You silly boy. Shinmingshi glanced at me. I made a swearing gesture. It's okay, I won't sue Senior for domestic violence, I swear. Shinmingshi looked at me with a strange expression. So you're saying you like being hit by Senior? Shinmingshi showed a meaningful gaze. So the junior has this kind of hobby. Could it be that you're in? I'm not. I'm really not. I quickly explained. Shinmingshi rested her chin on one hand. She tilted her head, revealing a wicked smile. I haven't even said what it is yet. You're reacting so strongly. Could it be true? I cleared my throat guiltily. Ahem, I'm nothing. I showed a pleading expression. Aya, Senior, stop teasing me. You know I'm dumb. Shinmingshi pursed her lips and smiled. All right then. I'll reluctantly let you off this once. She gently scooped with a spoon. A spoonful of grass jelly from the bowl into her mouth. Sweet and cool. It tasted great. I looked at her expression with great anticipation. How is it, Senior? It tastes great, right? Shinmingshi nodded. It's okay. Then I'll reluctantly refrain from hitting you. Shinmingshi ate almost half and couldn't eat anymore. Although it was delicious. She was a bit full. There's still half left. I don't want to waste it. That's right. Isn't there? A human-shaped trash can right next to me? Dumb junior. What is it, smart senior? I quietly looked at her. Senior really gets prettier the more I look at her. Before, I always secretly glanced at Senior's face. Now I've started to become bolder. I can't eat anymore. Help me finish it. Shinmingshi passed the remaining grass jelly over. I was slightly stunned. The grass jelly Senior had eaten, the spoon she had used. If you don't eat it, I'm throwing it away. Shinmingshi pretended to stand up. I'll eat it, I said hurriedly. Senior. I know. The thing I hate most is wasting food. Let me take care of it, I said righteously. I took the grass jelly from Senior's hand. I blissfully ate the remaining half bowl of grass jelly. Hee hee. Senior's grass jelly is indeed delicious. Shinmingshi looked at me with contempt. Junior, you really are a pervert. Perverted junior? I was dumbfounded. Senior, I've been wrong. I'm really not a pervert. I believe you. Shinmingshi said that. But her face showed disbelief. My expression was uglier than if I were crying. I finally know what it means to say one thing and mean another. Perverted junior, there are a lot of childhood toys over there. Shinmingshi suddenly said. Can you please not call me perverted junior? I actually think dumb junior is pretty good. I grimaced. The two of them walked to the front of the stall. The owner was a man in his 60s. On the simple stall were many toys. I immediately recognized the push-and-fly saucer I used to play with. So classic. Do you want to buy it? Shinmingshi figured out my thoughts with a single glance. I scratched my head. Senior, you don't think I'm being childish, do you? No. Shinmingshi said seriously. Then I'll buy it. I want to recapture that old feeling. A moment later, I was holding the push-and-fly saucer. I sent the saucer flying. I happily ran to show off to Senior. How was that, Senior? Did it fly high? Childish, Shinmingshi said with a sly smile. I looked puzzled. Senior, do you have a second personality? Shinmingshi said calmly, yes. This is my second personality now. You child. We should go home. Okay. The two had been walking for quite a while. I was also feeling a bit tired. Today is the third day of the holiday. It's also the last day. I have to go back to school tomorrow. Why do I feel a little reluctant? I've had a lot of fun these past few days. Moreover, I've confirmed my feelings. I've really fallen for Senior. Senior. Can I come here on weekends in the future? I asked tentatively. Shinmingshi rested her chin on her hand. Sons, your father is back. Silly boy, haven't I already told you? This is our wedding house. If you want to come, just text me. I blushed a little shyly, pretending to be calm as I nodded. I don't know why, but when Senior said this is our wedding house, I felt an indescribable joy in my heart. Senior, I'm leaving then. Shinmingshi looked at me gently and whispered, Dumb Junior. It's not like we once see each other at school. The night before school started. Sons, your father is back. My face was full of excitement. Yo ho, my good eldest son. You're finally back. Boda smiled with satisfaction. His gentle smile was like a father's. Fan Hao said despicably. You haven't been here these past few days. Boda's hormones had nowhere to be released. It's disgusting me to death. He even disgusted the other rooms. Boda said angrily. Get lost. Damn sugarcane, stop spreading rumors. I walked over and patted both of them on the shoulder. You two should stop arguing all the time. It breaks my heart to watch. Wait a minute! Fan Hao suddenly shouted. Why do you smell like a woman? He stared at me suspiciously. Did you sneak away from us? To go find a girlfriend? I was a little surprised. I can't believe Fan Hao's nose is sharper than a dog's. I've been staying with the beautiful Senior these past few days. So I do have her scent on me. I didn't find a girlfriend. I explained. I believe you. I smelled it last time before we went drinking. You definitely found a girlfriend behind our backs, betraying the organization. The villagers will not forgive you. That's right, 3357 doesn't welcome you anymore, unless... Bada chimed in. I said helplessly, what is this? I really don't have a girlfriend. Although I really want the Senior to be my girlfriend. But I'm not even sure if my confession would be successful. Fan Hao said righteously, what if you really get out of being single? What about the three of us? We're all brothers. Would you have the heart to leave the three of us single? Unless... Fan Hao giggled, you introduced 3 people. 2 girls for each of us. Preferably pretty ones. Get lost. I said in annoyance. Monday class 8 a.m. This class is advanced mathematics. It's so boring. I didn't listen to the lecture and took out my phone to scroll through videos. But I found scrolling through videos to be really boring. Suddenly, there was only one person on my mind. And that was the Senior. Maybe I should text her. I thought about it for a long time. Finally, I sent a message, Senior, are you awake yet? On the other side. In the girls' dorm, Shinmengshi looked at the message I sent. The corners of her mouth curled up involuntarily. The dumb Junior is making a move again. What's up? Miss me? The moment I saw the message, I couldn't help but blush. Why is my Senior's nonsense so accurate? No, I'm just bored. Shinmengshi couldn't help but laugh out loud. Based on what she knew about her dumb Junior, he must be feeling shy right now. Saying one thing, but thinking another. Senior, don't you have class? No. 3rd years have a lot fewer classes. I'm so jealous. I still have advanced math. I hate math so much. I'm afraid I'll fail the final exam. What should I do? Your Senior can help you with advanced math tutoring. But you seem to hate math, so I guess there's nothing I can do. My Senior tutoring me in advanced math? I could already imagine the 2 of us studying alone together. Being alone with my Senior? Actually, I don't think I hate advanced math that much. Please, Senior. Then it depends on your sincerity. Then he'll treat you to a meal. I regretted it as soon as I sent the message. Treating her to a meal? With so many people pursuing her. She's definitely not short of this meal. Let me consider it. Then came a sticker of a Dr. Panda thinking seriously. I was a bit surprised when I saw that sticker. I originally thought a beautiful girl like my Senior would use very cute stickers. I didn't expect my Senior's stickers to be so abstract. My Senior in private is truly different. Shinmengshi was lying on her stomach on the bed in her room. Her fair, jade-like legs swung behind her. You could tell she was in a good mood. Yan Shui said suspiciously. Shishi, you look so happy. Shinmengshi suppressed her smile. And said casually, do I? Yan Shui said gloomily, are you kidding me? Your little feet are about to point to the sky, and you still say no. Only then did Shinmengshi notice her jade-like legs that had betrayed her. But that didn't stop her from being stubborn. It probably has a mind of its own. Yang Shui was speechless. A dead duck is still stubborn. Shinmengshi pouted. I'm a beautiful duck, not a dead duck. Yang Shui shook her head. You've changed. You've become a narcissist. You're not the Shishi I used to know anymore. Something's very wrong with you. You're definitely in love. On the other side, in the boys' dorm. What are you giggling about? Fan Hao looked at me doubtfully. I'm not telling you, I said casually. Fine. Don't tell me. Just don't sleep too soundly tonight. I didn't pay any more attention to this idiot. I don't know why, but I really want to see her. It's been more than 10 hours since I last saw my senior. It's unbearable. I wonder if my senior has had breakfast yet. Senior, have you eaten breakfast yet? Not yet. Why? Skipping breakfast isn't good for your health. I'm about to get out of class. I'll buy some and bring it over for you. Do you like soy milk? Sweet or savory? This idiot wants to bring me breakfast. Shinmeng, she was suddenly stunned. She doesn't really like soy milk. I like it sweet. Of course, except for what her dumb junior brings. It's not that she likes sweet things. She likes what her junior brings. Senior. Do I need to buy a portion for your roommate? You want to bring breakfast for 2 people? You've got some nerve. Trying to two-time? You scum of a junior. A chill immediately went down my spine. I just wanted to make a good impression on my senior's roommate. That way, maybe she'll help. Put in a few good words for me in front of her roommate. I didn't expect my senior to call him a scumbag. It made him break out in a cold sweat. My senior doesn't really think him a scumbag, does she? Goibada sneered. What's wrong with you? It's pretty cool in the classroom. Why are you sweating? Kidney problems? I was speechless. I like to sweat, okay? Senior, I've been wronged. Then I'll just buy for you alone. I'm really not a scumbag. Shinmeng, she burst out laughing. She could already imagine the idiot. Junior sweating profusely. Shinmeng, she glanced at Yang Shui, who was studying with headphones on, and whispered. Do you want breakfast? No? Since you're not saying anything, I'll take that as a no. Okay. Then I'll tell the junior to just buy 1 portion. It's your own fault for not eating. Don't blame me for not asking you later. Yang Shui was wearing headphones. At this moment, she had no idea that she had just turned down a breakfast. I asked her. She said she doesn't want any. She doesn't like to eat breakfast bought by others. Okay. I understand. During the 10-minute break in university, I plan to use this time to deliver breakfast. It's purely to deliver breakfast. Definitely not because I want to see my senior. I hurried to the cafeteria to buy breakfast. After all, there wasn't much time. Plus, the distance from the classroom to the dorm was quite far. If I didn't run a little faster, I would be late getting back. Soon I arrived downstairs at the girls' dorm. Senior, I'm here. Upon receiving the message, Shinmeng, she raised an eyebrow slightly. So fast? Shouldn't you be in class right now? Shinmeng, she glanced at the time and understood. This dumb junior used his break time to come. Shinmeng, she hurriedly put on her slippers and went downstairs. The dumb junior didn't even say so earlier. Otherwise, she would have definitely come down to wait for him. At this time, I was already downstairs, holding a breakfast in my hand, occasionally looking towards the exit of the girls' dorm. Soon, Shinmeng, she came out. She was wearing a loose white t-shirt, her hair in a bun, with an exquisitely beautiful face, and those lively eyes. It gave people a feeling of youthfulness and liveliness. Senior, I'm here. I raised my hand to signal. Shinmeng, she trotted over. Look at you, your face is covered in sweat. I don't know when, but in her hand there was now a pink handkerchief. She started wiping the sweat from my face. My face immediately turned red all the way to my ears. Isn't this a little too intimate? Your handkerchief smells so good. Senior, I can do it myself. I took the handkerchief. If this ambiguous atmosphere continues, my sweat will only increase due to nervousness. Shinmeng Zai's voice was a little distressed. You could have waited until after class to come over. No need to rush like this. Our university isn't like high school. You must be tired from running all the way here. I smiled sheepishly. Not tired. If I waited until after class, it would be 10:30. I was afraid you'd be hungry. Skipping breakfast isn't good for your health. Shinmeng Zai's face flushed slightly. She smiled and said, silly. Then she raised an eyebrow and said, did you just come to bring breakfast? I gave her the breakfast. Then I said shyly, I also wanted to come see you. Shinmeng, she smiled meaningfully. Why see me? Missed me? I nodded honestly. Yes. She was a little taken aback. She didn't expect this dumb junior to be so honest. He's not being stubborn anymore. So, have you seen enough? She tilted her head and smiled. Seen enough. Then he'll head back to class now. Hey, race your handkerchief back. It's a gift. You'll probably sweat again on your way back. Shinmeng, she said, pursing her lips. I hesitated a little. Shinmeng's beautiful eyebrows furrowed slightly. Do you dislike it? How could I? How could I possibly dislike it? I blurted out. The corners of Shinmeng's lips curled up involuntarily. If you don't dislike it, then you like it, right? I guess so. By now, my face was bright red with embarrassment. Seeing her junior like this. Shinmeng, she just found me incredibly cute. Senior. It's late, class is about to start. I have to go back. See you later. Shinmeng, she nodded, looking at the dumb junior's flustered retreating figure. She couldn't help but laugh. What an idiot. Hee hee. Why did you buy breakfast without calling me? Yang Shui pouted, her face full of dissatisfaction. Shinmeng, she said casually, I didn't buy it. Someone gave it to me. Besides, I already asked you. But you ignored me. Yang Shui was stunned. When did you ask me? I was wearing headphones just now. Wait a minute. You said this breakfast was a gift from someone else? Yang Shui looked incredulous. It's chaos. This world has gone mad. So mad that I don't even recognize it anymore. The campus belle of Jian University. The cold older sister, the ice queen. And yet you accepted breakfast from someone else. Was it a guy or a girl? Could it be someone androgynous? Younger than you or older than you? Shinmeng, she raised an eyebrow. Not telling you. At this moment, Yang Shui really felt like she was dreaming. The coldest campus belle in the entire university. Everyone knows she never gets close to guys. Countless guys have tried to approach her. But the result was always the same, they all left empty-handed. She's my best friend. How could I not know her personality? And now she's telling me she accepted breakfast from someone else. Please tell me. I'm really curious. Who on earth could get close to our ice queen? I want to see if he's handsome. If he's tall, if he's a good person. Otherwise, on what basis could he be your boyfriend? Yang Shui's voice had a pleading tone. After all, they'd been in university for so long, and Shinmeng, she had never paid any man any attention. Now someone had caught her eye. As Shinmeng's best friend. How could she resist gossiping? Shinmeng's tone was very calm. Why are you asking so many questions? Anyone who didn't know would think you were the one choosing a man. Besides, when did I say I have a boyfriend? Yang Shui was slightly stunned. She retorted, not a boyfriend, so a pursuer then? Shinmeng, she said seriously, he's the son of a friend of my dad's. He just started university this year. So he's like a junior. During orientation, I took him to his dorm. So to repay me, he bought me breakfast. It's very reasonable, isn't it? That's how it is. Yang Shui had a sudden realization. So that's how it is. I thought you really fell in love. So it's a junior. She finally breathed a sigh of relief. Elsewhere, in the classroom. Didn't you go buy breakfast? Are you done eating? Is the cafeteria that hot? Why are you sweating so much? Fan Hao asked curiously. At that moment, I returned to my seat panting. Don't mention it. I'm exhausted. This university is too big. It's too far from the dorm. What? You went back to the dorm? Class isn't over yet. What did you go back for? I giggled. Of course, it was to bring breakfast to my sister. Take a guess. Fan Hao looked speechless. Am I a kid? Still guessing. I asked, do you have any tissues? I need to wipe my sweat. He took a pack of tissues out of his pocket and gave it to me. I chuckled. Thanks, sugarcane. They'll buy you sugarcane next time. Fan Hao's expression darkened. Get lost. I glanced at the pink handkerchief, then immediately put it away. I really can't bear to use the handkerchief my senior gave me. Wait. You have a handkerchief, why did you ask for my tissues? Fan Hao's eyes widened. I explained, someone else gave this to me. I can't bear to use it to wipe my sweat. Fan Hao immediately transformed into Conan. Pink. Someone else gave it to you, you just went to the dorm, you're sweating profusely. This kid is very suspicious. There is only one truth. I know. You went to buy breakfast for a girl. He turned around and tattled to the other two. Gui Ba Do was extremely surprised. What? Brother Moo bought breakfast for a girl. Brother Moo. Do you really have a girlfriend? Su Jing said in a daze. I had to explain, no, I don't. I don't have a girlfriend. I just like her. Fan Hao immediately said, then that's even worse. Bringing her breakfast, you're such a simp lord. What if she doesn't like you? What if she's just using you as an ATM? Su Jing advised, Sugarcane, don't think everyone is that bad. This isn't the internet. There aren't that many little fairies out there. I thought for a moment. A simp? She even cooks for me. She puts in effort too. An ATM? Her family seems quite wealthy. She probably wouldn't care about my pocket change. After summarizing, I love my senior even more. Guiba sighed. The boy has grown up, his old man can't keep him anymore. Get lost. I glared at him irritably. Su Jingran asked. How did you two meet? Probably introduced by our families. The first time we met was like a dream. What else could it be? We went to the Civil Affairs Bureau to register our marriage right after we met. Isn't that like a dream? This class passed quickly. Luckily, there was only one class this morning. Returning to the dorm, I turned on my computer. I still had a 4,000-word task today. Meanwhile, Su Jingran took out his CET4 English materials and started studying. Fan Hao had just laid down on his bed to catch up on sleep. The sound of pages turning immediately caught everyone's attention. Gui Bada shouted loudly, What's going on? Stop! What are you doing? Put down the pen in your hand. You're getting involved with CT4? Fan Hao angrily questioned Su Jingran. Su Jingran was startled and explained, You have to pass CT4 to graduate. If I don't study now, when will I? Isn't it good to pass it early? Fan Hao said excitedly, No good. Not good at all. We are a collective. How can you study secretly? You should be playing games right now. Su Jingran was speechless. Didn't you want to sleep? If I play games, it'll disturb you. Fan Hao shook his head. What are you talking about? The sound of gaming isn't loud. The sound of your pages turning is what's really bothering me. Fan Hao took out his headphones. These are new headphones I just bought. They're very expensive. Here, you can use them. Go play a round of King of Glory. Don't make me beg you. No, wait. You can just play on speaker. Su Jingran suddenly remembered something. Oh, right. I received a notice that there's a welcome party for freshmen in 2 days. As the class officer, I have to go. Do you guys want to go? I heard there are a lot of good performances. The senior girls will be performing. I pondered for a moment. A freshman welcome party, huh? Staying in the dorm every day is boring. Maybe you'll go check it out. Oh right, I can ask the senior. Senior, there's a welcome party for freshmen in 2 days. I want to go. How is the party? Is it worth watching? Soon, Hai Chiba replied. It's worth seeing. After receiving the message, I decided to go to the welcome party. Gui Bada looked disdainful. I'd rather watch new anime than go to a party. I suddenly said. There might be a manga club there. Maybe some senior girls will be performing cosplay? But then again, this week's anime hasn't been released yet. I think I can still go and watch. Gui Bada giggled. Fan Hao smirked. The freshman welcome party. I feel like there will be a lot of beautiful girls. Maybe this is my chance to get out of being single. Gui Bada sneered, a sugarcane like you is also dreaming of getting out of being single? Fan Hao said angrily, Get lost. An otaku like you has even less of a chance. I asked curiously. Oh, right. Leader, is there any girl you like? Su Jingran said casually. Of course. We've known each other for 3 years. As soon as he said that, the two who were arguing stopped. Fan Hao was utterly shocked. Leader, you actually have a girlfriend? Why didn't you say so sooner? I thought you were single too. Su Jingran shrugged. You never asked? Besides, I'm a pretty private person. Fan Hao sighed. I can't believe the first one to get out of being single is the leader. This also means our dorm still has 3 single dogs. Let me be the second one to get out of being single. Actually, I was laughing to myself. Although it's not official with my senior yet. We're already married. So I don't count as a single dog. To be precise, there are 2 single dogs. When they find out I'm already married, I wonder how priceless their expressions will be. On the other side. In the girls' dorm. What? You want to go to the freshman welcome party? Yan Shui understood her best friend less and less. Shinming, she said calmly, help me tell the student union. Yang Shui nodded. I'm the vice president of the student union. I'll definitely agree. I'll just tell them to arrange it. But why do you want to go to the freshman welcome party? The campus belle of Jian University performing on stage. How could the student union not agree? Not telling you. Shinming, she smiled mysteriously. TSKU, if you don't want to tell me, then I don't want to hear it. Are you really not going to tell me? Or maybe you should just tell me. Yang Shui looked pitifully at Shinming Shi. Shinming Shi raised an eyebrow. I just want to perform, that's all. Yang Shui looked at her with a face full of suspicion. The campus belle of Jian University suddenly going on stage just to perform? There's definitely something fishy about this. On the day of the freshman welcome party. At this time on stage, there were quite a few senior girls in tank tops dancing sexily. Their figures were, to say the least, smoking hot. Fan Hao was about to get a nosebleed. The freshman welcome party was honestly pretty average. That was my current thought. If it wasn't a skit, it was a stand-up comedy routine. Besides the singing, which I quite liked, I wasn't very interested in the other things. I have no interest in the sexy dances of these senior girls. My heart has already been completely captured by the clever senior. Didn't the senior say the freshman welcome party was very interesting? I didn't quite understand. I yawned. After the extremely awkward skit finally ended, Su Jingran took out his phone to check the performance order. This seems to be the last performance. It's probably about to end. At this moment, a man in a black suit, wearing black glasses, with a scholarly appearance, walked onto the stage. Hello, everyone. Let me introduce myself. My name is Qin Jiahao. I am the current president of the student union. Qin Jiahao smiled mysteriously. Does everyone think that the show is over? I can responsibly tell you all, it's not over yet. You would absolutely never guess the next performer. I just received the news myself. Regarding her appearance, I am extremely surprised. The audience below the stage immediately became noisy. Who could it be? To make the president of the student union personally introduce them? Fan Hao was extremely curious. Who has that kind of clout? Su Jingran frowned slightly. Could it be a school leader? Otherwise, why would this president be smiling so sycophantically? Gui Bada pouted. No matter who comes, it can't affect my Genshin playing. I don't know why, but I had a very familiar feeling. A flicker of anticipation rose in my heart. Could it be her? The person in my heart. Qin Jiahao smiled and said, I won't keep you all in suspense any longer. She is the number one campus belle of Jiangqing University. Senior Shinming Shi from the third-year computer science department. She will bring us a song called A Special Person. Please give her a round of applause. As soon as he said that, the entire auditorium nearly erupted. The Jian University campus belle. Almost no freshman didn't know Shinming Shi. Her beauty was always ranked first in the entire school. She was the goddess in the hearts of countless people. And now, they could see the goddess at the freshman welcome party. Fan Hao exclaimed excitedly. This trip to the welcome party is so worth it. It's the Jian University campus belle. Those who were originally planning to leave all sat back down. I was stunned. It's really her. Does a special person have a special meaning? Soon after, Shinming Shi slowly walked to the center of the stage. She was wearing a simple, pure white evening gown. The dress enveloped her skin under a layer of silk, further accentuating her slender and perfect figure. Heart-stoppingly beautiful. Her bare face was already very beautiful. And today, she wore light makeup, making her beauty even more dazzling. This sight stunned everyone present. So beautiful. Everyone was struck by her beauty, shocked into silence. Especially the cold aura she exuded. It was so overwhelming. The originally noisy auditorium also became quiet. Shinmeng Zai's beautiful eyes seemed to be searching for something in the audience. Very quickly, she locked onto her target. Her gaze was fixed on me. I was a little stunned. She seems to be looking at me. Thinking of this, my heart couldn't help but beat faster. But I quickly calmed down. She is so outstanding. Am I being too narcissistic? As the instrumental music slowly began to play, the entire hall fell silent. Shinming Shi held the microphone and slowly began to sing. Her singing voice was incredibly gentle, and also very melodious. Everyone was immersed in the music. The #1 campus belle of Jiang University is not only beautiful, but her singing voice is also very beautiful. At this moment, below the stage, the gaze of Qin Jiahao was dazed. Of course, it wasn't just him. Everyone present was watching in a daze. I kept feeling like I was being a little narcissistic. I always felt that the special person she was talking about was me. I quietly listened to her singing. It turns out she can sing too. When the song ended, everyone couldn't help but applaud. Qin Jiahao, who was below the stage, was just about to go on stage to conclude the party. For the freshmen today, when she suddenly raised the microphone and said casually, "I'd like to invite a student up here to sing a duet with me." The people below the stage went wild. Pick me, senior, I'm a really good singer. Senior, pick me. I'm the king of KTV. She smiled calmly. Then I'll just pick someone randomly. Completely random. Immediately after, she looked around. After thinking for a moment, her beautiful eyes looked straight at me. It's you. The guy in the white shirt in the middle. My mind went blank. I pointed to myself. Is this really random? I don't know if I'm mistaken. But a sly smile seemed to flash across Shenmeng's lips. That's right, it's you. Damn, you got picked. Hurry up and go. Fan Hao was even more anxious than I was. From his tone, I could hear his disappointment in my slowness. Everyone was surprised that She would actually choose a male student to come on stage and sing a duet with her. You have to know that for the past 2 years, countless people have tried to get close to her. But she absolutely never gets close to guys. So everyone assumed she didn't like boys. I swallowed, stood up, and tried to act calm. Actually, my legs were already trembling a little. It was mainly because I felt she had such an overwhelming presence on stage. That was something that wasn't there when the two of us were alone together. Only now did I understand why her nickname was the Ice Queen. Qin Jiahao frowned slightly. For some reason, when he saw that She was about to sing a duet with someone else, he felt a sense of unease in his heart. Under the envious and hateful gazes of everyone, I walked onto the stage to her side. I know you. She smiled. You're the guy who sang Rewind on the confession wall, right? I nodded blankly. Haven't she and I known each other for a long time? She asked casually. What song do you want to sing? On stage, she still maintained her cold image. I was stunned. I don't know either. I only know how to sing some rather sad songs, but it's not very suitable for this occasion. In that case, let's sing Simple Love. At this moment, Qin Jiahao also brought up a microphone. When I took the microphone, I always felt a sense of hostility, but I still said politely, "Thank you, senior." Qin Jiahao gave a half-smile. No need to thank me. The 3 people from room 3357 were the first to scream. Thanks to the atmosphere stirred up by a few people, the other audience members also started cheering. As the instrumental music gradually began, the audience below the stage also started to quiet down. This is a love song. I glanced at her and found that she was also looking at me. And in her gaze, there was an indescribable meaning. The two of them made eye contact. I started to get into the instrumental music. My gaze also became gentle. Looking at me now, Shenmeng's heart skipped a beat. This guy sings love songs with quite a lot of emotion. Then she also began to sing in response. Her voice was also very expressive. The two of them singing a duet was as if they were really in love. Their memories simultaneously returned to that day they walked in the park. The singing continued to move all the audience members. Once song ended, everyone applauded in unison. The coordination between these two was too good. So good that they seemed like a couple. If it weren't for Shenmeng saying it was completely random, plus my very inexperienced performance, they would have really thought I was a plant from the school. I'm really not a plant from the school. But I know very well that she definitely didn't do it randomly, but intentionally. I walked off the stage blushing. The feeling of singing a duet with her was amazing. I don't know why, but I really wanted to hear her actually say the last line of the song to me. The freshman welcome party ended successfully. On the way back, I can't believe you managed to show off successfully. Fan Hao's eyes were full of admiration. That's the Jiang University campus belle. And she even knows you. I scratched my head. It was nothing. Su Jingran nodded. If we didn't know you, we would have really thought you were a plant. So many people, and she picked you. The probability is really small. With your luck, I'm entrusting my 10 gacha pulls to you tonight. Gui Bada said with a smile, his expression a bit strange. Random? I feel like she had it planned all along. No wonder she was looking around as soon as she got on stage. Turns out she was really looking for you. I can't let this go. I have to text her. Senior, you're not tricking me, are you? Completely random. Of course. When have I ever tricked you? Was I beautiful today? My face suddenly flushed a little. You were. But why do I always feel like you're tricking me? So, do you like it? I always like it. I'll take it that you know how to talk. I giggled foolishly at my phone. I would burst out laughing from time to time, attracting the attention of those around me. The others subconsciously moved a little further away from me. So embarrassing. Brother Mu isn't sick, is he? Fan Hao asked worriedly. This idiot is still laughing. Let's see how long it takes for him to realize. Bada smirked. Isn't this expression too obvious? He's definitely texting the girl he likes. Su Jingran said with an all-knowing look. Fan Hao glanced at him. You know everything, don't you? Su Jingran said calmly. Because I have a girlfriend, so I know. Could he really be dating someone? On the other side. Who is this junior? Yang Shui questioned, showing the video. Shenming, she said calmly. It was a random pick. Yang Shui wasn't stupid. Random pick? You think I'd believe that? Shishi, do you think I don't know your personality? Choosing a guy? You definitely have something going on with him. Shenming, she didn't argue back. Whatever you say. But then again, this junior is quite handsome. He has the feel of a naive teenager. If you have nothing to do with him, and going to hit on him. Yang Shui smirked slyly. Shenming, she blurted out without thinking, no way. You're exposed now, Yang Shui grinned triumphantly, you're panicking. Shenming, she said casually, that's not what I mean. It's mainly because I don't think he'll notice you. Yang Shui's face immediately darkened. Cici, are you looking down on me? No, it's because he already likes someone. He already likes someone? Then I guess he really won't notice me. Wait a minute, how do you know? Yang Shui questioned. Shenming's voice was devoid of emotion. I know him. He's the son of my dad's friend. I've told you about him. So it was him. Yang Shui had a sudden realization. No wonder you called him up on stage. So this is a play put on by the two of you? Before Shenming could say anything, Yang Shui had already started analyzing, because he likes someone. But that person doesn't like him back. So you helped him put on this act to make the other girl jealous. Yang Shui began to spin her own theory. Did I guess right? I'm such a genius. Yang Shui crossed her arms in front of her chest. It's like I'm possessed by Conan. Shenming tried to hold back her laughter. There was no need for her to explain. Her best friend had already come up with her own theory. She originally planned to admit that she was the junior's crush. But who would have thought this Sherlock Holmes-like best friend of hers would have such a unique train of thought? Shenming nodded. You're truly one of a kind. Yang Shui puffed out her chest proudly, but of course. I couldn't sleep last night. I don't know why, but every time I lay down, my mind was filled with the image of singing the duet with her. The background music kept replaying in my head. Have she and I met somewhere before? I had this feeling the first time I met Shenming. I still haven't asked her if we've ever met. And at this moment, I suddenly felt something was a bit strange. Why did she know I couldn't go home? I've always felt something wasn't right. Could it be my dad? No wonder Dad didn't let me go home. It turns out it was so I could come live with her. I misunderstood Dad. Dad, I get it now. This is the opportunity you created for me. She's so outstanding. You want me to win her heart. After living together for a few days, I've also grown to like her. Now, we already have a marriage certificate. But we still can't be considered officially together. At least I don't think so. Because a lot of things are still missing. Maybe the senior with dating experience would know. I sent a message to Senior. Hi Jiba, Senior, are you asleep? Not yet, what's up? I was a little surprised. The senior replied almost instantly. Could he be a night owl? On the other side, in the girls' dormitory, Shenming couldn't sleep. Her mind was filled with the image of singing with me. Just as she was searching on Baidu for ways to win over the guy she likes, her Pao Pao suddenly received a message. Senior, are you asleep? She was slightly stunned. She was a little puzzled. What is this dumb junior doing up so late? Senior, have you ever been in love? I have some relationship problems I'd like to ask you about. Of course I have. Go ahead and ask. It's like this, I have a friend. He likes a senior, and she's very beautiful. He's a little insecure, but he really likes her. Of course. The main thing is that he's never been in love. He doesn't know how to pursue her. She looked at the message. The corners of her mouth curled up involuntarily. This friend of yours is just you, isn't it? Who's the senior he likes? Which one could it be? It couldn't be me, could it? This is so embarrassing. A triumphant glint flashed in her eyes. My dear junior, just watch how I'll handle you. What's the senior you're talking about like? Very strange. Sometimes she's very cold, other times she's very lively. In private, she seems a bit different. Different? Specifically, when is she cold, and when is she lively? She forced a smile. The junior actually called her different. And here I was, being so nice to him. When she's alone with your friend, she's quite lively and playful. But in front of others, she's very cold. Is your friend dumb? Why does she only treat you that way? And not others? She definitely has feelings for your friend. Otherwise, why would she only treat your friend that way? Tell your friend to just be bold. Be bold. Handsome people find love, ugly people find love. Only the thin-skinned are single. Senior. I think I get it now. You're a senior for a reason. I'll treat you to a meal some other day. But what specifically should I do? I might still need to ask for your guidance then. No problem. Be bold. If you don't know, just ask me. After talking with the senior, I immediately felt enlightened. Be a little bolder. The worst that can happen is getting rejected. I've already been rejected after having a crush for so many years. What's one more rejection? At worst, I'll just hide under the covers and cry alone. It's better than waiting until she likes someone else. And listening to backwards clock all by myself. On the other side, she looked at her phone, an irrepressible smile on her face. Dumb junior. Then again, does this count as me teaching my junior how to woo me? I had no classes this morning. So, the people in my dorm rarely go to cafeteria number 3 for breakfast. Originally, I wanted to go to cafeteria number 1. Because cafeteria number 1 is closer. But I couldn't resist Fang Hao's nagging. He insisted on going to cafeteria number 3. He kept saying there were more pretty girls here. Finally, I can have a proper breakfast, Gui Boda stretched. He still had dark circles under his eyes. Fang Hao checked the time. Breakfast at 10 a.m. is just perfect. I have 3 rules for not eating breakfast. I don't eat if it's too early, because I can't wake up. I don't eat if it's too late, because that's already lunch. What's the last rule? I don't eat if there are no girls in the cafeteria. I can feel how desperate you are right now, Gui Boda said casually. Fang Hao immediately retorted. Get lost. You're the desperate one. With those dark circles. You must have been secretly treating yourself last night. Get lost. The two started bickering as usual. Oh right, where's Su Jingran? He's very busy. He's the class monitor, after all. The semester just started, so the homeroom teacher has a ton of things for him to handle. The leader is really different from us. I nodded. The 3 of us found a place to sit. While waiting for breakfast, everyone tacitly took out their phones and started scrolling through videos. But the first thing I did was send a good morning text to her. After getting pointers from the senior last night, I decided to be a bit more thick-skinned. Senior, have you had breakfast yet? Not yet. Why? Skipping breakfast isn't good for your health. I'm at cafeteria number 3. Let me bring a portion for you. No need to trouble you. After being rejected, I felt a little down. Is what the senior taught me really useful? What's wrong with you? Fan Hao noticed my disappointed expression. Why the long face? You didn't copy Gui Boda and treat yourself, did you? Get lost, I said irritably. Fan Hao seemed to realize something. Are you lovesick? Why hang on to just one flower? Fan Hao said in a profound tone, Mu Xie. Our university life isn't just about love. Besides, even if she doesn't like you, you can still find someone else. Don't hang yourself on a single tree. Although Fan Hao didn't know who I liked. As a brother, he could only comfort me like this. I sighed. You don't understand. She's very outstanding. Another unrequited love that ended before it even began. Fan Hao said with a look of disappointment. How great can she be? Is she as great as the Jiangdai campus belle? You're the one who has interacted with the Jiangdai campus belle. So many people admire you. Besides, you're not bad yourself. You're handsome. And have some money. Isn't it easy to find a girlfriend? Gui Boda said while playing on his phone. It's just women. They only affect my gaming speed. Not long after. My food was ready. Fan Hao thoughtfully got it for me. Eat up first, then talk. Fan Hao pushed the bowl of hot dry noodles in front of me. I couldn't eat more after just 2 bites. Why didn't she let me bring her breakfast? Is she tired of me? Has the love faded? Right now I'm like a jilted little wife, feeling utterly wronged. Did I bother her? It seems the senior's trick doesn't work. On this smart senior. Fan Hao sighed. Another man suffering from love. He wanted to suffer from love too. But it seems he still hasn't met the love of his life. On the other side. Cici, don't you usually skip breakfast? Yang Shui asked, puzzled. Shinmingshi said casually. Skipping breakfast isn't good for your health. Then why did we have to come to cafeteria number 3? Isn't cafeteria number 1 closer? Who's at cafeteria number 3 anyway? Yang Shui's face was full of suspicion. Shinmingshi said lightly, fasted cardio. What a great fasted cardio. Yang Shui was completely speechless. Shinmingshi, look at you now. I almost don't recognize you anymore. The two of them walked into cafeteria number 3. Immediately, the eyes of most people turned towards them. For no other reason than the campus belle appearing at cafeteria number 3. Not to mention, the Jiangdai campus belle rarely eats breakfast. Even the number of times she's been to cafeteria number 3 can be counted on one hand. Mainly because cafeteria number 1 is quite close to Shinming's dormitory. So she basically always eats at cafeteria number 1. At this moment, my back was to the door. So I didn't know what was happening. But Fan Hao, sitting opposite me, had a clear view of the entrance. The moment Shinmingshi walked into the cafeteria, Fan Hao's eyes widened. Campus bell, 12 o'clock. Fan Hao suppressed his excitement and alerted the other two. Am not in the mood at all. I don't want to look. What's wrong? Gui Boda glanced over curiously. Isn't that the Jiangdai campus belle? Although Gui Boda preferred 2D girls, Shinmingshi was too beautiful. Even he couldn't help but take a few more glances. What? I suddenly turned my head around. My gaze immediately locked onto her. At this moment, Shinmingshi also noticed me. She raised an eyebrow at me. Then she led her best friend to buy breakfast. The Jiangdai campus belle, that senior really didn't lie to you. Cafeteria number 3 has a lot of pretty girls. Even the campus belle is here. From now on, I'm eating here every day. Fan Hao was a little excited. I was stunned. Was the senior just greeting me? Just as I was in a daze, Shinmingshi finished buying her breakfast. She walked towards my table. Can we sit here? Shinmingshi said softly. I couldn't react in time. Of course, Fan Hao quickly replied. Yang Shui frowned. She asked, puzzled, why are we sitting here? There are no other seats. Shinmingshi said with a smirk. But there are clearly other seats. Oh, all right then. Shinmingshi took the initiative to sit down next to me. Needless to say, the people around us were incredibly envious. You have to know that just getting close to the Jiangdai campus belle was their limit. And now someone could actually make the Jiangdai campus belle sit next to them. My mood right now was like riding a roller coaster. I smelled that familiar fragrance again. As for Fan Hao, it goes without saying how jealous he was. And Yang Shui sat on the other side of Shinmingshi. What's wrong? Are you in a bad mood? Shinmingshi asked, raising an eyebrow. I stammered, at a loss for words. No. He just had his heart broken, Fan Hao quickly answered for me. Shinmingshi seemed to think of something. The corners of her mouth curled up involuntarily. Rejected by the person you like? No, I hurriedly denied. But you could see my face was slightly red. It was obvious I was a bit embarrassed. Fan Hao asked curiously. Senior, do you two know each other? Shinming's expression was calm. Didn't we sing a duet yesterday? Fan Hao nodded. So you still remember? Yang Shui suddenly remembered. Cici, the junior you mentioned is him. No wonder you insisted on sitting here. Shinmingshi pretended to be curious and asked. Can you tell me why you're lovesick? Who rejected you? I stammered, well. I glanced at the senior. My face was written all over with embarrassment. Shinmingshi laughed inwardly. Silly junior, you can't even speak clearly anymore? Fan Hao quickly tried to smooth things over. No. I was just kidding. Senior, he's not lovesick. I quickly nodded, yes, I'm not lovesick. Yang Shui joked, this junior is quite handsome. Want to try pursuing our CC? Our CC seems to be nice only to you. At this moment, I gave off a very timid feeling, really? Although I was very shy on the outside. Inside, I was already over the moon. The senior is only this nice to me. Doesn't that prove him special? Fan Hao was a bit confused. So you've known the campus belle for a long time. Then why didn't you tell me sooner that you knew the campus belle? Damn, you didn't ask, I said slyly. So what happened at the party wasn't actually random. Yan Shui smiled. Shenmingshi, expressionless, said casually. No, it was completely random for me. Yan Shui chuckled lightly. Don't mind her. She's just a little proud. Oh, right. I haven't introduced myself yet. My name is Yan Shui. I'm Senior Shin's best friend and roommate. Fan Hao quickly introduced himself. My name is Fan Hao. I'm his roommate. His name is Gui Boda. We came together. Gui Boda still hadn't said a word. He rarely talks to girls. He doesn't know what to say to girls, so he just kept quiet. Gui Boda gave a perfunctory nod. Then he went back to watching anime on his phone. I was a little unsure how to start a conversation. But soon I felt a pinch on my waist. I looked down. It was the senior secretly pinching me again. Shenmingshi shook her phone under the table, signaling me to check mine. I opened my phone and saw the message the senior had sent me. Are you unhappy because I rejected you? Not at all. I was happy inside, but I pretended not to care on the outside. I had to counterattack. Then why did you come to Cafeteria number 3? Seeing the message, I instinctively glanced at Shenmingshi. I don't know if I was mistaken. But a triumphant glint flashed in Shinmeng's eyes. The senior seemed to be in a very good mood. At this rate. You're going to break this junior. If I break him, he'll just find another dumb junior. Out with the old and with the new. If I break him, he'll find a new junior. Mean senior. No wonder you didn't want the breakfast I offered. Did some other junior already bring you breakfast? Shinmingshi giggled as she texted, Are you jealous? No way. Hiss. Suddenly, a pain shot through my waist. That's right. The senior pinched me again. What's wrong? Fan Hao asked curiously. I grimaced. I burned myself. Seeing that they weren't paying attention, I lowered my head and continued texting the senior. Senior. What are you doing? Punishing you for being arrogant. The small interaction between the two went unnoticed by the others. Shinmingshi didn't want me to bring her breakfast for many reasons. She didn't want the other person to be the only one giving. She wasn't the type of woman who liked to spend other people's money. Her view on love was that if two people like each other, they should give to each other, not just take. This breakfast went by very quickly. A moment later, Yang Shui pulled Shinmingshi, ready to leave. Before leaving, Shinmingshi said casually, We're leaving, dumb junior. I nodded. I was in an extremely good mood. At least I could be sure. The senior didn't reject me. After the senior left, Fan Hao questioned me. Why did Senior Shin call you dumb junior? What's the relationship between you two? I scratched my head, Just a normal relationship. Could it be that you're lovers? Fan Hao's face was full of suspicion. Why do I find that hard to believe? Calling you dumb junior is so intimate. I feel like there's something fishy going on between you two. I sighed. Think about who she is. Fan Hao slapped his forehead. Right, she's the ice goddess. How could she be interested in guys? Besides, she definitely wouldn't be into you. I was overthinking it. I was speechless. What do you mean she wouldn't be into me? Just now you were comforting me and saying how outstanding I was. Fan Hao laughed awkwardly. That was just to comfort you. Besides, although you are a bit handsome, Senior Shin is the campus belle of Jiangdai. She's a great beauty. A handsome guy like you shouldn't even get close. I silently made a mental note. If I succeed in pursuing the senior, it'll definitely shock you guys. Gui Boda said casually. Dating isn't even as good as watching anime. Fan Hao suddenly lamented. But speaking of which, Senior Yang just now was also pretty. As expected, pretty girls like to hang out with other pretty girls. Although she's not as pretty as Senior Shin. She's at least at the level of a department belle. If only she were my girlfriend. I raised an eyebrow. I have Senior Shin's contact information. I can ask Senior Shin to help you ask her out. Fan Hao quickly waved his hands. No, forget it. The strategist never goes to battle. He suddenly reacted. Weren't you sad just now? Weren't you lovesick? That was the me of a moment ago. The me of right now is in love again. Cece. Why did you call him dumb junior? Yang Shui didn't understand. Shin Mingxi smiled faintly, because he's dumb. That's all. Yang Shui was suspicious. What else could it be? Could it be that I'm in love with him? Shin Mingxi retorted. Yang Shui shook her head. It doesn't seem like it. If you were in love, you'd call him darling. Or maybe you two are really wild in private. Get lost. Shin Mingxi's tone was completely exasperated. Yang Shui couldn't figure it out. You two don't seem like you're in love. You barely exchanged a few words just now. It's so strange. But I just feel like there's something fishy going on between you two. Whatever you say, Shin Mingxi didn't argue. Yang Shui had a rebellious nature. The more you act like this, the less I believe it. I don't believe the campus belle of Jiangdai would fall for a junior. On the other side. Leader, let me tell you, you have no idea. The campus belle came just now and sat with us for a meal. It's a shame you didn't come. As soon as Fang Hao returned to the dorm, he couldn't wait to start showing off. But Su Xingran didn't have a big reaction. Although the campus belle was indeed very pretty, he already had a girlfriend. Other women naturally held no great attraction for him. Even the campus belle would at most make him take a few more glances. Shin Mingxi? Why would she sit with you guys? Su Xingran showed a childlike curiosity. Because she knows Mu Xie. Fang Hao said. Su Xingran was a little surprised. You know Shin Mingxi? I nodded. Yeah, my dad knows her dad. But you don't seem very excited. Look at this damn sugarcane, he's excited to death. I'm only not excited on the outside. In reality, my heart was already blooming with laughter. I don't know why. I suddenly started to act cold. Could it be that I was influenced by the senior? I felt that acting this way was quite cool, but this is the kind of thing an inexperienced person would do. Fan Hao bared his fangs and claws and rushed over. He'll beat you up. Mu Xie, you're slandering me. And you're even acting cold? I quickly begged for mercy. Don't. I was wrong. I won't pretend anymore. Su Xingran had an as expected look on his face. So there was an inside story to the party. I knew there was no way Shin Mingxi would randomly call a stranger up on stage. I was speechless. I didn't know I would be called up either. All right. You can barely hold back the corner of your mouth. Acting like you're so wrong, Fang Hao said with a disdainful look. I chuckled. You still figured it out. How could singing a duet with the senior be a bad thing? I couldn't be happier. But the senior and I are still just normal friends. There was one more thing I didn't say, friends who have registered their marriage. But even if I said it, they wouldn't believe me. Can't you even be normal friends? Damn. Do you know how many male students in the school want to get to know Shin Mingxi? You're asking for too much, Su Xingran suddenly said. I recently signed up for the student union. I heard that in the student union before. The president seemed to have pursued Shin Mingxi. This sentence immediately piqued my interest. Tell me the details. Fan Hao's gossipy heart immediately ignited. Even Gui Boda, who was watching anime, couldn't help but lean in to listen to the gossip. I pretended not to care. But in reality, I was paying close attention. Su Xingran thought for a moment. This is also what the upperclassmen told me. It might not be true, so just take it as a fun story. President Chen seemed to really like Shin Mingxi before. Anyway, he pursued her for quite a long time. He gave her breakfast, he gave her gifts. But Shin Mingxi rejected him every time. At that time, in the student union, there were people who shipped the two of them. But Shin Mingxi's attitude was very clear. She basically avoided President Chen. Gradually, no one shipped them anymore. Vice President Yang at that time even specifically talked about this, saying not to spread rumors. And randomly shipped CPs, saying that Shin Mingxi had no interest in boys. Fang Hao suddenly asked. Your vice president. Is her name Yang Shui? Yes, that's her. No wonder. I didn't expect Senior Yang to be the vice president. I fell into deep thought. I finally knew why on stage. Senior Chen gave me that kind of feeling. It turns out he's a love rival. Chen Jiahao is jealous of me. Actually, President Chen is quite outstanding. He looks quite scholarly. He has good grades, looks handsome, and his height is pretty good. He has the aura of a learned person. He's also the president of the student union. I just don't know why. Senior Chen doesn't like him. I couldn't help but say. What's so outstanding? He's not as tall as me, not as handsome as me. Only his grades are a little better than mine. Su Xingran had a puzzled look. Mu Xie, what's wrong with you? Why do I suddenly feel that you're a little too hostile towards President Chen? Only then did I realize I had lost my composure. I couldn't help but feel jealous for a moment. Thinking about it. It seems Senior Chen hasn't offended me either. There's nothing wrong with pursuing the girl you like. Sorry. I was a bit agitated just now. Fang Hao was very sharp. Could it be that you like Senior Chen? I said in a panic. How could that be? Fang Hao laughed. Your face is just short of having the words. I like Senior Chen carved on it. As brothers. I really support you in pursuing the person you like. But I still have to remind you, she's the campus belle of Jiangdai. You know what she's like. Even someone as outstanding as Senior Chen couldn't get close to her. It's fine for you to pursue her. But you have to be careful. Don't get hurt. Fang Hao said in a profound tone. I fell silent. That's right. Although the senior has a good relationship with me now. What if she only sees me as a good friend? Or a good brother? Fang Hao's words made me start to feel a little insecure. Seeing this, Su Xingran comforted me, although Senior Chen is very outstanding. I don't think you're any worse. At least you're more handsome than him. You're taller than him. Besides, the most important thing in pursuing a girl is your personal charm. At least the two of you are friends now. President Chen couldn't even manage to be friends with her. He pursued her for so long. But the total words spoken to Shen Mingxi probably don't exceed 5 sentences. Gui Boda also nodded. If the senior doesn't want you, you still have me. I might need you. I had a disgusted look on my face. You're disgusting. But after being comforted by Su Xingran, I really did feel much more confident. That's right. At least my relationship with the senior is not something Chen Jiahao can compare to. Besides, I've already registered my marriage with the senior. Even if we can't be together in the end, in name, I can still be considered the senior's ex-husband. The leader really knows how to talk. In the future, you'll at least be at the division chief level. The next morning, Shen Mingxi woke up early and sent me a message. Do you have class today? No. Sigh. I squinted and groggily picked up my phone to reply. Let's go to the library to study. Didn't you say you wanted me to tutor you? Only then did I remember that I had said this to the senior. It's rare to have a day with no classes. Do I really have to go study? Looking at my warm blanket, I decided to get up. I silently chanted in my heart, I love studying, and brought my books. I headed straight to the library. Is it just the two of us? What else? Is being alone with me that difficult for you? Not at all. I was hoping to be in a world of just the two of us. Senior, I'm coming. On the other side. In the dormitory, Shen Mingxi smiled. Tutoring my junior is a very normal thing to do. She was just doing what a senior should do. As for why it's a private tutoring session, it's because she's used to one-on-one tutoring, of course. This was my first time studying in the library. I have to say, the library at Jiangdai is very large, and also very clean. It's just that there probably aren't too many people in the library. I never expected to be studying in the library after starting university. I'm so self-disciplined. I didn't come to the library just to be alone with the senior. I'm here for my studies. That's right. I love studying. I convinced myself, then found a very secluded spot. I don't like conspicuous spots. Then I took a picture. So the senior wouldn't be able to find me. Shen Mingxi looked at the picture and immediately figured out where I was. Because she also often sat in this corner spot. You didn't wait long, did you? Shen Mingxi smiled playfully. I nervously fidgeted with my fingers. Shen Mingxi was wearing a long white dress. A thin belt was tied around her waist, accentuating her slender figure. You could see she had light makeup on her face. Shen Mingxi sat down next to me. Am I pretty? Beautiful. I said it honestly. Shen Mingxi was very satisfied with my answer and reaction. She rarely wears makeup normally. Except for important occasions, she basically goes barefaced. Her bare face was already very beautiful. After putting on light makeup, I couldn't take my eyes off her for a moment. This beauty was too captivating. Mainly, she felt that studying was very important. Wearing light makeup on an important occasion is reasonable. After all, it couldn't be to seduce her junior. Am I that kind of person? Did you bring your textbook? Shinmingshi said with a smirk. I looked at the expression on Shinmeng's face, gulped, and said I brought it. Shinmeng's academic performance was still very good. At least after starting university, she was still very self-disciplined in her studies. Her studies weren't exceptionally outstanding, but they were still very good. To tutor her junior, she had specially spent the last 2 nights reviewing the material online. Let's start from the very basics. Shinmingshi leaned over, and the two of them were pressed close together just like that, and used the same scratch notebook. The library has air conditioning. The temperature was very cool, but I don't know why. I was so nervous I broke out in a sweat. The scent from her body drifted into my nose. She was too close. Listen carefully. Shinmingshi furrowed her brow slightly, still very serious. I must teach this silly junior a lesson. Otherwise, wouldn't she have watched the lecture videos for the past 2 nights for nothing? Yes. After coming to my senses, I also started to get serious. My math foundation wasn't bad to begin with. Plus, having a beauty like her tutoring me sparked my desire to learn. You could say I'm full of enthusiasm right now. Mainly because her voice was very gentle, and she was also very patient. I had never felt that studying could be this happy. By now, I was already lost in her gentleness. 2.5 hours passed in the blink of an eye. We've been studying for so long, we should take a little break. Shinmengshi affectionately tapped my head with her index finger. I complained, stop knocking, it hurts. I feel like I learned a lot today. If we keep studying like this, at least I'm sure I won't fail the final. As soon as I unlocked my phone, I realized I had been bombarded with messages. After arriving at the library, I had put my phone on silent and didn't check it at all. I wouldn't have known if I hadn't looked. A quick look revealed that the dorm group chat had at me nearly 99 times. I just want to ask, where did you go off to? Haven't seen you for over 2 hours. If you're dead, just say so. Look how worried Sugarcane is. Could he have gone on a date? I was speechless looking at these messages. I immediately took a photo of myself studying in the library. Shinmengshi on the other side was no different. The moment she unlocked her phone, she was hit with messages. From Yang Shui bombarded her, why aren't you replying to me? Don't you love me anymore? So love does disappear, right? I knew it. Love will move on. Who has your love moved on to? Shinmengshi looked at her phone helplessly. This best friend of hers definitely has some issues. They'll have to take her to the hospital one day. She held her phone and replied, I just went to the library to study. Don't let your imagination run wild. Why didn't you ask me to come? Yang Shui was very upset. Shinmengshi didn't reply immediately. Why should a world for two have to bring along a light bulb? Because I don't want to bring any appliances. For some reason, Yang Shui felt like there was an extra small red ball on her nose. Hey, should we head back? It's already 4 p.m. now. It's almost time for dinner. Shinmengshi rested her cheek on one hand, tilting her head to look at me. Did you forget something? I asked tentatively, thank you. Not that. Shinmengshi pouted, clearly a little unhappy now. I got a little nervous. What else is there? Shinmeng's eyes' expression changed back. Do you have a stutter? Why are you so nervous? My face contorted. Her sudden change in expression put me under pressure. That's why I was nervous. Shinmengshi didn't tease me anymore either. Did you forget you said you'd treat me to a meal? I slapped my forehead. That's right. I almost forgot. I had said before that I would thank her by treating her to a meal. I almost forgot about this. This is a good thing. I get to have a private meal with her. So, what do you want to eat? I asked carefully. Shinmengshi smiled suggestively. I want to eat you. Ah. This? My face immediately turned red all the way to my ears. Just kidding. Look how nervous you are. Am not a big bad wolf. You are a wolf, I mumbled resentfully. What did you say? Shinmeng's eyes face darkened. No, nothing. I quickly waved my hands. Shinmengshi chuckled, I'm very gentle. Since you're treating, of course you get to decide. I thought for a moment. The food on campus, she's been here for so long. She's probably tried everything. There's definitely nothing new. How about we eat out? I happen to know a place. A really good barbecue buffet. So, let me treat you to a meal out. We decided and went. I went back to the dorm to put my books away. I saw the message she sent me, waiting for you at the school gate. I even washed my hair specially. And styled it into a very atmospheric 7-3 part, admiring myself in the mirror. What's the situation? Van Hao looked at me suspiciously. Are you going on a date? Take a guess. I raised my eyebrows, my mood written all over my face. Amidst Van Hao's roar, I rushed out of the dorm. Hey, your oppa is here. As soon as I left the school gate, I spotted that pink electric scooter. I was lucky enough to have ridden this scooter once during the last summer break. And I have a very deep impression of this electric scooter. Hey, I'm here. I trotted over. Why is the helmet pink too? You don't like it? Shinmengshi pouted. I giggled, no I don't. Whatever you like I like too. Silly Junior. Your mouth has gotten a lot smarter. Shinmengshi let out a small laugh. Having experience from last time, I very proactively put on the pink helmet. Junior, you're so flamboyant, Shinmengshi said with a mischievous smile. Did you forget anything else? Shinmengshi pointed to her helmet. I understood immediately, and hurriedly helped her put it on. Done. Are you satisfied now? I said fawningly. Your Highness is thoughtful. Get on. Shinmengshi sat sideways behind me. Both her hands held my waist tightly. Her head also rested on my back. Both of our faces flushed at the same time. I wasn't driving very fast. Mainly because I was afraid of getting into an accident. The two of us had a tacit understanding and said nothing the whole way. The ambiguous atmosphere was mixed with a bit of shyness. Braking at the red light was the most awkward part. The brakes on this scooter are very sensitive. Basically, as soon as you squeeze, it stops immediately. There's no delay at all. The sudden braking caused Shinmengshi to press her whole body against me. I could feel the softness of the two orbs on my back. Needless to say, my face was bright red. Shinmengshi raised an eyebrow. You did that on purpose. I laughed awkwardly. If I said it was an accident, would you believe me? I'll believe you this once. And so, at the next intersection, the same scene happened again. I felt a bit wronged. Hey, this really isn't my fault. The brakes have a problem. Shinmeng's eyes were a little playful. Junior, I understand everything. And so, the next second, her body pressed tightly against me, hugging my waist. I immediately froze, not daring to move, feeling the softness behind me. This way, there shouldn't be any more problems, right? You can focus on driving now, can't you? Shinmengshi whispered in my ear. My whole body stiffened immediately. It seems like this makes it even harder for me to concentrate on driving. I nodded stiffly. Not long after, I brought her to a barbecue buffet place that I like the most. Today isn't a holiday. Plus, it wasn't peak hour like 6 to 7 p.m., so it actually wasn't very crowded. The restaurant was only about half full. I'm a local, so I puffed out my chest and guaranteed, if it's not good, you can just eat me. Shinmengshi chuckled, you wish? The two of us chose an empty table and sat down. Since it was a buffet, you had to grill everything yourself. Plus, you had to get whatever you wanted to eat yourself. I skillfully went to get a few plates of beef and some vegetables. I got her some Korean-style dipping sauce. Just as Shinmengshi was about to grill the meat, I stopped her. Hey, let me grill. You cooked for me before. Now it's time for you to see my grilling skills. Although I'm not good at cooking, when it comes to my grilling skills, I'm still very confident. After all, I come to this barbecue place often. I even learned a few little tricks from the staff before. Shinmengshi was slightly stunned. Meat grilled for her by her junior. Ever since I entered this barbecue place, I've basically been the one running back and forth. Now I'm even grilling meat for her. For some reason, I feel like I'm being pampered by my junior like a wife. That's right, it seems she was my wife to begin with. Very quickly, I finished grilling a few slices of beef. Then I thoughtfully placed them in Shinmeng's bowl. Try it, I looked at her expectantly. Shinmengshi picked up a piece, dipped it in the sauce, and gently put the grilled meat into her mouth. After just one bite, Shinmeng's eyes lit up. Her beautiful eyebrows couldn't help but raise. This silly junior's grilling technique is quite good. Although he can't cook, his grilling skills are decent. Seeing her look of enjoyment, I was full of anticipation, hoping she would praise me. So, how is it? I blinked my eyes rapidly, desperately seeking praise. I was like a child, with praise me written all over my face. Shinming, she almost burst out laughing. This silly junior is asking for praise. She didn't hold back her compliments. It's delicious. You're so good, Junior. Grilling meat this well. Not everyone knows how to do that, right? My nose was about to point to the sky. The word smug was written all over my face. Of course, of course. Hey. To be honest, my grilling skills are better than the staff's here. They can't grill as well as me. You're lucky. Let me grill some other kinds of meat for you. You don't have to lift a finger today. Just leave it all to me. Shinming, she pursed her lips and smiled. The truth proves that the psychology of men is the psychology of children. She just praised me casually, and my mood was written all over my face. I just wished I could show off everything I've learned in my life. Watching me grin foolishly while grilling meat, Shinming, she had a strong urge to pinch me. This silly junior is too cute. Just a moment later, without her realizing, her bowl was filled with several kinds of grilled meat. I still hadn't eaten anything. Your Majesty, please have a taste. I made an inviting gesture. Shinming, she burst out laughing. My dear concubine is thoughtful. I have to say, the meat grilled by the silly junior was truly delicious. It was the best grilled meat she had ever eaten. Very quickly, she finished a bowl of grilled meat. Don't move. Shinming, she reflexively stopped moving. I used a napkin to wipe the grease from the corner of her mouth. All right. I giggled. Shinming's eyes' beautiful face was slightly flushed. I'm full. You haven't eaten yet, have you? I nodded. I eat very fast. Don't worry, I won't keep you waiting long. Shinming, she shook her head and chuckled. That's not what I mean. What I mean is, it's my turn to grill meat for you. I was slightly stunned. She's grilling meat for me. I've eaten food she's cooked before. Her cooking skills are very good. I wonder if her grilled meat is any good. Shinming, she picked up a few pieces of meat and started grilling. Although she doesn't eat barbecue often, but because she's a good cook to begin with, and after observing how I grilled just now, she more or less had an idea. So the meat she grilled was also very delicious. Her control of the heat was also very good. It wasn't burnt or tough at all. Try it. I looked at the sizzling grilled meat in my bowl. Tears couldn't help but flow from my mouth. Her grilling technique was that good. Just from its appearance, you could tell it wasn't bad. I picked up the best-looking piece of meat, dipped it in sauce, and put it in my mouth. I'm not like her. She eats slowly and chews thoroughly. My eating manners weren't as refined. The barbecue she made was an eye-opener for me. It's so good. I put on a look of enjoyment. Shinming, she was very satisfied with my reaction. It seems the meat I grilled really suits his taste. Hey, it's so delicious, I said while eating. Am I not delicious? Shinming, she smiled mischievously. Hee, I meant the meat you grilled is delicious. I have to say, this silly junior can really eat. No matter how much I grilled, this silly junior could finish it all. Moreover, he would look at the grilling meat while eating from his bowl. He looked like a thief. Shinming, she frowned slightly. Junior, are you a scumbag? I was stunned. Why would she suddenly think I'm a scumbag? I don't think I've interacted with any other women besides her. Could it be that she thinks I like guys? It must be because of Guy Boda. He usually looks so gay that he made her misunderstand. Hey, me and that Guy Boda have absolutely no relationship. My sexual orientation is very normal, I explained, feeling wronged. The grease on the corner of my mouth hadn't been wiped off yet. This wronged expression made Shinming's eyes' heart soften immediately. So cute. And I thought he was a scumbag. Shinming, she put on an arrogant look. Then why are you looking at what's in the pot while eating from your bowl? Huh. Mainly because the meat you grill smells so good. I want to eat a bit more. I was a bit aggrieved. Shinming's eyes' cheeks turned pink. I'll reluctantly believe you then. This silly junior is too cute. I must find some time to pinch his face hard and see what it's made of. Watching me eat all the meat she grilled clean, she felt a sense of satisfaction in her heart. After finishing this barbecue meal, the two of us planned to head back to school. I patted my round belly, feeling extremely satisfied. Shinming, she smiled mischievously. What's wrong? Did you eat your abs away? I giggled. Nonsense. I have a 9-pack. It's just that all 9 have merged into one. The meat you grilled was really good. It feels so good to be fed. Shinmeng, she glanced at me. Are you a pig? You like being fed. I want to be your pig. What a weird hobby you have. On the way back, I once again felt her softness. If I could, I'd want to go on a date with her every day. Today should count as a date, right? At least in my eyes, it was a date. After returning to the school gate, hey, race your scooter. I have to go to the cafeteria in a bit. Then he'll be going. Wait a minute. What's your impression of me? I stammered. I still really cared about Shinmeng Zai's opinion of me. I wanted to know if I had a chance. The corners of Shinmeng Zai's mouth lifted unconsciously. She said dotingly. Haven't I said it before? You're a dummy. What do you mean? Shinmeng, she raised an eyebrow and chuckled, literally. We're already registered for marriage, and you're still asking about my impression of you. Would I just go and register for marriage with a stranger for no reason? You really are a dummy. I was confused. Am I really a dummy in her eyes? He'll be going now. Bye-bye. Shinmeng, she waved and drove away on her electric scooter, leaving me alone, watching her back in confusion. That's not right. So what if I'm a dummy? Senior is smart. We're so compatible. At least Senior's impression of me must be very good. Thinking of this, my mood immediately became incredibly relaxed. I went to the cafeteria to buy 3 meals first. As soon as I got back to the dorm, as I walked in, 3 pairs of resentful eyes immediately turned to look. When they saw the 3 meals in my hands, they all turned into fawning looks. Isn't this our godfather? Quick, invite him in. Fan Hao's face was full of flattery. Gui Boda's face had a sleazy smile that disgusted me. I felt like in the next second, Gui Boda would get all philosophical with me. Daddy, where's my pork knuckle rice? Gui Boda rarely acted cute. A grown man acting cute. The other 3 immediately got goosebumps. So disgusting. Soon enough, the 3 meals were divided among the 3 of them. I suddenly went over to Su Xing's side. Leader, you've been in a relationship before, you're experienced. Do you know how to pursue a girl? Su Xing was a little stunned. After reacting, he said with a squinting smile. Who do you like? I giggled. You guys, don't you already know? I nodded. Looks like I have to be careful not to turn a special skill into something foolish. Fan Hao said unwillingly, what if the senior likes the foolish type like you? I kicked Fan Hao directly. Get lost. A single dog isn't worthy of teaching me. On the other side, in the girls' dorm. Not good. Very not good. Didn't you go to the library? Why do you smell like barbecue? Yang Shui questioned angrily. It seems the library just opened a barbecue restaurant. Shinmeng, she lied with a straight face. Do I look that stupid? Yang Shui pointed to her own face. Shinmeng, she pretended to think for a moment. A little bit. Shinmeng, you're not human. You're really not human. Yang Shui flailed her limbs. Helplessly angry. Now you don't call me for anything. Am I still your best friend? Shinmeng, she said nonchalantly, calm down a bit. It's just one barbecue meal. Yang Shui pretended to be extremely heartbroken. That wasn't barbecue you ate, it was my heart. So dramatic. I'll treat you next time, alright? Okay. Yang Shui immediately sat up straight, revealing a good girl expression. Good sisters don't need to talk about treating each other or not. It's the thought that counts. Yang Shui asked curiously. You didn't go with that junior, did you? Shinmeng, she smiled without saying a word. At this moment, Yang Shui seemed to be possessed by Sherlock Holmes. There is only one truth. The culprit who kidnapped she is the junior. Shinmeng, she was speechless. You're really addicted to acting. Tell me the truth. Do you have feelings for this junior? What's your relationship now? Yang Shui said, feeling wronged. Shinmeng, she said casually. My relationship with him is a bit complicated. As for whether I have feelings for him, don't you already have the answer in your heart? Yang Shui completely understood. I never would have thought the beauty of Jiang University would one day have the iron tree bloom. When did you start having feelings for him? Yang Shui looked at Shinmeng, she curiously. Shinmeng, she was lost in thought. Suddenly, a young boy appeared in her mind. That boy had a very radiant smile. It must have been a long, long time ago. I just received a message saying that after National Day, there will be a freshman basketball cup. Does anyone want to join? Sushing said, itching to go. You should know that he really likes playing basketball. He played a lot back in high school. It's just that in university, he doesn't know many people. So he rarely goes to the court. Fan Hao shook his head, I'll pass. Although I also play basketball, my body gets crushed easily. Guibodo was even less likely to go, being an otaku. Sushing asked, a little disappointed. Musie, do you want to go? I took off my headphones, stopped my typing hands, and revealed a confused expression. Huh? Go where? The Freshman Cup basketball tournament. We'll compete against freshmen from other faculties. It'll be a lot of fun. Su Xing had an expectant look on his face. Basketball, huh? I suddenly remembered myself in high school. My basketball skills back then were at the school team level. It's just that, since I started studying again, I haven't really touched a basketball much anymore. But I haven't played in a long time, I might not even get picked. I hesitated a little. It's okay. The tryouts only start after the National Day holiday. We still have about 2 weeks to train and get back in shape. Sushing said, full of fighting spirit. I was still a bit hesitant. After all, my stamina isn't what it used to be. Don't hesitate anymore. You stay in the dorm all day. How can you pursue the beauty of Jiang University? Su Xing said excitedly. I was clearly stunned. He continued. The guy that the beauty of Jiang University likes must have something special about him. You want her to like you. You definitely need to show off all your shining points, so she'll be interested in you. Is that so? I started to get interested. Su Xing puffed his chest and swore. My girlfriend and I got together because of basketball. At that time, she saw that I was handsome when I played basketball and came over to give me water. And then we started getting to know each other. Last time, you already showed off your singing skills. Didn't the senior have a good impression of you? She even invited you to sing with her. As he finished, my eyes lit up. Leader, I've seen the light. After some persuasion from Su Xing, I finally chose to sign up. Su Xing patted my shoulder. I've given you so many tips. You should do something. I said gratefully, I'll buy you food. Truly, a child who can be taught. After I left, Fan Hao immediately exposed Su Xing. TSK. You're manipulating Mu Xie, aren't you? Even a fool like Gui Bo De could tell, the leader tricking an employee into working for him, isn't that normal? Su Xing retorted, this isn't manipulation. I'm speaking from the bottom of my heart. I hope to see Mu cast progress. He can't be like you guys staying in the dorm every day. Who would like someone who just stays cooped up in the dorm? Gui Bo De glared at him. I feel like you're taking a jab at me. But I have no proof. Fan Hao said disdainfully. If Senior Shin really likes athletic guys, wouldn't the captain of the basketball club have a better chance than Mu Xie? Su Xing revealed an expression of the world is drunk, but I am sober. No. Mu Xie is not like them. At least Senior Shin doesn't hate Mu Xie, and is willing to be friends with him. Mu Ca's face is just short of writing. The words I like you, Senior. Do you think Senior Shin wouldn't be able to tell? Fan Hao frowned. That seems to make some sense. Su Xing said with a cold laugh. So many people are pursuing Senior Shin, and she's not an idiot. She can definitely see it. In the past, she always rejected her pursuers very clearly. Why would she now allow someone who likes her, like Mu Xie, to be her friend? Just because their parents know each other? I don't think that's very likely. Fan Hao's curiosity was piqued. Then what's the reason? Su Xing continued, it's because Senior Shin definitely has feelings for Mu Xie. Are you stupid? Would you become close friends with someone you have no feelings for but who likes you? Fan Hao retorted, what if the senior is a bad girl? Su Xing said irritably, if she were a bad girl, she wouldn't have rejected so many guys like that, okay? So many guys have begged to give her gifts, did she accept any? Gui Bo De chimed in, I always feel that whatever the leader says is right. As expected, scum is still scum, their hearts are full of garbage. Fan Hao pouted, no, I was just kidding. How could I be a scumbag? But I have to admit, the leader's words still have some truth to them. Leader, I want to improve so much. I also want to have a passionate love affair. Do you think I have this chance? Su Xing said nonchalantly. Although you're very thin, your skin is thick enough. There's still a chance you can find a girlfriend. At this time, I had also bought food back for Sushing leader. When are we starting rehabilitation training? I asked. I couldn't wait to show another side of myself on the basketball court. For the senior to see. Sushing said casually. There's no time to waste. Tonight then. I took up my phone and sent a message to Senior Haiji Ba. Senior. Do you want to go for a run together? I can also treat you to a bubble tea. I haven't met you for so long, Senior. I wanted to see if you wanted to go for a run. It's a good chance to get to know each other a little. You want to go for a run? Yes. I want to join the freshman cup. I haven't exercised in a long time. Consider it rehabilitation training. Senior, do you know how to play basketball? We can play together next time. I don't know how to play basketball. As for running, I'll pass. Alright then. If you have time, let me know. I'll treat you to a meal at the school cafeteria. On the other side, in the girls' dorm, Shinmengshi rested her chin on her hands. Her cheeks were puffed up from being propped up, looking incredibly cute. Actually, she used to run often before. Back then it was to improve her fitness. But recently, she's been a bit lazy. And basically doesn't go to the sports field anymore. Yang Shui noticed something unusual about Shinmengshi. What are you thinking about? Missing him, Shinmengshi blurted out. As she finished, Yang Shui's expression froze. I shouldn't have been so nosy. The sky gradually darkened. After I finished typing today's 4,000-word update, I changed into shorts and basketball shoes. Let's go, leader. The two of them went to the school's sports field. I have to say, the sports field at night really gives you a youthful feeling. On the grass in the middle of the track, there were quite a few couples talking. Warm up first. How long do you plan to run today? Su Xing said, let's go for half an hour. Although I haven't run in a long time. But the thing I used to be most proud of was my stamina. I said with extreme confidence, I don't believe it. Su Xing had a look of disbelief. If I can't run that long, it'll be your son. My competitive spirit as a man was ignited. We warmed up for 2.5 minutes. And the two of us started running. At first, we were running side by side. But soon enough, I couldn't keep up. Moreover, I was already starting to pant. I hadn't exercised in too long. My stamina had decreased quite a bit. After only running for 10 minutes, I was already dead tired. But I still relied on my willpower to persevere. I just said, if I don't last 30 minutes, I'm his son. I couldn't even last 10 minutes. If the leader saw me, where would I hide my face? Luckily, I had my Bluetooth headphones, listening to music while running. Could distract me very well, so I could run a little longer. I can't take it anymore. Let's rest for a bit. My face was full of pain. I squatted on the ground, out of breath. I felt like my lungs were about to explode. Can't do it anymore. A slightly teasing voice came from behind. I looked up and saw the person I had been longing for day and night. Senior Shimengshi was wearing a black sportswear set tonight. She was also wearing a hat on her head. If I wasn't familiar with the scent on her body, I probably wouldn't have recognized her immediately. Shinmeng's eyes face was full of teasing. Silly little brother, you're so weak. I've only been following you for about 10 minutes, and you're already out of breath. My face immediately turned red. No, I'm not weak. I came very early, okay? Shinmengshi pursed her lips and smiled. Yeah, the silly little brother came very early. So who was that person warming up over there just now? I turned my head to one side and said guiltily. Maybe it was my half-brother. Silly little brother. When did you develop multiple personalities? Shinmengshi teased. So, can you still do it? You weak little brother. Who's weak? How could I not be able to do it? I immediately stood up, wishing I could prove myself right away. Then you have to keep up with me. I can't lose face in front of my senior. I have to let my senior know how strong I am. The two of us ran side by side like that for 30 minutes. I persevered. As soon as I finished running, I couldn't take it anymore and collapsed directly onto the ground. Senior, I can't do it anymore. My face was full of pain. I really couldn't control my expression anymore. My body was covered in sweat. Shinming's eyes sweat also soaked her hair. Small droplets of water ran down her cheeks. Her cheeks were slightly flushed. I stared at her without blinking, my heart beating faster and faster. So beautiful. She sat down next to me. Shinmeng, she said casually. Why did you come for a run? I explained. I want to join the freshman cup, so I'm preparing a little in advance. Then I asked her in return. Why did you come for a run, senior? She smiled mischievously. Because of a dummy. My face couldn't help but turn red with shyness. Senior, don't tease me anymore. So you admit you're a dummy? You're setting me up again. If I'm a dummy, then you're a bad person. I pouted and said. She pursed her lips and smiled. That's right. I am a bad person. That's still better than a dummy. Not far. Xing looked at the two of them in the middle of the sports field. A gentle mother's smile appeared on his face. After I returned to the dorm, the first thing I did was to question Xing. Leader, why didn't you wait for me and went back to the dorm by yourself? Xing smiled mysteriously, still pretending? If I didn't go back to the dorm, would I stay and watch you show off your affection? He hit the nail on the head. I couldn't help but feel a little guilty. Don't talk nonsense. It was just a coincidence. Xing's smile grew wider. A coincidence. I understand everything. Don't worry, I won't say anything. I nodded shyly. Senior probably doesn't want others to know that she has a habit of running at night. Otherwise, it would definitely affect her. What if a bunch of people suddenly came to run late at night? Wouldn't this be disturbing the private date between him and his senior? How long did you run today? Xingran asked. 30 minutes. I proudly took out my phone to show off. Yoho, you really ran for 30 minutes. But you'll feel great when you wake up tomorrow morning, Xingran grinned slyly. My face darkened. How could I not know? After not exercising for so long, suddenly doing a high-intensity workout will make my muscles ache when I wake up tomorrow morning. I originally thought you'd run for a dozen minutes at most. Looks like I underestimated you, Xingran said, patting my shoulder in satisfaction. Actually, if my senior hadn't suddenly appeared, I wouldn't have persisted for 30 minutes. At that time, after running for a dozen minutes, I was already at my limit. I was about to give up and cry uncle. That's a given. I'm the strongest man in our dorm, after all. After showering, I decided to bother my senior with a text. Senior, are you asleep yet? What do you think? I just finished showering. My hair isn't even dry yet. Senior, can I run with you from now on? After I sent the message, my face immediately turned red. I didn't know if my senior liked running alone. She looked at the message from her dumb junior. The corner of her mouth lifted slightly. You want to run with me? Beg me. Senior, I'm begging you. Since you've begged with such sincerity, then I'll be merciful and agree. Hearing that, I was thrilled to death. This meant that from now on, I could see my senior every day. Plus, I could talk to her. Thinking of the scene where we sat together, watching the moon tonight, I couldn't help but grin foolishly. At this moment, Shinmix's face was also slightly flushed. From now on, I can meet my dumb junior and watch the night view every day. Yan Shui had a shocked expression. Cece, you're actually blushing. You. She was so shocked she was speechless. She had never seen Shinmingshi blush before. Although Shinmix's face was flushed, she tried to remain calm. Is there? It's probably too hot, Yang Shui said aggrievedly. What's the AC set to? And you're still saying it's too hot. Fine. You think I'm an idiot, don't you? The great campus belle of Jiang University, the ice goddess. The aloof senior, actually blushing. As her best friend. I've never seen it. Who knows how many people have confessed to Shinmingshi, and every time she rejected them. Her expression was extremely calm, never shy. Today she's blushing, and I even caught her in the act. Who is it? Is it that junior? Yang Shui questioned. Shinmingshi took out a mirror to look at her face. Is it that obvious? It does seem a little red. Yang Shui was about to go crazy. Can you pay a little attention to me? Shinmingshi asked doubtfully. What's wrong? Yang Shui didn't know whether to laugh or cry. You're so annoying. You've changed, boo-hoo. Your heart is so cold. Shinmingshi was speechless. All right, stop acting. Don't you just want to get some gossip? So is it that junior? Shinmingshi raised an eyebrow and smiled. You already know, yet you still ask. Yang Shui howled like a single dog. Ah. I'm going to kill you too. Are you two together? Shinmingshi asked. What do you mean by together? I mean, have you confirmed your relationship? Are you boyfriend and girlfriend? Not at the moment, Shinmingshi denied. After all, that junior hasn't officially confessed to me yet. I guess we don't count as lovers yet. But we can be considered husband and wife. It's normal for a married couple not to be in love yet, right? Yang Shui muttered under her breath. Your love is too noisy for me. Early the next morning. It hurts so much. I groaned in pain as I got out of bed. I shouldn't have tried to act tough. My whole body is aching. Especially my calves and thighs. Su Jingran teased. Looks like for the next few days, our dorm room we'll have an extra human alarm clock. Hurry up, we still have to go to class. We have an 8 a.m. class this morning. I was in utter agony, especially when going down the stairs. Every step was torture. Most importantly, next to me were a few bastards. Fang Hao laughed despicably. Occasionally kicking my calf, call me dad, and he'll stop kicking you. Taking advantage of my situation. I don't have a son like you. During class. I've gotten used to texting her now. Before, I would only text her every few days. Now I've become thick-skinned. Senior, good morning. Do you not have class? Have you eaten? I'm like a simp, but I find joy in it. Although I'm always the one to text first, she replies to every message. She doesn't make me feel defeated and afraid to text again. I'm an Aquarius, sometimes I can be a bit stubborn with my words. If others don't reply to my messages, I won't text them again. But she's different. As long as I send a message, she will reply. There's no other reason. It's just because I like her. Senior, class is so boring. Your class is still more interesting. When can you teach me another session? In the dorm, Shin Minx's lips curled up, revealing a charming smile. Then you should beg me. I let out a cold laugh. A real man is born between heaven and earth, how could I beg you? But then again, a real man knows when to yield and when to stand firm. Besides, this isn't the first time I begged her to be alone with her. I threw my pride away long ago. From now on, just wake up on time every Saturday morning and come to the library. She agreed. I looked excited. Even though it's on the weekend. So what? It's just waking up early. For her, I wouldn't mind not sleeping at all. Fang Hao next to me looked at me with a complicated expression. Watching me grin foolishly, this kid is a lost cause. The morning classes ended quickly. Back at the dorm, I glanced at the date on my phone. I vaguely remembered that her birthday seemed to be in early October. It's already the end of September. I started flipping through my photo album and found the photo of the marriage certificate I had taken. As expected, I didn't remember wrong. Her birthday is in early October. October 5th. I committed this date to memory. Luckily, I didn't join any clubs. My free time can be used to prepare a gift for her. It's just, what should I give her? I haven't thought of anything yet. Maybe I should ask her what she's missing? Would that be too obvious? I definitely don't want her to know in advance that I'm giving her a gift. I want to prepare a surprise. If I ask subtly, she probably won't find out, right? After all, I'm this smart. Senior, is there anything special you want? Why are you asking? Are you planning to give me a gift? How could that be? I was just asking casually. Ha ha ha. I immediately felt a bit guilty. Is it that obvious? Although they say you become foolish after falling in love. I haven't even started a relationship yet. Have I already become stupid? Or is she just too smart? Shinming looked at her phone with a teasing expression. She couldn't help but burst out laughing. This dumb junior is indeed a fool. I don't want anything. I basically have everything I want. Shinming was telling the truth. Her family is quite well off. She can basically afford anything she wants. Besides, she's not interested in particularly expensive luxury items. I knew I couldn't ask any further. If I asked more, she'd definitely know. I opened her moments, hoping to find some inspiration there. There was basically nothing on her moments. Not even a single selfie. My expression was complicated. No wonder people say she's the cold goddess. She doesn't even post on moments. If I were that beautiful, I'd definitely post every day. I slumped into my chair. Oh well. I'll listen to some music for a while. I took out my phone and put on my Bluetooth headphones, planning to choose a song to listen to. Just as I chose Dandelion's Promise by Jay Cho, I suddenly saw a notification pop up on the music app. A friend of yours particularly likes this song. The profile picture was very familiar. I subconsciously clicked on it. This is her account. Your playlist and this friend's playlist have a similarity of up to 80%. I was a bit stunned. My playlist and hers are almost identical. Big data is so powerful these days. It can even compare this? But it seems I can find some inspiration from this. I scrolled through my playlist. Most of the songs were by Jay Cho. That means her playlist is at least half Jay Cho's songs. I was very sure now. She's a Jay Cho fan. I'm also a Jay Cho fan. So I can totally start from this point. At this moment, I truly felt like a genius. I'm not a dumb junior. From now on, I'm the smart junior. Su Jingran noticed me being happy one moment and sad the next, and asked doubtfully, Mu Xie, what are you doing? I grimaced, I'm thinking about what birthday gift to give her. Su Jingran immediately understood, so that's it, he said seriously. Actually, what you give doesn't matter, it's the thought that counts the most. That's true, but I want to give her a special gift. I want to give her a one-of-a-kind gift, I said casually. Su Jingran pondered for a moment, one-of-a-kind. Actually, there are many one-of-a-kind things. It doesn't have to be an object. It can also be an experience, or a feeling. I nodded, only half understanding. You mean I should give her my first kiss? Su Jingran gave me a side-eye, kid, you're something else. I chuckled, just kidding. I wouldn't dare even if she asked me to. But what you said makes sense. I think I have an idea. I just don't know if this idea is feasible. I left the room and went to the hallway. And called my close friend Sure Hao. Hello, Fatty, are you busy? I asked. Not busy now, what's up? Calling all of a sudden. Can I trouble you to help me snag 2 concert tickets? Jay Cho's? Sure Hao asked doubtfully. 2 tickets? Who are you going with? Don't worry about that for now. I'll tell you when I get back. Don't you have a ticket snagging script? I do. But there's no guarantee I can get them. What price tickets do you want? The 2,000 yuan ones. Try to get them as close to the front as possible. The show in October. Okay. I'll let you know once I get them. But I'm telling you now, most of the tickets near the stage are internal. The best you can get is a seat in the middle section, slightly to the front. But that's already very good. At least there's a chance to interact with Jay Cho. That's enough. I transferred 5,000 yuan to Sure Hao. This money was all from the manuscript. Fees I've earned recently. Time passed until evening. She and I agreed to run together. Shinmingshi smiled. Dumb Junior, are you planning to give me a gift? I said guiltily, no, I'm not. I don't even remember your birthday. Shinmingshi smiled slyly. But I never said it was a birthday gift. Could it be that you want to secretly prepare a surprise for me? Being found out, I felt a little guilty. What surprise? I'm a straight guy. Shinmingshi smiled sweetly. That's true, you're a fool. How would you know how to prepare a surprise? Although she said that, she had already guessed it in her heart. Senior, the holiday is coming up. Where are you planning to go? I asked carefully. Shinmingshi shook her head. I don't know yet. I haven't made any plans. Suddenly, she raised an eyebrow. Are you asking me out? Are my thoughts that easy to guess? Can she read minds? I was a little hesitant. Just as I was about to speak, Shinmingshi interrupted me. I agree. Agree to what? I was stunned. I agreed to go on a date with you. Shinming's cheeks were slightly flushed. I was suddenly a little excited. Really? Shinmingshi flicked my forehead lightly. With a doting expression, it's at our wedding house. You can come over any time. I was momentarily stunned. I didn't expect her to agree so easily. Does this mean that during the National Day holiday, I can continue to live with her? I grinned foolishly while jogging with her at night. Today, I've improved a little from yesterday, and not as tired anymore. After running, I wasn't so breathless that I couldn't speak clearly. Senior, can I come stay with you during the holiday? I scratched my head. Why? You're not lusting after my body, are you? Shinmingshi smirked slyly. I was a bit stunned. Before, she was the one who forced me to sleep in the same bed with her. I didn't expect the tables to turn now. But now I'm the one who likes her, so it's okay for me to be a little humble. I said pitifully, it's mainly because my dad won't let me go home. Can I stay at your place for a few days? I have to admit. At critical moments, my acting skills are still pretty good. My big, pitiful eyes stared at her. Please, senior. Shinmingshi found my expression very cute. She couldn't help but laugh. Didn't I already say? You can come anytime. Do your parents know you go out? And act cute with others? I retorted. Am not acting cute. This isn't? Then what is? I pretended to be weak and said, Senior. Am begging you. This is acting cute. Wait a minute. I've recorded it. Shinming, she couldn't hold back her smile anymore. The phone in her hand had anticipated it. And recorded me acting cute. I grimaced. Senior, let's talk this out. Can you delete the video? If anyone sees this video, how can I ever show my face again? As if she didn't hear me, Shinming, she played the video. Senior, am begging you. Shinming, she rested her chin on her hand, smiling teasingly. Am begging you. At this moment, I really wanted to find a hole to crawl into. Who on earth said she was a cold senior? Is this what you call cold? She's about to play me like a puppy. Look at the moon. I tried to change the subject. If you beg me, it'll look. Shinming, she said teasingly. Am begging you. Time flies by. In the blink of an eye, it was the National Day holiday. Where are you guys going? I asked. Su Jingran said casually, my girlfriend is on break. I'll show her around our campus for a few days. Then we'll hang out in Jiang City for a bit, Fang Hao said. I'll probably go home. I haven't been home for a month, so I want to go back and see. Gui Boda also wanted to go home for a visit. As soon as the holiday started, I was the only one left in the dorm. I sighed. It's good to be a little busy. I also have to go pursue my love. Just as I was about to leave, Su Jingran suddenly came back into the room. Why are you back? I forgot my student ID. This can get you a discount. Su Jingran chuckled. Where are you going? I smiled faintly. To pursue love, of course. Leader, do you have any other secrets you can pass on to me? Su Jingran pondered for a moment, then suddenly spoke. Practice makes perfect if you're a chicken. What do you mean? I don't understand. Su Jingran said again, you don't get it? Practice makes perfect. In talking about the love and making love, you can learn a lot by getting close. Don't let me down. After Su Jingran left, I went straight to our wedding house. Elsewhere, in the girls' dorm. Yen Yen, are you going home? Chen Yu asked curiously. Lu Rian's expression was very complicated. I don't know yet. During this time, her heart was always thinking about one person. Mu Xie. I don't know why. Since that meeting, she started to miss him incessantly. It seemed like I had lost something very important. Images of me in high school kept flashing in her mind. After starting university, she became the belle of the Faculty of Economics and Finance. Every day, there were men expressing their feelings for her in different ways. This also made her heart waver. So she couldn't resist texting me, but found out she had been blocked. This made her break down a little. Yeah, I think I've lost the person who treated me the best. Lu Rian's eyes turned a little red. Lu Rian threw herself into Qin Yu's arms. Qin Yu gently patted her back. She comforted her in a soft voice. What's wrong, Yen Yen? How come I've never heard you talk about this? Lu Rian sobbed. I rejected the boy who loved me the most. I saw him with another girl, and my heart felt terrible. After understanding the situation, Qin Yu's expression was also very complicated. This was definitely her best friend's problem. You rejected him yourself. Does he have to keep pursuing you? But she was her best friend, after all. Qin Yu would definitely help her think of a way. Does he have a girlfriend now? Qin Yu asked. Probably not. I had someone check his moments. He hasn't made anything public yet. Lu Rian said aggrievedly, he once told me that as soon as he gets a girlfriend, he would definitely post about it on Moments, so that everyone would know he's taken. Qin Yu breathed a sigh of relief. If he doesn't have a girlfriend, what are you sad about? Hasn't he liked you for a long time? Almost 4 years. Lu Rian said. Qin Yu said casually. He liked you for 4 years. He can't just forget you like that. Don't worry. You're so beautiful. Plus, he used to have an unrequited love for you. You definitely have a place in his heart. If you're willing to pursue him in return, I don't see any problem with that. Yen Yen, you have to be confident in your looks. You're the department belle. So many men have confessed to you. Not to mention, you're his white moonlight. The person you liked in high school definitely holds a very big place in your heart. After being enlightened by Qin Yu, Lu Rian regained some confidence. But when she thought of Shimeng's beauty, she said hesitantly, what if I'm not as beautiful as that girl? Qin Yu said with a disbelieving expression, don't be ridiculous. Could that girl be Shinmingshi? No way. Even if that girl is prettier than you, have you forgotten her personality? How could she possibly like boys? Lu Rian felt that made a lot of sense. Although it seems like I have some connection with Shinmingshi, there's no way we could be together. Shinmingshi is the ice goddess. If she liked boys, she would have had a boyfriend long ago. So she still has a chance. Lu Rian wiped the tears from the corner of her eyes. So what should I do now? Jinyu thought for a moment. I think you need to be more proactive now. You have to be a little thick-skinned. After all, you were the one who rejected him first. Now you're in a more passive position. But as long as you can make his feelings for you rekindle, the initiative will be back in your hands. Be bold now. Add him as a friend again. Lu Rian nodded seriously. Then she decisively sent a friend request. I arrived at the door of the wedding house. Senior! Open up! It's me! I shouted at the door. Shinming's tone was calm. Who are you? The dumb junior. Click. Shinmingshi smiled and said, if you'd said you were the fool earlier, I would have opened it. As soon as I entered, my eyes subconsciously looked down. At home, Shinmingshi was still wearing shorts, revealing her long, slender, and fair jade-like legs. What are you looking at? Shinmingshi blushed. Nothing. I pretended like nothing was happening. Are they pretty? Shinmingshi said with a sly smile. Very pretty. A teasing look appeared on Shinming's beautiful face. If they're pretty, then look more. Why pretend to be a gentleman? My face was full of embarrassment. Then I won't be polite. Okay. You're actually looking? Shinmingshi pouted. Didn't you tell me to look? I said with an innocent face. Cut the crap. I don't eat beef. Prepare to die. Senior, I was wrong. Don't pinch my waist. Not long after, I plopped onto the sofa, holding my waist with a pained expression. Why are you holding your kidneys? Is there something wrong with them? No way. This is my waist. My kidneys are perfectly fine, I retorted. Every time I'm alone with my senior, I feel like my senior turns into a different person. At school, when she's alone or with others, she always has a cold expression. But as soon as we're alone, she goes all out to bully me. Why do you always bully me? Because you look honest. Do honest people deserve to be bullied? They don't. But I just like to bully you. Shinmingshi stood with her hands on her hips, looking arrogant. Devil. I mumbled. What did you say? A devilish figure. I said your figure is too beautiful, senior. I quickly said with a fawning smile. Shinmingshi looked down at her figure, the corners of her mouth twitching up slightly. A slender waist. And long, slender, fair jade-like legs. Most importantly, although her figure is slender, the places that should be curvy are very curvy. But she usually dresses quite conservatively at school. She has never let any other man see her long, slender, smooth white legs. I'm the only one. She was wearing a loose white t-shirt, but it still couldn't hide her hot figure. It really is very beautiful. Shinmingshi asked again, do you like looking? I laughed inwardly. Senior, I won't fall for your trap this time. I don't like it. Shinmingshi immediately exuded the same cold aura as at school. She said with a blank expression, you think my figure is ugly? I was dumbfounded. Immediately after, I decisively changed the subject. Senior, let's go to Shanxing in a few days. Shinmingshi was slightly taken aback. Why are we going to Shanxing? I just want to travel. We've been in Jiang City for so long. We should go visit other cities. The world is so big. Don't you want to go see it? I said sincerely. Since her dumb junior was inviting her, Shinmingshi naturally wouldn't refuse. Her expression was full of pride. Fine. I'll reluctantly agree. But let me pay for the travel and hotel. I laughed awkwardly. It's okay, I can pay. Shinmingshi said softly. I'll pay, it's fine. Don't be stubborn. Do you want me to keep spending your money? She didn't want to keep spending my money either. It would make her feel very uncomfortable. Especially since it's someone she cares about. She didn't want to be the only one receiving, she wanted to give too. But I've already bought the tickets. Then let me book the hotel. At this point, Shinmingshi still didn't know what gift I was going to give her. But she wouldn't try to guess. As long as it was from me. Even if it was just a simple cup, she would be very happy. On my end, I've finished the preparations. I plan to take my senior to see Jay Cho's concert. Of course. Sure how did not disappoint me. He helped me get 2 tickets. Suddenly my phone vibrated. I took out my phone and noticed on my WeChat that someone had sent a friend request. Who's this? After I got a clear look at the profile picture and ID, my brows furrowed. Why is it her? I recognized her immediately. This is Lou Rian's WeChat account. To be precise, it's her secondary account. Because I had already blocked Lou Rian's main account, I was completely speechless. She already rejected me. Why is she trying to add me as a friend again? Just as I was about to reject the friend request, Shinmingshi leaned in, resting on my shoulder. Who are you talking to? Faced with my senior's sudden attack, my face turned slightly red. The distance between us was very close. My gaze stopped on my senior's beautiful face. Who is this? The profile picture is a girl, right? Why is she adding you? Shinmingshi frowned slightly and directly fired off a volley of 3 deadly questions. I didn't expect my senior to get angry all of a sudden. She looked like she was jealous. Senior, why are you peeking at my messages? No, that's not right. This isn't peeking. This seems to be looking openly and honestly. If it's my senior, then it's okay. I subconsciously felt a little happy. Then I asked, what's wrong? You can get jealous too, senior? Can I also tease my senior a little? I thought my senior would shyly refute it. But unexpectedly, Shinmingshi burst out laughing. Dumb junior, do you think I'm you? I saw that my senior wasn't following the script. Doesn't she like me? My expression was a little disappointed. Shinmingshi ruffled my hair, her tone extremely doting. Alright, I'm jealous. Hurry up and tell me who she is. Otherwise, it'll go crazy. Shinmingshi was like she was coaxing a child. But I really like this. I'll reluctantly tell you then. What do you mean, reluctantly? Legally speaking, we're husband and wife. If you're being ambiguous with another woman on your own, I can sue you for adultery. Hurry up and say who it is. Did you find another senior? I quickly explained. No way. She's the girl that I told you before I liked for a long time. I also don't know why she suddenly came back to add me as a friend. I've already blocked her. I was just about to reject the friend request. Really? I swear. My posture of raising my hand to guarantee was very funny. Shinmingshi naturally believed me. Of course, she wasn't jealous either. She just likes to tease this fool a little. I know. I was just teasing you a little. Shinmingshi smiled slyly and pinched my cheek. You probably haven't eaten yet, right? I'll go cook for you. Shinmingshi smiled sweetly. I watched Shinmingshi walk into the kitchen. My heart beat faster and faster. Just being with my senior, my heart would involuntarily beat faster every time. I decisively rejected Lou Rian's friend request. I have to say, the food my senior cooks really suits my taste. I eat very quickly. Mainly because the school cafeteria food compared to what my senior cooks is a world of difference. The food my senior cooks isn't just delicious, but it's also my favorite food. Senior, are you a fan of mine? Why do you always cook my favorite dishes? Just a guess. Shinmingshi said softly. I giggled. Your guesses are so accurate. Can you guess now what I'm thinking in my heart? Shinmingshi pretended to think for a moment. You're probably thinking about helping me wash the dishes later. No, I don't want to. Shinmingshi gave a fake smile, her eyes full of warning. No. You want to. Did I guess right? I said aggrievedly. Too right. You're really smart, senior. I'm impressed. Shinmingshi smiled smugly. Of course. Now go wash the dishes. On the other side, yeah? He rejected my friend request. Lou Rian smiled bitterly. Chinyu frowned. Don't be discouraged. I think he's just playing hard to get. Don't rush it. Send another request in a few days. Apologize first then. Show your weakness first. Then you can slowly get him under your thumb. Lou Rian nodded seriously. She didn't believe that someone who had liked her for so long could let her go so easily. Senior, you're amazing. Right now I'm playing Honor of Kings with my senior. I have to say, I discovered that my senior has a great talent for gaming. She's good at any game she plays. But I'm not bad either. Usually in the dorm, I'm the one who carries Fang Hao and the others. My senior and I, 2 strong players combined, went on a long winning streak. We almost never lost. We should stop while we're ahead. If we play more, we'll start a losing streak. I giggled. Senior, You're good at studying and you're a pro at games. Why can't I find any flaws in you? Shinmingshi chuckled. Of course I do. I have many flaws. Could it be that you're seeing me through rose-colored glasses? I rubbed my chin and thought, Senior, what do you think your flaws are? Shinmingshi rested her chin on one hand, her eyes looking towards me. You're missing me. I was secretly happy, but I pretended to be speechless on the outside. Senior, your cheesy pickup lines are too cheesy. I don't want to hear them. I won't say them anymore in the future. But then again. Actually, I'm very old-fashioned. I'm the type who likes cheesy pickup lines. Senior, feel free to use your cheesy pickup lines on me. I closed my eyes, revealing a do with me as you will expression. Shinmingshi squinted slightly and said with a look of disgust, You're such a pervert. I smiled fawningly. As long as you like it, Senior. When did I say I liked it? Time passed quickly. Although it was the holidays, I would still go for a run in the evening. After running and showering, it was time for my favorite part. Hee hee. I get to sleep in the same bed with Senior again. Come in. What are you doing? Shinmingshi said irritably. I carefully walked to the bedside, am a little shy. What's there to be shy about? Same rule as always, don't cross the middle line. Last time you were a puppy, so be careful. I suddenly remembered that last time it was Senior who crossed the line. It wasn't me last time. Shinmingshi blushed and lifted her chin. What did you say? Who was the puppy last time? Nothing. I'm the puppy. So this rule only applies to me, huh? An adaptive rule. What can I do? Who else but Senior is the master of this house? Don't talk in your sleep tonight, Shinmingshi teased. I don't talk in my sleep. After turning off the lights, the two of us lay in bed talking. Senior, I've always wanted to ask you something. What is it? Have you ever liked anyone? Shinmingshi was slightly stunned. She didn't expect me to suddenly ask such a question. Of course I have. When was it? At this moment, my heart was in my throat. I secretly prayed that it absolutely wasn't now. If Senior likes someone, and that person isn't me, I'd be very upset. It was just when I was a child, Shinmingshi said softly. I breathed a sigh of relief. When you were a child? If that boy knew how beautiful you are now, Senior, he would surely regret it to his core. Is that so? I think so too, ha ha ha, Shinmingshi laughed. Why did you like him? I asked curiously. Shinmingshi gradually sank into her memories, mumbling, Why? Because when I was bullied, he bravely stood up to protect me. He was also my only friend as a child. Senior, you were bullied as a child? I said in surprise. Shinmingshi crossed her left leg over her right. She turned over, her eyes looking at me. This incredibly seductive image went unnoticed by me. Yeah. They all laughed at me and isolated me. Only he protected me. I looked at the ceiling and sighed. He's such a good person. If you have the chance to meet him again, what would you say to him? Shinmingshi smiled. I've already met him. I felt a little jealous. What kind of person is he now? Like an idiot. Shinmingshi said with a laugh. I felt a little disappointed. My eyes gradually became vacant. That person could probably be considered Senior's white moonlight, right? I thought idiot was the exclusive nickname Senior had for me. I didn't expect that Senior's white moonlight would be so important to her, because the lights were off. Plus I didn't want Senior to see my sad expression. So I didn't ask further. Shinmingshi asked doubtfully, Are you asleep? I replied softly, I was originally quite sleepy. But now I was in a very irritable mood and couldn't sleep at all. I just kept overthinking. If Senior's white moonlight confessed to her, Senior would probably agree, right? Looking at Senior beside me gradually falling asleep, my heart was in turmoil. I like Senior. But facing Senior's white moonlight, I have absolutely no confidence in myself. I felt like I deserved a slap in the face from my big mouth. If I had known it would be this upsetting, I wouldn't have asked. But it seems like Senior and her white moonlight don't have much contact. Hearing that, I thought for a moment. Maybe I should ask the Senior. That Senior is quite knowledgeable when it comes to relationships. I secretly took the phone from the headboard and turned the brightness down to the lowest setting. Then sent a message to Senior. Hi Jiba, Senior. Are you there? Usually, when I send a message, Senior Hi Jiba is always there. But this time, the Senior didn't reply. I put the phone down. thinking the senior was probably busy or already asleep. Anyway, it wasn't urgent. Just as I was about to go to sleep, I noticed senior's phone screen light up. It seemed like someone sent her a message. But I didn't pay attention. This is someone else's privacy. I want peek. Early the next morning, we packed our things and prepared to leave. I have to say, arriving in a different city gives you a fresh feeling. Senior, let's find a hotel first. Shinming, she said softly, I've already booked it. You booked it? How much was it? Not much. Let's take a taxi there. Shinming, she had booked a hotel very early. It wasn't high-end or low-end, but the price was definitely several times more expensive than before the holidays. Senior, did you book 2 rooms? Should I transfer you the money? No need, I only booked 1 room. A gentle breeze blew her hair. You could see a slight blush on her cheeks. Senior, what do you mean? I gulped. The hotel rooms are all booked for the holiday. There's only 1 left. Don't you dare think I want to sleep with you. This is a twin room. Shinming, she lifted her chin and said arrogantly. I opened the app with a disbelieving expression, my brows slightly furrowed. Senior, are you sure there are no more rooms? Let me check. Shinming, she put her hands on her hips, puffing her cheeks in anger. You don't believe me? I quickly laughed and said, how could I not? I just wanted to confirm it a little. Seeing that I was about to continue, Shinming's brows furrowed tightly. I'm counting to 3. I retracted my smile. I won't look anymore. They'll call a car right now. In the end, I still had to surrender. I didn't dare to click and check. I originally thought I could get the upper hand on Senior. I didn't expect to still be under her thumb. But I have to admit one thing. Just now when Senior put her hands on her hips, puffed her cheeks, and said she'd count to 3. It was actually a little cute. After the 2 of us got in the car, the taxi driver saw a beautiful girl like Shinming and couldn't help but praise her. Junior, you're really lucky. Such a beautiful girlfriend. Are you 2 here in Shancheng for a trip? I was just about to explain that Senior wasn't my girlfriend yet. But seeing that Senior didn't deny it, I didn't explain any further. Shinming, she was expressionless. We're here for a trip, the driver said with a smile. You 2 look great together. He even used a local dialect to praise us. This young man is so handsome. The girl is so beautiful. I leaned into Senior's ear and whispered, why can't I understand anything? Shinming, she smiled faintly. He's complimenting me. After saying goodbye to the driver, Shinming and I carried our luggage. We went to the front desk to check in. It was finally done. The 2 of us arrived at the hotel room. As soon as I entered the room, I flopped onto the bed. I'm dead tired. Shinming, she glanced at me. And you said you weren't weak? It's only been a short while and you're already done for. I pouted. It's not the same. If you made me walk the whole time, maybe I wouldn't be tired. But you made me sit the whole time, I'm really tired. Sitting for a long time is exhausting. I just want to walk around a bit or lie down for a while. Shinming, she said casually, are you showering first, or am I? I showed a strange expression. Senior, you don't actually covet my body, do you? I'm a decent person. But if you insist, then it's not impossible. I crossed my arms in front of my chest. I huddled up, tilted my head, and pretended to be terrified. Shinming's face was written all over with the words speechless. She said coldly, try acting like that one more time. Why is this dramatic junior becoming more and more flirtatious? Who on earth did he catch it from? Senior, I was wrong. I put on a fawning expression. Go take a shower quickly. Shinming, she raised her pink fist threateningly. As you command, Your Majesty. Your consort will immediately go bathe and change. Not long after, I finished my shower. I came out wearing a pair of shorts and a short-sleeved t-shirt. Holding a soft towel in my hand, I gently dried my soaking wet hair. I took the opportunity to look in the mirror for a bit. After showering, I'm really more handsome than Ping Yin. I stroked my chin and started admiring myself. What are you doing? You'll catch a cold if you don't dry your hair, Shinming, she reminded with a frown. I'm wondering who this handsome guy in the mirror is. Senior, do you know who he is? I looked at myself in the mirror with a smug expression. Shinming, she was expressionless. Is there something wrong with your head? She wondered what on earth was inside this dumb junior's head. It's filled with all sorts of strange things. Junior. Are you a narcissist? Shinming, she complained while bringing over a chair. Senior, what are you doing? Sit down. Shinmeng Zai's eyes curved into crescents as she spoke. Okay. Although I didn't know what Senior wanted to do, I still obediently sat down. No, that's not right. Why am I so obedient? Why does it feel like I've really become Senior's puppy junior? Shinmeng, she picked up the hair dryer. The little idiot is quite obedient. She rubbed my head. Your hair has gotten quite long. No wonder you can't towel it dry. Are you growing it this long to seduce other seniors? My hair is a bit long for a guy. My usual hairstyle is a 2-block layer cut. It gives off a youthful, boyish vibe. I said helplessly. How could that be? I only seduce you. Shinmeng, she was amused by my words. Your sweet talking has improved a little. She picked up the hair dryer and started drying my hair. Senior, is this the first time you've dried a guy's hair? How does it feel? I'm very honored, I said happily. Such a sweet talker. Shinmeng, she smiled. In 2.5 minutes, Shinmeng, she had dried my hair. I looked in the mirror. Senior, you even know how to style hair? My dried hair had a slight wave to it. It looks a little better than before. So, am I handsome? I asked. Shinmeng Zai's heart skipped a beat. She said arrogantly. I admit you have some looks. You're qualified to be my consort. I joked, then can this subject help your majesty bathe and change? Shinmeng, she said with a look of disgust, get lost. I can't believe the junior is this kind of person. Dream on. Just thinking about the scene of the dumb junior helping her bathe. Her face couldn't help but flush slightly. What nonsense am I thinking? Shinmeng Zai's cheeks were covered in a pink blush. She quickly shook her head. Tossing the thoughts from her mind, she then hurriedly grabbed her clean clothes and went into the bathroom. I thought Senior was angry. I lightly slapped my own mouth. I keep talking nonsense. I must have made Senior angry. She's so angry her face turned red. It's definitely red. It seems I have to apologize to her. But an apology needs to be sincere. Based on the time I've lived with Senior, I can deduce her showering time. About 20 minutes. I can just go downstairs and buy a cup of milk tea, so that when Senior comes out of the shower, she can drink milk tea right away. So before going out, I ordered ahead on my phone. Then went to the store to pick it up myself. I quickly went to the milk tea shop downstairs and got the milk tea. Shanqing in October wasn't hot at all. On the contrary, it was a bit chilly. I carefully held the cup of milk tea, afraid I'd accidentally spill or drop it. This milk tea has a ton of toppings. The sweetness level is also Senior's favorite. When I returned to the hotel room, I looked at the clock. Just in time. You just went out. Shinmeng, she came out of the bathroom, her cheeks flushed red. She was wearing a shirt and a pair of loose shorts. What's worth mentioning is that her shorts had SpongeBob on them. My shorts have Patrick Star on them. The steam in the bathroom was very thick. I've seen a video before that said girls' bathwater is very hot. Looking at the steam in the bathroom. Senior's bathwater temperature must not be low. If I have a chance to bathe with Senior in the future, I'd probably be scalded to death. No, that's not right. What dirty thoughts am I having? How dare I even think about bathing with Senior? If I let Senior know what I'm thinking, she'd definitely beat me to death. I went to buy milk tea for you. Shinmeng, she raised an eyebrow. Huh. How thoughtful. My smile was incredibly endearing. There's something even more thoughtful. Senior, have a seat. I'll dry your hair for you. Otherwise, you'll catch a cold. The dumb junior has grown up. He knows how to care for his Senior now. Hee, it's because Senior taught me well. Your hair is so soft and fragrant. Since it wasn't the first time drying Senior's hair, I wasn't as clumsy as before. Shinmeng, she took a sip of the milk tea, her brows furrowing slightly. Why are there no toppings? How could that be? I added 3 types of toppings. I don't believe it. If you don't believe me, then you drink it. Shinmeng, she held the milk tea cup in front of me. This is the straw Senior has already used. I hesitated for a moment, then took a sip. Aren't there a lot of toppings? I said doubtfully. Senior, you tricked me. Shinmeng, she blushed and said guiltily, I did not. I probably just didn't get any when I sipped. I was a bit stunned. Only then did I realize Senior had tricked me. Wait a minute. The straw I just drank from and Senior's straw are the same one, right? Does this count as an indirect kiss? My heart started beating a little faster. I subconsciously licked my lips. I don't know why, but I feel like the milk tea just now wasn't just half sugar. It must have been full sugar at least, because it was really too sweet. I said shamelessly, Senior, I remember now. I really couldn't get any toppings. Can I have another sip? Shinmengshi blushed. Shameless. I took another sip. Feeling the toppings in my mouth, I was extremely satisfied. Moreover, the sweetness was just right. She took a glance. The chosen sweetness was half sugar. The corners of her mouth unconsciously curved up slightly. This dumb junior is actually quite thoughtful sometimes. I seriously dried Senior's hair. I have to say, Senior's hair quality is excellent. There's no sign of hair loss. She also has a lot of hair. You can tell she takes good care of it daily. It's dry now. So? How was my technique? Shinmengshi said casually, It's okay. You've improved. I acted hurt. Senior, you always praised me before. Why aren't you praising me today? Shinmengshi stood up, ruffled my hair, and said with a smile, I'm afraid you'd get arrogant. Then she handed me the milk tea in her hand. A reward for you. Senior, you don't like it? I asked doubtfully. I do like it. But I can't drink too much. So it doesn't go to waste. I'll have to ask you to finish the rest for me. What's wrong? If you don't want to drink it, you can just say so. I'll finish it. Shinmengshi said as she was about to take back the milk tea. How could I not want it? I love drinking Senior's milk tea. I quickly snatched the cup back. Shinmengshi looked at me with a very complicated expression. You're not a pervert, are you? I blushed and explained. It's a misunderstanding. I meant that I happen to be thirsty and really want to drink milk tea. Shinmengshi was skeptical. Really? You're not a pervert? I didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Do I look like a pervert? I took a wrong sip of the milk tea in my hand. Senior. The one you drank from really tastes better. I blurted out my inner thoughts. Shinmengshi turned her face away. A pink blush appeared on her cheeks. She mumbled. It's not like you haven't drunk something I've had before. And you say you're not a pervert. You really like drinking after me, don't you? It's a misunderstanding. Actually, it's not that great. Shinmeng's brows furrowed tightly. Very good. So what I drank tastes bad, is it? After the two finished packing, they planned to go for a walk in the tourist area. I finished changing and sat on the bed waiting for Senior. Very quickly, Senior finished changing and came out of the bathroom. Shinmengshi had changed into an off-the-shoulder, pink, floral maxi dress. She wore a thin white cardigan over it. Moreover, she had also specially styled her hair. French-style wispy bangs and a high ponytail. She also had light makeup on her face. It was a sweet makeup style. Extremely pure and sweet. I looked up. I was completely stunned. It felt like my heart just skipped a beat. Which fairy has descended to the mortal realm? Senior's look today is so sweet. How is it? Am I pretty? Shinmengshi smiled sweetly. I subconsciously gulped. Very, very beautiful. Is this the beauty of Zhangdai University's campus belle? It feels like Senior can pull off any style. I love it so much. As long as you like it. Shinmengshi smiled with satisfaction. Then she checked her handbag to see if she had forgotten anything. I suddenly noticed something familiar inside Senior's bag. Senior, what's that? A keychain. Shinmengshi took out the keychain. This is a keychain. There's a small pink princess doll attached to it. So? Isn't it very cute? Very cute. I keep feeling like I've seen this doll somewhere before. But I really can't remember. Where did you buy it? Shinmengshi smiled faintly. It was a gift from someone else. A gift from someone very important. I see. I nodded. I didn't think much of it. It was probably a gift from Senior's dad. Other than him, I couldn't think of anyone else who would be important to Senior. Senior, let's go. We arrived at the Hongyadong scenic area. The night view at Hongyadong is beautiful. It's so crowded. Will we get lost? I frowned. Shinmengshi said casually. Idiot. Give me your hand. Huh. I was a little stunned. But after reacting, I still held out my hand. Senior's fair hand took mine. This way, we won't have to worry about getting lost. Shinmengshi looked at me and smiled. My face immediately turned bright red. My heart started beating faster and faster. My hand couldn't help but get a little sweaty. I get to hold Senior's small hand again. Me, an innocent teenager who has never been in love. The feeling of Senior holding my hand is indescribable. The feeling of Senior holding my hand is indescribable. My heart feels so sweet. Is this what being in love feels like? Shinmeng, she pulled me forward. It's just that I didn't notice that. Shinmeng Zai's face was also covered in a pink blush. Although Shinmeng Zai's expression didn't change, her heart was in a complete panic at this moment. She also didn't expect herself to be so bold. Although this wasn't the first time holding my hand. That time it was the dumb junior who initiated it. But this time, she was the one who initiated it. This was still the first time Shinmeng Shi had actively held a boy's hand. The two said nothing. But with a mutual understanding, they walked to the overpass on the first floor. This is the most beautiful photo spot in Hongyadong. Shinmeng Shi and I came here holding hands. The night view here is incredibly beautiful. The two of them just walked like that. Their held hands had unconsciously intertwined. Hello? Are you two a couple? You look so good together. I'm a street photographer. I want to capture the moment here. Can I take a few pictures of you two? I'll send the photos to you via WeChat later. A man holding a camera, wearing a hat, looking to be in his 20s, asked with a very polite smile. I hurriedly explained. We're not a couple. The street photographer glanced at their held hands. His expression was very meaningful. Could he be a scumbag? Holding her hand but not taking responsibility. Shinmeng, she said calmly, we're already married. The street photographer had a sudden realization. Sorry, I misunderstood. Such a young married couple. At this moment, I was still immersed in the joy of Senior saying we were married. You just registered not long ago, right? You still look like students. We are students. Shinmeng, she answered calmly. Huh? The photographer couldn't react for a moment. You're already married while still in school? This is the first time I've met a couple like this. A student couple. Ha ha ha, buddy, you're so lucky. Your wife is the most beautiful girl I've ever met in all my time as a street photographer. So? Do you want to take pictures? Senior is my wife? The corners of my mouth unconsciously curved up, as expected of a street photographer. If you know how to talk, then talk some more. I like listening. I smiled. I have no problem with it. Let me ask my wife. I looked towards Senior and stammered. Wifey, do you want to take a picture? Shinmeng Zai's ears couldn't help but burn. She gave me a playful glare. This dumb junior is getting bolder. He actually called me that. She's not going to respond. Let's shoot. Shinmeng, she said arrogantly. Fine. She still couldn't bear to see the dumb junior's awkward appearance. I suddenly asked, it's not going to cost money, is it? Don't worry, it's free. You two look so good. You'll definitely help me gain quite a few fans. I was afraid you'd charge me. Is that so? Then can I charge you? I asked with a laugh. Just kidding. I laughed awkwardly. How should we pose? Well, listen to you. After that, Shinmeng Shi and I started to cooperate with the street photographer to take pictures. Girl holds the boy's hand. Yes. Just like that, make a heart shape together. Just like this, look at the boy. That look is beautiful. Hold her hand, lower your head, and look at your girlfriend. Yes. Under the guidance of a professional. The photos turned out incredibly beautiful. Even the photographer couldn't help but exclaim. You two really feel like a match made in heaven. Your looks have elevated my photography skills to another level. Not at all, not at all. I really like these pictures. This must be the first time I've taken pictures with Senior, right? Senior looks breathtakingly beautiful in the photos. Extremely adorable. The two of you look like a real couple. Shinmeng, she also really liked these pictures. But she wasn't paying much attention to how the photographer took them. Instead, she was staring intently at the boy in the photos. I'll add the boy as a friend. I'll send the photos to him then. After the two exchanged contact information, the young street photographer went to find his next target. Senior, why did you pinch me? Shinmeng, she gave me a glare. The pink blush on her cheeks hadn't faded yet. Who gave you permission to call me wifey? So shameless. So it turns out Senior can also get shy. I smiled smugly. In any case, I got the better end of the deal. It was always Senior teasing me before. Now I finally got to turn the tables. No way. What's wrong, Senior? Are you feeling hot? Take my fist. Shinmeng, she raised her small fist to punch me. Hiss, I was wrong. Don't be fooled by how beautiful Senior is. In reality, her small fists don't pull any punches at all. I could even feel a red mark forming on my back. Why does it feel like after coming to Shancheng, Senior has suddenly turned into a Sichuanese Tyrannosaurus? I even suspect Senior might have lived here before. But a punch is a punch. I still have to hold her hand. I stroke Senior's small, fair hand. And this small, fair hand just now rewarded my back with a big red mark. Senior, your hand is so soft. Do you like it? I do like it. I'd like it even more if you didn't punch me. What did you say? Shinmeng, she forced a smile, raising her other small fist. I quickly laughed to make peace. I was just kidding. I just like being punched by Senior. Shinmeng, she showed a look of disgust. Too much. And being a pervert again. Liking to be punched. That's obviously an M. How is this not perverted? I was speechless. I was starting to have some doubts myself. Could I really be an M? I don't like being abused. Except for by Senior, of course. Senior can punch me. The two walked around for a while, taking a few pictures. Then they decided to find something to eat. They were in Shancheng after all. They definitely had to have an authentic hot pot meal. Shinmeng, she and I entered a shop called Sister Chaos Old Hot Pot. Looking at the decor here, you immediately get the feeling of a century-old restaurant. Moreover, you can see that the soup base is made on the spot. Owner, 2 people. I found an empty spot and sat down with Senior. Then I glanced at the menu and was shocked by the prices. Senior, this price is too cheap. Shinmeng, she picked up the menu and glanced at it. She was also a little surprised. The soup base here is only 18 yuan. Vegetables are only 2 or 3 yuan, and meat is only in the teens or 20s. Compared to when she was in Jiangcheng, the dishes she had eaten were much cheaper. I exclaimed. I was at a hot pot restaurant in the Jiangcheng area before. One portion of meat was 60 yuan. And the portion wasn't even big. I didn't expect it to be so cheap here. Senior, what do you want to eat? I asked. Shinmeng, she rested her chin on her right hand and smiled sweetly. You order. I'm afraid I'll order something you don't like. So it's best if you remember what I like to eat. Luckily, before we came, I specifically asked Senior what she likes to eat most when having hot pot. I made a point to remember it then. Soon, I finished ordering. Senior, see if there's anything you don't like. I asked. Shinmeng, she nodded with satisfaction. Not bad. You didn't disappoint me. I was smug. Of course. I prepared very thoroughly. I chose a mild spicy soup base. I consider my spice tolerance to be quite good. But I was afraid Senior couldn't handle too much spice, so I specially chose mild. Senior, I'm great at eating spicy food. I was just about to brag about my spice tolerance. But when the hot pot was brought out, I was stunned. Looking at the pot full of chili peppers, I fell into deep thought. What the hell, this is mild spicy. The soup base is all red oil. It was so red it was almost black. My face stiffened. Owner, are you sure this is mild spicy? The owner beat his chest and guaranteed it. Of course. Don't worry, our shop has been here for 100 years. Absolutely reputable. Shinmeng, she laughed teasingly. Didn't you say you were great at eating spicy food? How come you can't handle this already? I said stubbornly, how could that be? A man can't say he can't. Senior, let me make you a dipping sauce. I learned it online before. It's super delicious. After saying that, I headed towards the condiment station. To show off in front of Senior, I had specially gone on the way to learn several types of hot pot dipping sauces. A bowl of sesame sauce for dipping meat was thus completed. I took another bowl and continued to make another type of dipping sauce. The 2 different dipping sauces both had no cilantro. So I made 2 more portions with cilantro. Because I didn't know if Senior liked cilantro, I made them like that. Soon, I brought over the 4 portions of dipping sauce. Senior, do you like cilantro? I love it. Senior likes cilantro too. As soon as I heard that, I immediately gave the 2 portions with cilantro to Senior. Shinmeng, she asked doubtfully, what's wrong? You don't like cilantro? I love it, I said. If you love it, why did you give all the ones with cilantro to me? Shinmeng, she asked doubtfully. I said seriously. Because I want to give the things I like to the important person. Important person? Shinmeng's eyes' beautiful face flushed slightly. You know how to talk. Why do you say I'm your important person? Hee hee, because we're already married. Senior is my wife. I said shamelessly. So shameless. Shinmeng, she was speechless on the outside. But in her heart, she was inexplicably happy. Senior, you. I'll go get you some more cilantro, Shinmeng, she said casually. The junior likes cilantro, so of course she had to go get more for him. She took the 2 bowls of dipping sauce in front of me to add more cilantro. I rested my chin on my hands and looked at Shinmeng Shi with an infatuated expression. Senior is just too beautiful. Before, because we were too close when walking side by side, I never dared to look directly at Senior. I only dared to steal glances. Moreover, every time I sneaked a glance, my Senior caught me. After that, we could only look at each other awkwardly. The main thing is, I don't know why, but just looking into my Senior's eyes, I'd get inexplicably shy. Very quickly, Shinmeng Shi helped me. After adding cilantro to the dipping sauce, she turned back. Shinmeng Shi looked suspicious. Why do you seem so sneaky? So furtive, are you doing something bad? I said firmly, how could I? Is looking at a beautiful person considered a bad thing? Shinmeng Shi furrowed her brow. Who are you sneaking a look at? At the same time, she glanced at the other people in the restaurant. They were all men. Besides her in the restaurant, the only other woman was an old lady. A bold thought popped into Shinmeng's mind. You're not really a pervert, are you? Liking someone so much older than you. I looked helpless. Your imagination is too rich, Senior. Is there any possibility that the beautiful person I mentioned is you? Shinmeng Shi pointed her index finger at herself. Then why didn't you just say directly that you were looking at me? Shinmeng Shi looked puzzled. Wait, why were you sneaking a look at me? No. Am I not allowed to look at you? I said a bit shyly, of course you can. But why were you peeking? Shinmeng Shi said teasingly. I can't just say that I get shy whenever I look into her eyes. Shinmeng Shi looked at me with a half smile. Am I beautiful? Beautiful. I was very honest. If she's beautiful, then just look more. Don't be so sneaky. Be more open about it. How can you be married and not even dare to look at the other person? Shinmeng Shi pursed her lips and smiled. All she could say was that this dumb junior was truly too innocent. He's clearly never been in a relationship before. Soon, the hot pot ingredients we ordered were all brought out. Of course, I had to test the spiciness first. Senior, I'll test the spiciness for you first. I can handle spicy food. If it's too spicy, I'll give you a glass of milk, I said seriously. Shinmeng Shi was stunned at first, then nodded with a half smile. She wanted to see just how stubborn this fool's mouth was. I picked up a piece of meat and started to try it. Delicious, not spicy. Hiss, ha. At first, it really wasn't spicy. After a few seconds, the spiciness suddenly hit. My face instantly turned red. My forehead couldn't help but sweat. This is mildly spicy? Shinmeng Shi looked at my comical state. She couldn't help but burst out laughing. What's wrong? Too spicy? How could it be? It's just too hot. That's just right for me. Senior, for you it might be a bit spicy. I suggest you. Before I finished speaking, I saw my senior's expression unchanged. She put the freshly dipped tripe into her mouth. I saw this scene. Without a second word, I rushed to the fridge to get a bottle of milk. Then I hurriedly placed the bottle of milk in front of my senior. Senior, hiss, if it's spicy, drink this. I hadn't even recovered myself yet. It took Shinmeng Shi a long time to swallow the tripe. Mainly because she really didn't eat very fast. Shinmeng Shi waved her hand. No need. Why don't you drink it? I think this level of spiciness is just right. Is it really not spicy? If it weren't for the fact that my senior's face wasn't red, I would have really thought she was just trying to act tough. Anyway, I found it very spicy. I didn't expect that in front of my senior. My spice tolerance was only at a child's level. Seeing me dazed, Shinmeng Shi opened the milk bottle, then put a straw in it. Then she brought the bottle to my mouth, the straw just touching my lips. Drink. I instinctively took a sip. The milk was so sweet. In the eyes of the people around them, the two were a couple. I took the milk and drank it. I originally thought my senior couldn't handle spicy food. I was the only clown in this whole party. The senior sitting opposite me was like Batman. Senior, can you not hit me? Why would I hit you? Shinmeng, she said doubtfully. Because every clown gets beaten by Batman. He'll follow you back to Gotham City. Just don't hit me anymore. Shinming, she burst out laughing. What on earth is going on in your head? Eat more brain to supplement yours. What kind of brain? I teased. Tofu brain, of course. Could it be a love-struck brain? Shinming, she pouted. Before long, both of them were full. By now, my face was flushed. I'm the type who's bad at it but loves to eat it. Although it was very spicy, it made me incredibly addicted. Hiss. Senior, I'm full. I wiped the sweat off my face. I looked like I had just taken a hot bath. Shinming, she suppressed a laugh and reminded me. Don't move your mouth. Click. Shinming, she raised her phone and took a picture. Senior, why are you taking a picture of me? See for yourself. Shinming, she handed me the phone. She was afraid that if she looked one more time, she really wouldn't be able to stop herself from laughing out loud. I took my senior's phone and immediately saw the picture of myself. In the picture, my lips were swollen from the spice. Moreover, there were even some tears in the corner of my eyes. Senior, why did you secretly take an ugly picture of me again? I said with a pained expression. Shinming, she pursed her lips and smiled. It's not ugly. The look of being bad at it but loving it is very cute. Shinming's eyes' lips were also a little red, but not swollen at all. Senior, you're not really a Sichuan Tyrannosaurus Rex, are you? How can you be so good at eating spicy food? Shinming, she put her hands on her hips and glared at me. Who are you calling a Tyrannosaurus Rex? No. I'm the Tyrannosaurus Rex, you're the princess. I suddenly remembered. It seemed like there were quite a few pictures of me on my senior's phone. And they were all ugly pictures. Not a single one was even a little handsome. But being photographed by my senior was also an honor. After all, not everyone could catch my senior's eye. Maybe I'm the only person of the opposite sex in my senior's phone album, although they were all ugly pictures. But I felt inexplicably happy. What are you laughing at? Shinming, she asked doubtfully. I was thinking of something happy. What happy thing? Shinming, she asked. I'm pregnant, I said cheerfully. You're a boy, how can you be pregnant? Shinming, she said doubtfully. I said righteously, can't boys get pregnant? Senior. You're discriminating against men, Senior. Your way of thinking is very dangerous. She suspected something was wrong with her ears. She understood every word her junior said. But why couldn't she understand when they were put together? A boy being pregnant. Then who are you really pregnant with? I rubbed my slightly bulging little belly and glanced at my senior. Isn't it obvious? Shinming, she pointed to herself and asked carefully. It's not mine, is it? It's not. It's from this. I pointed to the hot pot in front of me. Shinming, she looked speechless. You're unbeatable. Hee hee. It seems my senior isn't always that smart. Senior, do you know why? Because foolishness counters genius. After finishing the hot pot, the two returned to the hotel. As soon as she got back, Shinming, she went to take a shower. Meanwhile, I was still planning for tomorrow. A surprise for my senior on her birthday. I secretly pulled out 2 JHO concert tickets from my suitcase. The main purpose of this trip to Suntan was to give my senior an unforgettable birthday. And I couldn't let my senior know about it yet. Soon, Shinming, she finished her shower, wearing SpongeBob shorts and a white pajama top. At this point, she had removed her sweet-style makeup. Her bare face was still incredibly beautiful. She lifted her chin slightly. Come here and dry my hair. Coming. I very skillfully dried my senior's hair. Senior. Tomorrow is your birthday. What gift do you want? Didn't you say you weren't giving one? The corner of Shinming's eyes mouth lifted slightly. She had long guessed that her junior would give her a gift. I chuckled, how could I not give you one? Shinming, she said casually. Actually, I don't usually celebrate my birthday. Not many people remember my birthday either. But I don't have many friends, so it's normal that no one remembers. The only friend who remembered her birthday was her best friend. As for her junior, he was no longer just a friend. After all, they were already married. They were considered family. It's okay. I'll take care of all your future birthdays. I guarantee it. What did you buy for me? Shinming, she asked curiously. Wait a moment. I went to my suitcase and searched for a bit. I found a cute stuffed dog. This is the stuffed animal I bought for you. It's not an ordinary stuffed animal. Shinming, she raised an eyebrow, immediately interested. Not ordinary? Could it be a doll from Wang Wei's poem? No. It can sing. I flipped the switch. Inside, a song I had pre-recorded started playing. Senior. Before, you asked me to sing this song before you went to sleep that night. I figured you must really like this song. So I had it custom made. From now on, if you can't sleep at night, you can listen to this. She happily took the puppy doll. Thank you, I love it. It's not that she'd never received a birthday gift before. But compared to the gift, she cared more about who was giving it. She could feel that this dumb junior had put a lot of thought into preparing it. She felt a little touched in her heart. As for this puppy doll, she could only say that she loved it so much she didn't want to let go. I could tell my senior was very satisfied with this gift. But this wasn't my real gift yet. The real gift definitely had to wait until her actual birthday to be given. But I was also very happy that my senior didn't look down on my inexpensive gift. On the contrary, she really liked it. Senior, let me continue drying your hair. She nodded gently. Her pretty face was slightly flushed as she gently looked at the puppy doll in her arms. My heart couldn't help but flutter. My senior was so well behaved. Before sleeping, the two of us lay on our separate beds. Senior, is there anywhere special you want to go? I asked very curiously. Maybe before. Not anymore. Shinmeng's eyes tone was very calm. She hugged the puppy doll. Where are we going tomorrow? Tomorrow? It's not clear yet. We'll have to wait until tomorrow to find out. Of course, I couldn't reveal tomorrow's plan. This was a surprise from my senior. Okay. For Shinmengshi. Going anywhere was the same. As long as her junior was by her side, it was fine. She had already arrived at the place she most wanted to be. Senior, you're not going to climb into my bed in the middle of the night, are you? I'm still an innocent young man. You're definitely sick. She was speechless. I should be the one worrying. I said righteously, don't worry, I'm a gentleman. Senior, you can be completely at ease. On the other hand, it's you, Senior. You booked this room. Who knows, maybe you have bad intentions towards me. She sat up, raising her small pink fist. Who has bad intentions? Believe it or not, I'll punch you to death. She was the great campus belle of Jiangdai University. How could she have bad intentions towards this dumb junior? I immediately admitted defeat. I was just kidding, Senior. Spare me. She tilted her chin up and said firmly, don't worry. There's absolutely no way I'd get into your bed. And you even think I have bad intentions towards you. That's just turning things upside down. Touch your conscience and ask yourself. Am I that kind of person? I suddenly recalled the past few days of sleeping in the same bed with my senior. Every time I woke up, my neck was being strangled by my senior's two arms. Sometimes, my waist was even clamped by my senior's two legs, causing me to almost have a morning wood as soon as I woke up. Not only that. Sometimes I'd even wake up from the cold in the middle of the night and open my eyes to find I'd been pushed onto the floor. Isn't that so? Back at home. She felt guilty, her face turning slightly red. That was just an accident. Besides, this time there are two beds, so she can't use me as a body pillow anymore. She frowned slightly. Wait. Why do I feel like something's not right? So what if I get into your bed? Are you complaining about me? That's not it. Mainly, I'm afraid my barret will overflow. Just think about it, waking up to a beautiful woman hugging you. Her sensitive body parts pressed against me. Who could stand that? It's a good thing a gentleman like me can barely handle it. But I didn't know how to say it. I couldn't possibly say that my senior was too flirtatious. I'm afraid I won't be able to control myself and make a move on her. It's not that. What are you afraid of? Getting lucky and still acting innocent. She shot me a glance. She was almost caught by this dumb junior. She touched her burning cheeks. But her heart couldn't calm down. Her emotions seemed to be increasingly led by her junior. She puffed her cheeks and looked at me angrily. She wouldn't get into this fool's bed. Late at night. She tossed and turned, unable to sleep. Junior, are you asleep? Her voice was very soft. After waiting a while without a reply. Asleep? She hesitated for a moment and stood up. A thought suddenly occurred to her. Should I sleep with my junior? She touched her burning cheeks. But I just said I wouldn't get into his bed. No, that's not right. I booked this room, so it's not the junior's bed. Both of these beds are mine. I can sleep wherever I want. That's right. She seemed to have found a perfect excuse. Moreover, the most important thing was that she had a habit of hugging her junior pillow. You can't blame me for this. The hotel provides too few pillows. There isn't even a body pillow. That's right. It's all the hotel's fault. Besides, the air conditioner is too cold. It's so cold sleeping alone. I hope my junior doesn't catch a cold when he wakes up tomorrow. Shinmengshi stood up and quietly walked to my bed, muttering, Junior, I'm only doing this for your own good. I'm afraid it won't be good if you catch a cold tomorrow. You have to understand your senior's good intentions. Then she gently slipped under my blanket. Little body pillow, here I come. Just as she was about to gently hug him, I suddenly turned over and pulled Shinmengshi into my arms. Are you awake? Shinmengshi whispered. The other person didn't respond to her. It seemed she was overthinking it. Shinmengshi breathed a sigh of relief, feeling the other person's breathing. Her face couldn't help but start to heat up. Her heart involuntarily beat faster. Being hugged to sleep by her junior like this gave her an indescribable sense of security. You're the one who initiated it. Right after that, Shinmengshi closed her eyes and buried her head in his chest. But she didn't know that the corners of my mouth had already curved into an imperceptible smile. The next morning, I knew full well but still deliberately asked my senior, Why did you get into my bed again last night? Shinmengshi tilted her chin up slightly. She stubbornly said, What do you mean, your bed? I booked the hotel, so the bed is mine. It's my bed, I'll sleep in it if I want to. You got a problem with that? I clearly didn't expect my senior's logic to be so sound. I don't have a problem. The air conditioner was too cold last night. I was afraid you'd catch a cold, Junior. Don't be ungrateful for my kindness. Shinmengshi had a proud look on her face. Actually, you could have just turned up the temperature a bit. I continued to expose her. I couldn't find the remote. Shinmengshi shot me a glare. I immediately felt a chill down my spine and quickly agreed with my senior. Well then, there was really no other way. But just thinking about sleeping while hugging my senior last night, my heart wouldn't stop racing and my face couldn't help but heat up. Now, I was covered in my senior's scent. I almost never wanted to shower again for the rest of my life. As for Shinmengshi, when she thought about her bold actions last night, a blush appeared on her cheeks again. Senior, what are you blushing for? The room must be too stuffy, I chuckled. Senior, it's time for breakfast. The whole morning, my senior and I experienced the cuisine of Suntan. Time passed without us noticing. In the afternoon, my senior and I returned to the hotel to rest, because we had been out all day. Plus we woke up quite early, so we both took a nap. Rest for a bit, senior. I bought you a serving of beef ball noodles. I returned from outside holding 2 servings of beef ball noodles. Are we not going out to eat tonight? Shinmengshi asked curiously. I smiled mysteriously. Tonight I'm taking you to a cool place. Let's eat and shower in a bit, then we'll go out. Shinmengshi didn't know what I had prepared, but she had a vague guess. Her junior was probably planning to take her somewhere fun. After all, it was her birthday today. After Shinmengshi finished showering, she even deliberately put on light makeup. Moreover, she changed into a small white dress, the one she wore on the day they registered their marriage. Her long hair cascaded down her back like a waterfall, gently fluttering, emitting a faint fragrance. How is it? Familiar? Shinmengshi raised an eyebrow. I was a bit stunned. I also recalled the scene of us meeting that day. Senior. Back then, why did you want to register our marriage? I suddenly asked. You'll find out soon. Shinmengshi smiled playfully. When the two were ready, we went out. I had already called a car. We quickly arrived at the Suntan City Stadium. As soon as we got out of the car, Shinmengshi realized something. This is a concert. And it's Jay Cho's. I smiled and held out my hand. Senior, let's go. Shinmengshi skillfully took my hand. She didn't say anything, just quietly held his hand and followed him. Looking at my back, she remembered the words the little boy had said to her back then, she. When we grow up, I'll definitely take you to see your favorite Jay Cho concert. Shinmeng's eyes were filled with tenderness. Actually, for her, Jay Cho concert tickets weren't hard to buy. She had money and could buy insider tickets or scalp tickets. But because of their childhood promise, Shinmengshi hoped her first time could be with the boy she loved, watching the concert. This was also why she had never been to a concert before, and she had always been waiting for this day to come. Unexpectedly, on her birthday, it finally arrived. Having her hand held by the person she loved. This scene had appeared countless times in her dreams. She could no longer describe her feelings in words. She just felt that all the years of waiting were worth it. You're still you. At this moment, I didn't know what my senior was thinking. But I was very nervous because I was afraid my senior wouldn't like it. I had only guessed that my senior liked J-Cho. What if she simply liked listening to music? But I didn't know that. My senior was already a mess of emotions because of me. You fool, wait a moment, Shinmeng, she said gently. Ah? What's wrong? Am I walking too fast? I was a bit stunned. And why did I feel that my senior's tone had become more gentle? It seemed my senior was even more charming at this moment. Shinmeng, she took the initiative to link her arm with mine. Her pretty face was slightly red. Okay, let's go. I swallowed. The couples around were basically all linking arms. The two's actions were extremely intimate. I could even feel my senior's softness. As an innocent young man like me, my cheeks couldn't help but heat up at this moment. After I took my senior through the ticket check, we found our seats inside. Shinmeng, she asked softly. How much did you spend? Not too much, right? She was a little worried. Because for seats at this distance, if they were bought from scalpers, 2 tickets would cost tens of thousands. I chuckled. I asked my friend to help get them. Shinmeng, she frowned slightly and asked doubtfully. Your friend didn't buy scalp tickets, did he? I also realized something was off. Probably not. I still opened my phone to check the ticket price for this section. Then I secretly memorized that price. What needs to be paid must be paid. Am not the type to take advantage of my bros. But am still very grateful to Fatty. As expected of a good brother I grew up with. He knew the tickets were very important to me, so if he couldn't get them, he'd buy expensive ones online. How is it? Shinmeng, she asked doubtfully. Just as you said. I'll pay him back later. Mine too. I'll transfer it to you then, and you can transfer it to him. Shinmeng, she said calmly. No need, I'll transfer it to him. If you don't accept, then don't talk to me, Shinmeng, she pouted. All right, I said awkwardly. But this is the gift I prepared for you. Shinmeng, she smiled, shook her head, and said softly. You are my greatest gift. The two looked at each other. I was a little stunned, looking at my senior's eyes, full of affection. My heart wouldn't stop racing. I unconsciously touched my chest. Looking at the person in front of me, I had an indescribable feeling. I seemed to have heard this sentence somewhere before. The distance between the two involuntarily shortened. What's wrong with you? Shinmeng, she seemed to notice my strangeness and asked with concern. I came back to my senses and tried to act calm. No, it's nothing. My head is so itchy. I think I'm about to grow a brain. And a love-struck one at that. I tried to calm my mood. Senior, I said softly. I want to know if you're satisfied with this gift. I really like this gift. Shinmeng, she seemed to know what I was thinking. The corners of her lips curved into a light, doting smile as she looked at me. I will always remember today. Because I've waited for a very long time. I looked at my senior's beautiful face, my eyes a little dazed. It seems my senior really likes it. Her gaze is so gentle. I really want to pull her into my arms. Very quickly night fell. The concert officially began. As the slow instrumental music started, J-Cho also appeared on stage, his melodious voice ringing out. The entire audience was immersed in the atmosphere. My senior and I also quickly got into it. My senior, who was usually cold to others, couldn't hide her excitement when seeing her favorite singer. Of course, for her, who she was watching was secondary. What mattered was who she was watching with. Halfway through the concert, both of them were very absorbed. At this very moment, I accidentally touched my senior's hand, when I subconsciously tried to pull my hand back. Suddenly, a small, slender hand grabbed mine. Shy now? You dare to touch but don't dare to take responsibility? Shinmeng, she tilted her chin up. A sly smile on her face. How could that be? I'll take responsibility. I tried to act calm and held her hand. At this moment, the stage lights had turned pink. The stage was like a pink ocean. Shinmeng, she took out her phone and took a few pictures of the scene. Then she leaned her head on my shoulder, bringing the hand that was holding mine up beside us. Then she took a picture of herself, and the hand holding mine. Turn around. Click. You took a picture of me again. Let me see. Shinmeng, she showed me the photo. I chuckled. Finally, it wasn't an ugly picture. This picture was very handsome. It perfectly captured the moment I turned my head back, looking very natural. Moreover, my eyes even held a hint of doting affection. Simply put, the way I looked at Shinmeng-shi was as if I was spinning silk. Shinmeng-shi was extremely satisfied with this photo. Then she secretly set this photo as her phone's wallpaper. Just as she was lowering her head to set it. Click. I also took a picture of Shinmeng-shi. You took a candid shot of me. Shinmeng-shi pouted. I did it openly. Let me show you. If it's not pretty, then you're done for. Shinmeng-shi took the phone to look at the picture. She looked incredibly beautiful in the photo too. What's worth mentioning is that her eyes also held a hint of doting affection. The two photos looked like a couple's photo. Is it pretty? Senior looks beautiful no matter how the picture is taken. Alright, you have a sweet mouth. Shinmeng-shi smiled and returned the phone to me. Remember to Photoshop it for me. This still needs Photoshopping? I looked doubtful. This picture of my senior could defeat a whole crowd of internet celebrities. It's even at a star level, and it still needs Photoshopping? Why not? Or you could just Photoshop me in. Why Photoshop you in? You can just take a picture with me. Shinmeng-shi touched his face. Little Junior. So smooth. My cheeks immediately flushed hot. Senior, you're so naughty. I love it. Shinmeng-shi chuckled. I can be even naughtier. Then I'd like it even more. Very quickly, the concert ended. This trip of mine and my seniors also came to an end. Everyone at the venue had left one by one. Senior, happy birthday. Shinmeng-shi was slightly stunned. A ripple spread in her heart. Let's go back. I stood up, held out my hand, and said with a smile, Shinmeng-shi stood up and gently placed her hand on mine. A blush unconsciously appeared on her face. When we got back to the hotel, I had already ordered a cake. This was the third surprise I had prepared. While my senior was showering, the small cake I ordered also arrived. Everything was ready. All that was missing was my senior. Shinmeng-shi finished her shower and changed into her pajamas. The moment she stepped out, the lights went dark. Just as she was about to react. Happy birthday to you. I carried a small cake and slowly walked over. There was a small candle on the cake. Shinmeng-shi was a little stunned. Then a look of pleasant surprise appeared on her face. She mumbled, "You fool." She clearly didn't expect her junior today to still prepare a cake at the last moment. This fool is quite thoughtful. Senior, make a wish. I walked in front of Shinmeng-shi. Shinmeng-shi smiled and nodded. Then she closed her eyes and began to wish. Not long after, my senior opened her eyes and blew out the candle. Shinmeng-shi gave a faint smile. Did you prepare anything else that I wouldn't expect? Hee hee. This is really at this time. Senior, what did you wish for? Shinmeng-shi smiled playfully, I'm not telling you. If I say it, it won't come true. Let me help you cut the cake. As I spoke, I was about to put the cake on the table. Don't move. Shinmeng-shi shook the phone in her hand and said with a smile. Let me take a picture. I held the cake. And Shinmeng-shi took a picture that included me. But she didn't include my face. Right after that, I started cutting the cake. My senior took a small bite and couldn't eat anymore. The rest was, of course, finished by me. Today was the last night. They were staying in Suntan. They had to go back tomorrow. The holiday was about to end. Because I was tired from the whole day, I fell asleep almost as soon as I lay down. Shinmeng-shi quietly arranged the photos taken today. Then she posted them on her moments before 12 a.m. She posted 9 photos. Just enough for a 9-grid frame. There was hot pot and suntan. There were also photos from the scene of Jae Cho's concert. And pictures of her checking in at tourist spots. Of course, the most important one was the picture in the middle. Of the 9-grid frame was a photo of her holding a boy's hand, leaning on that boy's shoulder. But the photo didn't show the boy's face. There were also 2 photos of me holding the cake and of the stuffed puppy. The 9 photos were accompanied by the caption, "Then let's make a wish. May you love me forever." As soon as this post was published, Shinmeng's eyes WeChat kept ringing. She quickly muted her message notifications so as not to disturb her little junior. Shinmeng-shi didn't block anyone. She posted it publicly. Her father, of course, also saw it. But not only did her father say nothing, he even gave it a like. Shinmeng's father knew the two had registered their marriage. He was happy to know they went on a trip. He transferred 20,000 yuan to his daughter. Transfer note, stay and play a few more days. If it's not enough, tell Dad. The person with the strongest reaction was, of course, her best friend, Yang Shui. She wished she could immediately call her on Pao Pao. It startled Shen Mingxi, who quickly hung up. Why didn't you answer? He's asleep. I was afraid of waking him. This is more painful than killing me. I sent you a birthday wish. You only replied received. Sob. Have you fallen out of love with me? Shen Mingxi's lips curled slightly. Her reply of received was just a habit. After all, she often had to acknowledge notices in the university group chats. Replying received is an essential skill for every student. Besides, she had been playing with her junior all day today. She didn't have time to look at her phone. So she neglected her best friend's feelings. Don't talk nonsense. I'm afraid he might misunderstand. At this moment, Yang Shui was baring her fangs and brandishing her claws at the screen. She wished she could climb through the screen to find Shen Mingxi. Aya! Are you in a relationship? Not for the time being. But it's probably coming soon. You're already in the same room. The hotel ran out of rooms. Twin beds. We normally sleep in our own separate beds. Very self-disciplined. Why don't I believe that? Believe it or not. At this point, Yang Shui was really anxious. Being constantly teased by Shen Mingxi, she didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Cici, you've changed. You haven't posted in over 10 years. And the moment you do, it's something like this. This post of yours is definitely going to surprise a lot of people. Tomorrow, the confession wall will surely be filled with questions. Is the campus belle of Jian University really in love? You're about to be famous. No, wait, you were already very famous. I don't care what other people say. I'm just simply recording my life. Recording the concert that I've been waiting for so long. She didn't post the junior's full face. It's because she doesn't want other people to bother the junior right now. It's not too late to go public after you two officially confirm your relationship. She's waiting for a formal confession. On the way back the next day, of course I saw this post too. When I saw this status update, I was secretly overjoyed. Because I could appear on the Senior's Moments feed again. You have to know that Senior has never posted anything before. Now she's posting. Moreover, I'm in the photo. Although my face isn't showing. But I'm still very happy. Senior. That status on your Moments feed. Shen Mingxi proudly turned her face away. A hard-to-notice blush appeared on her face. I just picked it randomly. I was secretly happy and didn't expose my senior. Now I'm very clear. Senior definitely has feelings for me. Maybe she even likes me. I definitely have a chance. I have to create more opportunities to be with my senior in the future. And then plan a delicate confession. I'm getting more and more confident. The holiday was about to end, so I returned to the dorm a day early. The other three had also returned to the dorm early. The moment I got back to the dorm, Fan Hao walked over and patted my shoulder, his eyes filled with a trace of sympathy. Mu Xie, don't be sad. My face was full of confusion. What am I sad about? Stop pretending, I know you're very sad. I get it. You don't have to force it. I'll take you out for drinks tonight. We're not going home until we're drunk. I said, surprised. Should I be sad? Su Jingran, who was next to us, couldn't help but burst out laughing. Fan Hao scolded, don't laugh at him. Little Mu. What's the big deal about a breakup? This is very normal. It's not like you're short on women. Even if she is the campus belle, he tried his best to console me. Wait a minute. What breakup? What are you on about? I was completely speechless. Fan Hao sighed, then took out his phone. I've seen it all on our school's forum. Shen Mingxi made a post on her Moments feed. It seems to be with her boyfriend. Don't be sad. A senior as beautiful as her having a boyfriend is very normal. I'll introduce you to two beautiful seniors. I added them at the club last time. Their quality is definitely not bad. Stop. Don't introduce anyone to me. I'm really not sad. I'm not jealous either. I hurriedly interrupted Fan Hao. Why should I be sad? The male lead in the photo is me. I smiled. I'm fine. I'm really impressed with you. It's not a big deal. It's good that you're not sad. I was afraid you'd get drunk late at night. Fan Hao breathed a sigh of relief. After Fan Hao left, Su Jingran smiled meaningfully. Isn't this the male lead from the post? What male lead? I played dumb. Su Jingran raised an eyebrow. Playing dumb when you know the answer. Isn't the male lead in the campus bells post you? As expected of our leader. You even guessed it. Su Jingran chuckled lightly. I wasn't sure at first either. I was only sure after seeing you come back to the dorm. If the person in the photo wasn't you, you'd be crying in bed right now. I was speechless. Am I the type to cry that easily? There's no way I'd cry. Su Jingran didn't continue this topic, and instead asked. You didn't slack off during the holiday, did you? The selections for the Freshman's Cup are in a few days. Of course not. I've recovered quite a bit now, I said confidently. Hit the court more often these next few days. Get your feel back, Su Jingran reminded me. I nodded in agreement. Then I returned to my seat, opened my gaming laptop, and started typing. Just as I opened the writing software, the notification sound from Pao Pao suddenly rang. Who would be messaging this great author at a time like this? I glanced at my phone, annoyed. The annoyance on my face immediately vanished. Because the person who messaged me was Senior Hai Jian. I messaged Senior Hai Jian before. The senior didn't reply to me for the whole holiday. What's up? I was quite busy during the holiday. Busy with dates. Didn't want to be disturbed by others. So I turned off Pao Pao. Dates? No wonder. But I didn't pay too much attention to this. I had something to ask before. But not anymore. Before I might have worried about my senior's white moonlight. But now I'm not worried at all. Senior, I have a question to ask you. The friend I mentioned before has been thinking about how to confess lately. Senior, how did you and your partner confess? Can my friend learn a little from you? I've never confessed before. He's probably the one who gets confessed to. Elsewhere, in the girls' dormitory, Shinmingshi touched her small, blushing face. My little junior is about to confess. Should I accept? Or should I accept? As she thought about the scene of me confessing to her, her face turned as red as a ripe apple. Although she had thought about it before, this time it seems like she's really about to be confessed to. So it would be a lie to say she wasn't nervous. Even through the screen, her heart couldn't stop beating fast. But regarding this confession business, Shinmingshi didn't plan on teaching her junior. Because she really wanted to see what other surprises her junior would prepare for her. Of course, the main reason was actually that she had never confessed either. She didn't know how. Don't be fooled by how she teases her junior every day. Like a seasoned master of love. In reality, she's never even been in a relationship. These moves were basically all learned from novels. Besides, she only ever used them on her junior. I also didn't expect the senior to be so amazing. To have the other person confess to him. Then, senior, how did your partner confess to you? Let's see if my friend can learn a little something. I don't know yet. I was stunned. What does don't know yet mean? Could it be that the senior is too shy to say? Oh, well. I didn't plan on making things difficult for the senior anymore. In reality, Shinmingshi really didn't know. But the moment she thought about this idiot wanting to learn how to confess to her, she found it amusing. If my friend's confession is successful, he'll treat you to a meal. All right. Now I was completely lost. I really couldn't guess the senior's meaning. But since the senior said so, he'll treat him to a meal then. After I finished typing, I stretched and then slumped into my chair. So tired. The originally quiet dorm room suddenly echoed with a shout. The school forum has exploded, Fan Hao exclaimed in shock. Damn sugarcane, what are you yelling about? Gui Boda said irritably. Fan Hao said excitedly, forget about that, you guys, hurry up and look. The school forum is full of posts about the Jian University campus bell dating. I already saw it this morning. I didn't expect it to blow up by the afternoon. Su Jingran glanced at me meaningfully and said nonchalantly, I love drama the most. What are the posts saying? Fan Hao said lightly, there's one post saying that this guy is Senior Shin's close male friend, and is very likely gay. Otherwise, with the Jian University campus bell's personality, how could she get close to a guy? Moreover, this post has quite a lot of likes. My face immediately darkened. You're the gay one. Your whole family is gay. I'm about to die from anger. I'm as straight as an arrow man. And am being rumored to be gay. Su Jingran gave a wicked smile. Sugarcane. Do you think this guy is gay? Fan Hao stroked his chin. He thought seriously for a moment. Probably. Otherwise, why would the senior? I said irritably. I think you're the one who looks gay. Fan Hao said suspiciously, Mu Xie. I wasn't talking about you, what's your hurry? I realized something was wrong. I quickly coughed twice. No, it's not that. I just don't want other people to be wrongly rumored about. What if he and Senior Shin just have a very good relationship? What if they have mutual feelings but are just shy about it? Gui Boda gave me an annoying look. I get it, Mu Xie. You're not a simp, are you? That's why you hope the senior is happy. I know you like the senior. But really, you don't have to simp like that. My face was full of helplessness. Stop. What is all this? Su Jingran really couldn't hold it in anymore and clutched his stomach, laughing loudly. Leader. What are you laughing at? Fan Hao didn't understand. You called him gay, of course he'd get anxious. Haha. Su Jingran laughed until tears came out. Fan Hao's face was full of confusion. When did I say Mu Xie was gay? Wait a minute. Fan Hao suddenly grabbed my arm, his face full of shock. The male lead in the campus bells post isn't you, is it? I nodded helplessly. No way. How could it be? You actually managed to get the campus belle as your girlfriend. While it's so hard for me to find even one girlfriend. Fan Hao clutched his chest in pain. Mu Xie, tell me. This is all fake, right? With a straight face, I said it's real. But I'm not with her yet. Fan Hao said excitedly. Not together yet? You call this not together yet? Did you see her status update? She's just one step away from confessing directly to you. I said lightly, I saw it. But confessing can't be done carelessly. I need to plan a little. Fan Hao calmed down a bit. Although his words were full of jealousy, in his heart, he still really hoped I could be with the person I like. If you need our help, just say the word. I raised an eyebrow. So nice of you. Gui Boda laughed loudly. We're your three dads. Of course we have to be good to you. I cursed helplessly. Fan Hao patted his chest. Don't worry. Before you two officially go public, we'll definitely keep our mouths shut. Su Jingran suddenly said. Have you thought of a way to confess yet? I shook my head. My head hurts so much right now. How about you guys give me some ideas? Fan Hao stroked his chin, thinking for a moment, then suddenly raised his index finger. I have an idea. You can ask her to the sports field. Use candles to form a heart. You stand in the middle holding flowers to confess. There will be people all around, the atmosphere will definitely be great. I didn't hesitate to interrupt his idea. I don't want to be too high profile. Besides, doing that feels a bit like moral coercion. Although an atmosphere like that is indeed very good. A crowd of people shouting get together, get together. It doesn't suit me and my senior. Fan Hao nodded. It's true that not everyone likes such a high-profile confession. This method depends on the person. Su Jingran said lightly, I think confessing requires an opportunity. But you already missed one. It was when you and she were at the concert. You should have confessed then. In that atmosphere, many girls would get swept up in the moment. Plus, you had prepared so many things for her. Wasn't that the best opportunity? I recalled the scene from that time. I suddenly realized something. And was immediately filled with regret. The atmosphere at that time was really perfect for a confession. It's over. Am I really such an idiot? My face was full of regret. Su Jingran chuckled lightly. Actually, you don't need to regret it. At least you know her feelings for you. Su Jingran held up one finger. After you succeed, 1 month of breakfast. I excitedly grabbed his hand. 2.5 months of breakfast is fine too. Su Jingran said lightly, I already made it very clear just now. You have to pay attention to the atmosphere. You don't need to prepare something deliberately. You have to feel the atmosphere when you two are on a date. Especially the ambiguous atmosphere. When the time is right. Follow your heart and express your feelings for her. I thought deeply, then my eyes lit up. Leader. I think I've figured it out. Fan Hao's mind was in a fog. How come I don't understand any of this? Su Jingran laughed and patted his shoulder. It's okay. Go and play. It's normal for children not to understand. Mu Xie. It's almost time. We should go practice. I nodded. Then I changed into my sneakers and went to the court with Su Jingran. Basketball court. Achoo. I rubbed my nose. Who's thinking of me? Could it be your senior? Su Jingran teased. Maybe someone is cursing you. It's our group's turn. Let's go. We play for a long time. The sky gradually darkened. The court lights still weren't on. Su Jingran took a sip of water. He asked casually, "So, how late are we playing tonight?" I glanced at my watch and suddenly shot up, my face full of anxiety. "I have to go. I made plans with my senior. From now on at school, we'll go jogging together on evenings when we don't have class." It was almost time for our meeting. "Aren't you tired? Going for a run right after playing basketball?" Su Jingran frowned. "Don't worry. My stamina is great now." I patted my arm. "Oh, right. Remember to buy water before you go over," Su Jingran reminded me. "Because I just finished my water. No time." After speaking, I was about to turn and leave. "What's the hurry? In a hurry to see me?" A pleasant, melodious voice came from behind me. I subconsciously turned around. Shinmingshi was still wearing her black sportswear. She wore a hat, and plus, the court lights still weren't on. The people around didn't notice she was the Jiang University campus belle. They just thought this girl had a great figure. So they didn't pay much attention. "Senior." I was a little surprised. "When did you get here?" "Take a guess." Shinmingshi smiled playfully. "Here for you. You're out of water, right?" She handed me the bottle of water in her hand. This bottle was room temperature water, not iced. I took the water, feeling a bit shy. Although this wasn't the first time my senior had given me water. The last time was during military training. Shinmingshi smiled lightly. "You played well." Actually, she had been here for a while. But she was secretly watching. Before, it was always others secretly watching her. Now it was her turn to secretly watch someone else. No, wait. It wasn't someone else, but her own little husband. I was praised by my senior. The corners of my mouth were harder to hold down than an AK's recoil. But I still pretended it was no big deal. It was just okay. My current skill level is only half of what it used to be. Shinmingshi pursed her lips and smiled, praising, "Wow. Then you must have been really good back then." Yes. My nose was about to point to the sky. Shinmingshi had given me enough emotional validation. She knew her junior liked to be praised. Just like a child asking for praise. So cute. "Hurry and drink the water I gave you." "Yes." My tone also became gentle. Then I picked up the water and drank. Shinmingshi just watched me sweetly like a wife waiting for her husband. Beside me, Su Jingran looked at me with a disgusted expression. Hearing my tone just now, he couldn't help but get goosebumps. But on second thought, it seemed he and his girlfriend were like this during their ambiguous phase too. I smiled and said, "Senior, let's go." The two of us left, leaving Su Jingran alone, dazed in the wind. But he wasn't like Fang Hao. If it were Fang Hao, he would definitely have gone crazy on the spot. He actually felt that the two of them were quite cute. He felt that Senior Shin and I were a good match. The way we were together also really resembled a couple. On the other side, Shinmingshi said casually, "Junior, can you still go on?" "Why not? A man can't say he can't. Whether I can or not, you'll have to try to find out." Shinmingshi smiled meaningfully. After running for about 20 minutes, my breathing started to become unsteady. Because I had played basketball for quite a while on the court just now. So my stamina probably wasn't great anymore. "Don't force yourself. If you can't go on, we can rest," Shinmingshi said caringly. But I held fast to the principle that a man can't say he can't. "It's okay." Shinmingshi also realized this idiot was already very tired. But he refused to stop. Such a tough talker. And so stubborn. "Let's stop, I can't run anymore," Shinmingshi said casually. She couldn't help it, she was soft-hearted. She really couldn't bear to see this idiot so tired. Only then did I stop. "That's enough running for today. Let's go rest for a bit." Shinmingshi and I went to the middle of the stadium and sat down. As soon as I sat down, my calf immediately cramped up. I got a cramp. The pain was so bad I almost screamed out loud. Shinmingshi hurriedly used both hands to bend the sole of my foot towards my knee. Straighten it out. 2.5 minutes later. "Senior, it's okay. I'm fine now." I was much better. But Shinmingshi didn't immediately remove her hands from my leg. The next second, I felt my calf being massaged by a pair of soft hands. "This can soothe your muscles," she said casually. "Next time, if you can't go on, just say so. There's nothing to be ashamed of." I won't be so stubborn next time," I was so embarrassed I wanted to find a hole to crawl into. So embarrassing. Shinmingshi, who was massaging me, suddenly couldn't help but laugh. Senior, what are you laughing at? I discovered a nickname that really suits you. Mr. Stubborn. I didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Watching my senior help me massage my calf, my heart couldn't help but beat faster. The senior's small, soft hands seemed to have a kind of magic. Under the senior's massage, my calf felt incredibly relaxed. No wonder so many people like getting foot massages. If my senior were to give me a foot massage, that scene would be too beautiful. I don't dare to think about it. Mainly because if I were with my senior, how would I dare let her massage my feet? Shinming's face also blushed slightly. This was the first time she had ever touched another boy's leg. It should be okay now, right? Or maybe I should rub it for another 2 minutes. Senior, it should be okay now. I don't want to trouble you too much. It's no trouble, I like it. What? I didn't hear clearly. Nothing. I said I often massage myself. I used to get cramps in the middle of the night before. I chuckled. I've also gotten cramps at night, I just didn't dare to cry out then. All right. Shinmingshi took her hands away. I stretched my leg. It really did feel much better and didn't hurt much anymore. Senior. Next time you get a cramp, I'll massage it for you too. In your dreams? Shinmingshi pouted. I absolutely don't want to touch your leg. I lied against my heart. Shinmingshi raised an eyebrow. When you lie, your eyelid twitches. Really? It didn't twitch just now. I asked doubtfully. So you admit you were lying just now? I was utterly helpless. Senior, you win, Shinmingshi said with a teasing look. Wait until I'm in a good mood, maybe I'll let you touch it, I said shamelessly. So are you in a good mood now? I'm not. Shinmingshi made a funny face. Then she got up and ran away. Because I don't want to let you touch my leg. Senior, wait for me. My leg hurts. I limped after her. Back at the dorm. I returned to the dorm, tired and limping. Fan Hao frowned. Did you get your leg broken for peeking at girls showering? Get lost. Do you think I'm you? Su Jingran had an I knew it expression. Yo-ho. Got a cramp, didn't you? I knew it. Trying to show off, now you've embarrassed yourself, right? I puffed out my chest. No. It was a blessing in disguise. At least my senior and I got to have some intimate contact again. Fan Hao's face was full of anger. What do you mean? You just went on a date with Senior Shin? No. Could it be that in this dorm I have to be single along with this pervert Gui Boda? I'd be in danger then. Gui Boda's face darkened. What do you mean? You think I'd be interested in a sugarcane? Are you even worthy? So, how was the atmosphere tonight? Su Jingran interrupted. It was okay, I said casually. I feel it's still too rushed. I think I still need a few more things. So this weekend I want to ask her out. I'll officially confess then. Su Jingran smiled. All right. Just follow your own rhythm. I suddenly said, oh right? I haven't had dinner yet. And going to the convenience store downstairs to buy some instant noodles. I went down to the convenience store downstairs alone. Our dormitory building has 3 stairwells. Our room is quite far, so I chose to take the closer stairwell. But fewer people use it. Usually, no one takes this stairwell. Since I was in a hurry, I didn't care about these things. Just as I entered the dark stairwell to go down, I heard a very familiar voice coming from the hallway. This made me, someone who was already nosy, stop. Honey. Those are just rumors. I've never pursued her. This is all just nonsense from people at our school. Don't you understand me? What kind of person is Jin Jiahao? Would I lie to you? There's absolutely nothing wrong with my character. We've been together for many years. The reason I didn't want to go public was because I felt it was unnecessary. At first, I thought it was just a normal couple's quarrel. But when I heard the name Jin Jiahao, I was stunned. President Chin. This voice was very familiar, and combining it with my memory, I immediately remembered. This voice belonged to Jin Jiahao. He has a girlfriend? And they'd been together for many years. Then why did he pursue my senior before? I frowned deeply. This guy is actually a scumbag. My impression of Jin Jiahao before wasn't too bad. At most, I just disliked him because he was a love rival. But I didn't have any bad impressions of his other aspects. I never expected him to be such a scumbag. He already has a girlfriend but still pursued my senior. Any good feelings I had for this President Chen immediately vanished. Although I didn't have much to begin with. So despicable. A trace of disgust immediately rose in my heart. I wonder if my senior knows about this. Towards this kind of person, I'd definitely have to get some dirt on him. I took out my phone and stealthily went downstairs. Shin Jaeha's attention was completely focused on his phone. He didn't notice anything unusual. His urgent task right now was to keep this girlfriend of his. Because he and his girlfriend were in a long-distance relationship. Chen Jiaha was completely with her because she was beautiful. Now he likes Shen Mingxi. Because Shen Mingxi is more beautiful. But before he successfully pursues Shen Mingxi, he doesn't plan on breaking up. After buying the instant noodles, I returned to the dorm and looked at the evidence on my phone. This evidence can prove that President Chen is a scumbag. But I don't plan on posting it now. If Qin Jiahao doesn't repent and continues to bother my senior, I will post it directly on the forum to expose this hypocrite's true face. I think I still need to tell my senior. It's better to be careful with this kind of animal. Right after, I sent a message to my senior. Senior, the student union president, Chen, is a scumbag. Be careful. Don't let him trick you. Shin Mingxi, lying in bed, read the message with great suspicion. Qin Jiahao, she didn't know this person very well. Because she never wanted to find out, but she had heard from Yang Shui before that this person's character wasn't bad. Now that her junior says he's a scumbag, who would believe it? Anyway, she believed it. If it were someone else, she might not have believed it. But she unconditionally trusted this idiot. I know. You're not going to ask me how I know. I also didn't expect that my senior wouldn't doubt me at all. I was originally planning to show the evidence to my senior. Aren't you afraid I'm just making things up? Afraid? I believe you. Why? I had just sent the message when 2 seconds later, the senior sent a voice message. I carefully clicked on the voice message. Inside, the senior's gentle voice came out. Although I don't understand him, I understand you. And I understand you very deeply. I don't know why, but when I heard this voice message, my heart couldn't help but beat faster, and I muttered, understands me deeply? How come I don't know that? Unsurprisingly, I saved this voice message. My senior had never sent me a voice message before. This was the first time I had received a voice message from her. And this sentence made me inexplicably happy. I know. Good night, senior. The time for the Freshman's Cup competition was approaching. Each faculty would select 12 people to represent them in the competition. Su Jingran and I were both chosen. And we were very quickly confirmed for the main lineup. The 12 of us created a group chat. Su Jingran was the group leader. Su Jingran said casually, from now on, practice times will be announced in the group. We'll try to pick a time when no one has class. The competition is soon. Everyone, practice your teamwork more and try to get a good result. Bring glory to our faculty. Everyone nodded, indicating they understood. They had never thought about winning the championship. Because the champion every year was always the Faculty of Physical Education. The people from the Faculty of Physical Education had too much stamina. And their bodies were also strong, plus there were many students gifted in basketball. There was simply no comparison. Alright, you can go now, Su Jingran said. I teased, you really have the aura of a leader. Su Jingran raised an eyebrow. You want to make progress too? There's a team practice this weekend. Are you coming? The Freshman's Cup officially starts next week. But I'll probably confess this weekend. I rubbed my chin and thought for a moment. It's a bit of a schedule conflict, but it should be fine. As long as it's not in the evening, it's fine, Su Jingran said with a smile. If you can't make it, you can take a day off. It won't affect much. Everyone doesn't have much time to practice anyway. You have more important things to do. Okay. Next is to ask my senior out. Before that, he still had some things to prepare. The preparation work before the confession must be done well. The emotional value must be fully delivered. That way, when my senior and I look back on it later, it will be more emotional. I started thinking about what to prepare these next 2 days. That could move my senior. Leader, let me ask you something. Has your girlfriend ever given you a gift that particularly moved you? Yes, Su Jingran said calmly. I quickly asked, what was it? Su Jingran said, the little memories between us. After his guidance, I had an epiphany. The first time I met my senior was during the summer holiday. At that time, we rode together on a pink electric scooter to register our marriage. Then, when school started, my senior came to pick me up. We exchanged contact information. Piece by piece, the memories kept replaying in his mind. 8 a.m. the next day, we intentionally arrived half an hour early to get the back seats so we could sleep. As soon as we got to class, the other three, besides me, tiredly slumped onto their desks. Time to sleep. Wake me up for attendance. Of course, I really wanted to sleep too. But I had something very important to prepare. The internet celebrity who took photos of me and my senior had already sent me the pictures. I took the opportunity to ask when the work would be posted. This blogger on Dohai is named Ashin. He often finds beautiful passers-by to take pictures of. It will be posted around next week. I usually have to edit the video after filming. Plus, I still have some edited videos from before that haven't been posted. So it will be a bit late. I've already printed the photos and sent them to your school. They should arrive in the next 2 days. Okay, thank you. I thought this blogger was really nice. He even had time to help me print the photos. Right after, I started searching on my phone for nearby photo album shops. Preferably the kind you can design yourself. I searched for a long time. There are quite a few shops in Jiangqing. He practically read all the reviews for every shop. But it was online, after all. Many shops would boost their good reviews. I checked the time. I had no classes later in the afternoon. There was a 2.5-hour break in between. Time for lunch and rest. The nap time could be used to go check out these shops. So, time was tight, and the task was important. After I decided that afternoon after class ended, he immediately left the school. During class, I had already studied the route. I picked out 3 shops with decent ratings. I planned to choose one of these 3 within the limited 2.5 hours. I finally chose an album shop that had a wide variety. Hello sir, how can I help you? A female employee with short hair smiled and walked over to greet me. I stated my request. The female employee nodded. If you want to design it yourself, it might take a while. We do everything in order here. After all, our store has always prioritized customers. Before she could finish, I tentatively asked, what if I pay extra? Can it be done for triple the price? Theoretically, no, but if you're in a real hurry. It's not impossible, the female employee said with an ingratiating smile. I was a bit speechless. You can actually pay extra to rush the job. I chose to pay extra. I had no choice. Who told me to be in a rush? I went inside with the female employee. As soon as I entered, my eyes were drawn to what was hanging on. A pink album in the display case. Manly pink. I remembered that senior really likes this color. Otherwise, her small electric scooter and helmet wouldn't have been bought in pink. I decisively chose the pink style. Since it's an album for my senior, the photos must all be of her. As for the cover, after thinking for a moment, I'll use the photo from when we went to the concert. The one I took of my senior. It's also my current phone lock screen wallpaper. Then I started designing on the tablet. Soon enough, it was almost time for my afternoon class, and I still hadn't finished designing. I haven't finished this yet, but I have to go back to school now, I said awkwardly. The female employee smiled and said, it's okay. You can come in the afternoon or evening. We close at 10. As long as you finish the design today, it can be made by the weekend. Okay. I had to go to class again. After class, I immediately went back to the album store to continue designing. I was in a big hurry. For dinner, I just bought a bun to get by. During the evening class, I arrived at the classroom with a tired expression. My dorm mates had already saved me a seat. As soon as I sat down, I couldn't help but slump over. I was already sleepy from my 8 a.m. class today. Plus, I didn't take a nap at noon. So as soon as I sat down, I couldn't help but fall asleep. They started whispering among themselves. Fang Hao frowned. He hasn't been back to the dorm all day. Where on earth did Mu Xie go? He didn't sneak out for a date, did he? Su Xingran shook his head. How could that be? If he went on a date, he'd definitely be too excited to sleep right now. He definitely wouldn't be this week, Gui Boda said in disgust. What's going on in that head of yours? Gui Boda touched my phone. Looks like his phone is dead. No wonder he's not replying to messages. Su Xingran touched his chin, looking thoughtful. Soon he smiled. He probably guessed what I was doing. All right. You guys quiet down. Don't bother him anymore. Su Xingran said casually. On the other side, Cici. Why do you keep staring at your phone? Yang Shui looked gloomily at Shinmingxi. Are you waiting for a message from your junior? Yang Shui teased, maybe he's found a new senior. Shinmingxi's expression was calm. Impossible. She still had a lot of faith in the character of her foolish junior. It's just that she was a little worried. Because I had only texted her in the morning. After that, I didn't text her again. Before, I would frantically send her texts and stickers. Could something have happened? Shinmingxi couldn't help but send a message. Why aren't you texting me? Yang Shui could only sigh at this scene. When did the campus belle of Jiangda become like this? Cuddling a phone while waiting for someone else's message. Cici, you're about to turn into a waiting wife statue. Shinmingxi ignored her silly best friend. Instead, she started to wonder if she should go find her junior. Before, whenever she sent a message, I would reply immediately. What was wrong today? She suddenly felt a little worried. This fool hasn't been kidnapped by some other senior, has he? Then had his phone taken, and been kidnapped to a remote mountain to be sold to an old widow. A series of strange thoughts appeared in Shinmingxi's mind. This won't do. I have to go protect my junior. With that, she was about to get up and look for me. Yang Shui asked doubtfully, what are you going to do? Find my junior. Although Shinmingxi's expression didn't change. A hint of worry could be seen in her eyes. Yang Shui sighed. She said helplessly, I really don't know what to do with you. Let me help you, asked Su Xingran from his dorm. Help? Probably no. Yang Shui was the vice president of the student union. She had basically added all the members as friends. Right after, she found from her friends list Su Xingran's WeChat and handed the phone to Shinmingxi. Here you go. You talk to him yourself. Shinmingxi took the phone and immediately sent a message, Junior. Are you in class? Yes. Is there something, President Yang? Is Mu Xie with you? I need him for something. I haven't been able to reach him all day. Yes, he is. The very next second, a photo of me sleeping slumped over the desk was sent. Su Xingran smiled at me. He knew very well who was on the other side of the screen. It definitely wasn't President Yang. Seeing this, Shinmingxi's first reaction was to breathe a sigh of relief. As long as her junior wasn't kidnapped, it was fine. What's wrong with him today? He looks really tired. It's nothing. He just had too many classes today, and is tired from studying. He didn't plan to tell Sister Shin about what I did today. Because with Sister Shin's intelligence, she would definitely guess that I was preparing a surprise. Is that so? Then it's nothing. Shinmingxi held the phone, feeling relieved in her heart. Then she forwarded the photo Su Xingran sent to her own WeChat. Looking at her phone, at the sight of her junior slumped over sleeping. It was quite cute. The corners of Shinmingxi's lips curved into a faint smile. The worry in her eyes also disappeared. Here you go. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Look at that happy smile. Is your little husband okay? Yang Shui's voice was full of sourness. Shinmingxi said casually. No. He's just a little tired, that's all. Yang Shui pouted. He probably hasn't eaten yet, has he? Are you planning to bring him food? That's a good idea. Shinmingxi stood up. Yang Shui frowned. Wait, no. I was just kidding. He didn't reply to your message. And you're not even mad? Shinmingxi looked puzzled. Why should I be mad? He must have his reasons for doing that. Yang Shui shook her head. To think the ice goddess of the past would be so head over heels now. What are you going to buy for him? Shinmingxi said casually. I'm not going to buy it for him, I'm going to make it for him. Her junior has been tired all day. If he comes back and can only eat instant noodles, she would feel bad for him. She glanced at the clock. There wasn't much time left. She packed her things and grabbed her keys. She went straight back to her apartment complex. Yang Shui watched her retreating back and sighed helplessly. Is this the power of love? Am I really going to become a lonely old spinster? Hiss. I painfully moved my leg. I had been sleeping in the same position just now. As a result, when I woke up, my leg was numb. I almost lost all feeling in it. You're awake? I advise you to quickly go back and charge your phone after class. Su Xingran said casually. I was still a bit drowsy at this point. Why? Someone's looking for you. Complaining that a certain someone has been ignoring them for almost a day. Su Xingran teased. Looking for me? Who's looking for me? Could it be my senior? Wait a minute. I immediately became wide awake. Who else would be looking for me besides my senior? I'm done for. I had just come to my senses and almost bolted back to the dorm to charge my phone. But I was pulled back by Su Xingran. There are still 2.5 minutes until class ends. I know you're in a hurry, but don't rush just yet. Only then did I calm down. It was true that I was a bit too hasty. I was really too busy today. I basically had no time to charge my phone. It was useless to rush now. I hope my senior isn't mad at me. I was a little worried. Should I buy a box of fruit salad to apologize to her? After class ended, the first thing I did was run back to the dorm to plug in my phone. As soon as the phone turned on, I immediately opened WeChat. I just tapped it and saw the pinned message. Why aren't you texting me? It was just this one message. Because my senior hadn't sent any stickers at all. It made me unable to help but imagine my senior's tone when she said this. The senior in my head frowned. She said with an unhappy expression, "Why aren't you texting me?" In an instant, a chill ran down my spine. I had to apologize quickly. I immediately pre-ordered a box of fruit salad on my phone. This was a shop my senior often visited. After the battery was charged, I went to the fruit salad shop to pick up the box I had pre-ordered. I checked the time. 9:30. I'll go to the downstairs of my senior's dorm first. Very quickly, I arrived downstairs at dorm building 4. I glanced at my watch. I should probably call my senior down now. On the other side, Shinmingshi was holding a pink lunchbox in her hand. It even had a little rabbit printed on it. It was incredibly cute. She had originally planned to make chicken soup, but there wasn't enough time. So she made a few simple home-cooked dishes. They were all my favorite dishes. My characteristic is that I'm not a picky eater. I have many favorite dishes. Or rather, I like to eat anything my senior makes. Shinmingshi arrived downstairs at dorm building 3. Today, she was wearing a black short-sleeved dress. The square collar revealed her fair collarbones. The cinched waist design outlined her perfect figure. There was a hint of sexiness in her pure look. She glanced at the clock. It had been half an hour since class ended. She immediately sent a message to her junior, "Dummy, come down. I'm waiting for you downstairs." "Senior, I'm downstairs at your dorm. Can you come down for a bit? I brought something for you." The two messages were sent at almost the same time. Shinmingshi was slightly stunned. She didn't expect such a coincidence. Her junior had also just come to find her. Suddenly, she thought of a possibility. He thought I was angry. A barely perceptible smile appeared on Shinming's lips. Meanwhile, I had a dazed expression. My senior is downstairs at my dorm? Could she be here to hold me accountable? I gulped. "Stay right there, don't move. Wait for me. Soon." Shinmingshi saw me downstairs at the dorm. Shinmingshi said with an expressionless face, "What did you want to see me for?" I said carefully, "It's not that I intentionally didn't reply to your message today. I was really too busy, I didn't have time to charge my phone." "What's this?" Shinmingshi cut me off, pointing to the box of fruit salad in my hand. I quickly handed it over. "Fruit salad I bought for you." "Senior, please don't be angry with me, okay?" I said aggrievedly. Shinmingshi absolutely couldn't stand this expression. "It's too cute." Shinmingshi quickly adjusted her expression. She said arrogantly, "If that's the case, I'll mercifully forgive you. Of course, in return, this is for you." "What is this?" I asked doubtfully. "Food I cooked. If you don't want it, then forget it." Shinmingshi had an arrogant look. I immediately became flustered. I immediately took the pink lunchbox. "Food my senior cooks is the best, I love it the most." Hearing her junior's words, the corners of Shinming's mouth couldn't help but lift slightly. Hey. It's just that the color is a bit flashy." Shinmingshi frowned slightly. "What?" "This is the one I carefully chose for you." "Do you hate it that much?" A chill ran down my spine. How could I? I like flashy colors the most. Especially this manly pink, it suits me very well. My survival instincts immediately kicked in. I said with a fawning expression. "Senior, you really have good taste." I pretended to be surprised. I get to use the pink little rabbit lunchbox that my senior carefully chose to eat my meal. This is just too blissful. I must be the happiest junior in the world. Shinmingshi let out a cold laugh. Flatterer. Who would believe this trick? Shinmingshi had an arrogant expression. Her voice carried a hint of smugness. Hey. That's right. Of course it was her. I didn't plan to bring it back to the dorm. From what I know about those guys, if I dared to bring it in, it would definitely be wiped clean. You're not going back to the dorm? Shinmingshi asked softly. No. There are quite a few benches by the sports field, I'll go eat there. Shinmingshi chuckled. I guess you don't want to share with them, right? She teased. You're not a selfish person, are you? I argued no. Because it's food my senior cooked for me, I can't bear to let others eat it. The corners of Shinming's mouth lifted slightly. Let's go, I'll go with you, she said with a sweet smile. The fruit salad that my foolish junior bought for me. I don't want to let others eat it either. The sports field. On a bench in some corner, I was currently wolfing down my food. The food my senior cooked was really too delicious. Especially the scrambled eggs with tomatoes, which went perfectly with rice. I had been hungry all day. Shinmingshi rested her chin on her hand. She looked at me with a doting expression. What's wrong? It's as if you've never eaten before. Sensing my senior's gaze, I immediately stopped. My cheeks were puffed out. It was obvious I hadn't swallowed the rice in my mouth yet. I thought my table manners were too crude and had scared my senior. I quickly switched from wolfing down my food to chewing slowly and carefully. After I swallowed all the rice, I said with an embarrassed expression, the food you cooked was too delicious, so my eating manners were a bit. Before I finished, Shinmingshi suddenly brought her face close. Her beautiful eyes stared fixedly at my face. I could even feel her breath. It was too close. The distance between our lips was very close. I subconsciously closed my eyes, revealing a look of resignation, with a hint of anticipation in my heart. There's a grain of rice on the corner of your mouth. Let me wipe it for you. Shinmingshi took out a tissue and gently wiped the corner of my mouth. I opened my eyes with a dazed expression. It seems I was overthinking things. Why did you close your eyes? Am I that ugly? Shinmingshi pouted, crossing her arms in front of her chest, and said with a dissatisfied look. I quickly waved my hands to explain, no, I thought you were going to. Shinmingshi leaned closer and smiled suggestively. I was going to what? Nothing. My face turned slightly red. I still didn't dare to say it, afraid my senior would think I was narcissistic. Shinmingshi raised her eyebrows. TSK. My junior is so shy. You should try the fruit salad I bought for you. Shinmingshi took a bite, and her eyes immediately lit up. It's delicious. It was the flavor she liked. Seeing the blissful smile filling her face, for some reason, a feeling rose in my heart. A sense of satisfaction and accomplishment. She likes to eat the fruit salad I bought for her. I also like to eat the fruit salad I bought for myself. So, there shouldn't be a problem with her liking me, right? Shinmingshi looked at me smiling foolishly, and she frowned slightly. Does this junior have something wrong with his brain? What's wrong with you? Why are you in a daze? You haven't really turned into a fool, have you? I came back to my senses. No, it's nothing. Is the food I cooked too greasy? Have a bite of fruit salad. Shinmingshi used a fork to spear a piece of fruit and brought it to my mouth. I was about to refuse, but my mouth very honestly opened. So obedient. She dotingly patted my head. My cheeks felt a little hot. Senior, isn't this a bit too intimate? My heart was pounding like crazy at this moment. Like a startled fawn, Shinmingshi suddenly raised her head, pointing to the night sky. Junior, look, isn't the moon beautiful tonight? I exclaimed, indeed, it's really beautiful tonight. But Shinming's gaze was fixed on me. She smiled faintly. The wind is also very gentle. When I got back to the dorm, my face was still burning hot. Just now, she and I were just like a real couple. The atmosphere was incredibly intimate. It was already 10:30. Fan Hao angrily questioned me, what's up? Coming back so late? You were fooling around outside, weren't you? Speak. Which vixen tricked you again? I've said it before, boys have to be careful. Those girls are so bad, they just want to trick you into a relationship. Did you go on a date with Sister Shin? I said casually, you know the answer yet you still ask. Fan Hao looked like he had nothing left to live for. He roared unwillingly, no. I don't believe it. Could the campus belle of Jiangde really have fallen for you? Why doesn't any senior notice me? Why? It's unfair. How long have his symptoms been going on? I asked speechlessly. It's been going on for 2.5 hours. He's been going crazy here for 2.5 hours, Gui Boda said casually. I suddenly remembered something. Oh, right. Does any of you know how to edit videos? Gui Boda replied. I know how. You want to edit a video? I can edit it for you. I waved my hand. That's not what I mean. What I mean is, can you teach me how to edit? I want to edit this video myself. Gui Boda frowned. I can teach you, but if you're a beginner, the editing speed might be a bit slow. I smiled. It's okay. I can make some extra time. He was determined to edit this video himself. Moreover, no one could know about this video. This was also a surprise for her. No problem, Gui Boda readily agreed. The next day, during class, I was secretly editing a video. I intentionally didn't sit with the other three, to prevent these little rascals from secretly seeing my plan. I had finished designing the photo album. Now I was just waiting for the photo shop to finish it. The photos I developed last time will be delivered tomorrow. Now, the only thing left is to edit the video. For a beginner like me, editing a video is really difficult. So I spent the entire class period editing the video. But the progress was almost unchanged. Even choosing the background music for the video required careful selection. I didn't sleep at noon today either. I still used the noon break to edit the video. When I had no classes, I also edited the video. Since I had said I didn't want anyone else to see this video, the three in the dorm didn't come to bother or peek at me. Because I've been too busy these past 2 days. I rarely texted her. This made Shin Mingxi a little resentful. Is my junior really that busy lately? He used to always want to stick to me. Shin Mingxi's mood also became unhappy. What on earth is this fool doing? Is he preparing something? Shin Mingxi still had great faith in her junior's character. So she thought that her junior must be preparing some kind of surprise. He's so busy. Could it be that he's about to confess? When Shin Mingxi thought of this, her face immediately turned red. Thinking about the scene of her junior officially confessing to her, her cheeks couldn't help but heat up. She held her hot cheeks with both hands and murmured, "How will you confess to me? No matter what kind of confession it is, she will accept it. As long as he says those words, her waiting will be worthwhile." Yan Shui looked at Shin Mingxi suspiciously. "Are you thinking about your junior again? I can't believe it. The campus belle of Jiangde is so mesmerized by a junior." Shin Mingxi made a face at her. "You wouldn't understand." She laughed. "Go ahead and be jealous. You can stay single until graduation. I'm taking a step ahead. Hee hee. You're so heartless." Yan Shui clutched her heart angrily. "We've been best friends for so many years. Shouldn't you introduce me to a quality prospect?" Shin Mingxi raised her eyebrows. "What type do you want?" Yan Shui propped her chin. After thinking for a moment, she said casually, "I want someone handsome. As handsome as your junior is fine." Shin Mingxi shot her a glare. "In your dreams? You can have anything in your dreams." 2 days passed quickly. The weekend finally arrived. Saturday. I planned to ask her to watch a movie. I don't stay in the dorm on weekends anymore. Instead, I stay directly at Shin Mingxi's house. After all, she said, I could come over any time on the weekend. Moreover, she also said this was our wedding house. On the living room sofa, "Senior, do you want to go watch a movie?" I asked carefully. "What movie?" Shin Mingxi asked doubtfully. "What movie do you want to watch? You choose." I handed her my phone. All the newly released movies are on here. There are horror movies, romance movies, comedies, and even animated movies. It doesn't really matter what movie we watch, because my purpose isn't to watch the movie, but to have time to prepare. "Senior, what genre do you like to watch?" I asked with a smile. Shin Mingxi glanced through it. "Let's watch this one." The movie's name was M.O. Sha. She likes to watch detective movies. I thought she would choose a romance movie, because before she really liked to drag me to watch Korean dramas with her. I thought she liked to watch romance movies. "What genre of movies do you like?" Shin Mingxi asked curiously. "I used to like watching action movies." Shin Mingxi's eyes held a hint of deep meaning. "Action movies?" I blushed and explained, "Not that kind of action movie. The crime-fighting police kind." I didn't expect her to know so much. What a contrast. "You're so bad." "I like it." "Senior, you'll buy the tickets then. Let's get ready and then we'll go." Half an hour later. We finished getting ready and each walked out of our bedrooms. I was wearing a white long-sleeved t-shirt and black pants. My outfit was very simple. Shinmingshi was wearing a short white shirt, paired with a white skirt. The skirt was a little past her knees, revealing her calves. Today, she wore light makeup. She was also holding a cream white handbag. Every time she went on a date with her junior, she would wear light makeup. That way, she would feel a little more perfect. But actually, in my eyes, she was already very perfect without makeup. With makeup on, she was no different from a goddess. Today, Shinmingshi still went with the sweet style. As for why it was this style, it was because her junior really liked this style on her. Whatever her junior liked to see, she would wear it. Another new sweet style outfit. So sweet. At this moment, my heart seemed to skip a beat. The corners of Shinming's mouth unconsciously curved up. Regarding her junior's reaction, she was very satisfied. What do you think? Is it pretty? Very pretty. I nodded frantically. I discovered that when we go on dates, she really likes to wear white dresses. Most importantly, although these dresses are all white, they are basically not the same style. I rarely see her rewear a dress. Even her handbags are rarely reused. Senior, you have so many handbags. Shinmingshi thought for a moment. A lot? I only have a dozen or so. In the master bedroom, there's a small room, which is her private walk-in closet. Inside, there are many handbags and clothes. I had glanced at the clothes inside before, but I had never gone in to see. A dozen or so isn't a lot? Many of them were birthday gifts from my dad. I haven't bought many handbags myself, Shinmingshi said casually. Every year, her dad gives her a bag. She doesn't even need to guess. As for the value, she isn't very clear about many of them herself. She just knows they're not cheap. Of course, I don't know either. I really don't understand these things. Shinmingshi skillfully linked her arm with mine. Her soft body pressed against me. A faint blush appeared on her face. Let's go. I felt the softness from her arm, and my heart pounded wildly. Yeah. Let's go. Shinmingshi linked her arm with mine, and the two of us went downstairs. As we were about to get a car, I suddenly frowned slightly, a look of pain on my face. Senior, my stomach hurts a little. Wait for me here for a bit. I'll be back in a moment. Okay. Shinmingshi didn't say much. She just handed me the key directly. I took the key and went back. After turning around, the original pained expression disappeared. In its place was a smug smile. Half an hour later, I ran back down. I said breathlessly, Senior, I'm sorry to have kept you waiting for so long. Shinmingshi was speechless. What happened? You took so long. Did you fall into the toilet? I chuckled. I almost couldn't get out. You won't despise me, will you? Shinmingshi shot me a glare. I definitely despise you. But although she said that, her hand had already linked with my arm on its own. I was secretly delighted. The corners of my mouth were about to break into a smile. Criticizing with her mouth but honest with her body. A tsundere big sister. Hee hee. I like movie theaters. She and I went to the nearest one. I checked the time. It was 5 p.m. now. The movie started at around 5:30. This movie was 2.5 hours long. After watching it, it would be 8 o'clock, just in time for dinner. The movie was about to start. She and I went to Theater 5. What surprised me a lot was that Theater 5 had very few people. Scattered around, there were no more than 5 people in total. I pulled her to sit in the 7th row. This position is the most suitable area for watching movies. Not too close, not too far. I thought there would be many people in the middle seats. I didn't expect that only we chose to sit in the middle. There was also a couple here, but they were sitting in the last row. I don't know why those two were sitting so far away. Then there were 2 guys sitting in the 2 rows in front. So strange. Coming to watch a movie but not sitting in the middle. Although I was very curious. Where other people sat was their business. So I didn't pay much attention. Senior, wait here for a moment. I suddenly stood up. Shinmingshi asked doubtfully, Where are you going? I chuckled, You'll know in a moment. After saying that, I walked towards the theater door. A moment later, I came in holding a bucket of popcorn. I smiled, Senior. This is for you. Shinmingshi was a bit stunned. I didn't say I wanted to eat. So are you going to eat it or not? Shinmingshi tilted her chin up. Why wouldn't I eat free food? I teased. Didn't you say you didn't want to eat? Shinmingshi took the popcorn, puffed her cheeks, and shot me a glare. Then was then, now is now. The me from just now didn't want to eat. Doesn't mean the me of now doesn't want to eat. Looking at her adorable appearance, I couldn't help but laugh out loud. This line, back in high school, I once heard a version from a politics teacher. The person who borrowed money from you was the me of a month ago. You should go find the me of a month ago, not the me of now. Looking at her chubby cheeks, I had an urge to pinch them. Senior, you're so cute. Can I pinch your cheek? I couldn't control myself and suddenly asked such a question. As soon as I said it, I regretted it. What am I saying? So embarrassing. Shinmingshi was stunned. The two of them immediately fell silent. She didn't say anything. I'm doomed. I just wanted to slap myself. I suspect I was a top-tier Hua Mulan in my past life. How am I so good at creating silence? The reason Shinmingshi didn't say anything was because she didn't expect her junior to have grown up. He used to be so timid, I didn't expect him to be so proactive today. Want to pinch her cheek? How could that be? She had never let any other man pinch her cheek. Shinmingshi said casually, okay. As expected. I guessed it wouldn't be allowed. Wait, what did you say? I looked incredulous. Shinming's beautiful face was slightly flushed. Didn't you hear? I said okay. But you have to be gentle. You agreed? I quickly pinched my own hand. It wasn't a dream. Shinmingshi saw that I wasn't making a move. She took the initiative to bring her face closer, saying with some shyness, you can only pinch once. So cute. Looking at her approaching, my heart felt like it had been taken captive. I gently pinched her cheek with my hand. The moment my finger touched her cheek, I could feel that her skin was incredibly smooth. Her cheeks were so perfect. How does she take care of them? If I could pinch her cheeks every day, I would be willing to drive a luxury car and live in a mansion. Have you pinched enough? At this moment, although Shinmingshi was expressionless, the blush on her cheeks betrayed her. To be honest, no. I chuckled. Shinmingshi shot me a glare, and I quickly let go. I laughed awkwardly. Honestly, your cheeks are so soft, so smooth, so silky. It feels addictive to the touch. Her face clearly doesn't look that chubby. But it's so springy when you pinch it. Plus, it's so smooth. This is truly my dream face. It would be great if I could kiss her cheek. I'd kiss it at least 100 times a day. Shinmingshi suddenly showed a look of disgust. Junior, your gaze is so perverted. Was it that obvious? I laughed awkwardly. Shinmingshi rested her chin on one hand, a sly smile on her face. She looked at me meaningfully. Junior, you just pinched my cheek, so in return, it's my turn to pinch yours. She had always wanted to pinch her junior's cheeks before. Now she's finally found a chance. Let's see you try to escape this time. It wasn't until my face was being kneaded by Shinmingshi that I realized. It turns out I was the prey. Hey, senior, be gentle, I'm scared of pain, I said pitifully. I'll be gentle. But I really like it too much. What did you add to your face? The more I pinch, the more addicted I get. Soon. The movie started. I cupped my handsome, blushing face and sighed helplessly. I was almost disfigured by her. Shinmingshi mumbled softly, what's wrong? Does your face hurt? Are you about to be disfigured? It's okay, if it hurts, you'll just pinch it some more and it'll stop. What if I get disfigured? I won't be able to find a wife then. Will you be my wife? The corners of Shinming's mouth curled up involuntarily. Am I not your wife right now? I pouted. But I'm afraid you won't take responsibility. Don't worry if you get disfigured. I will take responsibility. Shinmingshi smiled dotingly. Even if you don't get disfigured, I will still take responsibility. As soon as she finished, my face turned bright red. Could this be considered an indirect confession? Or is she just joking? After Shinmingshi said that, her expression didn't change as she started watching the movie. I breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed she was just joking. Anyway, I'd rather be the one to confess. Because I'm already prepared. I've been preparing for many days. I can't let it all be for nothing. But what I didn't know was that Shinming's cheeks were actually already blushing. It's just that because the movie had started, the cinema had dimmed the lights. So I didn't notice the pink flush on her cheeks. The movie's starting. This movie is about school bullying. The weather throughout the entire movie is rainy, giving it a very suffocating feeling. I felt extremely uncomfortable watching it. Watching the female students bully others in the movie. I felt very frustrated. Shinmingshi didn't say a word, quietly watching the movie. But her hand was tightly gripping mine. In the end, the victim's parents killed all 4 bullies. And then committed suicide. Seeing that ending, I breathed a sigh of relief. At least the fate of the bullies was satisfying. Seeing her gripping my hand tightly. And it seemed like she had recalled something unpleasant. I quickly squeezed her hand. What's wrong? Shinmingshi lowered her head. It's nothing. Even though she said that, I'm not stupid. Of course I could see that something was on her mind. But since she didn't want to talk, I didn't press her. I stroked her head and said gently, Don't be scared, I'm here. Shinmingshi looked up, and the moment she saw me, she felt an indescribable sense of security, just like before. Shinmingshi mumbled, That's right, with you here, what am I afraid of? Actually, I could guess why she was like this. What I could do was stay by her side. And protect her from harm. After Shinmingshi composed herself, she smiled again. Let's go. I nodded, okay. Our hands naturally intertwined. I asked Senior. Want to find a place to eat dinner? Shinmingshi said casually. No need, I'll cook for you. She had already bought the ingredients. Because it was the weekend. Shinmingshi knew this dumb junior would definitely come. As for how she knew, it's because Shinmingshi understands me. I nodded. But at the same time, I started to get nervous. It's 8:15 now. While watching the movie earlier, I was actually distracted the whole time. Because I had planned and prepared for today for a very long time. On the way back, neither of us said anything. I could even hear my own heartbeat. It was getting faster. My mind was blank. As we were about to get home. I was even so nervous I could barely breathe. Shinmingshi asked worriedly. What's wrong with you? You don't look well. What happened to you? I saw her face. And thought about the confession later. My face immediately flushed red. No. I'm fine. By now, we had reached the apartment complex gate. It's just that my walking speed had slowed down. Why are you walking so slowly? Shinmingshi pulled me along faster. I was forced to speed up. I kept encouraging myself internally. You can do it, you can do it. Today, I must say everything I want to say. Very quickly, we arrived at the door. Shinmingshi reminded me. Why haven't you opened the door yet? Don't you have the key? I forgot. I was so nervous I even forgot to open the door. As I opened the door, my hand kept shaking. Shinmingshi frowned slightly. She was extremely curious about why this fool's hand was shaking. Could it be that he's weak? Wouldn't that put her at a disadvantage? Just as her thoughts were wandering. The door finally opened. Shinmingshi stepped inside. Not noticing anything special, I followed her in. And now I had a remote control in my hand. As soon as Shinmingshi entered the living room, she was captivated by the pink photo album on the table. This is me. The album cover was a candid photo the junior had taken of her during the last concert. She opened the album. Inside were all photos of the two of them. There was a photo of them singing a duet during the freshman welcome party. There were also photos of them eating hot pot. These memories kept flashing through Shinming's mind. Further back, there were photos the blogger Dohai had taken of them together. A wave of emotion washed over Shinmingshi. This album must have been meticulously prepared by that dumb junior. It was clear the design was tailored to her tastes. No wonder he's been so busy lately. Just as Shinmingshi closed the album and hugged it to her chest, the TV in the living room suddenly lit up and started playing a video. Shinmingshi unconsciously looked over. I appeared in the video. It was clear I was on a plane at that moment. And the person sleeping next to me was her. The me in the video whispered, Senior fell asleep on the plane. So cute. Of course. She'd be even cuter if she didn't bully me. I'll pat her head. She probably won't wake up, right? This video was filmed when the two of them went to Shanxing together during the National Day holiday. Shinmingshi had no idea I had secretly filmed the video. This was also the first time she had seen this video. The background music for the video was the song Special Person that she had sung at the freshman welcome party. Shinmingshi seemed to have realized something. Her heart suddenly started beating faster. In the video, the scene changed. I secretly whispered to the screen, I think I made Senior angry. I was wrong, but I'll dare to do it again next time. Hee hee, just kidding. Now I have to go buy her some milk tea. When she's done with her shower, she can have some sweet milk tea. Senior, you'll forgive me, right? This was the video filmed when I thought I had made her angry. So I went out to buy milk tea to apologize to her. Shinmingshi thought about how the junior at that time went to buy milk tea for this reason. She wasn't angry at all back then. She was just embarrassed. What a fool. But she likes this fool. The scene changed again. The hot pot restaurant in the small alley. Turns out Senior can handle spicy food so well. No wonder her figure is so hot. She's so good with spicy food, yet she tricked me into thinking she couldn't eat it. Senior, are you Batman? Treating me like the Joker to bully. Shinmingshi burst out laughing. Fool. The scene changed again. The scene returned to the hotel bed. I was holding the phone, filming myself, while hugging her in my arms. I had a villain smug look on my face. Didn't you say you wouldn't get in my bed? Who's this? This can't be Senior, can it? No way, no way. My voice was very quiet. I didn't wake her as she slept in my arms at that time. Seeing this scene, Shinming's beautiful face flushed slightly. She turned her head to glare at me. I avoided her gaze, pretending to be very busy. Thump. Suddenly the screen went black. It was obvious my hand had slipped. The phone must have fallen on the floor. Shinmingshi couldn't help but laugh again. Could it be? A fool is still a fool. Suddenly, the scene changed for the last time. The me in the video was now sitting in front of a piano. My hands were gently placed on the keys. The next second, my body leaned forward slightly. As the first note played, Shinmingshi immediately knew what song I was playing. A flicker of emotion stirred in her heart. This is Dandelion's Promise. I knew she liked listening to this song the most. I felt that this song, for her, must have a very deep meaning. And the video was about to end. Which also meant the confession was coming. My mind was completely blank now. As the last note finished, the video also ended. At this moment, I was blushing as Shinmingshi turned around. Her face also flushed. What is it? She wasn't stupid. Of course she knew what I was going to do next. But she couldn't help feeling a little nervous. The video just now gave her a feeling of indescribable happiness. Shinmingshi tried to calm her inner turmoil, doing her best to stay composed. I stammered as if something was caught in my throat. Senior. I've confessed to you countless times in my head. But when it came to the real confession, I couldn't get the words out. Why are you slurring your words? Actually, Shinmingshi was also a little flustered. But she controlled her facial expression very well. I whispered very softly, I like you. Shinmingshi was too nervous and didn't hear clearly. What? Whatever. Just go for it. I've been preparing for so long. I looked at Shinmingshi, blushing. The two of them looked at each other. Both could see a hint of nervousness in the other's eyes. I took a deep breath. Senior, I like you. Can you be my girlfriend? After I said it, I squeezed my eyes shut, feeling extremely nervous. I didn't dare to look, I was afraid of being rejected. 1 second, 2 seconds. 2.5 seconds, my hands started to shake. Did I get rejected? I slowly opened my eyes, only to see her standing in front of me. The rims of Shinming's eyes were a little red. For a moment I panicked. It's over. It looks like I'm about to be rejected. Senior. Did I make you unhappy? I won't do this again next time. If you don't agree, you can just say so. I won't be sad. As a result, the next second, I was stunned. She threw herself into my arms, wrapping her arms tightly around me. I gulped, saying in disbelief, Are you accepting or rejecting me? Shinming's voice was incredibly gentle. I agreed to be with you a long time ago. Really? It's just that you don't remember. My first reaction was excitement. She agreed. From now on, she's mine. Wait. When did she agree to my confession? Could it be that I've confessed before? And I don't remember. But I didn't dwell on this issue too much. Because she had already agreed to be with me. A foolish smile unconsciously spread across my face. I couldn't stop the corners of my mouth from turning up. Right now, I really wanted to scream from the bottom of my heart. But I managed to restrain myself. Because she was still here. But seriously, she smells so good. I couldn't help but inhale the scent of her soft, silky hair. I felt the soft girl in my arms. My heart was pounding nonstop. My face was still red. I don't know how long we hugged before we let go. Senior. Shinmeng's face was slightly flushed. You must be hungry, right? I'll go cook for you. Without waiting for my reply, she switched to fast walk mode and bolted straight for the kitchen. I was stunned for a moment. After 2 seconds, I couldn't help but laugh. So she gets embarrassed too. What a tsundere. I sat down on the sofa and couldn't help but pinch my own cheek. Ouch. Looks like this isn't a dream. My face was filled with joy. I even couldn't resist jumping on the spot. But I didn't make a loud noise. This was me already being very restrained. But this clearly couldn't satisfy my excited mood. Senior, I'm going out to buy some drinks. After saying that, I ran out. Until I got downstairs. I finally couldn't hold it in and shouted. I successfully confessed. After walking for a bit, I just started running. The people around me thought I was crazy and made way for me one by one. Now I have to go buy her milk tea. Hee hee, she's my girlfriend. The foolish smile on my face never disappeared. This is my first time in a relationship. You could say I've turned into a happy fool. I was even mumbling to myself. Senior, buy milk tea. In the kitchen. Shinmingshi kept cupping her burning cheeks. What's wrong with me? Isn't it just the dumb junior confessing to me? Is there a need to be this excited? I guess there is. Now she was very clear-headed. She pinched her own cheek. Ouch. It's not a dream. Although Shinmingshi was very excited. Compared to me, she was still doing pretty well. Shinmingshi forced herself to calm down and suddenly muttered. Why did I come into the kitchen? Her mind had gone blank. Oh, right. To cook for my junior. Only then did she remember why she came to the kitchen. The ingredients were still in the fridge. She had come in without even taking them out. Shinmingshi touched her cheek. When did I become so silly? Could it be contagious? Sure enough, hanging out with a fool makes you foolish too. Because it's contagious. If she had known, she would have stopped. Being a little foolish isn't so bad. Whether I agree or not doesn't matter. The main thing is that she likes becoming foolish. That's right. She's so smart, so what if she becomes a little foolish? She likes being foolish. Not long after. I came back after buying the milk tea. Shinmingshi said casually. Isn't it quite cool outside? Why are you sweating so much? I scratched my head shyly. I was too excited. I couldn't help it, so I just ran. Pfft. Shinmingshi couldn't help but laugh. Are you that happy to be with me? I said honestly, happy? Super happy. I want to be with you forever. Shinmingshi was slightly stunned, her cheeks flushing a light pink. You'd better not be making an empty promise. Her voice was calm. But inside, she was booming with joy. I swear. I raised my hand. And said solemnly. Shinmingshi huffed coldly, so childish. Can't you be as mature as me? I wouldn't get excited. Right, not at all. I giggled, you're still more mature. Unlike childish me. You should go take a shower first. Dinner will be ready in a little while. Okay. My voice also became gentler. Coming home to a beautiful wife cooking for me is truly blissful. After I finished showering, Shinmingshi had also finished cooking. There was corn and pork rib soup, chicken wings, garlic, stir-fried green beans with meat, and stir-fried water spinach. There was also my favorite side dish, scrambled eggs with tomatoes. This is a New Year's feast. I'm afraid we can't finish so many dishes. We'll have to leave some for tomorrow. Senior, you cook so much. I was afraid you wouldn't have enough to eat. I'm not a pig, I said, scratching my head. You're the pig I'm raising. Shinmingshi smiled meaningfully. My face started to get thicker too. Fine, getting to eat your cooking. Being a pig isn't so bad. Now she's my girlfriend. You could even say wife, so I was more relaxed. Shinmingshi placed a piece of scrambled eggs with tomato into my bowl. Try it. I smiled and nodded, then took a bite. Of course, I had great faith in her cooking skills. So watery. My first reaction was to think it was my problem. She surely wouldn't make such a basic mistake, right? How is it? Is it good? Shinmingshi asked expectantly. It's pretty good. But Shinmingshi asked doubtfully, but what? It seems a little watery. Shinmingshi was silent for a moment. Then she remembered she seemed to have added too much water. Her mind was blank earlier. All she could think about was her junior while cooking. Shinming's cheeks grew a little hot. I did it on purpose. Why? You already have me, this she. Why do you need another she? Pun, watery, and she sounds similar. What kind of logic is that? I suspect she just got too excited and added too much water. But I still had to give her an out. After all, she's my wife now. Of course I have to dote on her. Hee hee. She's actually quite cute like this. So that's how it is. Next, I picked up a piece of fried chicken wing. I frowned. This seems a bit overcooked. What's wrong? Is it watery again? Shinmingshi frowned. No. This time it's a bit ku. Pun, ku sounds like charred in Vietnamese. Shinmingshi fell silent again. She needed to think carefully. What excuse should she use this time? Shinmingshi arrogantly crossed her arms. You don't like to eat ku? If you don't like ku, then why do you like Shinmengku? No. Can it be like that? I was dumbfounded. It seems I've underestimated my senior's ability. Shinmingshi puffed her cheeks and questioned, Tell me. Do you not like me? I said hurriedly. Of course I like you. I like eating ku the most. I have to say. Senior looks so cute when she puffs her cheeks. Even though these two dishes weren't made well. I could taste sweetness while eating them. After finishing dinner, I took the initiative to wash the dishes. Senior and I sat on the sofa in the living room. I seemed a bit awkward. Awkward. Because I wanted to hug Senior. Shinmingshi seemed to have guessed my thoughts. She suddenly leaned her whole body against me. Then said meaningfully, Hug me? My face turned red all the way to my ears. Even though Senior is my girlfriend now, I still didn't quite dare to make a direct move. Shinmingshi saw this too. She decided to be a bit more proactive. If the junior won't move, she will. I wrapped my arms around Senior's waist. So soft and smooth. My hands started to tremble slightly. Shinming's voice was very gentle. When did you prepare all this? I did it just now when I pretended to go to the bathroom. Am I smart? Humph. Fool. Then you're the fool's wife. The corners of Shinming's mouth lifted slightly. This fool has been enlightened. She brought her mouth close to my ear and said softly, That's right. I am the fool's wife. My ears immediately turned red. Shinmingshi raised an eyebrow slightly. What's wrong? Why are your ears so red? Could it be that you're shy? Little Junior is so sensitive. I stubbornly said, No, I'm not shy. I was born this way. Shinmingshi pursed her lips and smiled. Is that so? She gently pinched my blushing ear. It's still hot. Is that also congenital? I said stubbornly, yes. Shinmingshi rested her head on my shoulder again, and said casually, You really are a tough talker. I mumbled. It's not just my mouth that's hard. Shinmingshi asked curiously. What else is hard? I'm hard everywhere. Shinmingshi smiled meaningfully. I don't believe it. Unless you show me proof. I blushed. Haven't you already seen it? Shinming's face instantly turned red to her ears. Nonsense. When did you see it? She blushed and started to recall. No. If I had really seen it, I definitely wouldn't have forgotten. That summer vacation, didn't you come to my house? I wasn't wearing a shirt then. Didn't you see my abs? I explained. Oh, you were talking about this? What else? What did you think it was? Shinmingshi didn't dare to look directly. I thought it was this too. But can you even call yours abs? I retorted, why not? I just haven't developed them yet. At least they have a general shape. If you don't believe me, you can touch them, Shinmingshi said as her hand directly slipped inside my shirt. They're actually pretty decent. Work on them a bit more. Try to get them defined soon. I asked tentatively, Senior. Do you like guys with six-packs? No. Then what type do you like? Don't you know what I like? I scratched my head, a bit awkwardly. This? I really don't know what type of guy Senior likes. Shinmingshi was amused by my foolish appearance and laughed. Sure enough, people in love experience a drop in IQ. The little junior was already foolish, and now he's even more foolish. Shinmingshi pinched my ear and said softly, Silly, I like you. Otherwise, why would I be with you? Do I have too much free time? Only then did I react. My ears turned red again. That's right. If Senior didn't like me, why would she be with me? When did I become so foolish? I remember being quite smart. The corners of Shinming's mouth lifted slightly. Didn't you say your ears were naturally like that? I looked toward Senior. The two of us looked at each other. I didn't answer that question but whispered softly. Senior. I like you too. I know. Didn't you already say that? Shinmingshi was truly amused by me. It's my first time in a relationship, so I don't know how to love. Anyway, hearing Senior say she likes me, I took it as Senior confessing to me, so I wanted to respond. You really are a fool. Hee hee. I'm willing to be your fool for a lifetime. Shinmingshi chuckled. If you know how to talk, then talk some more. Senior, let's watch TV for a bit. Okay. Shinmingshi took the remote. She originally intended to watch the news. But as soon as the TV turned on, it was showing Animal World. Originally, Shinmingshi wanted to change the channel. But right at that moment, the remote didn't respond. Just as she was wondering if the batteries were dead, the TV suddenly broadcast the narration from Animal World. After the rain, all things are revived. It is once again the mating season for animals. The male and female lions on the savannah are testing each other. The two of them looked at each other awkwardly, their faces uncontrollably blushing. I gulped. Is Senior hinting at something? Isn't this a bit too fast? We just confirmed our relationship. Even though we're married, but Senior, I think we should still take it slow. Of course, if you want to. Then I can too. I showed a face of resignation. No. Shinming's face and ears were bright red. She was a bit flustered. She just wanted to throw the remote away. She explained, blushing with embarrassment. It's not what you think. The batteries are just dead. I can't change the channel. Only then did I react. Turns out I was overthinking it. The two of them were awkwardly at a loss. I started picking at my fingers. Shinmingshi started stroking her hair. Both of them looked very busy at this moment. When people are very awkward, they pretend to be very busy. Senior, still not changing the channel? I said, blushing. Do we need to change it? Shinming's mind short-circuited for a moment. My brain wasn't connecting either at this point. Then let's just watch this. Honestly, I've never seen a lion movie before. Let's change it. Shinmingshi hurriedly got up to look for batteries. Her face was burning hot by now. She was afraid that if she kept watching, she'd actually get a fever. After changing the batteries, she changed the channel directly. Senior, I said, blushing. Do you need me to hug you again? Shinmingshi was slightly stunned. So proactive? Shinmingshi raised an eyebrow and smiled. You lean over here. I'll hug you. Me, a guy, being hugged by a girl. Isn't that showing that I'm very weak? I won't do that. Come here. I giggled. And leaned right over, letting Senior hug me. Of course. Senior is different. Senior smells so good. You've smelled quite a bit, haven't you? Why do you keep saying I smell good? Shinmingshi said doubtfully. It's not enough. I want to smell you every day. You don't have some weird fetish, do you? You really are a pervert. That's right, I am a pervert. Hee hee. Senior, you're doomed. Time passed until 10 p.m. In the bedroom. Shinmingshi sat on the bed in her pajamas. I, again, seemed a bit awkward. Although it's not the first time we've slept together, this time is different. This time, it's after Senior and I got together. The first time sleeping in the same bed. I wonder if the dividing line from before is still there. But whether it's there or not doesn't seem to matter. Because even if we say we each get half, Senior would still come over and hug me in the middle of the night. What are you spacing out for? Not sleeping? Shinmingshi patted the large, soft bed, urging me. I asked tentatively, Senior, is it still half and half now? Shinmingshi stood up. Slowly approached me. The corners of her mouth lifted slightly. My little boyfriend, may I ask, do you not sleep with your wife after getting married? I blushed and ran straight to the bed, diving under the covers. Shinmingshi chuckled. Am I raising a little wifey? Then wouldn't that make her the domineering female CEO? Hee hee, little junior. I'm coming. Shinmingshi bossily lifted the blanket and got in. I don't know why I was so shy and flustered. To hide it, I took out my phone and started playing with it. Shinmingshi rested her chin on one hand and looked at me. Her eyes were filled with adoration. Fool. You finally couldn't escape my grasp. I turned my back to Shinmingshi and played on my phone, while Shinmingshi directly took out her phone and took a picture of the little junior's back and sent it to Yang Shui. Isn't he cute? My little boyfriend that I'm raising. At this time in the dorm, Yang Shui stared at her phone in shock. Immediately, the snack in her hand no longer seemed appealing. She still recognized whose back this was. Who else could it be but that little junior? What shocked her was that Shinmingshi actually Really got together with the little junior. The ice goddess actually found a boyfriend. The love story of the ice goddess and the foolish junior. Ah. If you found a boyfriend, what about me, Cece? Can you bear to leave me alone? Shinmingshi didn't hesitate. Yes. I'm heartbroken, Cece. Can you introduce me to some handsome guys like your little junior? There are no others as handsome as him. But I can ask him to introduce his roommates to you. My roommates? Yang Shui recalled. Her deepest impression was probably the guy who danced to Gokuraku Jodo. Mainly because it was such a contrast. But she didn't like that type. Forget it. You just got together, and you're already sleeping together. If you get married, you'll probably have kids. So what if we sleep together? We're very innocent, you know. Besides, I'm already married. Yang Shui sent a voice message. It was still the familiar tone of Mr. Krabs. I'm already married. If you're married, then I already have a child. Shinmingshi sighed. She really is a foolish best friend. When the time comes, she wants to see how this foolish friend of hers can suddenly give birth to a child. Yang Shui asked curiously, did he confess to you? Yeah. It's been 165 minutes since he confessed to me. I didn't ask. You don't have to be so precise with the time. Then why did you agree to be with him? Because I'm kind. I couldn't bear to break my junior's heart. Yang Shui had a look of disbelief. This good best friend of hers is kind. Couldn't bear to refuse? She's rejected countless guys already. And now she says she couldn't bear to refuse. Who would believe that? This weekend, I'm cutting ties with you. Don't message me anymore. I'm not pregnant, I don't like sour things. Shinmingshi pursed her lips and smiled. She put down her phone. Showing off our affection to others feels pretty good, too. Let's turn off the lights. Stop playing on your phone, Shinmingshi said casually. I put my phone away and obediently lay down. I don't know why. I wasn't sleepy at all. I usually go to sleep around 12 o'clock. It's 11:30 now. Logically, I should be sleepy. Besides, I keep feeling like I've forgotten something. The atmosphere was extremely quiet. The two of us had a tacit understanding not to speak. It was so quiet you could hear the other person's breathing. 12 o'clock. Senior, are you asleep yet? Not yet. Both of us couldn't sleep. Logically, we should have been asleep by now. Tonight, Shinmingshi was wide awake. She felt that she probably wouldn't be able to sleep even at 2:30. She didn't know why, but tonight when she was trying to sleep, no position felt comfortable. Could it be because she didn't have a body pillow? As Shinmingshi thought of this, a body pillow appeared in her mind. Wasn't there one right beside her? Her little boyfriend. Senior, what's wrong? Come over here and hug me. Shinming's voice was extremely calm. But her heart was anything but calm. Her heart was beating wildly. In such a quiet environment, she could even hear her own rapid heartbeat. This was the first time she had been so proactive, telling her little junior to hug her to sleep. Before, she had always hugged him secretly in the middle of the night. But now, the two of them were officially dating. Isn't it normal for couples to hug each other to sleep? Besides, they were already registered to be married, so they were considered husband and wife. I swallowed hard. My heart also started beating faster unconsciously. Before, the two of us had always hugged each other secretly. Now that it was said out loud, it was actually more embarrassing. Okay. My voice was very quiet, and my face was slightly flushed. Luckily, the lights were off. Neither of us could see the blush on the other's cheeks. I shifted my body a little, closing the distance with my senior. And Shinmingshi also leaned over. The two of us lay in the middle of the bed. I mustered all my courage and gently pulled my senior into my arms. Shinmingshi put her arms around me, burying her face in my chest. I swallowed. The moment my senior buried her face in my chest, I felt a warmth spread across it. My senior's face seemed a little hot. That wasn't even the main thing. The scent from my senior was so fragrant. I couldn't help but bury my nose in my senior's hair. Just then, Shinmingshi happened to lift her head. My lips landed right on my senior's forehead. What are you doing, kissing me? Shinming's cheeks grew even hotter. It was an accident. Shinmingshi said casually, lower your head. The moment I lowered my head, I saw my senior gently use her hand to brush the hair from my forehead. Something soft pressed against my forehead. Very soft. Very springy. This magical feeling only lasted for a moment. I was completely stunned. I saw it very clearly. My senior suddenly kissed me. Even though we were dating. We were still in the innocent phase. I felt that holding hands was already very intimate. I never expected my senior to kiss me directly. I suspected I was already asleep. I had only ever seen such a scene in my dreams. I secretly pinched my right hand. Ouch, it's not a dream. A blush appeared on Shinmix's cheeks. Me too. It's just that neither of us could clearly see the blush on the other's face. Senior. You're. Shinmingshi, embarrassed, directly buried her head in my chest. Then, a very quiet voice that only I could hear came out. I'm getting my revenge. I woke up around noon. But my senior had been up since early in the morning. I looked at the strand of hair on the bed, remembering the scene of my senior kissing me last night. My face immediately flushed red. As for why I woke up so late, it was because after my senior kissed me last night, I was too excited. Then, add to that the fact that my senior kept hugging me. Her body pressed against mine, making it even harder for me to sleep. I had just reached the living room when Shimingshi happened to come out of the kitchen. The two of us looked at each other, our cheeks flushing at the same time. As senior, you're up so early. I've made breakfast for you. Come and eat. Okay. After I washed my face, I went to the dining table. Actually, at this hour, it couldn't be considered breakfast anymore. After finishing breakfast, the two of us sat on the sofa in the living room. Shinmingshi said casually, "Why did you wake up so late?" I was a little excited last night. Why were you excited? Because my senior secretly kissed me, I said a little shyly. The corners of Shinmix's mouth unconsciously turned up slightly. How is it that after just one night, my little junior has reverted to his shy self from before? Is that so? The next second, I felt a warmth on my cheek. Soft. Bouncy. It felt just like last night. I looked at my senior with an expression of disbelief. My heart pounded wildly. A blush appeared on Shinmix's cheeks. Her gentle voice asked, "How was it? What did it feel like?" I touched my burning hot cheek. It was too fast. I couldn't feel it properly. Can we do it again? Shinmingshi smiled playfully. No. Senior, I'm begging you. Begging is useless. My voice carried a hint of whining. How can you bear to let your little boyfriend be heartbroken? You. What's a big guy like you whining for? Aren't you ashamed? I shamelessly grinned and said, "It's not shameful to whine to my own girlfriend." Look, what's that over there? What is it? The moment I turned away, I realized something was wrong. So I immediately turned my head back. As a result, right as I turned my head back, my lips suddenly felt a rush of warmth. I couldn't describe that magical feeling. Very sweet, very soft. Shinmingshi also didn't expect him to suddenly turn back. Originally, she just wanted to kiss her junior's cheek. But the two of them separated immediately after the brief moment of contact. I blushed and stammered, "Senior, you sneak attacked me." That was my first kiss. My mind was going crazy. My senior actually kissed me. Even though it was just for a moment. That feeling was truly magical. Shinmingshi had a panicked expression. Her heart was pounding wildly. She was no different. This was her first kiss too. Besides, she only wanted to kiss my cheek earlier. As a result, she overdid it. In going to the bathroom for a bit. Panicked, Shinmingshi put on her big bad wolf slippers and fled the scene. Her loose hair covered the blush on her cheeks. They had only been together for a day, and they've already kissed. At this rate, won't they be having a baby in a few days? Shinmix's mind was in utter chaos right now. Whatever. We're husband and wife anyway. A kiss is very normal, right? Besides, what am I being shy about? I'm clearly the hunter. Right. My junior is the little rabbit. I'm the big bad wolf. In the living room, I unconsciously touched my lips. No wonder people in TV dramas all like to kiss each other. It's really sweet. And it's also a little addictive. I wonder when he'll be able to kiss my senior's little lips whenever I want. My senior seems even shyer than I am. To calm myself down, I turned on the TV and watched the cartoon about the blonde girl and the muscular guy. Not long after, my senior came out of the bathroom. The blush on her face still hadn't faded. Shinmingshi sat back down beside me. Speak. You took my first kiss, how do you plan on taking responsibility? I giggled. Senior, I'll marry my father's only son off to you. Do you want him? Shinmingshi rested her chin on her hand. But you're already mine. I asked cautiously, then what do you want? Shinming's beautiful face was slightly flushed. She pointed her index finger to her cherry lips and said casually, "Give me back my first kiss." At 5 p.m., I returned to school. I didn't go to basketball practice yesterday. Because I had to confess my feelings yesterday, I had already told Su Xingran in advance. Plus, tomorrow is Monday and classes start again. So I have to go back to the dorm to sleep tonight. Although I really want to sleep with my senior every day. After changing into my sportswear and sneakers, I went to the basketball court. Su Xingran came over and patted my shoulder. "You're finally here. The competition starts next week. There isn't much time left. It's time to show the results of your 2.5 years of training." I smiled and said, "Of course. Actually, calling it training. It's more important to understand the play styles of our teammates. After all, with only a few days, we can't practice much. We can only practice a few simple tactics." After practice ended, it was already getting dark. Su Xingran suddenly gave a sly smile. "Are you still going for a run tonight?" I looked puzzled. "Of course. My senior runs every night. How could I not go?" Su Xingran winked at me. "You'll get going then. I don't want to be a third wheel. Little boyfriend. It's time for dinner." Shinmingshi stood behind me and patted my shoulder. She gave a playful laugh. Today, Shinmingshi was wearing a cream-colored one-piece dress, with a coffee-colored leather jacket with a lapel over it. She was wearing a pair of white sneakers and holding a lunchbox in her hand. I was a bit stunned. My senior didn't look like she was about to go for a run. "Senior, are you not running anymore? You're already so tired, why would you still run? Do you want to get a cramp again?" Shinmingshi said casually. I stubbornly said, "Last time was an accident." All right, it was an accident." "You stubborn guy. Let's go to the cafeteria to eat." Shinmingshi held up the 2 lunchboxes in her hands. "I just finished cooking this at our house." Our house. I don't know why, but when I heard the 2 words our house, I felt a secret sense of joy in my heart. "Let's go to the cafeteria." Cafeteria number 3. Why? Cafeteria number 3 is a bit far. Didn't you like going to cafeteria number 3 to look at pretty girls at the start of the semester? I'll indulge you. Wow. My senior's memory is really good. I had almost forgotten about that. Mainly because I didn't like my senior back then. After I started liking her, I didn't even bother looking at any other women. I quickly gave a fawning smile. "Senior, I'm not interested in other women. You're the only one in my heart. You're my one and only rare treasure." Shinmingshi was amused by me. "Let's go." I pointed in the other direction. "Senior, I think cafeteria number 3 is this way. Do you really want to go to cafeteria number 3? Shinmingshi said, imitating Mr. Krabs' strange tone. "And you lied to me, saying I'm your rare treasure." After speaking, she left without looking back. I hurriedly chased after her. "Senior, I was wrong. Please forgive me." After catching up, I shamelessly took my senior's hand. She didn't resist. She was just joking in the first place. She wouldn't really get angry. It was mainly to tease her silly little boyfriend, which was quite fun. The 2 of them went to cafeteria number 1. Cafeteria number 1 was a bit closer to our dormitory building. My senior and I found a seat in a corner. Mainly because we didn't want to be too conspicuous. I originally thought that since I couldn't be at home tonight, I wouldn't be able to eat my senior's cooking. I didn't expect my senior to bring it to me. Having a wife who can cook and cares about me is such a blessing. I love her so much. I'll reward my senior with a kiss next time. Shinmingshi frowned. "What kind of expression is that?" I giggled. And made a heart shape. "It's an I love you expression." "Senior, aren't you tired from cooking for me? How about I learn to cook too? Then I can cook for you too," I said with a smile, resting my chin on my hands. "No need. I don't want to be poisoned to death just yet." Shinmingshi shot me a glare, but her heart felt very warm. I said seriously, "It's not that bad. Although I don't know how to cook. But I think I have a talent for it. I can learn." My words piqued Shinming's curiosity. "How do you figure you have a talent for it?" I said smugly. "I know how to make more than 10 different flavors of instant noodles." Shinmingshi was speechless. "I think you're quite like instant noodles yourself." She opened the lunchbox. It was still my favorite dish. After just exercising, I felt very hungry. Seeing the delicious-looking food, I couldn't hold back anymore. And directly entered rice inhaling mode. "Eat slowly," Don't choke. Shinmingshi rested her chin on her hand, looking at me dotingly. She didn't know why, but she felt a sense of satisfaction from feeding me. What's with this feeling of wanting to cook for me every day? After I switched on rice inhaling mode, my speed was very fast. I finished eating in just 2.5 minutes, while my senior was still chewing slowly. I took out a tissue to wipe my mouth, watching my senior chew her food carefully. I couldn't help but sigh in admiration. As expected of a beauty. Even eating is so elegant and beautiful. Someone like me could never. Senior, I'll go buy you a bottle of water. After saying that, I got up and walked towards the canteen inside the cafeteria. Shinmingshi quietly ate from her lunchbox. Mingshi, you came to cafeteria number 1 to eat too? A boy wearing glasses, with a scholarly appearance, suddenly walked over. The moment Shinmingshi saw this person, her eyebrows furrowed slightly. Her tone carried a hint of disgust. President Chin. Please call me by my full name. Our relationship isn't that good. Besides, we're not close. Please don't disturb my meal. This wasn't the first time Qin Jiahao had been rejected so bluntly. But he was still quite thick-skinned. He smiled and said, Campus Bell of Jiang University. There's no need for that. We're all in the same year. You don't have to be so hostile towards me. My character isn't that bad. Shinmingshi said with a blank expression, very bad. I had told him before. Qin Jiahao was not a good person. Besides, she originally had no feelings whatsoever for Qin Jiahao. In fact, during her 2 years at school, she hadn't had any connection with other men. Although many confessed to her, nothing happened after she rejected them. Only this Qin Jiahao clung to her relentlessly, which made her feel extremely disgusted. Chen Jiahao's expression stiffened. I'm bad? I'm afraid there's some misunderstanding between us. I think we can totally clear up the misunderstanding. Starting with being friends first. No need. Shinmingshi gently wiped her mouth with a tissue and packed up her lunchbox. She planned to leave because seeing this person made her a little sick. Qin Jiahao subconsciously wanted to step forward and block Shinmingshi. What are you doing? At this moment, I had finished buying water and came back. My tone was a little angry. I walked straight to my senior's side, shielding her behind me. President Chen, long time no see. May I ask if something's the matter? When Qin Jiahao saw Shinmingshi hiding behind me, he suddenly realized. He understood. He connected it to their previous duet. The boy in Shinming's moments was most likely the person in front of him. Qin Jiahao said coldly. What are you to her? His tone carried a hint of aggression. Before I could answer, Shinmingshi said calmly. He is my boyfriend. Qin Jiahao was slightly stunned, his brows furrowing slightly, revealing a look of disbelief. How is that possible? You already have a boy you like? The boy in my moments is him. Why is it not possible? Am I not allowed to find a boyfriend? Shinming's expression was icy. I said in a deep voice, President Qin, please have some self-respect. After all, you're someone who already has a girlfriend. I stood with Shinmingshi, my tone extremely cold. My words were very aggressive. How did you know? Qin Jiahao immediately broke out in a cold sweat. He and his girlfriend were in a long-distance relationship, and he had never made it public. The image he built for himself was that of a single man. I said word by word. If you come to bother my girlfriend again, I can't guarantee that this matter won't be posted on the school forum. My words carried a warning. Chen Jiahao's expression was extremely ugly, and he didn't say anything more. That's right. He was scared. In front of him, I took my senior's hand and said with a smile, Senior, let's go. Shinmingshi nodded obediently. A complete contrast to her cold demeanor from a moment ago. After the two of them left, Qin Jiahao gritted his teeth in hatred. But there was nothing he could do. I had dirt on him. If I posted proof that he was a cheater, then the image he had built for so long would collapse. Compared to Shinmingshi, he still cared more about himself. After the two of them left the cafeteria and went to the sports field, the little episode just now didn't bother them too much. Senior, so many people like you. Why do you like me? I suddenly asked. I was very curious. My senior is always so cold. Why is it that when she's with me, she's so proactive and lively? Maybe it's because she likes me. But I really want to know why my senior likes me. Come here. Come a little closer, and I'll tell you. Shinmingshi smiled playfully. I moved closer, looking at her with an expectant expression. Shin Mingxi leaned close to my ear and said softly, I don't know the reason I like you. But I know you're the reason I don't like anyone else. On the way back to the dormitory, I looked at the regular black lines between the tiles and fell into thought. A thought appeared in my mind. I can't step on this black line. If I step on it, I'll die. After that, my pace started to slow down, and I walked more carefully. Shin Mingxi, beside me, asked doubtfully, What are you doing? Senior. Be careful not to step on the lines on the tiles. If you step on them, you'll die. Are you a child? Shin Mingxi said helplessly. I carefully stepped on the tiles, trying not to step on the black lines. Darn it, is it still this hard? Senior, you should be careful too. Shin Mingxi scoffed. Such a childish game. She wouldn't bother with it. Oh well, I'll play with this idiot for a bit. Shin Mingxi also started walking on the tiles without stepping on the black lines. Great job, Senior. Keep going like that, wait for me. After walking for a while, I stepped on the black line. Shin Mingxi said casually, You're dead. I said with a serious face, No, I'm not dead. I have 2 lives. Childish. She also didn't understand why she liked such an idiot. So childish. Before they knew it, the two had arrived downstairs from the dormitory. Senior, you stepped on the black line, Shin Mingxi said casually. I have 2 lives too. I giggled. I didn't expect you to learn the essence of the game so quickly. So? Wasn't it fun? Shin Mingxi lifted her chin proudly and said, Not fun. I don't like playing. Senior, it's getting late, you should go back to your dorm. I giggled. Senior, don't lose sleep without me tonight, okay? Shin Mingxi's beautiful face flushed slightly. So narcissistic. I won't miss you at all. Give me a kiss, and I'll go. I said with a sly grin, shameless. I'm going. Bye. Shin Mingxi left behind a beautiful view of her back. I watched my senior's back. The corners of my mouth, since seeing my senior tonight, haven't come down. My senior is so cute. In my eyes, my senior isn't cold at all. On the contrary, sometimes she's very proactive. Occasionally a little proud. My senior is only like this when she's with me. So I'm special in her eyes. Thinking of this, I couldn't help but smile foolishly. Hee, I'm special. I only got back to the dorm around 10 o'clock. I don't know why. But every time I'm alone with my senior, time passes very quickly. If it weren't for the fear of not making it back to the dorm, I wouldn't want to leave my senior at all. I had just stepped into the dorm when I saw Fan Hao glaring at me, questioning, Where did you just come from? Before I could open my mouth, Fan Hao said in anguish, No need to explain. I don't want to hear your explanation. Looking at that grin on your face, that's harder to suppress than an AK-47. I know where you've been. If you know, then why ask? I shot him a look. Besides, I wasn't planning on explaining anyway. So what if I went for a walk on the sports field with my girlfriend? No. Quick, tell me this isn't real. Fan Hao frantically shook my shoulders. How on earth did you manage to win over the campus belle? This is the campus belle of Jiang University. Why don't I have a single pursuer? Jiboda suddenly said. I know why you don't have any pursuers. Why? Fan Hao asked doubtfully. Because you're too sweet. Sugarcane is all sugar. Get lost. You're the sweet one. I suddenly got a little curious. Oh, right. How did you know I went on a date? Fan Hao snorted coldly. The scent on you is so obvious. Ever since you came back after the Mid-Autumn Festival. You've always had this scent on you. Every time you come back from a holiday. You also have this fragrance. I figured it out immediately. I said with a bit of admiration, That's amazing. You really have a dog's nose. Fan Hao laughed smugly. Of course. I am this dog. Wait a minute, are you insulting me? At this point, Su Jingran finally couldn't watch anymore. Stop listening to his nonsense. What the hell does he know? I was the one who told him. Fan Hao clutched his chest. A pained expression on his face. Mu Xie, didn't we agree to be single together? As soon as he finished speaking, he said with a fawning expression. So, could you ask your girlfriend to introduce some pretty girls for me to get to know? Get lost, I said, annoyed. Girls' dormitory. After Shin Mingxi returned to the dorm. You're finally back? Our Jian University's campus belle recently has been busy with love, hasn't she? Yang Shui rested her chin on her hand, her tone extremely sour. Shin Mingxi said casually, I am a bit busy. Busy cultivating my relationship with my husband. Ah, you're not human. I'm a beautiful woman, Shinmingshi blurted out with a laugh. Yan Shui suddenly pointed to the photo album on her desk. Is that photo album on your desk a gift from him? Shinmingshi said calmly. Aren't moments for recording daily life? Then, she took a picture of the album cover and posted it on her moments. With the caption, doesn't need to be expensive. But it needs a lot of love. It had only been 8 days since Shinmeng's last post. On her moments. Right now, the forum was still discussing whether the campus belle of Jian University actually had a boyfriend. As soon as this post was published, it was basically considered solid proof. This matter was already crystal clear. Even if the campus belle wasn't in a relationship, she definitely had someone in her heart. When I saw my dear wife post on Moments, I liked it immediately. Looking at this Moments post, my heart felt sweet. Everything my dear wife posted on Moments was about me. At this moment, I was lying in bed, my mouth grinning from ear to ear. Dear wife. Was that Moments status written for me? You know the answer, yet you still ask. Hee hee, I want a hug. No hugs, no hee-heeing. Dear wife, I feel like we haven't seen each other in a long time. It's been over 40 minutes since we last met. I miss you so much. As soon as I said that, my dear wife immediately took a picture and sent it over. It was a selfie of my dear wife. My face turned slightly red. My heart was sweet as honey. I wriggled around on my bed like a maggot. A foolish smile spread across my face. Fan Hao immediately noticed the wriggling object on the bed. Musie, are you in heat? If you're in heat, you can let Jibota help you. He's gay. Jibota said angrily, you're the gay one. I think your butt has been itching again lately. Do you want me to get in your bed and teach you a lesson? Never mind, I was wrong. Fan Hao didn't want to be taught philosophy by this pervert, Jibota. Seeing that I didn't respond, Fan Hao chose to ask the leader for help. Leader, what's wrong with this guy? Is he possessed? Su Jingran glanced at him. It's so obvious. He's busy being in love. Of course he doesn't have time to pay attention to you, a scumbag. Their bickering didn't affect the sweet conversation between me and my dear wife at all. Calling it a sweet conversation, it's more like I was bothering my dear wife with cheesy pickup lines. Dear wife, do you like reading books? Actually, books like reading you too. I want to buy a piece of land. The land where I'm head over heels for you. At this moment, Shinmingshi had a speechless expression on her face, looking at the cheesy pickup lines on her phone. Why does it feel like this silly husband of hers is getting more and more abstract? Aren't you embarrassed by these cheesy pickup lines? Dear wife. You are 9 and I am 3. Do you know what that means? Shinmingshi let out a cold laugh. She wasn't going to play such a childish game with her silly husband. Besides you, it's still you. Bingo. That's right. My dear wife is so smart. I'll bring you breakfast tomorrow, okay? We haven't seen each other for a long time. It's been an hour already. Shinmingshi looked at her phone. A faint smile appeared on her face. This silly husband of hers is really getting clingier. Why does he remember the time so clearly? Has it been that long? It's only been 1 hour. No, 55 minutes and 35 seconds since we last met. Not that long. Yan Shui looked at Shinmingshi with a suspicious expression. She could already guess who her best friend was talking to. But she didn't plan to ask. Shinmingshi said casually. Stop looking. I'm talking to my little boyfriend. Wait a minute. I didn't even ask. I haven't asked you yet, so why are you coming after me like this? Is there any justice? Is there any law and order? Yan Shui felt that familiar little red ball appear on her nose again. She was like a clown being beaten up by Batman. The two of them talked for a long time. Before going to sleep, I sent a voice message to my dear wife. My tone was extremely gentle. Hee hee, good night, dear wife. Fan Hao, in his bed, rolled his eyes and said sarcastically. Good night, dear wife. Your tone is so fake. It's disgusting. To think our dorm has someone so disgusting. Su Jingran teased. It's not because no girl wishes you good night, is it? Fan Hao immediately pulled the blanket over his head. So boring. I'm going to sleep first. I don't mean anything else, I'm just sleepy. Girls' dormitory. Hee hee. Good night, dear wife. Shinmingshi looked at the voice message I sent her. The corner of her mouth lifted slightly. My husband is pretty fake, too. I have to save this voice message first. They'll play it for him privately in the future. There are only 2 days left until the Freshman's Cup. Therefore, for these 2 days, the selected players from the Faculty of Information Technology all went to the basketball court to practice at 5 p.m. After 2 days of internal practice, Su Jingran and I were confirmed as starting players. Both of us play the guard position at the number 1 and number 2 spots respectively, which are point guard and shooting guard. After 2 days of observation, I already knew who the pillars of the team were. The pillars of the Faculty of Information Technology were me and Su Jingran, and a center named Ji Boda. My first reaction upon seeing him was that he was an upgraded version of Ji Boda. His physique was more muscular than Ji Boda's. His mental state seemed much better than Ji Boda's. You could tell he rarely rewarded himself. Most importantly, his smile was very honest. Not at all sleazy like Ji Boda's when he smiles. On the basketball court, Yan Huigang saw me and Su Jingran arrive. He held a basketball, sweat dripping down his face, and gave us an honest smile. You guys are finally here. Everyone is free tonight. We just happened to schedule a practice match with the guys from the Faculty of Economics and Finance. Leader, what do you think? Su Jingran smiled. Of course, no problem. But in a practice match, don't be too serious. Getting injured could easily affect the official match in 2 days. Ji Boda reminded us. You guys warm up first. The match will start in a bit. We've already asked the PE teacher to be the referee. I nodded. All right. I went to the bench next to the court, put down the water bottle I had just bought, and was about to put my phone down when my WeChat notification sound went off. I usually mute notifications for group chats, so when this message came, I had a feeling who had messaged me. The notification sounded, and my dear wife appeared. As expected, it was just as I predicted. I opened WeChat, and it was a message from my dear wife. What time does practice end? Do you want to go to the library to study tonight? Study? Of course I have to study. Studying is my favorite thing to do. But it might take a little while. Because we have a practice match today. Okay, I understand. I sent my dear wife a few cute stickers, then returned to the court to start warming up. Girls' dormitory. Shimming, she looked at her phone screen, muttering to herself. Is a practice match very tiring? What if he gets injured? If her little boyfriend got hurt, she would feel terrible. How could he get injured without her permission? No. I have to go watch. Yang Shui now didn't even need to look at Shen Meng's actions. Just by looking at her expression, she knew who she was thinking about. Before, Shen Meng's face was almost expressionless. Now that she has a husband, her face is like it's suddenly been updated, with dozens of new stickers. Elsewhere, the practice match on the basketball court had begun. The Faculty of Information Technology versus the Faculty of Economics and Finance. Because this was just a practice match. Plus the fact that this match was decided suddenly. So there weren't many people who came to cheer. Most of the spectators around were people who like to come to the basketball court to watch games. Yen. I think I see that boy you've been thinking about. As Qin Jinhao walked past the basketball court, he pulled back Lu Rian, who was about to leave, where Lu Rian hurriedly looked towards the court. In just a moment, she saw that boy. It's him, Lu Rian said excitedly. The next second, her gaze became complicated. During this time, she had changed several clone accounts, and as expected, all of them were blocked. She started to doubt herself a little. Mu Xie seemed to really hate her. He didn't give her any chance to explain. She even used someone else's phone number to text him, but didn't receive any reply at all. She had no idea I had changed my number. Now is a good chance. He can avoid you online, but he can't in real life, right? Qin Jinhao reminded her. Besides, real life is different from online. When he sees your face, he will definitely recall the memories between you two. Isn't this a chance for you to make up with him? Lu Rian hesitated a bit, but Qin Jinhao said casually. There are no buts. If you don't like him anymore, well, leave right now. Lu Rian thought about how good I was to her all those years. During this period, she was always thinking about me. That feeling of regret was incredibly strong. Every time she thought about my current attitude towards her, she would feel very upset, but Lu Rian knew very well that she brought all of this upon herself. She insisted on rejecting him at first. while continuously enjoying the kindness he showed her. Now if she wanted to win him back, she would definitely have to lower her head. Soon she seemed to have made up her mind, gritting her teeth. Fine, they'll go. In terms of score, the Faculty of Information Technology was in the lead. Su Jingran and I from the Faculty of Information Technology were a level stronger than the opponent's guards. Plus, we had a tall and strong Gui Boda inside to grab rebounds. This also allowed Su Jingran and me to continuously shoot from the perimeter, and 1.8 meters tall. Facing the opponent's smaller guard gave me an advantage. Basically, when facing an opponent shorter than me, I could always just jump and shoot. You can only say that in a sport like basketball. Physical talent is very important. Swish. With a mid-range shot from me, the third quarter ended. Nice one. Gui Boda slapped my butt. I slapped his butt back in return. This is a form of recognition on the basketball court, during the break between quarters. I went to the water station to rest. I had played 2 consecutive quarters. With almost no breaks, now my head was covered in sweat. But I didn't feel very tired. I was about to take out my phone to see if my beloved wife had messaged me when, what a coincidence. Your face is covered in sweat. Here, wipe it off, a familiar voice rang out. I looked up and saw a familiar person. Lu Rian was smiling. With a pack of tissues in her hand, the tissues were offered to me. But I ignored the pack of tissues. I didn't take it at all. I frowned. What are you doing here? When Lu Rian saw I didn't take her tissues, she smiled awkwardly. I was just passing by and saw you playing basketball here. It felt like such a coincidence. I remained expressionless. Is that so? We go to the same school. Isn't it normal to see me? Lu Rian quickly changed the subject. Oh right. Why didn't you accept my friend request? As she spoke, she sat down next to me. The moment she sat down, I immediately stood up. I pretended to casually stretch my neck. TSK, my butt's a little sore from sitting. They'll stand up and relax a bit, not far away. A girl with extremely high visuals was watching this scene. The corner of her mouth couldn't help but lift slightly. This silly husband of mine is quite good at keeping his distance. Shen Mingxi had been secretly watching me play for a long time. No, that's not right. She was watching openly and honestly. In her hand was a very ordinary bottle of mineral water. Just now, she was a little surprised to see Lu Rian suddenly walk over. A good horse doesn't graze on old grass, after all, and now here she is, daring to hit on her husband. But her husband wasn't that easy to woo. Instead, Shen Mingxi wanted to see what this Lu Rian was up to. Lu Rian knew I was doing it on purpose, intentionally embarrassing her. Lu Rian spoke up with some embarrassment. I'm sorry. Actually, I shouldn't have broken my promise. This is my problem. I think we can. At that moment, a basketball flew towards me. I reacted very quickly, catching the ball firmly. I glanced at this basketball and realized it was extremely familiar. Isn't this Su Jingran's ball? I looked towards the court and saw Su Jingran waving at me. The second half is starting. Lu Rian said hurriedly, Monsieur, you? Did you hear what I said? I didn't pay any more attention to her, but just took the ball and walked onto the court. I had already forgotten Lu Rian long ago. I could see that Lu Rian had very likely changed her mind now. But right now, my heart only has my beloved wife. Besides, I'm already married. So of course I can't fool around outside. I am a man who abides by the laws of marriage. I went onto the court and looked at Su Jingran with a grateful gaze. Thanks, leader. Su Jingran asked in a calm voice, do you know her? I used to, but I don't want to anymore, I replied. Su Jingran nodded as if he was thinking about something. Seeing that I had almost completely ignored her, Lu Rian stomped her foot in anger. Monsieur, she sat right down on the bench, not planning to leave. Today, she was determined to make things clear. I paid no attention to Lu Rian. Right now the only thing in my eyes was the game. Very quickly after the last 2 quarters ended, the Faculty of Information Technology won this practice match. Gui Boda suddenly came closer, with a gossipy look on his face. Did you guys see that? I asked doubtfully. See what? The campus belle? See her? It's Shen Mingxi. Gui Boda's face was full of excitement. Only then did I notice that outside the basketball court, a stunningly beautiful, cold beauty was looking at me. Gui Boda whispered in my ear, you don't know her, I chuckled. More than know her, she's already registered her marriage with me. How could I not know her? This is my wife. The corner of my mouth lifted slightly. Other people's compliments for Shen Mingxi felt like they were complimenting me. Gui Boda was a little confused. What are you smiling so happily for? I said nothing. Rejoicing inwardly, my wife is being praised by others for being beautiful. How could I not be happy, just then? Lu Rian walked in from the side of the court. Somehow, she now had a bottle of a sports drink in her hand. My teammates around me were just about to start teasing, when Su Jingran stopped them. Especially Gay Boda, who was just about to cheer for his bro, was even more stunned. A girl coming to a basketball game to give someone a drink, that has a huge meaning. Besides, this girl was also very beautiful. He thought she was a good match for me. One handsome guy, one beautiful girl. Lu Rian smiled and handed the cold sports drink in her hand to me. For you. I bought this for you. I heard it can replenish electrolytes and help you recover your stamina quickly. I didn't take it, saying casually. No need, I have water. Lu Rian frowned. But didn't you already finish your water just now? That's right, I said calmly. Then why did you say you have water? I smiled without saying anything. At this very moment, Shin Mingxi, from not far away, slowly walked onto the basketball court. All the guys on the basketball court stared blankly. Damn. The campus belle is walking towards Mu Xie. What's going on? Why is the Jian University campus belle coming to the basketball court? Could it be that the boy she likes is right here? Maybe Mu Ca's 2.5 years of basketball practice has conquered the campus belle. After Shin Mingxi walked onto the basketball court, she headed towards me. In her hand, she held a bottle of room-temperature mineral water. Everyone's eyes were glued to Shin Mingxi, all wanting to know who on earth could receive the bottle of water given by the Jiang University campus belle. My teammates behind me all stood there dumbfounded, flustered as they watched Shin Mingxi approach, of course. Except for Su Jingran. Su Jingran had a clear "I've known this all along" expression on his face. By the time Shin Mingxi got close to Lu Rian's entire body was still frozen in a daze. Could it be that the boy from Shin Mingxi's social media is me? Her eyes were filled with disbelief. Shin Mingxi slowly walked up to me. A beautiful smile suddenly appeared on her usually cold face. And she said in a gentle tone, "My darling did so well. Hey, race the water I bought for you." After Shin Mingxi said this, everyone around was stunned. They all started to doubt their own ears. The Jian University campus belle, the ice goddess, the cold senior, could actually call a male student darling. Everyone's face showed disbelief, being stared at by so many people. I couldn't help but feel a bit shy, but I still smiled and took the bottle of water the senior handed over. Actually, this wasn't the first time Shin Mingxi had given me water, but calling me darling in front of so many people was a first. Shin Mingxi's cheeks were slightly flushed. Are you tired? I smiled and shook my head. After seeing you, I'm not tired anymore. After a brief moment of silence, the people around started to scream and shout, "No! The campus belle really has someone she likes. My heart is broken. That's water from the campus belle. Why can't that person be me? Didn't they say the campus belle doesn't like boys? Fairy tales are all lies, as expected. It's because I'm not handsome enough." The most shocked person right now was still Gay Boda. Just a moment ago he was asking if I knew her, and the next second he was fed a mouthful of dog food. Hey bro, why didn't you say sooner that the campus belle is your girlfriend? Do honest people deserve to be bullied like this? Gay Boda wanted to cry but had no tears. Of course, it wasn't just him. The basketball court at this moment was like Gotham City. Except for me and Shin Mingxi. Everyone else seemed to have become clowns. Especially Lu Rian, who was standing closest to the two of them. Her expression was extremely unsightly. Moreover, she was in a very awkward position now, wanting to leave but unable to bring herself to. The ice-cold bottle of electrolyte drink in her hand started to drip continuously, and her back also began to break out in a cold sweat. You're the girl from that night. Shin Mingxi's smile vanished as she said coldly, "Yes, it's me." Lu Rian's presence was immediately overwhelmed by Shin Mingxi's. Her tone became somewhat weak. Shin Mingxi said casually, "Did you not know what my relationship with Brother Mu is?" Lu Rian said with a hint of guilt. "Shin, I'm sorry. I didn't know about your relationship." Actually, she had guessed about their relationship before, but she still held on to a sliver of wishful thinking, believing that Shin Mingxi wouldn't be interested in me. She never expected that the two of them were really together. Shin Mingxi didn't make things too difficult for her. It's fine. Now everyone knows. She slowly took my hand. A beautiful smile on her lips, she said gently, "Let's go. I just finished playing ball. My hands are a bit dirty. I'm afraid he'll get senior's hands dirty." Shenmingshi smiled faintly. I will never dislike you. After saying that, she even glanced at Lu Rian next to them. Lu Rian lowered her head in shame, not daring to look directly at Shenmingshi. Only then did I take my senior's hand, feeling an inexplicable sense of joy in my heart. It felt like being stood up for by a parent after getting bullied. The two of them walked out of the basketball court hand in hand, with pained expressions. Seeing the #1 goddess of Jian University call another guy darling, and even take the initiative to hold his hand and leave, their moods instantly imploded. They started screaming internally without pause. This guy deserves to die. Why aren't they the ones being pursued? Some people started discussing who this guy actually was. This seems to be the junior who sang a duet with the senior during the freshman welcome party. His name is Mu Xie. From the IT faculty, he actually got to hold the campus belle's hand. If it were me, I wouldn't wash my hands for the rest of my life. The scene just now was photographed and posted on the forum. The campus belle proactively held a handsome guy's hand and left the basketball court. Even gave him water and called him darling. The forum instantly exploded. The identity of the campus belle's rumored boyfriend from her social media was gradually revealed. At this moment, neither Shenmingshi nor I knew about this. I asked, Senior, where are we going? Shenmingshi said casually. Go home and shower, you don't have class tonight, right? After showering and eating, we'll go to the library to study together, I asked doubtfully. Can't I just shower in the dorm? No? Shenmingshi said suddenly. Why? My face was full of suspicion. Because I have to shower too. My face instantly turned bright red. Senior has to shower too. Could it be that she wants to shower with me? She wants to shower together this soon. I couldn't help but feel my heart beat faster. Thinking about the scene of showering with my senior, I almost couldn't take it. Senior, what temperature do you usually shower at? I'm afraid it'll be too hot. This junior must be overthinking things. Could he be thinking that I want to shower with him? Thinking of this scene, Shenming's cheeks turned red. What are you thinking? I want you to help me dry my hair. Pervert, I snapped out of it, realizing I had misunderstood my senior. I smiled fawningly. Senior, I was wrong. I thought you wanted to take a couple's bath with me, before I could finish. My senior's pink fist landed on my back. I only saw Shenmingshi blushing with embarrassment. Her cheeks puffed up. You're still talking, I grimaced. I was wrong. This isn't Chongqing. Why did my senior suddenly revert to her Sichuan Chongqing T-Rex state? It seems they'll have to be careful when teasing my senior in the future. Otherwise, I might really get beaten to death. This small pink fist might not look very damaging, but it really hurt when it landed. But the way my senior pouted was really cute. This punch was worth it. Their wedding house was very close to the school. Plus, my senior had a small electric scooter at the school gate. So we quickly got back to the wedding house. Of ours, Shenmingshi urged, you go shower first. I nodded okay. Meanwhile, Shenmingshi started making dinner. Mainly because the food in the school cafeteria couldn't compare at all to her cooking. She didn't want her little boyfriend to be mistreated. Shenmingshi really enjoyed the feeling of cooking for me. Every time she watched me eat, she felt a sense of satisfaction. I don't know if it's because I have a very good appetite. Every time Shenmingshi ate with me, her appetite was very good. This time I showered for a little longer, since I had just finished playing ball. I should wash up properly. I even specifically used the shampoo and body wash that my senior usually uses. I felt that after using them, I smelled just as good as my senior. From now on, I'm also a soft, fragrant boy. Girls who reek of cigarette smoke can no longer get close to me. As soon as I stepped out of the bathroom, I smelled the delicious aroma coming from the kitchen. My senior must be cooking for me. My senior is a great cook. She's beautiful, a good student, and a good gamer. Plus her family is so rich. I couldn't find any flaws in my senior anymore. Whoever marries my senior must have saved the world in their past life. It seems I've already registered my marriage with my senior. Looks like the man who saved the world is me. Thinking of this, I couldn't help but smile foolishly. My senior is my wife. I went to the kitchen and asked, Senior, do you need my help? No need, it's almost done. Just wait a little longer. Okay, I didn't just sit around either, but went to wash the fruit in the house, cut it into a platter, and put it in the fridge to have as dessert after the meal. My senior worked so hard to cook for me, so of course I couldn't do nothing. I took a broom and swept the room a bit, after cleaning the room. My senior had also finished cooking. Alright, wash your hands and eat, coming. I trotted over and served my senior half a bowl of rice. I knew my senior's exact portion size now, so I wouldn't serve too much rice anymore. Causing her to be unable to finish it, the two of us started to eat. While eating, the two of them served each other food. First, my senior gave me a piece of pork rib. And I also gave her a piece, going back and forth like this. Before we knew it, the food in both our bowls was piled very high. I realized I might have served her too much. Senior, can you finish it all? If you can't finish it, don't I still have you? In the end, my senior really couldn't finish it all. And I cleaned up the rest. I rubbed my full little belly and let out a sigh. If I didn't get some exercise every day, at the rate my senior feeds me, I would have gained 5 kilograms already. At this rate, when will I ever be able to get abs? Whatever, a 1-pack is still in it. I put down my bowl with a satisfied expression. Senior, there's fruit I cut for you in the fridge, you eat first. And going to wash the dishes, I took the bowls and went into the kitchen. My senior cooking and me washing the dishes had become a habit. When I came out after washing the dishes, my senior had already gone to shower. I sat on the sofa. Hearing the sound of water in the bathroom, I couldn't help but think of some images not suitable for children. Soon, my face couldn't help but heat up. I can't think about it anymore. I quickly took out my phone to distract myself. As soon as I opened my phone, I discovered in the dorm group chat, Fanha was frantically tagging me. Ah, this kid. The forum has exploded. You actually dared to hold the campus belle's hand. You're not human. Where is this guy in a relationship? Boo-hoo. The cold campus belle was really won over by a kid like you. Although I've known for a long time, seeing it with my own eyes. I'm still very heartbroken. You deserve to die. Have some sympathy. This sugarcane is a jealous sugarcane, you stupid sugarcane. Stop spamming the group every day, and Lushan has entered Chaman. The Tang dynasty is finished, leave me alone, so what if I like Tang? I looked at the conversation in the group and couldn't help but laugh. So abstract, these two clowns. Just as I was engrossed in watching the two guys in the group argue, Shinminshi had also finished showering and changed into her pajamas before she could even speak. I very conscientiously went to help her dry her hair. After helping my senior dry her hair, Shinmingshi went back to the bedroom to change into a pink plaid shirt with a white tank top underneath, and a pair of milky white long pants. Her hair was also tied into a high ponytail, looking incredibly pure and adorable. The moment she stepped out, I was captivated by her beauty. Am I pretty? Shinmingshi twirled around. She has a lot of clothes. She used to wear long skirts often. But that doesn't mean she only has long skirts. Plus, it's now only half a month until November. The weather is also starting to get colder. So she started switching to long pants. I stared in a daze. My wife is truly so beautiful. These clothes were all very ordinary clothes. But they looked incredibly beautiful on my senior. It felt like the clothes themselves were elevated to a new level. Very beautiful. I was stunned for a moment before nodding. As for my reaction, Shinmingshi was very satisfied. Shinmingshi said casually, let's go. It's time to go to the library to study. Originally, every Saturday, the two of them would go to the library to study in the morning. But Shinmingshi wanted more time to spend with her little boyfriend, as long as they could have their own world. She even wanted to study in the library all day. In the library? After the two of them arrived at the library, they still found a spot in a corner. But they were still discovered by the people around them. But this was a library, so these people only whispered among themselves, with looks of astonishment written all over their faces. Those who originally thought the forum posts were a joke now couldn't help but believe it. Shinmingshi and I didn't pay much attention to the gazes of the people around us, and started studying. It was still advanced mathematics, my weak subject. While she was explaining, our faces were almost touching. We also shared one notebook. It was incredibly sweet. The other people who were originally studying hard, upon seeing this scene, immediately felt like they were being force-fed a mouthful of dog food. Moreover, it was high-class dog food. The picture of the two of them studying in the library was also recorded. The campus belle dating was basically confirmed. The evidence was all there. It was impossible not to believe anymore. The two of them studied for about an hour before leaving, because there wasn't much time left. If it got too late, we wouldn't be able to get back to the dorms. Shinmingshi and I walked back hand in hand. Senior, a lot of people looked at us today, do you mind? Shinmingshi shook her head. No. Dating should be done openly and honestly. I want them to know that you are mine. To prevent other seniors from setting their sights on you, I chuckled. How could that be? You are my one and only soon. I had walked my senior to the bottom of her dorm building. Senior, well, am going then. Wait, I have something to give you. Wait for me here, don't go anywhere. After saying that, Shinmingshi headed towards the dorm building. Soon, she came downstairs. And in her hands was a bunny-shaped plushie. For my little bunny junior, why is it pink again? The last one was white, wasn't it? Shinmingshi pouted. You don't like it, I quickly said. Of course I like it. As long as it's from my senior, I like it all. I took the stuffed animal. With a happy expression on my face. I could tell that my senior had specially chosen it for me. Plus, this was the first gift my senior had given me. How could I not like it, senior? Did you buy one for yourself too? Shinmingshi flashed a mischievous smile. I bought myself a big gray wolf, Shinmingshi giggled and waved. And going back, bye-bye, I replied helplessly. See you tomorrow, senior. Looking at the bunny plushie in my hand, I couldn't help but let the corners of my mouth curl up slightly. Just as I was about to head back to the dorm, my senior sent me another message. I ordered a milk tea for you. It's on the table downstairs in your building, remember to get it. I was a bit stunned. My senior ordered milk tea for me. Soon, I found the milk tea my senior had ordered. Usually, I'm the one who buys milk tea for my senior. I never expected my senior would buy one for me too. As expected, when two people are in love, it's a mutual effort. I hadn't even drunk this milk tea yet, but I could already feel the sweetness. After I returned to the dorm, Fan Hao immediately saw the milk tea in my hand. And immediately jumped down from his bed. You bought milk tea. Quick, let me have a sip. Wait a minute, who gave you this plushie? I immediately hid the milk tea behind my back. Go, go, go. You're not worthy, my girlfriend bought this for me, and you want to drink it, get lost. I chuckled, this plushie was a gift from my wife, you don't have one, do you? Fan Hao's expression froze, and he clutched his chest. You're not just killing the person, you're killing the heart too. Then he collapsed onto his chair. Only then did I remember that I still hadn't finished updating my novel today. I put the plushie on the table and took a sip of the milk tea from my senior. So blissful, I was preparing to type. Looking at the bunny plushie and milk tea on the table, I took a picture and sent it to my senior. Hee. The little white bunny junior really likes the milk tea from the big gray wolf. I'm not a big gray wolf, I'm a beautiful little white wolf, right? Senior is a beautiful wolf, and I'm a handsome rabbit. Senior, I've discovered I really like you, are you confessing to me? I'm not going to agree this time, smug kitten sticker. This isn't a confession, it's a confession, girls' dorm. Shinmingshi couldn't help but burst out laughing. Where did this silly junior learn that word? Then we don't need to open a couple's space anymore. Let's change it to a sworn buddy's space, no way. Senior, you said you would never dislike me. I want to be your baby. As soon as Yang Shui saw Shinmingshi giggling foolishly at her phone, she decisively climbed into bed. And put on her headphones this time, there's no way she can get sick of her, right? Shinmingshi was just about to turn her head to tease her best friend a little, when she discovered that her best friend had actually gone straight to bed and pulled up the covers. Shinmingshi was a bit stunned. Am I really that mischievous? Why is my best friend so scared of me? It's not like I'm the type of person who likes to show off my relationship. Fan Hao, who was slumped in his chair, suddenly jumped up. Mu Xie. You're famous, you know. I was startled. Famous for what? Fan Hao pointed at his phone. Go look at the school forum yourself. It's all about you and Senior Shin. I even saw a picture of you guys studying in the library. Oh my god. Is this kid really going to study? Su Jingran said calmly. That's not the main point. The main point is whether this forum will have any effect on the two of them. Fan Hao shook his head. It probably won't have much of an effect. Mainly because Mu Xie doesn't have any scandals. He's just a new freshman. People are mainly discussing why Senior Shin got to know him. I said irritably, what do you mean, this kid? Am I not handsome enough? Fan Hao pondered for a moment. It's not that you're not handsome. Actually, I think Mu Xie is very handsome. It's just that there are a lot of handsome guys at school. There are definitely guys more handsome than you. Why would the senior like you? From this point, you can see. The senior is with you definitely not because of your looks. I didn't refute that. Because I also agreed with this statement, although I am indeed handsome. But Jian University has so many people, there are tons of handsome guys. There are also people more handsome than me, if my senior really only cared about looks, why not find someone more handsome? I think it's because I can give my senior a different feeling. Gifts, surprises, I prepared all these things very seriously. I also take to heart everything my senior says, thinking about it this way. It's not strange that my senior likes me. After all, I'm still very confident in my character. Su Jingran nodded in agreement. That's right. Not everyone is as shallow as Fang Hao retorted. Me, shallow, that's hilarious. I don't look at visuals. I just look at faces. Okay, Gui Boda frowned. Is there a difference between looking at visuals and looking at faces? Of course there is. Looking at visuals is just seeing if they're pretty or not. I look at faces to see if they're pleasing to my eye, I teased. The right to interpret belongs to Fang Hao. Fang Hao suddenly approached me with a fawning expression. I immediately crossed my arms and frowned. What are you doing? I'm a married man now, don't you get any ideas about me? It can never happen between us, Fang Hao quickly explained. You misunderstood, I'm straight, I'm not Gui Boda. I mainly want to ask the master for some advice. How did you manage to win over the campus belle? Can you pass on some secrets? Secrets, I thought for a moment. It seems there aren't any secrets. I carefully recalled, from the time my senior and I met until we got together. It seems to have been mutual affection. There was no one-sided pursuit or giving. If I had to say there was a secret, then it would be sincerity. I said calmly, sincerity is the only ultimate move. This is what leader told me, I've always done it this way. I looked at Fang Hao suspiciously. What's wrong? Do you have a girl you want to pursue? Fang Hao's face immediately turned red. He hurriedly waved his hands. How could that be? Absolutely not. I was just asking casually. I nodded and gave Su Jingran a meaningful look. The two of them looked at each other and smiled, saying in unison, understood. Who do you like? I asked curiously. Fang Hao lowered his head, a little embarrassed. Is it that obvious? Isn't it obvious? This guy has secret crush written all over his face. I asked, do you know her? Do you know what year she's in? Is she pretty? My 3 consecutive questions. Fang Hao both shook his head and crossed his arms. I don't care. Right now, I just like her. I have to win her over. What if she already has a boyfriend? Then he'll just be sad for a few days at most. After a few days, he'll be a hero again. Su Jingran asked doubtfully, so how do you plan to pursue her? You don't even have her contact information. Fang Hao put his hands on his hips. He declared heroically, next time I see her, I'll go ask for her WeChat right away. When Fang Hao said this, he was extremely confident. It felt so real. Do you guys believe it? Su Jingran and Gui Boda shook their heads at the same time. This coward definitely wouldn't dare to ask. I bet a 4 yuan bottle of Guixiang. I'm in. I don't believe it either. Seeing that none of them believed him, Fang Hao said angrily, what's that supposed to mean? Even my brothers don't believe me anymore. Fang Hao didn't know whether to laugh or cry. I'm cutting ties with you guys for 2.5 hours. After speaking, he pulled the blanket over his head, isolating the other 3. I let out a sigh. Then I looked at the novel where I had only typed 200 words. My fighting spirit immediately soared. I started typing. The next 2.5 hours belonged to the typist. When I finished typing, it was almost 12 o'clock. I then discovered that my senior had been continuously sending me dozens of messages. Baby, are you still not done writing? I miss you so much. You haven't texted me for half an hour. I'll give you 3 seconds. If you don't text me, I'm not going to pay attention to you anymore. 3, 2, 1. Oh, forget it. I'm afraid you'll be sad. I should still pay a little attention to you. Reply when you see this. Looking at these chats, I couldn't help but snicker. My senior is so cute. She's not cold at all. She's so clingy. I want to see my senior now. We've been apart for 3 hours already. That's so long. The distance between us is an entire dormitory building. How is this any different from a long-distance relationship? Senior, I'm done typing. Are you very lonely without me? No. Not at all. Stop being so narcissistic. I'm not lonely just because you're not here. I'm just afraid you'll be lonely without me. I looked at the message my senior sent me. I immediately imagined her arrogant expression right now. So arrogant indeed. An arrogant senior with me, silly Moussier. We're truly a match made in heaven. I'm so moved. If it weren't for you, senior, I would definitely be very lonely. Luckily, I have you here, senior. Otherwise, I would have gotten depression. Senior, you're too important to me. I can't lose you. Just like the West can't lose Jerusalem. For some reason, Shinmingshi felt a little secretly happy. This junior is such a sweet talker. His mouth is so sweet. She really likes it. Of course. What would I do without you? The two of them started their familiar cheesy routine before bed. At this time, I would usually toss and turn in bed, twisting and wriggling. Just like a maggot. It's getting late. Time to sleep. Are you in bed yet? I'm already lying down obediently. Just waiting for this good night from you, senior. Long-distance relationships are so hard. See you tomorrow. After wishing my senior good night, my heart was still very excited. I couldn't sleep at all. My heart felt so sweet. Could this be the feeling of love? Thinking about every moment with my senior today, I felt my adrenaline suddenly spike. I decided I had to reward myself a little tonight. After rewarding myself, just as I was about to close my eyes and rest a bit, I suddenly remembered there was someone I had forgotten. The senior student. When I was pursuing my senior, the senior student helped me a lot. It was the senior student who enlightened me before. That's what made me determined to pursue my senior. Now that I'm with my senior, if I don't treat him to a meal, that would definitely be wrong. Thinking of this, I took out my phone and sent a message to the senior student. Hi Jiba. Senior, are you free recently? Let me treat you to a meal. I'm free anytime recently. Why did you suddenly think of treating me to a meal? I told you before that I had a friend who had a senior he liked. Actually, that friend was me. I figured. Senior, you've known for a long time? Only a fool wouldn't have guessed. Hee hee. Now I'm with my senior. It's all thanks to your encouragement. Let me treat you to breakfast tomorrow morning. At Cafeteria number 1. Why not Cafeteria number 3? Didn't you say Cafeteria number 3 has a lot of pretty girls? I'm a man who observes male virtues. Senior, you have a girlfriend too. You have to observe male virtues too, okay? I don't have male virtues. Shinmingshi held her phone, a meaningful smile on her face. She indeed didn't have male virtues. Because she was a girl. She only had female virtues. I was a bit stunned. Could the senior be a cheater? No wonder he's so knowledgeable about these things. But he did help me. I should still treat him. Besides, he might not be a cheater. Maybe it was just a joke. So, see you at Cafeteria number 1 tomorrow morning? Okay. After making plans with the senior student Hai Ji Ba. The next morning, I woke up especially early. I regretted it a little. I should have set a different time. But thinking it over. Other times are basically spent with my senior. And I have practice in the afternoon. Only the morning has some free time. I went to Cafeteria number 1. I found a place to sit. Treating the senior to breakfast was just a normal thank you. The most important thing was to meet and get to know the senior. I took a picture of my seat and sent it to the senior. Senior. I'm here. Just as I was waiting for the senior, someone walked into Cafeteria number 1, an extremely beautiful girl. I recognized her at a glance. It was my senior. What was my senior doing at Cafeteria number 1 so early in the morning? Just as I was wondering, my senior slowly walked towards my seat, holding a bottle of Hai Chi Yen soda. Senior? Aren't you still sleeping? That's right. This is my second personality. Shinmingshi sat down next to me. She pushed a bottle of Hai Chi Yen in her hand towards me. Her lips curled up slightly. She said casually, Silly Junior. This is my second personality. I was a bit stunned, my eyes widening as I saw the bottle of Hai Chi Yen in front of me. My eyes were filled with disbelief. Could it be that the senior student Hai Ji Ba is my senior? So all the messages the senior sent me before were sent by my senior? Shinming's eyes were filled with a smile. Didn't you want to thank me? She rested her chin on her right hand. Her eyebrows curved, her eyes and the corners of her lips slightly raised. Now I'm here. How do you plan to thank me? My expression was very complicated. Senior. For a moment, it's a bit hard to accept. The senior student is actually you. I even asked the senior student how to pursue you before. It turns out I was asking the person herself how to pursue herself. This is just too embarrassing. Shinmingshi chuckled. Why are you silent now? Mute Junior. I had a wronged expression. Senior, why didn't you say so earlier? I really thought you were a male senior. Shinmingshi feigned an innocent look. You never asked about my gender. Senior, did you know it was me for a long time? Shinmingshi nodded honestly. Yes, I've known it was you for a long time. So, you can't escape from the palm of my hand. Shinmingshi affectionately pinched my cheek. You can only be held in my hand. My cheeks turned slightly red. No wonder you knew I went to cafeteria number 3 that time. It turns out it was all premeditated. Shinming's smile deepened as I took her hand. How could there be so many coincidences? All of this was my long-planned scheme against you. Didn't you say you wanted to thank me? How are you planning to thank me? I blushed and didn't even dare to raise my eyelids. Haven't I already thanked you? When? I pouted. Haven't I already repaid you with my body? A boy like you call that repaying with your body? Shouldn't it be me repaying with my body? Why not a boy? Senior, you can't be gender discriminating. Shinmingshi burst out laughing. This silly junior is quite smart sometimes. I held my senior's hand. Senior, let's go buy breakfast. Being held in your hand. I accept it. Originally, I was no match for my senior. I might as well just enjoy the process of being held in her hand. After finding out that my senior had actually liked me for a long time, the corners of my mouth never came down. Shinmingshi looked at the junior in front of her. She pursed her lips and smiled. The junior was about to be reeled in like a fish with a curled lip by her. Just like that, the two of them held hands and went to buy breakfast. My senior and I finished buying breakfast. Then we returned to our original seats. I bought a fried dough stick and soy milk. And also 3 steamed buns. My senior also bought a cup of soy milk. And 1 steamed bun. I asked curiously, Senior, you only eat this little in the morning? The buns at the school cafeteria are very small. I can finish one in a single bite. From what I know about my senior, this definitely isn't enough to fill her up. Shinmingshi said casually, I don't like to eat too much in the morning. She doesn't have much of an appetite in the morning. Alright then. The two of them started eating breakfast. Before long, Shinmingshi had finished the bun in her hand. I was eating with great relish beside her. For some reason, as Shinmingshi watched me eat, she felt a strange craving. She didn't want to eat anymore, but seeing my satisfied expression, she felt hungry again. After that, her eyes stared fixedly at the fried dough stick in front of me. At this point, I also noticed my senior's gaze. Why is my senior staring at my fried dough stick? Could it be? I carefully offered the fried dough stick. Senior, do you want some? Shinming's cheeks were slightly red as she said with an arrogant expression, I don't. Then I'll eat it myself. But since my junior is offering it to me, I guess I should take it. Shinmingshi snatched the fried dough stick from in front of me. She started eating it in small bites. But I don't know if it was because Shinmingshi was chewing too fast. She ended up choking. Senior, you have to eat the dough stick slowly. Soy milk coming right up. I handed the soy milk that I hadn't finished to my senior. Shinmingshi took the opportunity and took a sip. Then, a sly smile appeared on her face. The junior's soy milk is indeed sweeter than mine. Only then did I react. Senior, you wanted to drink mine on purpose, didn't you? Shinmingshi said arrogantly. Of course not. I really choked. Have I ever lied to you? Shinmingshi said with an expression that brooked no doubt, Junior. I suddenly want to drink a cup of milk tea. I pretended to be deaf. What? You want to have a baby with me? You're playing that game? Shinmingshi crossed her arms and puffed up her cheeks. She pretended to be very angry and said, What do you mean? Are you teasing me? I quickly smiled to make peace. Of course not. I was just trying to poke fun at you. Shinmingshi feigned extreme grievance. What? You're playing with my feelings. I'm so heartbroken. I originally wanted to tease my senior a little. How did it suddenly turn into me playing with my senior's feelings? Senior, I was wrong. When in doubt, I'm wrong. This universal formula never fails. The corners of Shinming's lips curled up slightly. Where were you wrong? I was wrong for playing with my senior's feelings. To compensate you, senior, I'm willing to give you a kiss of mine as compensation. If you don't forgive me, senior, I'll keep kissing you. I'll kiss you until you forgive me. Saying that, I moved my face closer. Shinmingshi glanced at me. She blocked my face with her hand. You're so thick-skinned. Hee hee. If I weren't a little thick-skinned, my senior would get the better of me every time. After the two finished breakfast, honey, wait for me a moment. and going to buy breakfast for the guys in the dorm. After speaking, I went to the counter to buy 3 breakfasts. I bought the breakfasts very quickly. I carried the 3 breakfasts and asked curiously, "Honey, aren't you buying breakfast for your friend Yang?" In my impression, the two of them have a pretty good relationship. But Shinming's focus was, why do you care so much about her? You don't even care if I've had breakfast yet. I was a bit stunned and explained. I was just curious. Besides, didn't you just have breakfast? I saw you eat. Shinming sighed, pretending to be wronged. Little brother doesn't even bother to explain anymore, huh? Look at that. I just said a few more words and little brother is already talking to me like that. I wonder where my senior learned this Lin Dayu literature. Seeing that I remained silent, Shinming continued. If little brother doesn't want to talk to me, then forget it. It's more interesting to talk to the girls outside anyway. I took the senior's hand. In my heart there's only you. I don't have any other little sisters. At this moment, I just prayed that my senior would spare me. A mischievous smile flashed across Shinming's face. Then she continued to feign weakness. With me being like this, it's turned out to be your fault. Don't rub salt in my wound. Otherwise, it'll be very sad. I didn't know whether to laugh or cry. This is completely flawless. Just destroy me. Honey, why don't you just kill me and get it over with? I acted like I was on the verge of death. It's so hard for you to have to coax me. If you get angry and harm your own body, what does that have to do with me? Just when I didn't know what to do, I remembered that my senior had just said she wanted to drink milk tea. Wait, milk tea? In that instant, I was enlightened. Honey, didn't you want to drink milk tea just now? They'll go buy it for you later, okay? I said carefully. Shinming smiled with satisfaction. Little brother is so thoughtful. You even remember what I like. Am satisfied with that. Oh, right. Little brother, is this milk tea only for me? Or do the other little sisters get a share too? I affectionately stroked my senior's head. Of course, it's only for you. Shinming happily tilted her head, the joy unconcealed on her face. I smiled as I looked at my senior. My senior is still so adorable. I also don't know where she learned this Lin Dayu style. I'll have to learn it someday. After all, only magic can defeat magic. After I brought breakfast back to the dorm, only Su Jingran was awake. The other two were sleeping like logs. At this time, Su Jingran was studying for the CET4 exam. The leader is indeed hardworking. After handing over the breakfast, I took out my CET4 materials and went to find my senior. The studying was, of course, proposed by my senior. Normally, I don't like to study at all. How could I possibly suggest studying? But at this moment, I had come to love studying. Of course, it wasn't because my senior was with me. It was because I simply liked studying. Before, when we went to the library, we mainly studied advanced mathematics. Since starting university, I've never seriously studied English. My English wasn't that great to begin with. Maybe it's very good compared to others. But compared to my other subjects, my English is indeed weaker. I had originally planned to just take the CET4 exam without studying. Pass if I pass. If I don't, I'll just retake it next time. But since my senior said she wanted to help me study, I had to study. I thought my senior would find an empty classroom. I didn't expect her to drag me straight to the sports field. The two of us sat on a long bench. Senior, why didn't you find an empty classroom? I asked curiously. Shinming took a sip of the milk tea in her hand and said casually, It's not necessary to pass the CET4. You need a large vocabulary. So just study vocabulary this morning. We don't need a classroom. Just study as much as you can in half an hour. He'll supervise you from the side. I nodded. Okay. Honey. I'm a little thirsty. Here. Shinming handed over the milk tea in her hand directly. I know exactly what this junior of mine is thinking. I giggled foolishly, feeling extremely happy inside. My senior really understands me so well. I took a sip. Then I smiled foolishly. Honey, how come the milk tea I buy for you always feels sweeter than the one I buy for myself? Shinming showed a look of disgust. I told you were a pervert. To actually think my saliva is sweet. Huh! According to the script, shouldn't this be a flirtatious atmosphere? Shinming looked at my expression and couldn't help but laugh. You idiot! I said helplessly, is this what you call a veteran actress? All right. Hurry up and study your vocabulary. 2.5 minutes later, Shinmingshi, who was looking at the sports field, suddenly turned back. How many words have you learned? I hurriedly retracted my sneaky gaze. How many words can you learn in just 2 minutes? Besides, I wasn't studying at all just now. My senior's side profile is just too beautiful. I got distracted just by looking at her. I pretended to be calm and said, I've learned a few words. Actually, just now, from the CT4 book. I only managed to look at one key vocabulary word. Shinmingshi raised her eyebrows. Then read the first few words for me. I could only close my eyes and take a chance. Abandon. That's it. What was the second word? I didn't look at all just now. Who knew my senior would check on me every 2 minutes? Shinmingshi revealed an I knew it expression. Little brother. Do you know how many types of rulers there are in the world? I was a bit confused. How many types? Why is my senior suddenly asking me this? A straight ruler, a triangle ruler. I asked again, what else? And also, I love you very much. My cheeks turned slightly red. Honey. Why are you suddenly saying such a cheesy confession? Shinmingshi pouted. Can't I? I like it. Don't you send them to me every day normally? You're looking down on me, aren't you? I said casually, honey, are you a financial management major? Shinmingshi raised an eyebrow. What do you mean? Otherwise, how could you be so sharp? I was wrong. I clutched my pinched waist, my face full of pain. I didn't expect my senior, who was Lin Dayu just a moment ago, to have now transformed into a Sichuan Tyrannosaurus Rex. Facing my senior who was puffing her cheeks in anger, I could only pull her into my arms. Honey, I was wrong. I'm the one who's crazy. If you dare say that about me again next time, you're not allowed in my bed anymore. Shinmingshi put her hands on her hips, puffing her cheeks and pretending to be angry. Extremely cute. I gently stroked my senior's hair. My tone carried a hint of doting. I was wrong. Please, senior, give me another chance to get in your bed. A blush appeared on Shinming's face. Get in bed? What are you talking about? You wish. Who wants to get in bed with you? We've only been together for a short while and you already want to get in bed. In a few days, will you want to have an affair? It was then I realized I seemed to have misspoken. I hurriedly explained, I just meant sleeping, purely. Shinming's ears turned a little red. I don't believe you. You can't not believe me. I crossed my arms and turned my head to one side. I can't not believe you? Do you think you're some overbearing CEO? The corners of my mouth curled up slightly. My back straightened. I'm not pretending anymore. Actually, I am an overbearing CEO. I am the overbearing CEO who belongs to my senior. Pfft. Shinmingshi was amused by my comical act. You, an overbearing CEO? More like a silly CEO. I frowned. I tugged at my non-existent tie and said in a deep voice, Woman? You are playing with fire. Shinmingshi pursed her lips and smiled. You're so cheesy. What kind of oil brand is this? I leaned close to my senior's ear and said casually, This is your I love you. Shinmingshi showed a look of disgust. I didn't expect my junior to be so cheesy. Honey. Are you disgusted with me? Maybe I'm clumsy. Not as smooth-tongued as other little brothers. You just see me as a joke. This silly junior even knows how to apply what he's learned. Why are you acting so two-faced? I learned it from my senior. A flustered blush appeared on Shinming's face. Nonsense. When did I say those things? Just now. No I didn't. You remembered wrong. Just as I was about to expose my senior, I was pinched on the waist again by my senior. I had to helplessly compromise. Shinmingshi smiled with satisfaction. I told you. How could I possibly say such two-faced things? You must have misremembered. Yes, I misremembered. I didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Why the long face? Did someone bully you? I'll bully them back for you. Before we got together, I had no idea my senior was this kind of person. Who said she was cold? She's actually so proactive. It's really too different. Shinmingshi smiled mysteriously. She waved at me. Come here, I'll secretly tell you a secret. What secret? I leaned my head over. Shinmingshi leaned forward slightly. Close your eyes. The next second, I felt a warmth and softness on my cheek. And this time, it wasn't like before, a light touch and then immediately pulling away. Shinming's cherry lips were pressed firmly against my cheek. Around us, time seemed to have stopped. 1 second, 2 seconds. Neither of us moved, holding this position. At this moment, my throat moved. My cheeks also started to blush. The rims of my ears started to get hot. It lasted for about 3 seconds before Shinmingshi pulled back. Her face was also flushed, red all the way to her ears. Shyness was written all over her face. I turned my head back mechanically. My throat moved. I cupped my left cheek. Honey, you ambushed me. This isn't home, you're so bold. Shinmingshi turned her head away, her ears slightly red. I'm kissing my boyfriend. I'll kiss him wherever I want. Judging by your look, you're disgusted with me. I quickly waved my hands. How could that be? If I could, I'd want my senior to kiss me every day. Shinmingshi puffed her cheeks. Then what was that expression just now? I scratched my head. I was just a little surprised that my senior could be so bold. This is the sports field. Shinmingshi gave a mischievous smile. It's fine. I secretly observed just now. There's no one on the sports field. She had it all planned. Why did you suddenly kiss me? I saw how miserably I was bullying you, so I gave you a little something sweet. Shinmingshi looked arrogant. So you won't say I'm always bullying you? What if you go complain to your dad and I can't enter your house anymore? This silly junior's expression just now was too cute. I couldn't help but kiss him. Of course, she couldn't let her junior know that she kissed him because she had an urge to kiss. I quickly shook my head. How could that be? If I were to complain to him, I'd definitely get a beating. I still believe this is something that my dad is capable of doing. Back then, when I said I wouldn't register the marriage, I almost had my living expenses cut off. Now that I have such a beautiful and considerate wife, if I were to complain to my dad, I don't dare to imagine how red my butt would get. Shinmingshi patted my head. Little brother, do you know why I kissed you? I don't. Then do you know why Laozi wrote the Tao Te Ching? To express his ideas? Wrong. Shinmingshi stood up. She smiled mischievously and made a funny face. Because I damn well felt like it. Before I could react, she had already walked lightly towards the sports field. I hurriedly called after her. Honey, where are you going? Aren't you going to supervise my studies anymore? Shinmingshi turned around and glanced at me. Not anymore. You're so dumb, you definitely can't study. Then wait for me. I quickly stood up and trotted after her. I had originally planned to study. In the end, I only learned one word. Don't ask why. If you ask, it's my senior's fault. My senior and I walked hand in hand. We walked 2 laps around the sports field before going our separate ways. As soon as I got back to the dorm, I was immediately surrounded by Gui Boda and Fang Hao. Fang Hao had an indignant expression. This kid tricked us into calling you dad, didn't he? Where's our breakfast? My face was full of question marks. Didn't I buy your breakfast early in the morning? I gave it to the leader before you guys woke up. Gui Boda had an expression that said he couldn't be taken advantage of. The leader was gone by the time we woke up. Did you deliberately trick us into calling you dad? Now hurry up and call us back. We can't be taken advantage of. I called you 5 times then. Including interest, you have to call me dad 6 times. Fang Hao crossed his arms and said angrily, me too. I called you dad 10 times. You have to pay me back. I was speechless. I really bought it. If you don't believe me, text the leader and ask. Just then, Su Jingran happened to return from the library. Su Jingran asked curiously, why are you blocking the door? Are you guys door gods? Fang Hao pouted. Leader, did you secretly eat our breakfast? Su Jingran said sternly, what do you mean, secretly eat? How can the actions of a scholar be called stealing? I call this eating openly and honorably. Fang Hao said helplessly. I have never seen anyone so thick-skinned and shameless. I thought the leader would try to make some excuse. I didn't expect him to admit it so frankly. Su Jingran couldn't help but laugh. I won't tease you guys anymore. Isn't your breakfast on the desk? Look where it's covered by the books. As soon as Fang Hao and Gui Boda heard, they immediately went to look. Sure enough, the breakfast had been covered by the leader with books. Su Jingran teased, last night you said you'd wake up early to study vocabulary. Turns out the book was right in front of you, and you couldn't even be bothered to take it out. Serves you right that your breakfast turned into lunch. Fang Hao said angrily. Leader, you dared to trick me. Musie, close the door. Release Gui Boda. The next second, Gui Boda immediately flashed his signature smile. Su Jingran reacted very quickly, immediately wanting to climb onto his bed. To escape this beast, Gui Boda. But prey targeted by Gui Boda cannot escape. Su Jingran had only climbed halfway up when he was pulled down by Gui Boda. Don't touch my curvy butt. I could only shake my head at this scene. And going to go type. I still don't want to see such a philosophical scene. Not long after. Following Su Jingran's incessant pleas, Gui Boda finally smiled with satisfaction. Be more careful next time. Su Jingran collapsed onto the chair, a look of despair on his face. Beast. Truly a beast. At this time, I also started typing. Today's 4,000-word task isn't done yet. Finish writing early, play games early, talk to my senior. This is my main business. At this moment, Fan Hao was eating the lunch that was bought this morning. Oh, right. Why did you two only come back at noon? You're even holding CT4 study materials. Studying secretly behind our backs again. Su Jingran said irritably. What do you mean, studying secretly? I'm doing it openly and honorably. I was studying peacefully in the dorm, but you two took turns snoring. Otherwise, I wouldn't have gone to the library. You can still snore at 10 in the morning. You guys are really something else. Fan Hao retorted, that just proves we slept well. That's right. The two brothers. Su Jingran clicked his tongue twice. No wonder you could get married in front of everyone while drunk. Becoming the first married couple of Jian University. What did you say? Gui Boda frowned slightly. The philosophical aura on his body erupted once again. Su Jingran immediately knew better and shut his mouth. Fan Hao looked at me suspiciously. I can understand the leader studying. Because he studies every day. But why is this kid suddenly studying? Didn't you say that studying is equivalent to memorizing the answers in your head? And having the answers in your head is no different from cheating. Isn't that what you said? I feigned ignorance. Did I say that? I must have forgotten. Actually, I've always been a person who loves to study. You know that. And the kind of person who can do anything for the sake of studying. One sentence rendered the three of them speechless. Mu Xie likes to study? Aren't you blushing saying that? Fan Hao gave me a look. Su Xingran gave a cold laugh. You love studying so much, right? Let me test you. What's the second word on the list of level 4 key vocabulary? Su Jingran's gaze seemed to see through everything. Case closed. This kid used studying as an excuse to go on a date with his girlfriend this morning. How did you know, leader? Could it be that you're really a genius? A genius? Su Xingran shook his head slightly. I just happened to pass by the sports field. And just happened to see it. When Fan Hao heard that I went on another date. This kid, going on a date while we were sleeping. The corners of my mouth curled up slightly, my tone a bit boastful. That's right. She even kissed me just now. Don't tell me. Fan Hao showed a pained expression. I'm not listening. Fan Hao buried his face on the desk and covered his ears. Su Xingran shook his head. Fan Hao is still too sensitive. Didn't he say yesterday that he wanted to ask for the WeChat of the girl he likes? But today I discovered that he didn't even post a confession on his wall. Fan Hao immediately stood up to retort, what do you know? This is what I call a silent love. Su Xingran said nonchalantly. The handsome have girlfriends, the ugly have girlfriends, and the thick-skinned have girlfriends too. Cowards don't have girlfriends. Who says I'm a coward? I'm just preparing to do something big. Su Xingran said teasingly. I hope you're holding it in to do something big. And not holding it in for a big dump. If you're really not a coward. It's noon now. Shall probably be at the cafeteria for lunch. You should go to the cafeteria and coincidentally run into her right now. Then ask for her contact information. If you get it, they'll admit you're good. As soon as these words were spoken, the competitive spirit between men was completely ignited. The words "they'll admit you're good" carry immense weight in a guy's eyes. I'm going to the cafeteria right now. They'll definitely get her WeChat. Fan Hao stood up, immediately changed his shoes, and prepared to leave. I secretly gave Su Xingran a thumbs up. As expected of Ling Dao. This goading tactic is really effective. The corner of Su Jingran's mouth lifted. How about this goading tactic of mine? I gave him a thumbs up. Brilliant. Truly brilliant. Girls' dormitory. Shen Mingxi had just returned to the dormitory. She was still holding an unfinished cup of milk tea. Yan Shui had just woken up. She had stayed up late again last night. She had just gotten out of bed, her face still sleepy. We don't have class this morning. What were you doing out? The moment she said this, she regretted it. Because she had noticed the cup of milk tea in someone's hand. The next second, Yang Shui immediately climbed back into bed, saying in horror, She. Don't say anything. I don't know if I can take it. Shinmingshi frowned slightly. Am I that kind of person? Even if this milk tea was intentionally bought for me by my junior, I wouldn't say it. The fact that my junior and I had a date at the sports field this morning. I won't tell you if you don't ask. Don't worry. I'm not that kind of person. At this moment, Yang Shui felt like she was about to fall apart. Didn't you say you wouldn't tell? Sobbed Shinmingshi. I want to break off our friendship. I'm not playing with you anymore. Shinmingshi pursed her lips and smiled. All right. Stop crying. I knew you weren't awake yet. So I intentionally brought lunch back for you. With that, she took out a packed lunchbox from the cafeteria from behind her back. Yang Shui immediately stopped crying and smiled, climbing straight down from the bed. She, I love you. Shinmingshi smiled helplessly. This silly best friend of hers was quite interesting. The freshman cup starts this afternoon. In the first round, the Department of Information Technology drew the Department of Economics and Finance. The two teams had just had a practice match last time. Now they were meeting in the first round. The two teams were truly fated. From the last practice match, you could see that the overall strength of the Department of Economics and Finance was not as good as theirs. Winning this match would get them into the semifinals. As long as the next match wasn't against the sports department, they would have a chance to get into the finals. The people from the Department of Economics and Finance would be under a lot of pressure. Not just pressure on the court, but off the court as well. Because the number one campus belle of Jiangdai was currently sitting on the sidelines. The person sitting next to her was the vice president of the student union, Yang Shui, who was also the campus belle's best friend. Every basketball player knew that if pretty girls were watching, they would unconsciously perform some cooler moves while playing. For example, a difficult fadeaway shot. It didn't matter if it went in or not, what mattered was looking cool. But today, the main character wasn't them, but me. The players from the Department of Economics and Finance used some extremely flashy basketball moves, but when they looked over, they found that the campus belle wasn't looking at them at all. It seemed the campus belle only had eyes for her little boyfriend. This made the players from the Department of Economics and Finance all show envious expressions. On what grounds did that guy have a girlfriend come to cheer for him? What made them even more dejected was that this girlfriend was also the number one campus belle of Jiangdai. Shinmingshi rested her chin on her hands, her gaze fixed on me as I warmed up on the court. No matter what dashing, handsome moves the others on the court performed, she didn't spare them a single glance. Yang Shui sighed beside her. This isn't the campus belle of Jiangdai anymore. This is clearly a wife waiting for her husband. She. From now on, your nickname won't be the ice goddess of Jiangdai anymore. I think the husband prospering rock of Jiangdai suits you better. The corner of Shinming's mouth lifted slightly, her eyes still glued to me. I think that's nice too. My husband is this handsome, you cannot look. It's not allowed. Yang Shui truly felt a suffering that couldn't be put into words. Why is she calling him husband already? Do these two normally call each other such mushy things? Things like silly junior, little boyfriend, and now husband. Was there anything else she didn't know? She looked at the bottle of mineral water next to Shinmingshi. Did you buy this for him? Why not a soft drink? Shinmingshi had a love-struck look. He doesn't like to drink them. He only likes to drink water after exercising. Yang Shui shook her head helplessly. It's over. I never thought the campus belle would turn out like this after falling in love. Not a trace of her coldness is left. In the future, she absolutely cannot get involved in this thing called love. Otherwise, what if she also turns into an idiot? More and more people started gathering by the court. Most were students from the Department of Information Technology who didn't have class, and freshmen from the Department of Economics and Finance who didn't have class. They all came to cheer for my department. Originally, this match didn't have many spectators. But because of Shinmingshi, the campus belle of Jiangdai, the surrounding area gradually became more and more crowded. Most people came not just to see the campus belle, but also to see the campus belle's boyfriend. To see on what basis he was able to win over the campus belle as his girlfriend. The warm-up ended, and the match officially began. As soon as the match started, both sides were in a fierce deadlock. The strength of the two departments was originally quite even. Basically, by the end of the game, it would come down to who had better stamina. And for me, stamina was no longer a weak point. I could play the whole game. But today, I was targeted. Because the two teams had a practice match last time. They knew that Sushingran and I were the two pillars. My scoring ability was relatively strong. Plus, with my campus belle girlfriend on the sidelines. So today they basically implemented a double-team tactic on me. They wanted to limit my scoring ability, making me feel like I was losing face in front of my girlfriend, which would lead to a mental breakdown. But I didn't rush to show off just because my girlfriend was on the sidelines. Instead, the moment the opponent double-teamed me, I passed the ball to an open spot. Originally, the score in the first half was close. But after the second half started, because our side was always short one defender, the point gap began to widen. At this point, the Department of Economics and Finance had to call a timeout. They didn't expect me to be so calm. He didn't want to show off in front of his girlfriend. With so many people on the sidelines, he actually held back. During the break, I went to her side. I grinned as I took the water bottle she bought for me. "Wifey, how was it? Was I playing well?" Shinmingshi clapped enthusiastically. Her eyes filled with admiration. "Of course my boyfriend plays well. The other side double-teamed you like that. But you could still pass the ball. You're amazing." The corners of my mouth couldn't stop rising. Of course. Although I didn't score any points and it might not seem like I did much, Shinmingshi could quickly grasp my other highlights in this game and offer encouragement. Yang Shui sighed inwardly. These two look so sweet. Isn't this what it's like to love someone? To be able to quickly grasp the other person's bright spots and amplify them. Suddenly, she wanted to take back what she just said. She wanted to fall in love again. Although many people came to watch this match, not many dared to approach Shinmingshi and Yang Shui. Shinmingshi was only enthusiastic with me. When others approached, her expression was always as cold as ice. You could even feel a cold aura around her. So no one dared to get close to her. The scene of her praising me just now, after being seen by the people around. Everyone around looked surprised. These two are so sweet. Is this still the cold campus belle I know? Why is the look in her eyes so doting? Mainly because the campus belle's boyfriend is also very handsome. The timeout quickly ended. Shinmingshi dotingly patted my head, giving a sweet smile. "Go, boyfriend." The moment she said this, everyone around was jealous. I admit I ship this couple. The campus belle and her boyfriend are too sweet. I was a little jealous at first, but now I kind of want to ship them. It's over. Did these two come to the basketball court specifically to show off their affection? When the second half ended, the Department of Information Technology still maintained their lead. After no longer being double-teamed, I also scored 10 points consecutively. Whenever I scored, Shinmingshi on the sidelines would clap excitedly, completely without a trace of the cold goddess persona. Shinmingshi asked with a concerned expression, "Do you want to rest a bit next half? You look a little tired." I shook my head, trying to smile. "It's fine. There's one more half. It's almost over. The other side has a strong comeback momentum. They've already caught up by 8 points. If you don't play, they might tie the game. It's not just you now. The stamina of the other main players isn't great either. Don't be stubborn. You'll get a cramp." Shinmingshi puffed out her cheeks. I dotingly took her hand. "Don't worry. If I'm not okay, it'll definitely take a break. Well win." Shinmingshi took out a tissue and carefully wiped the sweat off me. "Of course I believe you. Go for it." Then, the fourth quarter began. Yang Shui pouted beside her, saying sarcastically, "Of course I believe you. You two really don't care about the life or death of the people around you. A perfectly fine Jiangdai University has been turned into Gotham City by you two. Now everyone has become a clown." Shinmingshi glanced over, smiling slyly. "I'm just cheering for my boyfriend. Why don't you go cheer for your boyfriend? It's not like you don't have one, right?" After the game ended, the Department of Information Technology had secured a spot in the semifinals. I trotted off the court, went to her side, with an expression asking for praise. "Wifey, was I good?" Shinmingshi burst out laughing. Silly Junior is still the same as before, like a child. Always wanting praise. So childish. She wouldn't casually praise others. Shinmingshi pinched my cheek. Baby, you were amazing. The corners of my mouth were harder to suppress than an AK's recoil. Of course. The sour stench of love that the two of them were displaying made the people around them freeze. They really have no regard for others. Inhumane. Truly inhumane. Shinmingshi asked gently, do you have class tonight? I have evening self-study. Is there an empty seat in the classroom? I'll come study with you then. Okay. My face was filled with happiness. So where are we going now? Shinmingshi smiled casually. Home, of course. I'll cook for you. With that, she proactively took my hand. Their gazes were like torches as they looked at each other and smiled. Then they leaned on each other and left the basketball court, leaving Yang Shui alone and bewildered in the wind. That's right. She just left like that. What was she supposed to do? She had come with Shinmingshi to watch the game, and ended up being abandoned after watching it. She felt her nose turning redder and redder. At this moment, Su Jingran also noticed the abandoned Yang Shui. She was standing there in a daze, looking like she was about to fall apart. Su Jingran shook his head helplessly, his eyes filled with sympathy. Per President Yang has become the biggest clown on the court. At this moment, Yang Shui also noticed Su Jingran. She felt as if she had found a comrade. Your Mukas roommate, right? Were you abandoned too? We're both clowns now. Su Jingran smiled and shook his head. No. I'm not a clown. Yang Shui asked doubtfully, what do you mean? Your best friend ditched you to go on a date with his girlfriend. How are you not a clown? Su Jingran said nonchalantly. I have a girlfriend. At this moment, she wanted to cry but had no tears. I shouldn't have gone out today. No wonder my eyelid was twitching all day. I knew nothing good would happen. I'm such a clown. I drove the familiar little pink electric scooter, taking her home. This house is my home now, too. This is our shared home. I asked wifey. Do you want to shower first, or should I? I've already showered, you go first. I'll go cook for you, Shinmingshi said as she walked towards the fridge. At this moment, I felt incredibly happy. Now I get to eat her cooking almost every day. I no longer have to eat the stewed chicken at school. Can I be considered to have married someone who is both a beautiful and capable wife? I like her so much. Wifey. I took her hand. I pulled her into my arms. What do you want to do? Shinming's eyes sparkled, and a blush appeared on her cheeks. She looked up at the person in front of her. Their eyes met. Both of them blushed. My throat moved as I looked at the person before me. My heart beat faster. She was so beautiful. I couldn't help but slowly lower my head, my hand wrapping around her waist. Shinmingshi didn't say anything, but slowly closed her eyes. The next second, she felt on her lips a soft and moist sensation. Her heart beat faster and faster. This fool has become so bold. After a long moment, their lips parted. Shinming's cheeks were burning. She blushed and said, You kissed me without my permission. Her voice was as soft as a mosquito's buzz, lacking confidence. There was still a hint of regret on her face. She hadn't resisted at all just now. After all, how could she not let her husband kiss her? I gently stroked her hair, pulling her into my embrace. Shinming's cheek rested against my chest. She could feel the other's racing heartbeat. Wifey, I kissed you unconsciously. It won't happen again. Can you forgive me? My voice was incredibly gentle. Shinmingshi lightly punched my chest with her small fist. Her tone was a little proud. I'll forgive you this time. Don't launch a surprise attack like that next time. If there's a next time. Shinmingshi raised her small fist. Her voice carried a hint of a threat. Shinmingshi had already decided in her heart. If her junior did this again next time, she could only continue to forgive him. There was no other way. Who asked him to be her husband? So we won't kiss anymore from now on? I lowered my head. A hint of disappointment in my eyes. Of course we have to kiss. Shinmingshi bit her lower lip. But only I get to kiss you. I prefer to take the initiative. Shinmingshi crossed her arms, her expression proud. Not kissing is impossible. As her boyfriend, kissing is his duty, okay? Silly Junior's lips are so sweet, it would be a huge loss not to kiss them. I don't know why, but I always feel the way she looks at me is like she's looking at prey. I always feel like I'm the real little lamb. I recalled the feeling of kissing her just now. It was a wonderful feeling. It was even a little addictive. Besides, I felt her lips were very sweet. Both of them looked at each other's lips. Then their gazes unconsciously met and quickly separated. Clearly, either of them wanted the other to think they still wanted to continue kissing. Wifey, I'm going to take a shower. I blushed and walked towards the bathroom. Without waiting for Shinmeng's reply, I switched to fast walk mode and ran into the bathroom. This fool went to shower without bringing clothes. Does he plan to come out shirtless? Isn't this intentionally trying to seduce her? Shinmengshi scoffed. A man's petty tricks. She wouldn't stoop to peeking. The next second, she found a chair and placed it in front of the bathroom door. Sitting right at the door. It's not that she coveted this fool's body. She was just afraid that her junior wouldn't have clothes to wear later. She could be right at the door to help him get his clothes at any time. Besides, the junior was showering alone. What if he fell? She was here to supervise her junior's safety while showering. Thinking of this, the corner of Shinmeng's mouth lifted slightly. And truly a good, considerate wife. As for cooking, how could that be as important as the junior's safety? At this moment, I was in the bathroom, unaware that I had been targeted by the beautiful she-wolf outside the door. Not long after, I finished showering. But I discovered a problem. It seems I didn't bring any clothes in. Looks like you'll have to ask Senior to help get them. Thinking of this, I shouted towards the door, Senior, can you hear me? Can you help me get my clothes? But no one answered from outside the door. I sighed. It seems Senior is cooking in the kitchen and didn't hear me. Since Senior is in the kitchen, and there are only the two of us at home, I'll just wrap a towel around myself and go out. I wrapped a towel around my lower body, leaving my upper body exposed. I glanced at my physique and admired myself a little. Although I haven't developed an 8-pack yet, my figure can be considered not bad. After showering, I can indeed be compared to Eddie Peng. After I finished admiring myself and just opened the bathroom door, my face immediately turned as red as a boiling kettle. I panicked and slammed the door shut. Senior! Why are you outside the door? Weren't you cooking? A blush flashed across Shinmeng's face. Then she started spouting nonsense with a straight face. I heard you call me, so I came over. Who knew you wanted to show me this? Shinmengshi said, feigning awkwardness. If I had known you were going to show me your body, I definitely wouldn't have come over. You perverted junior. I didn't know you had such a hobby. At this moment, I felt extremely wronged. Senior was just sitting on a chair. She was clearly waiting for me. I was completely helpless at this moment. Senior. It's my fault. So, can you help me get my clothes? Do your own things. You're not a child. But you're right outside the door. So what if I'm outside the door? It's not like I haven't seen it before. Are you afraid I have bad intentions towards you? Am I that kind of person? A faint smile appeared at the corner of Shinmeng's mouth. Besides, what's wrong with a husband and wife looking at each other's bodies? It's my boyfriend's body. Am I not allowed to look? I was a bit stunned when I heard this. Why do I feel like Senior is becoming more and more lecherous? Is this still the cold Senior I know? But it seems that ever since I met Senior, she has never been cold in front of me. Oh well, whatever. What Senior said was indeed very reasonable. We're already registered. We're husband and wife, a little pique won't hurt. Indeed, I was being too sensitive. Then I directly opened the door and quickly walked towards the bedroom, blushing. Shinmengshi couldn't help but laugh at this amusing scene. What a fool. But a moderately foolish one. The junior's face is cute. Shinmengshi revealed a satisfied expression. His body is not bad either. After I went back to the room, got dressed, and came out, Senior had returned to the kitchen and started cooking. Because there wasn't much time left. There was less than an hour until evening self-study started. Plus, Shinmengshi had just wasted a bit of time protecting her junior's safety. So she didn't make any time-consuming dishes, but made a few simple home-style dishes. Scrambled eggs with chives, stir-fried beef with onions, and stir-fried broccoli. 3 simple dishes with a fragrant aroma. As for the rice, Shinmengshi had cooked it before I went to shower, and it was just ready now. I helped Senior serve the rice. It wasn't the first time the two of them had eaten together. I put a piece of beef in my mouth, showing a happy expression. Senior's cooking is still so good. Senior, your cooking skills are getting better and better. If I could eat your cooking every day, I would be so happy. The generous compliment made Shinmingshi lift her chin. She said proudly, of course. She rested her chin on one hand and looked at him. I'm also very happy to cook for my husband. After finishing their meal, the two returned to school. Since they had evening self-study, they both went back to their dorms to get their books. As soon as I got back to the dorm, I saw Fan Hao holding his phone and giggling foolishly. What's wrong with him? Laughing so despicably the moment I walk in? I asked doubtfully. Su Jingran said casually, he got the WeChat. Fan Hao said proudly, Ling Dao, are you impressed this time? Su Jingran had an indifferent expression. I guess you're good. I was wondering why I didn't see you this afternoon. Turns out you were secretly on a date. I said with a meaningful look. I didn't expect Fan Hao to actually dare to ask for the WeChat. And now he's holding his phone and smiling so happily. He must be having a great chat with her. Fan Hao looked puzzled. What date? I wasn't on a date. I didn't come back because I saw her this noon. Then I waited at the cafeteria all afternoon. You waited all afternoon? Su Xingran beside me was also a little surprised. He clearly didn't expect Fan Hao to have such willpower. To wait from noon until the afternoon just to get her contact info. Could it be that this kid is serious? At this moment, Gui Boda suddenly spoke. Waited all afternoon? Didn't we have class this afternoon? So you took leave? Those two took leave to play in the freshman tournament. I thought you didn't want to go to class, so you took leave too. Fan Hao held his head in his hands. I don't know. They didn't take attendance today, right? Yes, they did, Gui Boda said calmly. But you don't need to worry. I answered for you. As soon as he said this, Fan Hao's eyes were full of gratitude as he looked at Gui Boda. Champion. From now on, you're my godfather. Fan Hao wished he could kneel before Gui Boda. Gui Boda had a look of disgust. Get lost. Fan Hao is not worthy of being my son. I don't have such a useless son. Time to get ready for evening self-study. So I sent a message to Senior. Then I took my books and headed towards the evening self-study room. I had to go first to save a seat for Senior. As for those other three guys, forget it. I'm not planning to sit with guys tonight. I want to study diligently with Senior. You should know that studying is my favorite thing to do. Evening self-study room. I arrived at the classroom early and saved a seat in the last row. There's usually no teacher during evening self-study. Usually, the class monitor takes attendance. Plus, you can sneak out after attendance is taken. Of course, the prerequisite is that the class monitor has to be easygoing. I had just saved the seat when the class monitor, Yao Xinjian, sat down in front of me. Yao Xinjian smiled at me. Are you skipping out after attendance today? Normally, I basically run off right after attendance. Studying on my own is a very difficult thing for me. I smiled and shook my head. No need, class monitor. He'll stay and study today. Yao Xinjian looked surprised. You're not leaving tonight? Did the sun rise in the west? What about those other two? Your dorm room always has 3 people skipping. I don't know if they're leaving. Yao Xinjian asked doubtfully. Don't you guys usually sit together? Didn't you save this spot for them? He pointed to the book next to my seat. The classroom is so big, and our class doesn't have many people. Besides, they might run off after attendance anyway. Why should I save a seat for them? I replied. Yao Xinjian nodded. So who are you saving the seat for? I gave a faint smile. My study partner. Still studying? It's been over a month since school started. I've never seen you at evening self-study. Faced with Yao Zhenjian's suspicion, I said seriously. Before, I was ignorant. University is about self-disciplined learning. We are university students, the morning sun at 6 or 7 a.m. We shouldn't be immersed in games. You know. I've always loved studying. After hearing my words, Yao Zhenjian couldn't help but feel a bit of admiration. I was shallow. I didn't expect Brother Mu to have such an epiphany. I nodded and smiled. I just don't want to fail. I rested my chin on my hand, my eyes looking expectantly towards the classroom door. If Senior doesn't come, I won't be able to study. Just as I was staring blankly at the door, suddenly a beautiful girl walked in softly. She was wearing a khaki knitted cardigan with a plaid skirt. There was a hint of languidness on her face. The moment Shinmingshi walked in, most of the male students in the class couldn't take their eyes off her, because she was truly too beautiful. As freshmen, very few of them had actually met the campus belle. They never expected the campus belle to appear in their classroom. The computer science major doesn't have many female students. It's basically all male students. Even the few female students in the class couldn't help but take a few extra glances. Many who had just started a game chose to go AFK. I hurriedly waved my hand. Since it was evening self-study, I didn't call out loud. As soon as Shimingshi walked in, she saw me sitting in the back row. She smiled and slowly walked to the seat next to me. She leaned into my ear and said softly, "You didn't wait long, did you?" At this moment, the expressions of the male students around were all filled with envy. They knew that the Jiangdai campus belle had a boyfriend. Many even knew it was me. But when the campus belle actually sat with me, they still felt incredibly shocked. Facing so many gazes made me a little embarrassed. My ears felt a little hot. My voice was also very quiet. "Senior, I just got here." "Alright, it's time for class." Shinmingshi gave a faint smile. This smile directly caused the surrounding male students to completely collapse. As expected of the number one campus belle of Jiangdai. So beautiful. Everyone looked at me with envy. Why could he date the campus belle, while they couldn't even find a girlfriend? Senior and I started studying. Although we didn't make any noise to disturb others, the mere fact that the two of us were sitting together made it very difficult for those around us to continue studying. Especially Yao Xinjian sitting in front of me. He was probably the most awkward one. Right now, he felt like he was sitting on pins and needles. It wasn't that he was being disturbed. Mainly because the campus belle was sitting behind him, which made his pressure multiply. He felt like a third wheel. He even broke out in a cold sweat. Yao Xinjian had an awkward expression. Why didn't this kid say earlier that his girlfriend was coming to study with him? It made Yao Xinjian feel extremely redundant. Yao Xinjian didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Am I that convenient? Tonight I was studying calculus. After writing for a while, I would get a little distracted. Every time I got distracted, Senior would gently pinch my arm. Senior would always lift her chin and glare with wide eyes, carrying a hint of a threat. And when Senior got distracted, I would also touch Senior's leg a little to remind her. Of course, I definitely wasn't touching her because I wanted to touch her leg. I simply wanted to remind Senior not to lose focus. As for Fang Hao, who was always staring at the two of them, it seemed like he didn't learn anything at all, and was inexplicably fed dog food several times. Su Jingran came over to tease him. What did you learn? Fang Hao said seriously, you have to touch the other person's leg occasionally. That way, you can advance the relationship. Speechless. Su Jingran's face was full of speechlessness. Soon, the evening self-study session was over. I stretched. It's finally over. Shinmingshi raised an eyebrow. You don't like studying? I chuckled. I like studying. But I want to talk to you even more, Senior. During self-study just now, I didn't dare to talk, afraid of disturbing others. I was about to die from holding it in. Hee hee. I can finally talk to you, Senior. I smiled foolishly. Shinmingshi burst out laughing. Silly boy, let's go. She linked her arm with her junior's. I asked in confusion, where are we going? Didn't you want to talk to me? We're going for a walk, of course. Shinmingshi smiled mischievously. The two of them held books in one hand and linked their other arms together. It was incredibly sweet. Jian University was actually still very big. This was my first time taking a walk around Jian University. Shinmingshi leaned her head on the other's shoulder. The two of them just quietly strolled around the campus. I sighed and said, Senior, I've never really walked around before. I thought the school wasn't that big. Now I realize it's actually huge. Shinmingshi said nonchalantly. In the past, when it was dark and there were few people, I used to walk alone. Why did you walk alone? Doesn't Senior Yang like to go for walks? I asked, confused. Shinmingshi smiled, shook her head, and looked at me with a gentle gaze. Because I wanted to get familiar with this place by myself. That way, in the future, I can bring the person I like. To get familiar with the places I've been to. The person she likes? Isn't the person my senior is talking about me? My cheeks turned slightly red. Senior, so now you're showing the person you like. Around the places you've been to? No. Huh. I was a little stunned. Could it be that I'm not the person my senior likes? Just as a hint of disappointment was about to cross my heart. Shinmingshi smiled charmingly, you're the person I love. This made me even shyer. My senior said she loves me. The impact of that sentence was too strong. I was secretly ecstatic. I felt like I was the happiest person in the world. What about you? Who is the person you love? Shenmingshi said with a faint smile. The person I love is linking arms with me right now. The two of them looked at each other and smiled. Not long after, Shenmingshi led me to a lake. Senior. I've never been here before. This was the first time I knew that there was a lake in our school. This lake wasn't very big. You could tell it was an artificial lake. There were quite a few people around it. Do you know what this lake is called? Shenmingshi asked. I shook my head. I don't know. This lake is called Xiangxi Lake, Lake of Longing. That's why you can see many people in long-distance relationships coming here to call their partners. Shenmingshi patiently explained to me. Some people come to Xiangxi Lake to make a wish, hoping their other half can always be by their side. I nodded. So that's how it is. Senior, how do you know so much? Did you come here often before? Shenmingshi was slightly taken aback, a little lost in thought. It seemed she really did come here often in the past. She had always been waiting for this silly boy. I suddenly said, Senior, I want to go make a wish too. Shenmingshi came back to her senses and nodded subconsciously. The two of them walked towards Xiangxi Lake. What do you want to wish for? If you say it out loud, it won't come true, right? Shenmingshi asked doubtfully. Even if you don't say it, it might not come true either. My gaze was firm. I smiled confidently. It will come true. For some reason, when Shenmingshi saw the look in my eyes, she felt an inexplicable sense of security. I walked to the lakeside. I clasped my hands, closed my eyes, and began to make a wish. About 2.5 seconds passed. I opened my eyes. Senior, I'm done. Why aren't you making a wish? I don't have anything to wish for. Isn't the person I love most right beside me now? Shenmingshi said nonchalantly. My cheeks flushed slightly. That's right. Hee hee. The person I love most is also beside me. Senior. Let's take a picture. I took out my phone and took a photo with my senior. The background was Xiangxi Lake. Our two faces were close together, looking incredibly sweet. Although my senior wasn't wearing makeup today, her bare face alone was already very beautiful. You could say she outshone all the beauties I had ever met. So what did you wish for anyway? Hee hee, I'm not telling you. Shenmingshi said haughtily, humph. It's not like I really want to hear it. A moment later she asked again. So you're really not going to tell me? I smiled mysteriously. I'll tell you later. Shenmingshi pouted. It's not that I want to hear it, you know. You're the one who wants to tell me. If it doesn't come true, you can't blame me. I looked at her dotingly. I believe it will come true. The two of them walked for a long time and talked for a long time. There were 15 minutes left until the dormitory curfew. I walked my senior to the entrance of her dorm. Shenmingshi pulled my hand. Can you tell me now? What was your wish? I smiled and shook my head. I'll tell you before you go to sleep. Do you have to be so mysterious? Fine then. Then I'll have to go to sleep early. That's the only way you'll find out what your wish is. Shenmingshi smiled nonchalantly. I'm heading back first. Okay. After my senior returned to her dorm building, I took out my phone and made a post on Moments. The post was a photo of us together and a caption. That's right. The photo was the one I took with my senior at Xiangxi Lake earlier. My senior and I have been together for a while now. I still hadn't made it public on Moments. In the photo, my senior's face and mine were close together. Incredibly sweet. The photo also had a caption, My wish is very small. I just want to be with you forever. As soon as I got back to the dorm, I was solo killed by Fang Hao. Why are you dishing out dog food without blocking me? Fang Hao grabbed me by the neck. His face was full of anguish. I quickly said, Stop. I'll block you next time. After Fang Hao let go, just kidding. From now on, I'll post it just for you to see. Don't stop me, I have to kill him. Fang Hao grabbed the bed ladder and shouted. I glanced at my Moments. The first person to like it was my senior. The corners of my mouth turned up involuntarily. My senior is really fast. She knew I might make it public on Moments. Shenmingshi commented on my post, Who is this girl? She's so pretty. Can I have her WeChat? I looked at my phone and burst out laughing. Why has my senior started being narcissistic too? After making this post, it got over 100 likes in just 1 hour. This post counts as making it public. I said before. If I got a girlfriend, I would definitely make it public. Girls' dormitory. Shinmingshi would occasionally glance at moments. That's right. She had already looked at my post 52 times. Especially the caption on it, I just want to be with you forever. The smile on her lips couldn't be contained. Although Yang Shui didn't know what she had seen, she knew it definitely wasn't anything good. At least for her, it definitely wasn't anything good. But this time, she was prepared. She put on her headphones. Occasionally, she would steal a glance at Shinmingshi, without letting the other person notice her. The corners of Yang Shui's mouth twitched. Truly a genius. Just as she was feeling smug, a WeChat message suddenly arrived. She instinctively clicked on it. When she saw the ID, she regretted it immensely. Shishi image, this is a screenshot of my public post. Seriously? Did she say she wanted to see it? Even going this far to hunt her down? She replied with a sticker. Gigi Ban perfectly matched her expression at that moment. Yang Shui turned to look at Shinmingshi, tilting her head. Her expression carried a hint of doubt and questioning. Shinmingshi flashed a cunning smile. I noticed you kept sneaking glances at me just now. I thought you wanted to see it. Shinmingshi. Yang Shui couldn't take it anymore. She bared her fangs and claws and lunged forward. At the same time, in the boys' dormitory, 4 men were gathered around a phone, deep in thought. The phone belonged to Fang Hao. On it was his chat history with that girl. After the two of them introduced their names and departments to each other, they stopped messaging. Fang Hao's voice carried a hint of pleading. Godfathers, my happiness depends on all of you. If you help me win her over, I'll treat you all to breakfast for a week. I waved my hand. The father-son bond is in our hearts. If you really like her, we will definitely do our best to help you win her over. Su Jingran said nonchalantly. Although I don't think this idiot Fang Hao deserves a girlfriend. Since you've called me godfather, I can help. Gui Boda teased. Didn't Fang Hao say he could get into a relationship whenever he wanted? What about now? You were even giving others advice before. Fang Hao said angrily, What are you talking about? What are you saying? Don't you know that a strategist never goes into battle? It seems like when you were the strategist, things weren't much better either. Gui Boda hit the nail on the head. You otaku are disgusting, so disgusting. Fang Hao glared at him. I said calmly, you should take the initiative and message her first. Fang Hao hesitated for a moment. If I message her now? What if she's already asleep? If I bother her, will it make her impression of me worse? Su Jingran rolled his eyes. You need to understand your position now. Right now you are the pursuer. You are pursuing her, not the other way around. If you don't take the initiative to message her now, what about later? Are you really going to be proactive? Fang Hao lowered his head, speechless. That's right. He just didn't dare to message her. Otherwise, he wouldn't be looking for help from his strategists. Su Jingran sat down on a chair, crossed his legs, and said nonchalantly. Aren't you just worried that you'll become a clown if you take the initiative? I admit there's a risk of that if you're proactive. But pursuing the girl you like can never be a guaranteed success. Since you've chosen to pursue her, you have to first consider if you can bear the risks. For example, Mu Xie. Have you ever been rejected by a girl you liked before? I was a little taken aback. Then I nodded. I've been rejected before. Su Jingran looked disappointed. See? Even the campus belle's boyfriend has been rejected before. What are you being so timid for? If you're not proactive, by the time she's with someone else, you can just hide under your blanket and listen to counterclockwise clock alone. Fang Hao was moved by the leader's words. He emotionally grabbed Su Jingran's hand. I understand now. I will never be timid again. Leader. I'll listen to everything you say. Do you want to improve? I really want to improve. Su Jingran cleared his throat. I'm a little thirsty. Go to the convenience store and buy me a bottle of iced guiyao. The next second, Fang Hao bolted out the door. Very quickly, Fang Hao returned after buying a large bottle of the poor man's drink. Godfather, here you go. Su Jingran took a sip of water, clearing his throat. Then he continued. For the next 2 days, just focus on steering the conversation towards her interests. You can talk to her more about food, entertainment, or zodiac signs. Absolutely don't interrogate her like you're checking her household registration. Girls find that off-putting. Fang Hao had a sudden realization. No wonder when I asked her so much today, she suddenly stopped replying. So that was it. Su Jingran said nonchalantly. Alright, you can take action now. I breathed a sigh of relief. Luckily, I never interrogated my senior like that before. Otherwise, my senior would have probably been put off by me. And it seems my senior is a Libra. I decided to look up the personality traits of a Libra. I quickly scrolled to a video about Libras. Very possessive. When they like someone, they love very deeply. With unimportant people, they don't reply. With the person they like, they reply instantly. I didn't believe in zodiac signs before. I thought people who believed in zodiac signs weren't very smart. But now, I feel like what the zodiac says makes quite a bit of sense. This is totally my senior. I shared this video with my senior on Douhai. The two of them often shared videos on Douhai. The spark has been maintained for a month now. I looked forward to my senior's reply. Just after I shared the video, 2 seconds later, my senior replied instantly. That's fake. I love you deeply? So narcissistic. Besides, I don't reply instantly. So fake. You're too superstitious. Shinmingshi looked at the text in the video with a haughty expression. She doesn't reply instantly. It usually takes her a few seconds to reply. Besides, is she that possessive? She just wants her junior to always be by her side, and doesn't want other women to get close to him. Her possessiveness isn't that strong, right? Only an idiot would believe in zodiac signs. The next second, she searched for the personality traits of an Aquarius. Then she immediately shared it with me. I opened the video to watch and was instantly speechless. Absolutely do not fall in love with an Aquarius man. Never actively seeks others out. Is hot and cold with everyone. I immediately felt like my world was collapsing. It's true I don't actively seek out other people. But I do actively seek out the person I like. I suddenly realized that maybe the zodiac signs aren't that accurate after all. Senior, I admit that the zodiac signs are all fake. This is pure slander. I'm not that kind of person. Shiminshi smiled slyly. I didn't say it was you. What's your hurry? Teacherly, please spare me. I didn't know whether to laugh or cry. I admit I'm no match for my senior. But as soon as I thought of my senior's haughty expression, I couldn't help but laugh out loud. I know my senior is just being stubborn. I have to say, my senior is really cute when she's being stubborn. The two of us have been apart for a long time. It felt like I wanted to stick to my senior all the time. Senior, I miss you so much. I want to see a picture of you. You have to beg me. Baby. I'm begging you. Shiminshi looked at her phone, the corner of her mouth twitching up. Calling her baby, huh? Humph. Actually, she wasn't that happy about it. Then she filmed a very cute hand dance video and sent it to me. I originally thought my senior would send a selfie. I didn't expect a video. It was a hand dance filmed by my senior. With beauty filters and effects added, my senior looked like a fairy. This hand dance was very simple. But my attention wasn't on the hand dance. I just wanted to hug my phone to my chest. So cute. I really want to sleep on my senior's lap. I let out a foolish smile. Hee hee. Shinminx's hand dance video was about 10 seconds long. I watched it more than 10 times. The smile on my face never faded. So sweet, so cute. Senior. Am I the only one who has this video? I just filmed it. Right now, only my silly husband has it. I'm the only one who has my senior's hand dance video. Silly husband. An indescribable sense of bliss suddenly filled my heart. I couldn't help but squirm in my chair. I used to squirm in bed. Now I'm squirming in my chair. Fan Hao said in annoyance, "What are you squirming for?" The chair is about to break. I smiled foolishly. My senior just called me husband. I'm happy. At this moment, he really wanted to sew my mouth shut. You deserve to die. When will Xiao Fang call me husband? Fan Hao hugged his phone and started daydreaming. Yo ho. You're already calling her Xiao Fang? Gui Boda teased. Do you dare to call her that to her face? Fan Hao snorted coldly. Can I call her that secretly? Calling her secretly isn't shameless, Gui Boda jeered, but it's perverted. Your mom. You're just jealous, aren't you? The two started their verbal sparring again. I didn't want to get involved in their fight. In my eyes, there was only my senior. A few days later, the second qualifying round began. Winning this match meant going straight to the finals. Very lucky. The opponent of the computer science faculty in this match wasn't the physical education faculty. After my match, I could go home with my senior just in time. It was the weekend. I had to go back to the wedding house. On the basketball court, both sides started warming up. I asked in confusion, "Which faculty is our opponent in this match?" Yao Yutong said while warming up, "The Faculty of Literature and Law." I originally thought the Faculty of Literature and Law was full of literary people. I didn't expect them to be not bad at sports at all. The two faculties had never played a practice match. I didn't know anyone on the opposing team. But the people from the Faculty of Literature and Law all knew me. The boyfriend of Jian University's #1 campus belle. I wasn't sure how famous I was on the forum. The other day when I showed off our relationship on Moments, it was posted on the forum by someone else, making quite a few people envious. Of course, where there's admiration, there's jealousy. There were also quite a few nasty comments and posts about me on the forum. But I don't read the forum, so it didn't affect me. At this moment, both sides were warming up on their own. On the side of the Faculty of Literature and Law, there was a guy about 178 centimeters tall. He had a black mole on his cheek and a middle part, warming up on the court. He was the captain of the Literature and Law faculty team, named Duet. It could be said that the Faculty of Literature and Law getting into the top 4 was basically all thanks to him. Duet asked his teammate beside him, "Is that the campus belle's boyfriend? Didn't someone post something cursing him out last time? Has the post been deleted yet?" Duet looked like he was gossiping. "It's deleted." An ID called Hai Jiba went wild on the forum. They frantically argued with everyone who was flaming him. Almost no one could win an argument against that person. Duet smiled nonchalantly. "This person is quite interesting." Just as they were warming up, the male students on the sidelines suddenly started to get excited. Because the #1 campus belle of Jian University had arrived. Shinmingshi was wearing a high-class, coffee-colored cardigan and a pair of black flared pants. Combined with her cold expression, she exuded a high-class aura. The moment she entered, she became the center of attention on the entire court. This time, there were no more benches on the sidelines. She led Yang Shui to a less crowded spot. Yang Shui didn't know whether to laugh or cry. "You're here to see your boyfriend, so why do you have to drag me along every time?" Shinmingshi said with a deadpan expression. "Don't you want to fall in love too? If you don't go out, how will you find love? If you stay in the dorm all the time, no handsome guy will add you as a friend." Yang Shui looked thoughtful. "That seems to make sense." "That's right. Did you know that someone on the forum has been flaming your boyfriend recently?" Shinmingshi said nonchalantly. "I don't read the forum. I don't care about those things." Yang Shui continued. An ID named Hai Jiba went wild on there. "Do you know this person? If not, why would they speak up for your boyfriend?" Shinmingshi gave an imperceptible smile. "Maybe that person likes my boyfriend. Then aren't you worried? Someone else has their eyes on your boyfriend. And you don't even know if it's a guy or a girl. That proves my boyfriend is charming. I should be happy. I have such a charming boyfriend." I, on the court, had also noticed my senior. After seeing her, I immediately trotted over. "Senior, you're here." My face clearly showed my delight. "Are you too tired from standing like this?" "It's okay. Not too tired. Let me go find seats for you too," I said enthusiastically. Yang Shui quickly waved her hand in refusal. "No need. Right now, she felt like a third wheel. It felt like the basketball court didn't need its lights on at night. Because she alone could light up the whole court. On the other side, Fan Hao and Gui Boda were sitting on a bench on the sidelines. Gui Boda didn't want to come originally. He was dragged here by Fan Hao. Fan Hao didn't want to come at first either. But he heard that this match was against the Faculty of Literature and Law. He immediately thought of Xiao Fang. After confirming that Xiao Fang would come to watch the game, he dragged Gui Boda and rushed to the basketball court. From not far away, Fan Hao looked at me and Shinmingshi. His tone was full of sourness. "Disgusting. Showing off their love on the basketball court. There are so many single people here. Have they considered our feelings?" Just as he was badmouthing me behind my back, I was looking around, searching for something. Suddenly, my gaze fell on Fan Hao and stopped. A smile also appeared on my face. Fan Hao suddenly felt a little guilty. He probably couldn't hear my badmouthing from this far away, right? I walked straight towards him. "Godfather, give me a hand." I signaled with my eyes. Fan Hao immediately understood. Then, he cupped his ear with his hand. "What? I can't hear you." I wasn't angry either. Instead, I said in a fawning tone, "Godfather." Between brothers, not much needs to be said. Only then did Fang Hao smile and give me his seat. Gui Boda looked disdainful and crossed his legs. "It'll take more than just one godfather to get me." I put on a pleasing expression. "That fruit software you wanted last time, I've sent it to you." Gui Boda's disdainful expression immediately bloomed into a radiant smile. "You're a good judge of character." After shooing the two of them away, I waved at my senior. The corners of Shinming's mouth turned up slightly. She pulled Jiang Shui over. "Senior, aren't I amazing?" I looked like I was asking for praise. "My baby is amazing." Shinmingshi smiled sweetly. Yang Shui beside her was silent for a moment. Then she took out her phone and pretended to be busy. Soon, the warm-up ended. The match officially began. I returned to the court. From the very beginning, the atmosphere between the two sides was very tense. Because this was the match to decide the runner-up. Whoever won would at least be the runner-up. Plus, there were many female students on the sidelines. Of course, most of the female students were from the Faculty of Literature and Law. With so many female students cheering from the sidelines, for the players of the Literature and Law faculty, it was like they were on steroids. There were very few female students from the Computer Science faculty. But one must know that the #1 campus belle of Jian University belongs to the Computer Science faculty. Although the Jian University belle was cheering for her boyfriend. Her boyfriend was also from the Computer Science faculty. That was equivalent to cheering for the Computer Science faculty. So the morale of the Computer Science faculty was no weaker than the opponents. With so many female students cheering from the sidelines, no male student would be a coward on the basketball court. As the first half was about to end, I noticed that the opposing team was the type carried by one person. Their biggest threat was that Duet. He must be the opponent's captain. At this moment, the score was tight. Duet began his performance. He broke through the defense and successfully made a high-difficulty jump shot. And the one defending him was me. Although I couldn't stop him, it didn't mean he could stop me. In the last 5 seconds of the first half, I drove the ball directly for a breakthrough. Facing Duet's defense, I suddenly pulled back and took a jump shot. Because my speed was very fast. Duet couldn't react in time and accidentally grabbed my arm. Swish. The ball went in, the buzzer sounded. 2+1, the score was tied. I fell to the ground. Then a few teammates immediately came to help me up, patting my butt along the way. On the sidelines, Shinmingshi couldn't help but stand up and cheer, "So handsome." Yang Shui couldn't bear to watch anymore. Just for the sake of being in a relationship. Her best friend's cold and aloof image had completely collapsed. Who would still believe she was the Ice Queen now? When she was with her boyfriend, she was like a volcano. But I have to say, her boyfriend was really handsome on the court. The type who's handsome, plays basketball well, and is also so considerate. Do guys like that still exist? Sometimes, I really admire this best friend of mine. To be able to find such an outstanding boyfriend. Shinmingshi seemed to have guessed what she was thinking. She smiled slyly. "Jealous, aren't you? Too bad he's already my husband." Yang Shui glanced at her. "You're not even married yet, and you're already calling him husband. If you do get married, what will you call him then?" Shinmingshi smiled mysteriously. "How do you know we're not married?" Yang Shui suddenly felt that something was not right. "You're not really?" "No, that's not right. Impossible. How could that be? Getting married before graduation? How long have these two known each other? Trying to fool me again? Do you think I'm that stupid?" Shinmingshi smiled meaningfully. "Of course." She picked up a pink cup. "Almost time. I have to go give my baby some water." Just as I was taking the free throw, a girl with a cute appearance appeared on the sidelines. She was about 163 centimeters tall, with a high ponytail. At this moment, Fang Hao was also caught up in the emotions of the match. He didn't notice that she was the Xiao Fang he had been waiting for. Xiao Fang was supposed to come over right after class. But she was called away by a teacher to help, so she was half an hour late. As soon as she entered, she saw the most outstanding guy on the court. On the back of this guy's jersey, a name was written. Mu Xie. When Xiao Fang saw this name, she was slightly stunned. That's not right. Could it be a coincidence? The free throw was a sure shot. The first half ended. The computer science faculty was leading by 1 point. "Senior." I ran to the sidelines, a smile in my eyes. Shenmingshi handed over the water cup with both hands. I took the cup. My expression was a bit complicated. Senior, I've noticed you really like buying pink things for me. Shenmingshi puffed up her cheeks slightly. What? You don't like it? If you don't like it, I won't buy it for you anymore. Of course I like it. I quickly took the cup and took a sip. I chose this for you on purpose. It even has a little bunny on it. Shenmingshi pursed her lips and smiled. I was secretly happy. She chose this for me on purpose. That shows she put thought into it. As long as it's a gift from you, I like it. From now on, use this water cup when you play basketball. That way, the girls on the court watching you play will know you have a girlfriend. When Shenmingshi smiled, her eyes curved. Very cute. This scene made the surrounding guys extremely envious. The cold campus belle turned out not to be cold at all. She was cold to them, but warm to the person she liked. I raised an eyebrow. Senior, are you declaring your sovereignty? Shenming's cheeks flushed slightly. Am not. I just hope you'll be a proper family man. Don't get seduced by other women. I smiled foolishly. In this world, no one can seduce me more than you. Shenmingshi laughed. You have such a sweet mouth. Tonight, they'll allow you to sleep while hugging me. I gave a mischievous smile. He'll hug you even if you don't allow it. You little brat, you're asking for a beating. Shenmingshi raised her small pink fist and glared at me. Hee hee. I was just kidding. Whether we hug or not is up to you. That's more like it. Luckily, Yan Shui had put on her headphones earlier. Otherwise, if she had heard that conversation, she really would have fainted. Who's here? Xiao Fang is here. Fan Hao's face clearly showed his nervousness. Gui Boda couldn't help but look in the direction of Fan Hao's gaze. Soon after, he saw the girl Fan Hao liked. Gui Boda reminded him, then what are you waiting for? Go over there. Fan Hao's face was full of panic. I want to, but what do I say when I get there? What do you say? Just talk to her like you normally do. Such a coward. Have you forgotten everything the leader told you? Aren't you a smooth talker online? Why are you so tongue-tied in real life? Gui Boda mocked. Because I like her too much. No, it's because you're a cowardly sugarcane. This girl is quite pretty. If you don't go, I will. Gui Boda flashed his signature perverted smile. This scared the daylights out of Fang Hao. If Xiao Fang knew that his roommate was such a pervert, she might think he was the same kind of person. I can't let this pervert Gui Boda go over there. Fan Hao quickly pulled Gui Boda back. He'll go. Gui Boda looked satisfied. That's more like it. Take your time, I won't see you off. Don't interrupt my Naruto game anymore. After saying that, he gave Fan Hao a kick, pushing him over. But his speed was like a snail's. So slow. He noticed that Xiao Fang's gaze was still fixed on the court. So he summoned all his courage and quickened his pace to walk over. Only then did Gui Boda show a satisfied smile. As expected, Sugarcane is the biggest idiot in the dorm. Gui Boda isn't interested in 3D women. Fan Hao approached Xiao Fang and awkwardly greeted her. What a coincidence, huh? Ha! Xiao Fang turned her head to look at him. Her expression was very calm. It is quite a coincidence. Ha! You came to watch the game too? Didn't I already say so on WeChat? Oh, right. I must have forgotten. Fan Hao was so awkward that his toes curled up in his shoes. Normally he's very talkative, but now his mind was completely blank. He didn't know what to say. Xiao Fang spoke calmly. You're a student from the IT department, right? Yeah. I'm here to cheer for my roommate. Fan Hao's voice was much quieter than usual. Wait a minute. You're here to cheer for your roommate? Xiao Fang suddenly asked. That's right. So, is he on the court? Is it the one named Muga? Xiao Fang unconsciously moved closer to Fan Hao, her face full of eagerness. Fan Hao nodded in confusion. Yes. Why do you ask? Could it be that she likes Muga? Thinking this, Fan Hao's face showed a pained expression. No way. Could it be that the girl I like actually likes Little Mu? My world is collapsing. I just want to die. Could it be that you like him? Fan Hao asked carefully. This question made Xiao Fang laugh. How is that possible? I can't possibly like him, and he can't possibly like me. Hearing this, Fan Hao's initial disappointment immediately vanished. Suddenly, I want to live. Then why did you? There was a hint of a smile in Xiao Fang's eyes. I just wanted to confirm something. This statement left Fan Hao a little confused. At this moment, the game on the court was very tense. The Faculty of Literature and Law was completely relying on Du Ziting alone to hold the fort. On the IT department's side, Su Jingran and I were taking turns on offense. The two sides were locked in a stalemate until the last 2.5 minutes of the fourth quarter. The point difference couldn't be widened. At this point, the Faculty of Literature and Law, due to stamina issues, called their last 2 timeouts to let Du Ziting rest. Because if they didn't call another timeout, Du Ziting was about to get a cramp. The current score on the court was 67-67. I had just gotten off the court. Shinmingshi immediately ran over with a cup of water. She handed me the water, her face full of concern. Honey, if you really can't take it anymore, then take a rest. Don't push yourself too hard. It's easy to get injured. I took the water, a happy smile on my face. Don't worry. You know my stamina. I have great endurance. The happiest moment for a guy who plays basketball is when his girlfriend is on the sidelines cheering for him during a game. Yang Shui watched them with a strange expression. Great endurance? Is this something I can hear without paying for it? On the Faculty of Literature and Law's side, Du Ziting was still stretching by himself to avoid getting cramps when he got back on the court later. There were 2.5 minutes left. He couldn't fall at a time like this. His teammates had placed all their hopes on him. Just then, a guy with a buzz cut looked at me and Shinmingshi from not far away. A flash of jealousy crossed his eyes. He suddenly stepped forward and said, Captain, don't worry. Just leave it to me later. We'll definitely win today. Du Ziting didn't notice the malicious glint that flashed in the depths of the guy's eyes. It's fine. Just do your best, guys. The timeout ended. The players from both sides returned to the court. 2.5 minutes left on the clock. At this point, all 5 players on both sides were the main force. For these 2 minutes, everyone played very tightly. The defense on both sides also gave it their all. The Faculty of Literature and Law relied on Du Ziting's drive and stop jump shots to continuously score points. And the one defending me was a guy with a buzz cut. I don't know why, but every time he faced me, this buzz cut guy acted like he was on steroids. When defending, he kept actively using his strength. He probably thought these small actions could provoke me. But I wasn't provoked at all. On the contrary, right in front of him, I sank a 3-pointer. Soon, there was less than a minute left. The Faculty of Literature and Law was still ahead by 2 points. Su Jingran sank a solid mid-range shot. The score was tied. Nice one. As expected of leader. I slapped Su Jingran's butt. The score was tied again. It was 74-74. Everyone on the sidelines was incredibly tense. Especially Shinmingshi. She was speechless. Her face clearly showed her nervousness. On the court, Su Jingran panted and said, If we can stop this play, we'll have one more chance to attack. They're definitely more rushed than we are. Stick close to that Du Ziting guy. He'll definitely take this shot himself. I nodded. The next play went as expected. The ball went to Du Ziting. Du Ziting used all his strength to get past 2 defenders and took a jump shot. The moment the ball left his hand, a sharp pain shot through his calf. Swish! The shot went in. The Faculty of Literature and Law took a 2-point lead. Du Ziting also got a cramp and left the court. I looked at him with a hint of acknowledgement. This was the acknowledgement between men. To be able to fight to this extent, you could say the opposing team's captain was truly a real man. This possession was on me to attack. If this shot didn't go in, we'd lose the game. My heart was pounding like crazy. My adrenaline was surging. I hadn't played such a thrilling game in a long time. I dribbled the ball past half-court. The one defending me was still the buzz-cut guy from before. I suddenly did a wide spin move and then a crossover to get past the defender. This move was very fast. The buzz-cut guy didn't expect it and was faked out directly. By the time he reacted, I had already jumped up to take the shot. A malicious glint flashed in the buzz-cut guy's eyes. Right after, he pretended to chase after me to defend. But he actually used his elbow to intentionally push me while I was in midair. This directly caused me to lose my balance. But I still got the shot off before that. Swish, the ball went in for sure. Thud. Because I lost my balance, my whole body fell to the ground. I clutched my arm, a pained expression on my face. Everyone around reacted with shock. Tweet, tweet, tweet. The referee quickly blew the whistle, wanting everyone to calm down. I have morning classes. But leader reacted very quickly. He charged out directly and unleashed a general-style flying kick. This buzzcut guy didn't notice Su Jingran at all. The kick landed squarely on his back. It directly sent him falling flat on his face. Shinmingshi immediately rushed over. Her face was filled with heartache. Honey, are you okay? I tried to endure the pain and nodded. I'm fine. My left arm just hurts a little. Shinmingshi gently lifted my left arm. It had already started bleeding a little. This was from scraping it when I fell. About half of my arm was scraped. I was lucky I didn't break any bones. The referee over here was having a bit of trouble controlling the situation, because Gui Boda and Fan Hao from the sidelines had also joined the fray. Do you even know how to play ball? Is your ID card just your household registration book? Fan Hao cursed. Gui Boda was even more direct with his cursing. I at hashtag RMB. Everyone stop. Do you all want to blow this up? Want to be disciplined? The referee was a PE teacher. He couldn't help but shout. He had seen his fair share of conflicts on the basketball court. The most important thing now was to get everyone to calm down. This sentence made everyone on the court calm down. Shinmingshi prepared to help me to the infirmary. Senior, wait for me to finish the game. It's not over yet. My eyes showed clear determination. I just scored a 2+1. The score is tied now. I just need to make this free throw and the game will be over. Besides, my arm is just scraped. It's only a superficial wound. It just hurts a little. Shinmingshi was still very worried. No. Senior, I'm begging you. I'm really fine. It's just one free throw. There won't be any problem. If I miss, I'll go to the infirmary with you. Seeing my pleading eyes, Shinmingshi finally gave in. Her eyes were filled with heartache. All right then. Then you have to be quick. I dotingly patted her head. Don't worry. On the other side, Xiao Fan watched the scene. The corner of her mouth curved up slightly. He's quite loyal. The moment I fell just now. Fan Hao rushed onto the court without a second thought. This made Xiao Fan feel even more favorably towards him. The buzzcut guy got up and dusted off his face, his expression defiant. This was just a common foul. Besides, he just got kicked. That was the real malicious foul. A common foul? Yang Shui walked over at this moment. She sneered, shaking the phone in her hand. I recorded it very clearly just now. Whether it was intentional or not. You know in your heart. Don't force me to post it on the forum. Moreover, this behavior of yours. I can request your faculty to penalize you. Classmate Mu Jiaqiao, right? Classmate Mu. May I ask if you'd like to review the video? Mu Jiaqiao waved his hand guiltily. No need. It was me who fouled intentionally, President Yang. Please don't tell the leaders of our faculty. I'm not paying any attention to Mu Jiaqiao. She wasn't a generous person to begin with. I ignored Mu Jiaqiao. Walked straight to the free throw line and said casually, Referee. It's time for the free throw. If we don't end this game, my girlfriend will worry to death. 1 second left on the clock. If this goes in, the game is over. The game resumed. I took the ball from the referee. I took one dribble and shot immediately. Swish. The ball went in, the buzzer sounded. The game-winning free throw. I gave Mu Jiaqiao on the sideline a cold glance, my eyes full of mockery. The game is over. The IT department advanced to the finals with the 1-point advantage. Shinmingshi said in a cold voice. Send it to their faculty later. Give him a little punishment. He went too far. Yang Shui made an okay sign. Don't worry, I know. The moment the game ended, Shinmingshi rushed over. Her eyes were full of grievance, as if she were the one who got hurt. Honey. Hurry and go to the infirmary with me. Let's go right now. Shinming's small pink fist hit my chest. Don't be like this again next time. It won't happen again. Just like that, like a child who had done something wrong, I was led away by her. Before leaving, I turned my head and gave Su Jingran a thumbs up. Leader, you're a true bro. You really jump in when there's trouble. I gave the others a reassuring look and then left. At this time, the captain of the Faculty of Literature and Law, Dueting, came to apologize. Dueting spoke very sincerely. I'm sorry. I didn't expect him to do something so beastly. Su Jingran shook his head. This has nothing to do with you. Where is he? Duet sighed. He seemed to have taken a blow just now. He left without looking back. Su Jingran didn't say much. After all, for someone who could do something like that, who would dare to be real friends with him? On the other side, Fang Hao ran back to Xiao Fang's side and smiled sheepishly. Actually, I'm not that kind of person. Xiao Fang asked, puzzled. What do you mean? I'm not the type of person who just opens his mouth and curses. Fang Hao explained. He was a little worked up just now. He couldn't help but curse. Although it wasn't too direct. It was still an insult to others. He was afraid Xiao Fang would have a bad impression of him because of this. I'm usually very cultured. Really. I don't even curse when I play games. Fang Hao wanted to save his image. Xiao Fang was a little stunned. Then she burst out laughing. If you hadn't mentioned it, I would have forgotten. Your cursing was quite subtle. Ah, really? Fang Hao scratched his head. Did you come alone? Xiao Fang suddenly asked. Fang Hao glanced not far away. Gui Boda was playing a game. He nodded decisively. Yes, I came alone. It's getting late. Do you want to go to the cafeteria to eat together? Faced with Xiao Fang's sudden invitation, Fang Hao was a little stunned. He immediately reacted, nodding repeatedly. Let's go. Gui Boda, not far away, was still immersed in the joy of being patted on the head by the opposing player. Don't ask why he was blushing. If you ask, it's because he's shy. In the infirmary. By now, the school doctor had finished treating my wound. I have to say, it didn't hurt this much when I was playing earlier. After the adrenaline wore off, I could feel the pain. Especially when disinfecting it, that was the most painful. Senior, where are we going? I asked. Shinmingshi said casually, home? Tomorrow is the weekend. There are no classes tonight. In this situation, of course I couldn't go back to the dorm. The two of them reached the school gate and found a little pink electric scooter. I suddenly realized. Senior, with my current condition, I don't think I can drive the scooter. Shinmingshi took out the key. It's fine, I'll drive. But don't you not know how to carry a passenger? That's right. You're my first. My first? My earlobe started to feel a little hot. Why does that sentence sound so strange? But really, will there be no problem? My senior won't crash, will she? If that happens, my other arm. Shinmingshi frowned slightly. Are you doubting my driving skills? Of course not. I have complete faith in my senior's driving. Then get on already. Shinmingshi patted the back seat. I reminded her. But we haven't put on our helmets yet. I'll put it on for you. Shinmingshi took out the helmet and stood on her tiptoes to help me put it on. I lowered my head and looked at my senior's face, which was so close. For some reason, my heart started beating a little faster. Although this wasn't the first time the two of us had been this close. But every time, I couldn't help but feel my heart race. My senior is really beautiful. It's on. You can move now. Shinmingshi reminded me. My breath hitched slightly. After I processed it, my earlobes felt a little hot. Shinmingshi noticed my shyness. The corner of her mouth lifted slightly. We're already an old married couple. What are you shy about? Ah? Haven't we only been together for less than a month? We've been registered for 110 days. Isn't that an old married couple yet? Shinming's fingers gently brushed through her hair. Her cheeks carried a hint of a blush. I was a little stunned. I didn't expect my senior to remember so clearly. Actually, I also remember very clearly. To me, 100 days isn't considered a long time. I hope to be by my senior's side forever. I will never feel that the time spent with my senior is long. Senior, I hope we can be together forever. Shinming's beautiful face blushed slightly. WH. Why are you suddenly saying these things? I just suddenly felt like saying it. I grinned. My dear consort, get on. Shinmingshi patted the back seat. Come on. On the way back, I kept hugging my senior's waist. Of course, I wasn't hugging her because I wanted to grope her. It's because my senior's driving was actually a bit scary. No wonder my senior said she'd never carried a passenger before. Who else besides me would dare to sit on the back of her scooter? Oh well. Instead of worrying so much, it's better to just close my eyes and enjoy it. I closed my eyes and buried my face in my senior's back, feeling the body fragrance radiating from my senior. Regarding this, Shinmingshi didn't say anything. Right now, she just wanted to focus on driving. As for this idiot, if he wants to hug, then let him hug. After all, this was her little wife. Very quickly, the two arrived at the apartment complex. It's just that I still hadn't let go of Shinmeng's waist. You idiot, we're here. How long are you going to hug me? Forever. Alright. You can hug me more when we get home. Such a child. Shinmeng's tone was like she was coaxing a child. Only then did I let go. After getting home, I immediately hugged my senior. You just said it. I can hug you when we get home. I had a smug smile on my face. I'm really helpless when it comes to you. Shinmeng buried her head in his chest. Does your arm not hurt anymore? It hurts. But it doesn't hurt when I hug my senior. Why? Shinmeng was stunned. I dotingly patted my senior's head. Because my senior has a healing magic for me. Shinmeng's heart fluttered slightly. Her cheeks were tinged with a faint blush. So if your arm didn't hurt, would you still hug me? Of course. Because hugging my senior is very comfortable. So soft and fragrant. Is it just for these reasons? Of course not just that. The most important thing is that I like my senior. After the two had eaten and showered. Senior, want to play a game? I asked. I hadn't played games with my senior in a long time. Shinmeng agreed without a second thought. Let's go. Went in with my senior. I don't want to play competitive games. I just want to play some relaxing games. But I discovered that my senior seems to really like playing Minecraft. Because of the lesson from last time, Shinmeng didn't let me build the house this time. After all, this idiot only knows how to build matchbox houses. As for me, I went mining. To speed things up, he added the chain mining mode for himself. After mining for about 2.5 hours, when I returned to the surface, the house my senior was building was almost finished. Senior, I'm here to help. Very quickly, with my help. Only the last wooden plank was needed to finish the build. I took the wooden plank and placed it. As a result, I carelessly placed it crooked. I took out my axe, intending to break this piece of wood. The moment I broke that piece of wood, the other wooden planks on the house also disappeared. Because I hadn't turned off chain mode. The other planks were also destroyed due to the chain effect. I forgot to turn off chain mode. I swallowed hard. I immediately felt a chill down my spine. Senior, if I said this was an accident, would you believe me? What do you think? Shinmeng pounced straight at me. They'll bite you to death. Senior, go easy on me. Wifey, I love you. Don't bite me. I tried to awaken my senior's love for me. In the end, my other arm had a new set of teeth marks. I finally understood why my senior is the big gray wolf. I was almost eaten alive by my senior just now. And now I've become my senior's workhorse. Shinmeng puffed her cheeks. Hurry up. Build it according to the picture I gave you. If you don't finish it tonight, you're not allowed in bed. I laughed to myself. Not letting me in bed? Does my senior really think I want to sleep with her that badly? To be honest with my senior, I really do. Shinmeng glanced at the time. It was getting late. Time to rest. But I haven't finished building yet, I said pitifully. Shinmeng had the feeling of hating iron for not becoming steel. Doesn't this idiot know how to be shameless? How could she not let this idiot sleep in bed? Besides, how could she sleep without her hug pillow? If it's not finished, then it's not finished. Then where will you sleep tonight? Shinmeng pretended to say with a nonchalant expression. If you're thin-skinned, sleep in the living room. If you're thick-skinned, sleep in the bedroom. In reality, she wanted me to sleep with her more than anyone. Shinmeng's face was calm. Choose for yourself. I'm going back to my room first. I was stunned for a moment. Then when I came to my senses, a smile appeared on my face. Senior, here I come. Your thick-skinned boyfriend is here. Shinmeng heard my voice. The corner of her mouth lifted into a barely noticeable smile. TSK, easy to handle. This wasn't her problem. It's not like she wanted the idiot to sleep with her. It was just that this idiot was too shameless. She had no other choice. She could only reluctantly compromise. Shinmeng had an arrogant expression. I really can't do anything about you. Can't you sleep without me? I flattered her. Without my senior, I'll have trouble sleeping. If I can't sleep well, I'll have insomnia. Insomnia will lead to staying up all night. Staying up all night can lead to sudden death. My senior wouldn't want to see me die suddenly, right? Shinmeng almost couldn't hold back her laughter. Her expression was calm. What's that got to do with me? I chuckled. If that happens, my senior won't have a husband anymore. You wouldn't want to become a widow, would you? So domineering. I didn't expect this idiot to be quite articulate. So, can I sleep with my senior? Shinmingshi crossed her arms. She leaned forward slightly. Since you have asked with such sincerity, then I shall be merciful and tell you. We approve. Thank you, Your Majesty. I couldn't wait and dove right into the blanket. Your Majesty, hurry and come in. Shinmingshi rolled her eyes at me. She sneered internally. So childish. When will this idiot, my husband, be as calm as him? She shook her head. Then she also got into the blanket. My dear consort, we are here. After turning off the lights. Previously, it was always Shinmingshi who initiated the hugs. This time, I took the initiative to hug my senior. Our gazes were like torches. I kissed my senior's forehead. Shinmingshi also didn't expect this idiot to be so proactive. This unexpected kiss made her cheeks burn. Her whole face turned red. What are you doing? Kissing me out of nowhere. I smiled slyly. This is the goodnight kiss I'm giving my senior. If my senior doesn't like it, you can give it back to me. As soon as I finished speaking, I felt a warmth on my lips. I looked at my proactive senior, my eyes wide. I've been ambushed. Shinmingshi buried her hot cheeks in his chest. Her voice was gentle. I've returned it to you. Early in the morning, I looked at my senior, still sleeping soundly in my arms. My senior's long hair was spread out on the pillow, curled up in my arms like a child. Incredibly cute. I looked at my senior dotingly and said softly, Senior, time to wake up. Shinmingshi let out a soft moan, but didn't open her eyes. She hugged me tighter, seemingly acting spoiled. I patted my senior's head. I was secretly overjoyed. Is my senior acting spoiled with me? So cute. If my senior doesn't want to get up, then he'll get up and make breakfast for her. I carefully removed my senior's arm. Looking at my soundly sleeping senior, I couldn't help but lean down and kiss her forehead. Then I smiled foolishly. Senior, you owe me a kiss. If you don't pay it back, it'll charge interest. After I woke up and washed up, I went to the refrigerator to find ingredients. Although my cooking skills are terrible, I still know how to make the most basic fried egg. I looked at the ingredients inside the fridge, feeling a bit troubled. I hardly knew how to make anything. Suddenly, I remembered there seemed to be noodles in the kitchen. Got it. Tomato and egg noodles. I couldn't help but admire myself a little. Could I really be a genius? This dish sounds very simple. I'll look up a tutorial online. Shouldn't it be easy to make? By then, my senior can wake up and eat the loving breakfast I made. I'll definitely move my senior to tears. No sooner said than done. I immediately started searching for tutorials online. How to make the most delicious tomato and egg noodles. 2 tomatoes. After preparing the ingredients, I was in the kitchen and started to learn seriously. I don't want my senior to always be the one cooking for me. I want to cook for my senior too. Because love is a two-way street. I wasn't even this serious when I was in high school. I didn't dare to fast forward the video at all, afraid of missing any important steps. Because this was the first time I made breakfast for someone else. So I was a bit clumsy, but the result didn't seem too bad. The bowl of tomato and egg noodles looked quite appetizing. At least I'm sure it's edible. I won't get food poisoning. I rubbed my chin. My tone carried a hint of narcissism. Could I really be a genius? My senior is so blessed to find a husband like me. As expected of me. Who's blessed? A lazy voice sounded from behind him. I subconsciously turned my head. As senior? Weren't you still sleeping? You didn't even close the door while in the kitchen. The noise reached all the way to the bedroom. Shinming's voice was very gentle, as if she still wasn't fully awake. Ah. I forgot. I'm sorry. Shinming's lips curved into a smile. Let me see what delicious food my little boyfriend made for me. She walked into the kitchen and glanced at the bowl of tomato and egg noodles. The egg on top was even heart-shaped. It looked very appetizing. This made Shinming couldn't help but look at this idiot in a new light. I thought you didn't know how to cook at all. Unexpectedly, you did pretty well. I grinned and puffed out my chest. You should see who your boyfriend is. The smartest man in all of Jiangdai University. Finding a boyfriend like me, you can just rejoice in secret. Shinming couldn't help but laugh. Give you an inch, and you take a mile? I just don't know if it tastes good. If it's not good, I'll scold you. After saying that, she turned to wash up. Not long after, I brought out the noodles. Senior, tomato and egg noodles are here. Shinmingshi pursed her lips and smiled. Your tomato and egg noodles even have an American accent. Hee hee. Senior, have a taste and see how it is. I had an expectant look on my face. Shinmingshi took a sip of the broth first. The temperature was just right, because I had poured it out earlier to let it cool a bit. So it wasn't too hot. I eagerly watched my senior's expression. It's alright. Barely edible. Shinmingshi had a proud look on her face. Actually, it tasted really good. Senior. This is the first time I've cooked for someone else. I chuckled. Shinmingshi frowned slightly. Am I someone else? Why is my senior's focus always so peculiar? My senior isn't someone else. Then whose person are you? Shinming's lips curved slightly, her eyebrows raised. My senior is my person, I said carefully. Shinming's face was full of pride. A faint pink blush appeared on her fair cheeks. I looked at the pink blush on my senior's cheeks. I felt that my senior was even more adorable. My senior is so tsundere. She clearly loves to hear it, but she pretends not to care. Only an idiot like me. This junior would dote on such a tsundere senior. After finishing breakfast, the two of them familiarly went to the living room sofa to start watching a movie. As for why we weren't playing games, the house from last night still wasn't finished. I didn't dare ask my senior to play again. I was afraid my senior would remember this matter. I have to say, my taste and my senior's are actually quite similar. Ever since watching that anime last time, my senior has been watching it with me every day. Moreover, she's even more engrossed in it than I am. Senior. I'm so tired I twisted my neck. I want to lie down and watch. Can you move to the sofa next to you? If I move to the other sofa, the two of us will be quite far apart. At least a meter. This distance is too far. Shinmingshi frowned. If you're that far away from me, what if you secretly cheat on me? Then what should I do? Don't you just want to lie down? Shinmingshi glanced at her long, slender legs. Then her face visibly reddened. You can lie here. I was stunned. My eyes were filled with disbelief. Lying on my senior's lap. This was something I had always wanted to do but never dared. Is it okay? Shinmingshi blushed so hard it looked like she was about to bleed. She also didn't expect that she could take the initiative to let a man lie on her lap. Even though she was wearing pajama pants, it still gave her an indescribable feeling of shyness. I carefully lay down on my senior's lap. My earlobes also started to feel hot. Lying on my side, I could smell the faint fragrance on her. My senior's thighs are very soft and comfortable. I couldn't help but sigh in admiration. What kind of divine pillow is this? No wonder some people like lap pillows. Hee hee. I really like my senior's thighs too. I really want to bury my head in them and sleep for a lifetime. The blush on Shinming's face still hadn't faded. Of course, I wasn't much better. My face was red all the way to my ears. Especially my earlobes, which were burning hot. Shinmingshi gently patted my head. I don't know why. It felt like she was petting a cat. And I was thoroughly enjoying her petting. Shinmingshi had an indescribable feeling of comfort. This fool looks so obedient, he's also quite cute, my adorable husband. Shinmingshi asked casually, is it comfortable? I was a little embarrassed. Senior, your thighs are so soft. Do you like it? I do. The corners of Shinming's eyes mouth lifted slightly. Actually, she wasn't that happy. It was just her husband praising her soft thighs. Wasn't it just her dear husband liking her thighs? She wouldn't get overjoyed just because of his compliment. Senior. What are you smiling about? I noticed the smile at the corners of my senior's mouth. Just lie still, Shinmingshi puffed her cheeks. I obediently turned my head back. Every minute, every second with my senior. I feel incredibly happy. If I could be with my senior forever, I would be so happy. Lying on my senior's lap after a full meal, I immediately felt sleepy. Coupled with her gentle stroking, I couldn't help but fall asleep. Shinmingshi gently pinched my cheek. Seeing no reaction from me, she mumbled, asleep already? He's quite cute, really a puppy like Junior. As expected, he's just like an adorable puppy. I really want to hug this fool, but I'm afraid of waking him up. He sleeps so soundly. It's time to pay back this morning's interest. Shinmingshi gently leaned down, her red lips lightly kissing. This kiss wasn't on the forehead, but on his lips. Shinmeng, she blushed and whispered softly. Paid back with principal and interest. It's not because you're a sweet talker that I wanted to kiss you. When I woke up, I realized my senior had also fallen asleep, but she was sleeping sitting up. I was a bit stunned. Why didn't she go to the bedroom to sleep? Could it be that she was afraid of waking me? I felt a little heartache for her. I carefully stood up and carried my senior in a princess carry. It was still the first time I had carried her. Her body felt soft. Shinmeng, she was quite light. I was about to carry her back to the room. Shinmeng Zai's hands wrapped around my neck. Senior. I was slightly stunned. Did I wake her up? She slowly opened her eyes. There was a lazy, kitten-like feeling about her. This scene made my heart race. Where are you taking me? Shinmeng Zai's voice was a bit lazy. To put you to bed. My throat moved. Shinmeng, she said with a slightly teasing tone. Is this bed of yours innocent? Of course, it's innocent, I stammered. Am a decent person, you know. I believe you. Shinmeng, she gently kissed his cheek. Her face was tinged with a blush. Elsewhere. Male dormitory 3357. Every weekend, the dorm is missing one person. Fan Hao sighed as he looked at the empty chair. Does this kid go home every weekend? Don't his parents get tired of him? Su Jingran said casually. Maybe their family is just harmonious. Besides, why do you care about him? Why don't you worry about your own problems? How did it go last night? Fan Hao scratched his head shyly. We just had a meal together last night. I ate pretty fast and didn't know what to say. Su Jingran rolled his eyes. You deserve to be single. She already gave you a chance. And you didn't even know how to seize it. What does it mean when someone asks you to eat with them? Fan Hao asked doubtfully, what does it mean? It means she was looking for someone to eat with, Ji Bada interjected. It means she has a decent impression of you. You can start as friends. Even Ji Bada knows that. You, Ganja, you really should get your brain checked. Ji Bada laughed out loud. As expected, people become foolish after falling in love. Ganja didn't have a brain to begin with. Now he has even less of one. He was already a fool among fools. Now he's the dumbest of the dumb. Fan Hao was utterly helpless. He couldn't believe that even Ji Bada could laugh at him for being stupid now. Clearly, Ji Bada was the dumbest one in 3357. Leader. So what should I do now? Fan Hao clung to Su Jingran's arm. Su Jingran touched his throat. Not long after, a chilled bottle of guayao was handed to him. Since you've put it that way, it'll pass on some skills to you. No guarantee of success, though, Su Jingran said casually. You can try asking her out for a meal. It's the weekend now. Fan Hao frowned. I've only known her for less than a week, and am already asking her out. Isn't my intention too obvious? Will it make her find me annoying? Su Jingran crossed his legs. He sat down on the chair and cracked his neck. Fan Hao tactfully ran over to give him a back massage. When you added her as a friend, your intention was already very clear. Asking a girl you like out, if that's considered an annoying act, then I think you don't need to pursue her anymore. I noticed she came alone yesterday. Normally, girls like to go with their best friends. So is it possible that, at this school, her relationships with other female students aren't that good? Fan Hao carefully recalled. When he met Xiao Fang before, she was always alone. It was almost as Leader said. Leader. Keep talking, Fan Hao massaged more earnestly. You can ask Xiao Mu for help. He can even act as your wingman then. Fan Hao was instantly enlightened. I get it. He first sent a text to ask Xiao Fang. Is your roommate Mu Xie? Yes. So, do you want to go? Xiao Fang replied quickly, okay. Then thank you? No need. It just so happens I'm bored being alone in the dorm, and I wanted to go out to eat something. Fan Hao didn't expect her to agree so quickly. This made him extremely excited. This could very well be the turning point for him to find true love. Fan Hao believed I would help him with this. Then he called me and told me about this. Godfather. I'm begging you, for your son's happiness. I was certainly very willing to help. The main thing was to see if my senior would agree. I have to ask my wife about this. I definitely agree. After all, it's my son pursuing his happiness. As a father, I can't not care. Okay. If I succeed, you two will be my godfather and godmother. I shot him a look. Once he succeeds, this kid will definitely go back on his word. But I'm used to it. Senior, you heard that. Do you want to go? Shinming, she snuggled into my arms and said softly. I'll listen to whatever my baby says. Whatever baby says goes. Fan Hao on the other end of the line fell silent. He didn't know whether to be happy or not. He was happy because they agreed to help. He was unhappy because he was force-fed a stomachful of PDA. My folks, does anyone understand me? It was a good chance to go out with my senior. Otherwise, staying at home all the time would make us feel moldy. Very quickly, I arranged the time and place with Fan Hao. We set it for 6:30 p.m. This was right around dinner time. My senior and I went to Sunshine City near the university. This is a large shopping mall nearby, about 10 plus stories high. Many students come here to hang out on weekends. Of course. This was still the first time my senior and I had come. Most of the time my senior and I spent together was either at home or at school. I don't know why. But I really enjoy being intimate with my senior at home. I led my senior through the shopping mall. We found a hot pot restaurant inside. The place was quite crowded. It seemed like the food must be delicious. Senior, want to eat hot pot? Shinmeng, she nodded gently. The two of them found a corner seat. Ordering hot pot here is done by scanning a QR code. So you just need to do it on your phone. Shinmeng, she sat down next to me, because later Fan Hao and Xiaofang would also be coming. So she naturally couldn't sit on the opposite side. Senior, do you remember when we last ate hot pot? Shinmeng, she smiled faintly. Of course, I remember. The last time we ate hot pot was the last time. Saying that is the same as saying nothing at all. But the thing that impressed me the most was still my senior's tolerance for spicy food. So this time, I resentfully ordered a yuanyang hot pot. Of course. It's not that I can't eat spicy food. It's mainly because I've been feeling a bit heaty lately. So the spicy broth was for my senior. Just as I was still ordering, Fan Hao arrived with Xiaofang. Mu Xie, I'm here. Fan Hao greeted with a smile. Behind him was a cute girl. Let me introduce you. This is my roommate Mu Xie. This is his girlfriend. You've probably heard of Jian University's #1 campus belle, Senior Shin. Then he glanced at Xiaofang beside him. He smiled shyly. She's my friend, her name is Xiaofang. Xiaofang nodded, her eyes meeting Shinmeng's eyes. It seemed as if the two had known each other for a long time. I asked doubtfully. Do you two know each other? The corners of Xiaofang's mouth lifted slightly. Of course we do. I know you too. Don't you recognize me? Should I know you? I became even more confused. Fan Hao next to me was also baffled. These two have known each other for a long time? Could it be that he's the real clown here? Xiaofang put on an aggrieved look. Cousin, we used to play together often when we were little. Have you forgotten? Cousin? My brain froze. Isn't my cousin's name? I changed my name a long time ago. Xiaofang said casually, I used to play with you often when we were little. Why don't I remember this? I asked doubtfully. Xiaofang shrugged. It was probably too long ago. You've forgotten me. But I haven't forgotten. Back then, you were even shouting about wanting to. Ahem, Shinmeng, she suddenly coughed. I immediately asked with concern. Senior, are you not feeling well? Shinmeng's voice was extremely calm. I'm fine, just a little tickle in my throat. Then why has it been so long? That you haven't come back at all? I go to Grandpa's house 3 times a year. But I've never met this cousin. Even my uncle rarely comes back. I only knew my uncle had a daughter. Xiaofang said casually. I was always abroad before. My dad and Grandpa, 10 years ago, argued about going abroad. After that, my dad took my mom and me abroad to earn money. Fan Hao, who had been silent for a long time, finally spoke up. So Mu Xie is actually your cousin? I asked my mom about it then. I originally thought it was just someone with the same name. At this moment, Fan Hao suddenly thought of something. If he successfully wooed Xiaofang, wouldn't that make him my brother-in-law? This time, we're really about to become family. I seemed to know what Fan Hao was thinking. I shot him a look. This ganja guy dares to hit on my sister. Shinmeng, she broke the silence first. Scan the code and order. I glanced at the white shirt my senior was wearing. I immediately stood up. Senior, I'll go get you an apron. Hot pot restaurants usually have those disposable aprons to use. Shenmeng, she nodded gently. Okay. Seeing this, Fan Hao immediately followed suit. I'll go get one for you too. Xiao Fang nodded lightly. After the two guys left, only the two girls remained. Xiao Fang spoke first. Sister Shi, long time no see. It's been 11 years, hasn't it? You're even prettier than when you were little. And it seems you've become more talkative too. More outgoing. Shenmeng, she chuckled softly. You too. You're much prettier now. I remember you were chubby as a child. Xiao Fang's face stiffened. She pouted. You're not allowed to mention my dark past. Why can't my brother even remember me? Even though he and I didn't play together much as kids. It's not to the point of forgetting me, right? Shenmeng, she said casually. Probably because his heart is only filled with me. So, are you two married yet? You guess. How would I know? I just remember back then, you begged Uncle Shin, and my brother begged his dad. You two begged to be engaged since childhood. While the two were chatting, Fan Hao and I returned with the aprons. Just now, I also confirmed with my dad. This Xiao Fang is indeed my cousin. She returned to the country last year. My dad didn't know about her name change before either. I helped my senior put on her apron, just as Fan Hao was about to imitate me. Xiao Fang quickly waved her hands. No need, I can do it myself. After all, in Xiao Fang's eyes, their relationship right now was still just friends. Not long after, the food was served. I basically ordered all the dishes my senior likes to eat. Plus, I was the one who mixed the dipping sauce. When my senior and I were eating hot pot, we were practically stuck together, with sweet interactions from time to time. On Fan Hao's side, things were a bit awkward. After all, it wasn't convenient for him to flirt with my sister right in front of me. He never expected that the girl he liked would turn out to be his friend's cousin. Seeing Xiao Fang peeling shrimp, Fan Hao quickly said, "Let me help you." Then he started peeling shrimp for her. Xiao Fang originally wanted to refuse, but she hesitated for a moment and didn't say anything. I watched the scene. I shook my head sympathetically. His status is already so low before they're even dating. If Fan Hao really succeeds in wooing her, wouldn't his status be dog-like? Unlike me, my status at home is extremely high. At home, if I say one thing, my senior wouldn't dare say two. Are you done peeling? Shenmeng, she asked. Done, I fawningly passed the peeled shrimp over. Senior, how does it taste? Can you feel my love? One day, this foolish junior dares to show affection in front of others like this. Can he be as calm as me? I, for one, would not show affection in front of others. Shenmeng, she picked up a peeled shrimp and held it out. Open your mouth. This isn't showing affection, this is killing single dogs. This hot pot meal was finished very quickly. My senior and I finished eating. Then we went to enjoy our own little world, leaving Xiao Fang and Fan Hao behind. Fan Hao asked carefully. It's pretty close to school from here. Want to walk back together? Okay. Do you usually walk alone? Fan Hao asked curiously. He didn't understand why Xiao Fang didn't have any close friends with her. Xiao Fang nodded lightly. Yes, I'm used to being alone. Don't your roommates hang out with you? I have a single room. There was a trace of melancholy in Xiao Fang's eyes. I'm not very good at socializing. I feel like a lot of people are two-faced. Other than my family, I can't tell who is genuinely good to me. So I don't have any friends, Fan Hao said subconsciously. I'm your friend. You can find me when you're lonely. Because friends are there for you when you're lonely. They're the ones who can provide you with emotional support. Xiao Fang was slightly taken aback. Her heart fluttered a little. Friends? Elsewhere. Shenmeng, she linked her arm with mine as we went to the arcade. An arcade in a shopping mall naturally has to have claw machines. As soon as we entered, we saw a row of claw machines. Senior. Want to give it a try? The words I want to play were written all over my face. Shenmeng, she scoffed internally. So childish. I don't want to. I want to play. Shenmeng, she pulled me to the automatic token machine. Of course, it wasn't that she wanted to play. She bought them because she wanted to accompany her childish husband. So she bought 100 game tokens. Shenmeng, she handed the basket full of game tokens to me. Here, for you. Aren't you playing? I want to see your skills first. I gave a confident smile. I'm not bragging. When it comes to claw machines, I can say I'm an expert. Shinmeng, she looked at me with a disdainful expression. Pervert. After I reacted, I blushed and explained, haha. I said expert. Then I directly inserted 2 tokens. My expression turned serious, and I began to operate it earnestly. I controlled the machine's claw, shaking it back and forth continuously. By constantly shaking the claw, a sudden move will have a very high probability of flinging the plushie out. This is the claw shaking technique. Here we go. You're the one. I aimed for a pink cat doll and pressed the button. Shinmeng, she frowned slightly. Could it be this fool actually knows how to play? The next second, the machine's claw grabbed a whole lot of air. Did you misaim? Nonsense, how could I misaim? I shook it too much. It was just a mistake, I said stubbornly. Senior, I haven't played in a long time. You'll definitely get it next time. The second time, I still didn't get it. Senior, this machine is rigged. Let's switch machines. The third time, I didn't get it. Senior, this machine is rigged too. The 15th time. Senior, all the machines here are rigged. Is it possible that it's not the machine's fault? I rubbed my chin, a look of wisdom shining in my eyes. Then whose problem is it? Shinmeng, she shot me a look. It's because you're too dumb. Impossible. This claw machine has definitely been tampered with. It's all just the owner's trick to make money, I argued. Shinmeng, she said nothing, but took the basket from my hands. She took 2 tokens, put them in the claw machine, and started to play. Senior, I'm really not lying to you. You'll know after playing a few times. Before I could finish my sentence, Shinmeng, she had already caught one. A pink Peppa Pig from inside. Shinmeng, she had a smug look. She gave the pink Peppa Pig plushie to me. Hey, race this pink hairdryer for you. Shinmeng, she had no intention of continuing, because many claw machines are just scams. She was just lucky just now. After that, the 2 of them also went to play the basketball shooting game. After playing around in the arcade, my senior and I strolled through the shopping mall hand in hand. Just as the 2 of them were halfway through, Shinmeng, she suddenly looked somewhere else, clearly a little stunned. I followed my senior's gaze and saw a cat cafe. There's a cat cafe inside the shopping mall. The cats inside the cafe were very cute. Senior, do you want to go in and pet the cats? I whispered in her ear. Shinmeng, she nodded. She really liked the cute cats in the cafe. She had thought about getting a cat before, but most of her time was spent at the university, because she didn't have much time to take care of a kitten. That's why she didn't get one. Actually, I really like cats and dogs too. As for why I don't have one, it's also because I don't have time. When I graduate, I'll definitely get a dog and a cat of my own with my senior. Then I led my senior into the cat cafe. After paying, the 2 of them began their happy journey of playing with cats. A little gray and white kitten was very enthusiastic. It came right up to Shinmeng Zai's legs and rubbed against them frantically, wanting her to pet it. So cute. Shinmeng, she happily petted the kitten. I chuckled. Senior, is it as cute as me? Shinmeng, she shot me a look. You cute? You pet me quite often too. You're just fickle, right? I can't believe I'm not even as good as a kitten. I pretended to say with great heartache. You fool, it's not the same. What's not the same? Shinmeng, she smiled gently. It's just a pet. But you are my husband. I don't know if this cat understood our conversation. It let out a dissatisfied meow. Its initial fawning expression turned to one of disdain. How does this cat know how to be so two-faced? I picked this little cat up. I questioned it. Is it because I'm more important in my senior's heart? So you're not convinced, right? Meow. The little cat shot me a look. I hesitated for a moment. No way, little kitty. Do you really understand? Shinmeng, she smiled faintly. Let me hold it for a bit. This cat didn't even wait for me to pass it over. It jumped straight into Shinmeng Zai's arms. What does this cat mean by this? Is it looking down on me? Shinmeng, she gently stroked the cat in her arms. The cat smacked its lips, its face full of blissful enjoyment. As if my senior belonged to it. I said through gritted teeth. Two-faced cat. The cats at this cafe are such a turn-off. A downer cat. Not coming back next time. Avoid at all costs. When we get back, I want to be petted by my senior too. The 2 of them petted the cats for a long time before leaving. On the way home, Shinming, she suddenly took off the hair tie-on. Her hair. For you. Senior, you. I hesitated for a moment. Shinming, she said casually, wear it on your wrist. In the future, when I forget to bring one, you can give it to me to use. Most importantly, it's to claim sovereignty. My gaze was drawn to the small pink hair tie on my senior's wrist. My heart felt warm. Doesn't the whole university already know we're together? Shinming, she tilted her chin and said, but people from other universities don't know. I want every girl who sees you to know that you're taken. Before I could say more, Shinming, she took my hand. She put the small pink hair tie on my wrist. Wear it carefully. Don't lose it, Shinming, she pointed her index finger at me as a warning. I looked at my adorable senior and said with a smile, don't worry. Even if I get lost, the hair tie won't be lost. I looked at the small pink hair tie on my wrist. I felt an indescribable joy. This was my senior's acknowledgement of me. Looks like he'll have to learn how to tie hair these next 2 days. On the way back, the two of them passed a food street. I was originally planning to go straight home but was pulled back by my senior. Shinming, she shook my arm. Her voice carried a hint of coyness. Honey, I want to eat. I asked doubtfully, Senior, weren't you full from just now? There was a pleading look in Shinming's eyes. I'm full from the meal. But I still have room in my stomach for other things. She blinked her big, sparkling eyes. Honey, can I? This adorable look struck me right in the heart. It's against the rules, she's too cute. Does anyone understand? The campus belle senior can be this cute when she's acting coy. This is the senior who belongs only to me. Looking at my senior like this, my heart was about to melt. If my senior acted coy with me like this every day, forget about just these snacks. I'd even buy the moon for my senior. I dotingly patted my senior's head and couldn't help but laugh. I really can't do anything about you. Who told you to be my sweetheart? Today, all of senior's expenses will be paid by hubby. You're the best, honey. Shinming, she hugged my arm tightly. My arm once again felt the softness of my senior's body. My throat moved. I sighed internally. My senior's figure is just too good. I almost got a yellow card. I have to say. My senior looks quite thin, but she bought a lot of stuff. She wanted to try a little bit of almost every snack. But basically, she would take a few bites and then stop eating. So where did the leftovers end up? I already had several snacks in my hands. And I was still eating the pancake my senior left over. My senior wasn't full yet, but I was already stuffed. I kind of regretted eating so much hot pot earlier. If I had known, I would have eaten a little less. Looks like he'll have to eat a late-night snack tonight too. But luckily, my senior finally stopped buying things. Shinming, she smiled faintly. I'm full. Let's go buy some fruit. I didn't know whether to laugh or cry. I'm really full. Senior, please don't buy any more. We still have some at home. If I eat any more, I'll get pregnant. I pointed to my slightly bulging stomach. Shinming, she gently rubbed it, the corners of her mouth lifting slightly. Silly boy. This is the child your senior has given you. You must cherish it, Shinming, she said with a serious expression. This baby is my gift to you. Don't you like it? How did I not realize my senior was such a drama queen before? No, wait. It seems she's always been like this. Otherwise, she wouldn't have called herself imperial concubine. If my senior wants to act, then I'll play along with her. I feigned heartache and said, Senior, are you planning on not taking responsibility? After all, it's your flesh and blood. I can't believe Senior is a scumbag girl. Just as I was halfway through my sentence, I realized something was wrong. It seemed we were still on the food street. My voice was a bit loud. The people around us all had gossipy looks in their eyes. They were all very curious about how a man could get pregnant. Great, love to hear it. No one dislikes a bit of gossip. My senior and I looked at each other. How embarrassing. Shinmeng's face flushed red with embarrassment. Her reaction was very quick. She directly pulled my hand and started running away from the scene. Shinmeng, she puffed her cheeks. She pinched my waist. You fool, can't you speak a little softer? I put on an aggrieved look. Senior, I was wrong. Where were you wrong? I was wrong for letting them think that. You're an irresponsible scumbag girl. Actually, Senior is an irresponsible good woman. Shinmeng, she raised her fist. You're the irresponsible one. If she were irresponsible, would she have married this fool? This fool. I took my senior's hand and chuckled. Senior. It's time to go home. That's right. That aggrieved look just now was just me pretending. Senior is just too cute when she pouts. Shinmeng, she snorted coldly. That's my house. What does it have to do with you? You go back to your house, I said, feigning disappointment. Senior. Didn't you say you were a responsible, good woman? Or are you just toying with my feelings? Shinmeng, she stood on her tiptoes and grabbed his ear. Fine, fine, fine. You go home and wait for me. I'm stuck with you. After saying that, Shinmeng, she walked straight ahead without looking back. It was as if my senior had switched to fast walk mode, her arms crossed in front of her chest. She stormed forward. And I trotted along behind her. The online rumor that a girlfriend's walking speed increases after getting angry is no lie. Actually, Shinmeng, she wasn't really angry. She just wanted this fool to coax her a little. Senior. Wait for me. I grabbed the hem of my senior's shirt. I once caught a pig during the New Year. But now I can't catch my angry senior. After walking for a while, my senior suddenly stopped. She turned and shot me a look, saying casually, Didn't you say I was an irresponsible woman? Why are you still following me? Do you like irresponsible women like me? I laughed sheepishly. Senior is a responsible, good woman. I was just kidding. I took my senior's hand. I pulled her in front of me, lowered my head, and said seriously, besides, I've always liked you, senior. After we got together. I have never not liked you. You are the only person I want to know. The only one I want to understand. Shinmeng, she clutched the hem of her shirt. Her cheeks flushed pink. Something in her heart was moved. Really? Of course it's true. I swear, I said with a serious expression. My eyes looked directly at my senior. Shinmeng's eyes cheeks unconsciously grew a little hot. She wasn't angry to begin with. But she still said arrogantly, Don't think you can get away with just empty words. You need to show some practical action. As she spoke, I leaned in and kissed her. She once again felt that warm and familiar feeling. This fool launched a surprise attack again. Didn't I say not to do that? It seems I can only forgive this fool one more time. Instantly, her mind went blank. She unconsciously cooperated with him. There was no one passing by here. Otherwise, I really wouldn't dare to kiss my senior. A moment later, our lips parted. Shinmeng, she was blushing all the way to her ears. Like a shy kitten, she buried her head in his chest. This kiss directly made all her anger disappear. Senior, this is my practical action. My face was also slightly flushed. This is what leader taught me before. It says you can kiss your girlfriend when she's angry. Applicable to couples in the passionate phase. Seeing my senior's face flush red in my arms, the corner of my mouth lifted slightly. It seems my senior really likes this move, senior. Can we go home and sleep now? Shinmeng, she nodded gently. The two held hands in perfect sync. And started walking home. Who did you learn this from? Kissing me whenever I'm angry. Hee, I heard it from leader. So from now on, senior, you can't get angry for no reason. Otherwise, he'll keep kissing you until you're not angry anymore. Shinmeng, she had an arrogant look on her face. I won't get angry anymore. I won't give you the chance to kiss me. In reality, she was already starting to calculate how to get angry more often, even faking it. It's not that she wanted to be kissed. She just wanted to see if her silly junior had improved his skills in placating people. The weekend passed by quickly. The happy days of living with my senior were over. The next time I could sleep in the same bed with my senior would be in 5 days. I sighed. I really wanted to suggest the university build a dormitory specifically for married couples. That way, I could be with my senior every day. Everyone in room 3357 had their own things to do. Before, Fan Hao basically had nothing to do all day. But ever since he had a goal. Now, every day he's working hard to pursue Xiaofeng. As for Su Jingran, he was always busy studying for the CT4. He wanted to pass the CT4 in one go, not drag it out. Gui Bada was still immersed in his 2D waifus. I heard he's preparing to go to a comic convention recently. He even bought a cosplay outfit, but it hasn't arrived yet. I was quite curious about what he would cosplay. He plays Naruto every day. Could it be that he's going to cosplay Sasuke at the convention? Gui Bada is the most restless person I've ever met. He's the type to play any game. He watches all kinds of anime, mainstream or not. So he basically never feels bored. Actually, I don't feel bored either. Whenever I have free time, I'll go bother my senior. Occasionally calling my senior. As for writing, calling my senior is a bit more important. It's not too late to write after the call. Even though we're only one dormitory building apart. It feels like a long-distance relationship. Just as I finished writing 4,000 words for the day, Fan Hao suddenly appeared behind me. Musie. Can you tell me what your cousin likes? This damn sugarcane is hitting on my cousin, and he's even asking me for tips. But it's not a big deal. I'm not that close to this cousin. Otherwise, I wouldn't have failed to recognize her back then. I glared at him. How would I know what she likes? I only recently found out she's my cousin. My suggestion is to go beg leader. He knows more about this stuff. Fan Hao looked distressed. As if sighing, it's not that I don't want to ask him for advice. That damn guy demands a bottle of guijiao every time I ask. I give up. Leader is a true freeloader. Su Jingran said casually, Sugarcane, what are you trying to say? Trying to be Lu Bu? Just a few days ago you were calling him Godfather. Are you planning to kill your father today? Fan Hao pouted. Is this the first day you've known me? I stretched and said I'll say the same thing. Sincerity is the only ultimate move. My cousin isn't short on money. My dad said her family is very rich. She's a little heiress. If you want her to like you, you need to show your sincerity. Fan Hao sighed deeply, his face full of sorrow. It's because I know the gap between her and me is huge. That's why I'm so worried she won't even look at me. Tell me, an ordinary person like me. Has she probably never even considered me? I asked back. But someone who truly likes you. Would they really care about these things? Think about it yourself. If you're scared, then don't bother her. I shook my head helplessly. Matters of the heart depend on yourself. After all, when you like someone, you'll always feel a bit insecure. At first, I also felt I wasn't good enough for her. Thinking of this, I suddenly sent her a message, Senior, are you with me because you feel I'm worthy of you? Shinmeng, she was a bit stunned when she received the message. What is this idiot thinking? Isn't the reason for being together very simple? The reason I'm with you is because I like you. The moment I received the message, my heart unconsciously started beating faster. Even though I knew she liked me, hearing her say it was because she likes me that we were together, I still couldn't help but be moved. Actually, sometimes I also feel I'm not good enough for you. I looked at the message, a bit stunned. She also feels insecure because of the person she likes? If others knew the campus belle also felt insecure, their jaws would surely drop. Jian University's #1 campus belle also feels insecure because of the person she likes. Perhaps this is what it's like to love someone. Just then, Su Jingran took out some forms. Oh, right. You guys fill out these forms. I have to submit them to the academic advisor later, Su Jingran instructed. He handed the forms to the other three. I took one. It was basically just some personal information. And some other miscellaneous things. The school often hands out forms to be filled. I don't know how many times I've filled out the same information. I even suspect that my information has been sold. In this era of big data, basically no one has any privacy. The difference this time is that we're filling it out on paper. I glanced at the form and started filling it in. Name Mu Xie, gender male. Marital status, married. Wait. I suddenly felt something was wrong. Leader. Why didn't the previous forms have this marital status section? Just write single, Su Jingren said, not paying much attention. It's the same whether it's there or not. It's just writing one extra word. Oh well. I guess no one will pay attention to this. Isn't getting married a very normal thing? I finished filling out the information in less than 2.5 minutes. Then I gave it to Su Jingran. After receiving the form, Su Jingran glanced over it. Just to confirm they didn't fill it out wrong, so he didn't look closely. After all, this was someone else's information. He didn't intend to pay too much attention. He doesn't have the habit of prying into others' privacy. The Freshman Cup final starts this Wednesday. It could be said that this match was basically not suspenseful at all. Shinming, she still brought her best friend to the basketball court to cheer for me. I ran to her side, smiling foolishly, Senior. I don't have class after the game. Shinmeng's eyes expression was calm. Let me translate. It means after the game, I have 3 hours of free time. Let me translate again. These 3 hours all belong to you. Got it. Good luck. Shinmeng, she was delighted inside. But on the outside, she pretended like nothing was wrong. Yang Shui next to her had a face full of envy, mumbling under her breath. These 3 hours belong to you. Her tone now had completely turned into Boss Xie's. Every time she goes out, she has to witness their public displays of affection. The important thing is she knows she'll be fed. But she still comes along with her best friend every time. I don't know what's wrong with her. The match started in a stalemate. But by the second half, the gap had widened. The physical confrontation between the two sides was on a different level. The computer science faculty was relying solely on me and leader to score. By the end of the third quarter, we were already trailing by 20 points. The physical education faculty was already celebrating. The computer science faculty wasn't too sad either. They had already expected this outcome. A loss is a loss. There's no shame in being the runner-up. As for me, the moment I got off the court, Shinmeng, she ran over to wipe my sweat. She was also holding a pink cup for me to drink from. Both of them were smiling happily. For some reason, the celebrating P faculty, upon seeing this scene, all their faces fell from hee-hee to no hee-hee. Why, when they were about to win the game, did they not feel any sense of victory at all? Watching the campus bell cheer and bring water to the opponent, it felt like they were the ones who had lost. I looked at my watch and said with a smile, "Senior, it's time. My time is now yours." Shinmeng, she didn't say much, but naturally took my hand. Then let's go. This time, they didn't go home, but went to the sports field. The sunset on the horizon created a stretch of orange-red afterglow, like a beautiful painting. I gently bumped her with my shoulder. Shinmeng, she also gently bumped me back. Their actions on the sports field made them look like two idiots. But they were both enjoying it immensely. Being in love is like two people without brains being together. They often do incomprehensible things. "Senior, you just bumped me again." Shinmeng, she looked up and glared at me, pouting. "So, you want to bump me back?" "Of course not. Am I that petty?" I quickly explained, smiling foolishly. "Senior, did you notice that the action of using your shoulder to bump me twice in a row is very similar to Kun? You really are an anti-fan." "Hee, I'm not an anti-fan. I'm your baby." Such a sweet talker. "Do you say this to other girls too?" "No way. I only say this to you. After all, I only love you." My voice was extremely cheesy. So cheesy, it's giving me goosebumps. Shinmeng, she complained with her mouth. But in her heart, she was incredibly happy. "Senior, the sunset looks so romantic," I exclaimed. The afterglow is beautiful." Shinmeng, she suddenly leaned her head on my shoulder and whispered in my ear. "But two people watching it together is more romantic than the sunset itself, isn't it?" My heart fluttered a little, and it started beating faster involuntarily. Yes. Two people watching the sunset together is more romantic than the sunset itself. Before I met you, I never paid attention to the sunset. When I saw the afterglow, I would just think it was getting dark. But after meeting you, I started to notice the beauty of the sunset. What's truly beautiful isn't the sunset, but the person beside you. My gaze towards her softened. "Senior, what is it?" "What's beautiful isn't the sunset. It's you." This month is almost over, preparing to enter November. Once it's November, the temperature in Jiangqing will start to drop. Dorm room 3357. It's going to get cold soon. I wonder if Xiao Fang has enough clothes to wear. "Do you think I should buy her some clothes in advance?" Fang Hao asked. "What's your relationship with her to be giving her clothes?" Su Jingran asked back. Fang Hao chuckled. "We're meal buddies now. This is a big step forward in our relationship. As long as I make good use of this relationship, I think she'll definitely be attracted to me." I couldn't help but be a little surprised. "You eat with her every day now?" "That's right," Fang Hao said with a grin. "The advice you guys gave me last time was really helpful to him. He just went into full-on shameless mode. The result was that he didn't expect Xiao Fang would actually agree to eat with him every day." Su Jingran suddenly spoke up. "But she's definitely not short on clothes. Isn't she a little heiress?" "That seems to be right." "Then what should I give her?" "You haven't even started dating her yet." "And you're already thinking about this," I said. "Who says I haven't?" I've already asked her out for barbecue this weekend. Fang Hao retorted. Yo ho, you figured it out? Su Jingran had a look of disbelief. Fang Hao stood up. I think leader said something very true. If you like her, go for it. Don't wait until she has a boyfriend to listen to backwards clock. I patted his shoulder and said comfortingly, go for it. You can do it. Although Fang Hao is usually a bit flighty, his character is still very good. He's still an innocent boy who has never been in love. Not a bad person. He's qualified to be with my cousin. Of course. Whether the two of them can get together depends on them. Gui Bada suddenly asked, what's the weather like in Jiangqing? Mu Xie, you're from Jiangqing. You tell me. As someone from Haiqing. He came to Jiangqing and didn't really understand the temperatures here. I smiled faintly. My advice is that you should prepare clothes for all 4 seasons. The weather in Jiangqing is quite strange. One day you might be wearing a shirt, then the next day the temperature suddenly drops. Then you have to wear a hoodie, maybe even sweatpants. Aren't you going to the comic convention this weekend? Has your cosplay arrived yet? Let us see it. I suddenly showed a very curious gaze. I'm very curious about what Gui Bada, this pervert, will cosplay as. The 2 guys next to me couldn't help but come over too. They also wanted to see who such a despicable person like Gui Bada would cosplay as. Fan Hao guessed, I think it might be JCA. Gui Bada's image fits it well. Gui Bada glared at him. In a bit, it'll turn you into a wei. This scared the living daylights out of Fan Hao. He immediately crossed his arms and recoiled. Don't. I can't be tainted by you. I belong only to Xiao Fang. Gui Bada had a look of disgust. I wouldn't even give you a second glance. Right after that, he took out from his closet a blonde wig and put it on. The blonde bangs even covered his left eye, giving off a very punk vibe. Are you cosplaying Naruto? Su Jingran almost couldn't hold back his laughter. The despicable face combined with blonde hair. Get lost. What Naruto? I'm cosplaying the blonde guy. You're already blonde. What's there to cosplay? Just as Fang Hao was wondering, I suddenly seemed to think of something. It's not the blonde guy from the NTR anime, is it? Gui Bada flashed his signature despicable smile. That's right. The one I'm cosplaying is. No need to say more, I know which anime it is. I glanced at him. I've never seen anyone so weird. Going to a comic convention to cosplay the blonde guy from an NTR anime. My advice is, don't cosplay this. It's too weird. I complained, if I saw that despicable face of yours. With this blonde hair, if I were a girl, I would definitely stay away from you. At that time, even the person you like the most, Miku, wouldn't dare take a picture with you. As soon as Gui Bada heard this, he immediately frowned. That won't do. I'm going to the convention to see Miku. Alright then, I bought another wig. Right after that, he took out another wig. This time it was long hair. Obviously for cross-dressing. Are you planning to cross-dress? No. No. I just planned to wear this wig to the convention. Because I didn't buy any female clothes. I thought about it before. But I'm still a bit shy. Fan Hao had a strange expression. You should be shy. Imagine a pervert like Gui Bada cross-dressing. How blinding would that be? Even if Gui Bada dared to wear it, he wouldn't dare to look. Mainly because the quality of this wig is very poor. I looked at Gui Bada wearing the wig, and my first reaction was seeing Sadako. No way, did you buy this wig on Pinduoduo for 2 yuan? You look like a ghost. And a buff, perverted female ghost at that. Su Jingran's face was grim. I think your description is very good. If you wear this to the convention, many people will surely come to see you. Really? Gui Bada asked doubtfully. Su Jingran nodded. But you'd have to be in the bazaar section for people to come. Looks like you're really itching for a beating. Gui Bada put on the wig that covered his eyes and flashed a despicable smile. The weekend came quickly. I originally wanted to take her to the comic convention Gui Bada mentioned, but she got her period. If you want to go, just go. It'll be fine at home alone. Shinmeng Zai's complexion didn't look very good. She seemed a bit tired. Senior, what are you talking about? How could I leave you alone? How are you so silly? I gently rubbed her stomach in a clockwise motion. Shinmeng, she was half lying on the sofa. This was also the first time I'd encountered this situation. I hurriedly went online and searched what to do when your girlfriend is on her period. I noted that when girls are on their period, Their moods can be very volatile. They'll be very uncomfortable, so I need to be by her side even more. Senior. Wait for me a moment. I started searching for how to make brown sugar water. I remembered there seemed to be some brown sugar at home. We have all these ingredients at home. Otherwise, I'd have to run out and buy them. I went into the kitchen and carefully followed the instructions step by step. Cold water, shredded ginger, pitted red dates. After the water boils, add the brown sugar and continue cooking. I didn't dare skip any step. After finishing the brown sugar water, I ladled out a bowl and put the rest in a thermos. Then I carefully brought out the freshly made bowl of brown sugar water. Senior. Have some of this brown sugar, red date, and ginger tea. The internet says drinking this will make you feel much better. Since it was just made, it was still a bit hot. I even specially blew on it for her before handing her the spoon. My face was full of tension. She watched the scene, her heart warming up. This thoughtful idiot was even more worried than her. It was as if this idiot was the one on his period. She gently took a sip, then like a child, continued waiting for the other person to feed her. I rubbed her stomach. Are you feeling any better? Your complexion wasn't good when you woke up today. I was very worried. With me by your side, you'll always be healthy. Rest well. I stroked her head. My tone was extremely gentle. She nodded softly. She looked very obedient. I started searching online for things. A girlfriend shouldn't eat during her period. I need to cram some knowledge now. The next time she gets her period, I won't be so flustered anymore. Ibuprofen, heat packs. In short, anything that could relieve pain. I ordered them all on a food delivery app. I took a tablet out from the study. This tablet is the one she usually uses to study at home. Senior, let's watch a variety show. I brought the tablet over. The internet says a girlfriend really needs companionship at this time. I brought a small stool and sat down next to her, gently rubbing her stomach. She just felt that right now she was the happiest girl in the world. When a girl is on her period, her body will be quite weak, and she'll feel quite irritable inside. At this time, she really needs someone by her side. In Shinmeng's eyes right now, there was only me. I touched my face and asked doubtfully, "What's wrong, Senior? Is there something on my face?" "No. I just simply want to look at an idiot. Then he'll get closer." "So you can look forever," I said softly. "You like to sneak glances. So we'll pretend I don't see you. Now you can sneak glances at me." I deliberately turned my head to one side. She burst out laughing and mumbled, "Idiot. Since she's not feeling well now, I definitely can't let her cook for me anymore. I saw online that when a girlfriend is on her period, you can make black chicken soup. Corn and yam pork rib soup." I looked in the fridge, and there happened to be ribs. Because I like sweet and sour pork ribs. She always buys some ribs on the weekend. I can conveniently make corn and yam pork rib soup. I went over the instructions once first, and the necessary ingredients. There were a few ingredients we didn't have at home, so I needed to go out and buy them. I stroked Shinmeng's head and said dotingly, "Senior, I'm going out to buy ingredients for tonight. Be a good girl and wait for me at home, okay?"